Chapter 371 Lime Twins. Out of the canyon. The front suddenly opened up, and the light became much brighter. Luo Qingzhou walked towards the north with the moonlight. According to the thin man, there is a nearest valley more than 20 miles to the north. The first time the second brother and his friends came here, they would definitely choose the nearest valley to look for. So no matter whether they are there now or not, he would go and have a look first. He looked back and felt a little sorry. There were still 4 people who had not been searched, and there might be a lot of valuables. However, he did not regret it. In such a place, greed will only make people lose their lives. Even if nothing happened this time, maybe they would not be so lucky next time. Only by stopping when you are ahead and being vigilant at all times can you minimize the danger. The 2 people chasing behind him, whether they are the other party's accomplices or other warriors, no matter what the situation is, he should avoid meeting them. He did not know the true strength of the other party, nor did he know whether there were other warriors following the other party. Moreover, he had just come here today and was not familiar with this place at all. If someone is chasing you, you won't even know the way. So, it's safest to leave immediately. Anyway, he not only got back his gold coins, but also got a storage bag. There should be a lot of things in the bag. And he also asked for the way. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? He rushed all the way, heading north. The mountain road at night is not easy to walk. But for warriors, it is not a big problem. When there is no road ahead, just climb the rocks and cross the ridge. Or just jump over. On the way, you need to guard against wild beasts and monsters hiding in the dark. And you also need to guard against some warriors who are ready to kill and rob. The Yuwu Mountains are a gathering place for monsters. Many warriors like to come here to hunt monsters and hone themselves. However, not many people go into the mountains in the dark, unless they are specifically for hunting some monsters that are active at night. Luo Qingzhou along the way only encountered a group of wild boars. A big wild boar with many piglets was eating ripe fruits that fell on the ground in the orchard. The wild boar was huge, the size of a buffalo, with 2 fangs hanging from the corners of its mouth like scimitars. After hearing the noise, it immediately roared and rushed towards him fiercely. The little wild boars were not to be outdone, and they followed him roaring. Luo Qingzhou did not waste time on them. He sprinkled a few piles of lime to blur their vision, and then ran away. The big wild boar lost its vision, roared and rushed left and right, extremely fierce. Luo Qingzhou only heard the big tree behind him crack and the rock shattered, shaking the earth. And the movement was quite terrifying. The lethality of a demon pig of this size is very amazing. Even a warrior, if scratched by its fangs or hit by its savage collision, will lose a layer of skin. If it is a demon pig of a slightly higher level, it may even have innate skills. Many warriors encounter them for the first time, without preparation, and may even be directly killed by a single blow. Regretting it, Luo Qingzhou had something urgent tonight, so he did not provoke them. Not long after he passed the orchard, 2 figures entered the orchard, one in front and one behind. At this time, the wild boars seemed to have forgotten what happened just now, and they lowered their heads and ate the fruits on the ground with a hum-hum. Humph. The big wild boar was very alert. After hearing the footsteps, it roared again and rushed towards the 2 figures with the wild boar team. Miss, there is lime on the pig's head and on the ground. One of the women twitched her mouth as she looked at the scene in front of her, feeling that this matter was not simple. My young lady loves to spread lime. How come there is another person who loves to spread lime? And the young lady seems to have followed all the way. Could it be that the young lady knows the other party? Humph. The big wild boar rushed over like a hill. The woman immediately said, Miss, get out of the way. Let me. Puff, 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 puff. Before she finished speaking, several large piles of lime were suddenly scattered. Then, another large bag of lime flew into the air and fell like flowers scattered by a fairy. And the girl who was standing beside her just now was gone. Woman, miss, wait for me. She froze and hurriedly chased after him. Behind him, lime powder fell down one after another. The big black wild boar and the group of small black wild boars instantly turned into white wild boars of different sizes, and then began to roar and rush around. Hum, hum, hum. Pigs hit trees. Pigs hit rocks. Pigs hit pigs. And they were in a mess. They probably never thought that in just a short while, they would encounter despicable humans who fled without fighting and spread lime twice in a row. The terrain suddenly went down. The night wind blew in the face, bringing a chill. Luo Qingzhou finally came to the front of the valley, and walked down the steep rocky slope carefully. Keep an eye on all directions, and listen to all directions. This kind of valley, that has not seen the sun and the moon for many years, has the most poisonous insects. For ordinary warriors, unknown poisonous insects are much more terrifying than ferocious monsters. Some poisonous insects are highly poisonous. Once bitten, even gods cannot save them. Luo Qingzhou entered the valley, looked around, and continued to move forward. The valley was full of lush vegetation and colorful flowers. But there was an eerie silence, and the smell in the air was not pleasant. He walked along the path covered by green grass and headed deep into the valley. After walking for a distance, he suddenly found something lying in the bushes in front of him. When he got closer, he found that it was the body of a demon leopard. The demon leopard's head was smashed, and its bones were obviously broken. Its eyes were open, and it died with its eyes open. A faint fishy smell wafted from it. Judging from this body, it should have been killed during the day. Generally, warriors who come in to hunt monsters will definitely take the bodies away. After all, a demon leopard can be sold for a lot of money. But this demon leopard was directly abandoned here. Maybe the other party didn't care about this little money at all. Or maybe the other party was in a hurry at the time, and didn't care about the body of the demon leopard. Could it be the second brother and his friends? While thinking, Luo Qingzhou squatted down and stretched out his hand, ready to look at the other wounds on the demon leopard. At this moment, a green-haired mouse suddenly jumped out of the demon leopard's open mouth, with its fangs exposed, eyes red, and a ferocious face as it pounced on it. Luo Qingzhou was startled and punched it with a bang, knocking the mouse flying and killing it on the spot. This movement seemed to have suddenly disturbed the demon leopard on the ground. The body of the demon leopard suddenly began to move, and its eyes, mouth, nostrils, neck, abdomen, and even tail all began to wriggle. Puff! Suddenly, a colorful giant centipede crawled out of the right eyeball of the demon leopard. Then, all kinds of black poisonous insects suddenly broke out of the skin of the demon leopard's body, wriggling quickly, which made people's scalps numb. Luo Qingzhou was horrified and dared not stay any longer. He sprinkled several piles of lime in a row, submerging the poisonous insects and the body of the demon leopard, and then left quickly. Just after walking forward for a distance, he suddenly smelled a strong smell of blood. Following the smell of blood, he suddenly found a python lying on the grass not far away. The python was as thick as an adult, more than 10 meters long, and its head and body had been separated. The grass on the ground was full of rolling traces and blood. Some poisonous insects were crawling around excitedly on the body of the python, drilling in and out. Luo Qingzhou took a few glances, did not stop, and continued to move forward. The road ahead suddenly became wet. Water stains began to appear on the ground. After turning another corner, the front suddenly opened up, and a sparse forest appeared. A damp and rotten smell came from the forest in front. When he got closer, he found that it was a large swamp with many muddy puddles on the ground. Some muddy puddles were still slowly wriggling and bubbling. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly found some messy footprints. After careful observation, at least 7 or 8 people passed by here. There were only 4 people in the group of Qin Urge. In addition to Qin Wenjin, there were Zhou Tong, the housekeeper, and Zhou Jin, the nephew of the housekeeper. Zhou Jin arrived the day before yesterday after dealing with the Qin family's property. Because the Qin mansion was short of people, he was called together. He had not practiced before. I don't know if they are among these footprints. Luo Qingzhou was worried. He looked at the ground and walked forward carefully into the swamp. Just after following the footprints for a distance, he suddenly found a black shoe next to a mud pit in front of him. He walked over immediately, just as he squatted down to observe. A bloody mouth full of fangs suddenly jumped out of the mud pit next to him and bit him. Luo Qingzhou was prepared. The shadow of the stick in his hand flashed and smashed it. Bang! The bloody mouth was immediately smashed to pieces, and blood and flesh splattered. A closer look showed that it was a huge crocodile. The giant crocodile flipped over and fell into the mud pit, then rolled painfully in the mud pit, and blood soon dyed the entire mud pit red. Luo Qingzhou held the black wooden stick in his hand, stared at it for a while, and then continued to move forward. As long as they are not flexible warriors with various martial arts, or monsters with slightly higher levels and innate skills, the stick in his hand is invincible. Even the ancient beast in Qingyun Temple had its fingers broken by his stick. So the flesh and blood bodies of these monsters are naturally more vulnerable. With this stick, He even thought about whether he should give up fist and foot skills and practice stick skills directly in the future. However, if he encounters weapons with runes or made of special materials, it is estimated that it will not be so easy to break. A woo! At this moment, a roar of a wild beast suddenly came from the darkness in front. He felt nervous, and immediately tightened the black wooden stick in his hand and walked over. A dense crowd of bright eyes and huge figures suddenly appeared in front. Looking closely, it looked like a group of lions. But those figures were much bigger than lions. And at the same time, their momentum was much more terrifying. They should be a group of demon lions. At this time, the group of demon lions were surrounding a big tree. On the tree, there was a figure squatting, holding a ball of fire in his hand, lowering his head and shouting angrily. The group of demon lions seemed to be quite afraid of the fire in his hand, and kept circling under the tree, growling in their mouths, but unwilling to leave. There was a smell of burnt fur and flesh in the air. The hair on the heads of several of them seemed to be gone. Luo Qingzhou slowed down his pace, hid in a bush, and looked at the big tree. The man was naked from the waist up. A young man, with a shoulder injury and blood all over his arm. When Luo Qingzhou was observing carefully, the man suddenly shouted to him, "Brother, save me! I'll give you 10,000 gold coins." Luo Qingzhou hid in the bushes, motionless. 20,000. 20,000 gold coins. 100,000. How about 100,000? The young man saw that he still didn't move. Suddenly took out a big bag from his arms and threw it at him. Pa! The bushes were pushed open, and Luo Qingzhou was exposed. The demon lions surrounding the tree suddenly roared and rushed towards him. Ha ha ha. The man on the tree laughed with gloating and prepared to get down from the tree. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the bushes, his body slightly bent, staring at the eyes of the Lion King who was rushing towards him. His soul was condensed. His soul power was accumulated, and his throat was tightened. When the Lion King ran to only 3 or 4 meters away from him, he suddenly opened his mouth and burst out a roar that could penetrate gold and stone from his throat. Boom! The Lion King's soul was shocked. And then a thunder suddenly sounded in his head with a boom. His mind was blank in an instant, and he hurriedly stopped. It was stagnant for a few seconds, and then it was pissed and wailed in fear, and turned and ran. The other demon lions behind him were stunned by this, and before they could react, Luo Qingzhou had already walked up with a black wooden stick in his hand, and flew up with the stick, and bang knocked one of the demon lions out. The other demon lions saw this scene, and heard the Lion King's wailing. Where dared they stay? They immediately scattered and ran away. The young man had just jumped down from the tree. Seeing this scene, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around and ran away in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou's fascia in both legs was tightened, and he jumped out with a whoosh. After a few runs and jumps, he landed behind him and hit him with a stick. Bang! The young man who was running fast was directly hit and flew out, and fell heavily to the ground, with a broken spine and a sunken back. He opened his mouth and suddenly let out a shrill and painful scream, then turned his head and begged for mercy. "Brother, spare my life. I was wrong. I will give you gold coins." Luo Qingzhou walked in front of him, and the stick in his hand pressed against the broken spine on his back. With a little force, the young man let out a shocking howl of awe. "I ask, you answer." Luo Qingzhou leaned on the stick and said directly, "Have you seen other people here?" The young man endured the severe pain and said hurriedly, I have seen several people, 7 or 8 people. I came in with them." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, "Where did they go?" The young man cried, "We were attacked by poisonous bees and got separated. They seem to have fled to the west." Luo Qingzhou said, "Do you know their names? Or surnames?" The young man trembled and said, "They didn't say. But one of the pair seemed to be father and son." The middle-aged man swore, and liked to curse people. His son seemed to be called Chuaner. Luo Qingzhou asked a few more questions before confirming that Qin Urge and his group were indeed among the group. The young man cried, "Brother, I have told you everything. Please forgive me. I have 100,000 gold coins on me. All for you." Luo Qingzhou squatted down, took out the storage bag from him, put it away, and left directly. The young man was stunned for a moment, looked around, and hurriedly shouted again, "Brother, take me with you. My spine is broken. I can't move. There are many crocodiles here, and those demon lions will come back. Brother, brother beast, bastard, you will not die well." Luo Qingzhou had already walked away. The young man collapsed on the ground and cursed for a while with a hideous and painful face. Suddenly, he heard a movement behind him, and his face changed immediately and closed his mouth. He endured the severe pain, turned his head tremblingly, and looked back. A tall and cold girl holding a whip, with a woman, appeared behind him. Such sexy long legs and figure. He was stunned for a moment, subconsciously said in his heart, and then excitedly said, "Girl, save me." Snap! The whip in the girl's hand suddenly hit his head, directly whipping him to pieces. I ask, you answer. Chapter 372. Save my father-in-law and my second brother. Bitch. Don't run. Goo. A shadow passed in the night sky. Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw a big bird like an owl crossing the swamp. There was a pile of rocks in front of him, a rocky hill. When Luo Qingzhou just jumped onto a boulder and was about to look around, he suddenly heard a squeak coming from below. Looking down, his scalp went numb. Under the boulder, there were densely packed scarlet eyes, which almost occupied the entire valley below. Looking closely, they turned out to be giant rats with exposed fangs, as big as jackals. The giant rats stood on their hind legs, squatted on the ground, with their claws tucked in front of their chests, baring their fangs one by one, looking at the bottom of the boulder with ferocious faces. There were at least hundreds of them. Luo Qingzhou looked carefully again and found that there was a cave under the boulder. The grass and trees in front of the cave were bare. The ground was charred, and there were many corpses of giant rats piled up, which seemed to have been burned by fire. The dozen giant rats surrounding the cave entrance were obviously larger than the other giant rats. At the same time, the claws tucked in front of the chest grew like scimitars, flashing a cold light in the moonlight, looking extremely terrifying. Squeak! It seemed that a giant rat had discovered him. The other giant rats heard the cry and looked up at him, with greedy light flashing in their scarlet eyes. Then, a group of giant rats suddenly climbed up to the huge rock. Luo Qingzhou immediately took out a bucket of lamp oil from his storage ring and poured it down along the surrounding rock walls. The pale yellow lamp oil flowed quickly along the rock wall. Although the giant rats had sharp claws, they were huge and not good at climbing. Just as they climbed to the place where the lamp oil flowed, they suddenly slipped and fell down. A large piece of the ground soon fell. There were other giant rats who were unwilling to give up and continued to climb up. But soon they all rolled down. A few climbed up, however, before they could climb to the top. Luo Qingzhou had hit them one by one with a stick and knocked them out like playing golf. When their bodies fell to the ground, they were already bloody and rotten into a pool of meat paste. Squeak! The giant rats were immediately angry and bared their teeth and screamed provocatively below, as if asking him to go down and fight. Luo Qingzhou put away his stick and threw a large bucket of lamp oil directly down, landing next to the dozen largest giant rats at the entrance of the cave. The wooden barrel suddenly broke, and the lamp oil spilled out. Since he was besieged by poisonous snakes last time, he has prepared a lot of lime, flour, lamp oil, and other items in his storage ring. It just came in handy at this time. The barrel of lamp oil thrown down was squeezed from beans, and the aroma drifted out as soon as the wooden barrel broke. As soon as the giant rats smelled the smell, they immediately drooled and rushed up to lick it, making strange noises. Soon, the ground in front of the cave was densely packed with giant rats. Luo Qingzhou immediately threw a large bucket of animal oil in. The wooden barrel broke, and the solidified grease was exposed. The giant rats began to scramble for food even more frantically, and the fur of each giant rat was immediately covered with grease. Seeing this situation, the giant rats in the distance also rushed over. Luo Qingzhou threw the last 3 barrels of soybean oil in 3 directions not far away. Almost all the giant rats began to scramble for food. The dense giant rats immediately divided into 4 waves, licking the ground and the bodies of their companions with squeaks. Many giant rats began to fight. The few people who were trapped in the cave below by this group of giant rats and had already been desperate saw the scene outside the cave, and all had hope again. However, there were too many giant rats outside, and they still didn't dare to go out. On the boulder, Luo Qingzhou saw that the time was almost up, and immediately took out the fire starter, unplugged the cap, and shook it in the wind, and it burned with a whoosh. Swish! He didn't aim at a certain place, but threw the fire starter down casually. At this time, almost all the giant rats were covered with grease. As soon as the fire starter with flames fell, it burst into flames with a whoosh. The flames immediately rose from the ground and the bodies of the giant rats, and then spread rapidly to the surroundings. The giant rats with flames on their bodies were horrified and ran around screaming. So, the flames spread everywhere. In a short while, almost the entire valley was full of flames. All the giant rats were on fire, and the screams of squeaking suddenly rang out throughout the valley. The people trapped in the cave were stunned when they saw this scene. Squeak! Squeak! Hundreds of giant rats screamed in fear and fled everywhere. Some rolled on the ground in unbearable pain. Some screamed and jumped on the spot, screaming with their mouths wide open. After a while, the screams gradually stopped, except for a few who extinguished the flames and escaped in a hurry. The rest were almost all burned to death. The whole valley was filled with the smell of burnt meat. The people hiding in the cave were also terrified when they saw the scene. They wanted to go out, but they were afraid that they would also be infected by the flames. They had to continue hiding in the cave, looking at it with pale faces. And they were secretly thinking in their hearts, who on earth could come up with such a terrible method? Luo Qingzhou was afraid that the temperature in the stone cave below was too high. So he poured 3 buckets of water to cool it down. Just when he was about to shout to confirm whether Qin Urge was inside, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the swamp not far behind him. He immediately jumped onto another rock on the right, and then jumped a few times and landed on a big tree in the distance. He jumped directly onto the tree canopy, hid among the dense branches and leaves, and looked at the swamp. A moment later, 2 figures ran out of the swamp, as if they smelled the smell or saw the flames, and immediately jumped onto the boulder where he had just stood, looking at the giant rat corpses all over the ground in the valley below, and the remaining giant rats that were still struggling. Both of them were stunned. One of the tall figures, holding a whip, with long legs and a slim figure, turned out to be the Nangong princess. After Luo Qingzhou saw that it was her, he hid in the tree canopy and did not dare to go out. At this time, the few people hiding in the cave below walked out of the cave carefully. After seeing that there was no danger around, they immediately looked up. When they saw the 2 figures standing on the boulder, one of the young men was immediately surprised and said, "Mei Jiao, it's you?" When Luo Qingzhou heard this voice, he was relieved. It was the voice of the second brother Qin. "Meiju, good trick." Qin Wenjin's voice also sounded. Nandong Meiju then found the person standing below, looked down, stunned, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. The woman next to her whispered, "Miss, they seem to be trapped in the cave below by this group of giant rats. And then someone killed these giant rats with fire and saved them. That person should have just left." Then he said with a strange and puzzled look, "Miss, have you been chasing that person just now? He not only helped us kill those people who had bad intentions towards you, but also helped us save the father and son of the Qin family. And he also likes to spread lime when fighting. Could he be Mrs. Friend?" Nandong Meiju was slightly startled when she heard the words, and a complicated light appeared in her eyes. "Mang," murmured Friend. "Mei Jiao." Qin Chuan led a few people and climbed up from the rock wall of the call. With a grateful face, "We have been trapped here by this group of demon rats since the evening. We have used all means, but we still can't scare them away. I thought I would die here tonight. Fortunately you came. Did you just throw oil? Why do you have so much oil on you?" Nandong Meijiao's mind suddenly emerged with scenes of being trapped in the cave when he encountered a group of poisonous snakes in the Blackwood Forest of Mo City. At that time, he also threw a bucket of oil out, which burned into a wall of fire and prevented those poisonous snakes from entering the cave. "Second brother, we didn't set the fire just now. We just arrived." Nandong Meijiao looked at him and asked hurriedly, "Did second brother see that man just now? Or did you hear him talking?" Qin Chuan was stunned when he heard the words, and said with surprise, "Isn't it you? We just hid in the cave below and didn't see anything." Qin Wenjing and others were also shocked and incredible. If it wasn't them, who would it be? Who would spend so much effort to save them? And after saving them, they left quietly. Qin Wenjing frowned and said, "Mei Jiao, is it your friend?" Nandong Mei Jiao was silent for a moment, clenched the whip in her hand, turned her head, and looked at the darkness around her. But unfortunately, she didn't see the figure. "It should be," she said lightly. The few people looked at each other and said nothing more. Qin Wenjing said, "We have picked a few 9-leaf grasses. I asked someone. This medicinal material can't be kept for a long time. It will have no effect if it is kept for a long time. And it can't be moved back for planting. Let's go back first and come back next time. I guess your aunt and others at home are worried and can't sleep." Nandong Meijiao looked up and looked around again, and then nodded. Luo Qingzhou had taken a detour and left before them. When he returned to the swamp, he found that the young man whose spine he broke was not dead yet. A huge crocodile suddenly crawled out of the mud beside him. It seemed to have heard his groan and was crawling towards him with its bloody mouth wide open. The young man heard the noise, turned his head, and was immediately scared pale. When Luo Qingzhou passed by, he hurriedly shouted, "Brother, save me! Save me! I still have gold coins at home. And I still have my wife and mother. I will give them all to you. All to you, by the way. Brother, a girl was asking about you just now. I didn't say anything. And she? Puff!" Luo Qingzhou threw a bunch of lime into his mouth and left quickly. "Pooh! Fuh! Fuh! Damn it! You little beast! You will die! Ah! Don't come over!" The young man cursed a few words and suddenly screamed in fear. Not long after, Qin Wenzheng and his party entered the swamp. The young man and the giant crocodile had disappeared. There was only a pool of blood and some lime powder on the spot. Nandong Meiju glanced at it in a trance. And when she was about to pass by, she was suddenly stunned, and immediately walked to a nearby place and squatted, looking at the lime powder on the ground. There was clearly no lime powder before. "Auntie Moo, let's go first." The bright light in her eyes returned, and she immediately stood up and rushed out with a whoosh, running out of the swamp at the fastest speed. "Bitch, if you have the guts, don't run." She gritted her teeth, and her slender legs bounced on the ground, jumping out as lightly as a spirit deer. Qin Wenzheng and the others looked at each other in bewilderment as they hurried away. Luo Qingzhou heard the footsteps behind him and immediately quickened his pace. Chapter 373. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? At the entrance, the tea house. The tables and stools placed outside the door have been put away. A dim oil lamp is burning in the room. The girl is holding a needle and thread, mending clothes under the lamp. The middle-aged man is sitting at the table, eating a plate of broad beans and drinking a little wine, chatting with the girl about several major events that have happened in Diyin recently. The demon race, which has been silent for many years, has recently shown signs of revival. It is said that the city of Mo near Chuamen Pass has been occupied by the demon race, and the people have fled. It is said that it was once the capital of the ancient demon race, and many demon treasures are buried underground. Dad, isn't the eldest princess's army stationed there? Yes, but the eldest princess was summoned to Kyoto a few months ago. It is said that she has been under house arrest in the palace and cannot go to the border. Ah, the eldest princess is so powerful, and is the elder sister of the current emperor. Why is she under house arrest? Who did it? Humph. This matter is complicated. I heard that the eldest princess is determined to reform. Who came only in Kyoto? Who knows that it was a tiger? Those who had long been a group. In the case, a voice suddenly came from the outside. Primary 2. Horses. The girl heard the words, and quickly lowered the needle thread in her hand, stood up, and whispered, "Daddy," as if it was the voice of the silly son. He was alive. Middle-aged people continued to drink and didn't speak. He came back safely, and her heart was secretly surprised. The girl stood there for a while with the silver coins in her hand. When she was about to turn around and go back to the house, a slender figure suddenly jumped down from the path on the stone wall next to her and said coldly, "Take the horses." At this time, another woman also jumped down lightly. The girl glanced at the two people, and immediately went to the stable to take out their horses and handed them to them. The slender figure immediately jumped on the horse. When she was about to ride away, she suddenly looked at her and asked, "Did someone ride away just now?" The girl opened her eyes wide and shook her head. "I don't know." The woman threw her a silver ingot and said, "Do you know now?" The girl took the silver and shook her head again, saying, "I really don't know." The woman's face darkened. When she was about to get angry, the tall and slender figure had already ridden away. The woman snorted coldly and immediately followed. The girl stood outside for a while holding the silver, then turned back to the house, closed the door, and said, "Dad, that young man seems to be being hunted by someone." The middle-aged man threw a bean into his mouth and said, "How do you know he is being hunted by someone?" The girl said, "The master and servant were so fierce just now. When they entered the mountain before, the group of people approached them, and they were almost beaten. Now they are aggressively chasing the boy again. It must be that the boy couldn't help but tease the girl. Daddy, you didn't see that the girl has a great figure, with a protruding front and a curved back, long legs, and a beautiful face. Men can't help but look at her a few more times. And women are no exception. The middle-aged man glanced at her and said, "Is she as beautiful as you?" The girl giggled, touched the scar on her forehead, and said, "It's still a little bit short. Daddy, you are really amazing." The boy actually came out safely. I wonder what happened to the group of people. The middle-aged man lowered his head to drink and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou rode a horse and galloped all the way. In the early morning, he arrived at the horse farm 10 miles outside the city. After handing in the horse and taking the money, he ran directly into the city with his legs. With his current cultivation, running and jumping at full speed is faster than a horse. It's just extremely exhausting. Fortunately, the journey was not too far. And soon, he had reached the city. He walked around the wall at the gate, walked towards the west wall, and stopped under an arrow tower. He had explored various places outside during his soul out-of-body experience these past few nights. This arrow tower should be unguarded. However, for safety reasons, he still hid in a corner, and his soul out-of-body experience flew up into the air to carefully explore. The arrow tower was inlaid with a magical instrument that restrained the soul. But under the concealment of his breath-retaining technique, the bead did not capture his soul's breath. Seeing that there were no guards around the arrow tower, he floated down after the patrol soldiers on the wall walked away, and flew to the top of the city with a rope on his flying sword, hung the rope on the battlement, and fell down. Then his soul floated down and entered his body. He listened to the noise from above again, then suddenly jumped onto the wall, grabbed the rope that was hanging down, ran a few steps on the wall, and jumped onto the top of the wall. He squatted on the ground, motionless. After seeing that there was no movement around, Fong collected the rope and jumped directly into the city. After landing on the ground, he rolled over and swept out again, disappearing along the shadow of the corner of the wall. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came quickly from the darkness and arrived in front of the city gate. After circling around, the girl turned her horse's head and left with the woman to look for her in a nearby inn. Luo Qingzhou took the mask, jumped into the mansion, and returned to the courtyard quietly. He took off his clothes directly in the courtyard, then drew 2 large buckets of cold well water from the well. After his rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down, Fong began to take a cold shower. He was rubbing his body happily, front and back, left and right, up and down, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned around and saw a figure standing in the shadow of the corridor, looking at him motionlessly and silently. Luo Qingzhou froze in place, and after a few seconds of being stunned, he hurriedly squatted down, covering his buttocks, and said, "Chan Chan, what are you doing? When did you come?" Xia Chan stood in the corridor holding a sword, still looking at him silently. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou quickly picked up the wooden bucket, poured all the water in the bucket on himself, then took the towel, squatted down and wiped his body, and said, "This is too much. How can you peek at your son-in-law taking a bath?" After drying himself, he quickly put on his underwear and outer clothes, wiped his hair, and walked over and said, "Are you scared? Let's go inside, and I'll show you enough." Humph. Xia Chan immediately left quickly, went out the main door, and closed the door for him. Luo Qingzhou stood under the eaves, looking at the closed courtyard door, and his heart was slightly warm. Did she find out that he had gone out? So she had been waiting for him here? Or did the second lady tell her to be ready to meet her at any time? Thinking of the second lady, he had to tell her, lest the Nandong princess come tomorrow morning and reveal any flaws. The second lady might still be worried. Thinking of this, he immediately dried his hair, went out, and came directly to the Meixiang garden. He knocked on the door gently, and when no one responded, he was about to jump in from the courtyard wall, when the courtyard door suddenly opened with a creak. Zhuer stuck her head out and saw it was him. She said quickly, "Sir, come in quickly. The young lady hasn't slept yet. She coughed again tonight." Luo Qingzhou's heart sank when he heard it, and he walked in immediately. The light in the study was still on. He walked into the house quickly. When he reached the door of the study, Chior came out from the room next door and said softly, "Sir, I'll help you take off your shoes." As she said that, she came over and squatted in front of him, holding his legs and helping him take off his shoes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and looked at her with suspicion. Chior stood up and saw him staring at her with such eyes. Her cheeks suddenly blushed and she lowered her head and said, "Sir, I don't have a foot fetish. You confessed. Zhuer snorted outside. Luo Qingzhou showed a gentle smile on his face, stretched out his hand, rubbed the head of the girl in front of him, and encouraged, "It's okay. It doesn't matter if you have it. If you like something, you should pursue it bravely, and don't be afraid of being laughed at by others. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan?" "Sir, I really don't have it." Chior blushed and was about to explain when the door of the study suddenly opened. Miss Jean Eyre, dressed in a plain white dress, stood in the door softly and smiled softly. "Brother Qizhou, don't teach Chior Eyre bad things. What ambition of a swan is feet?" Zhuer walked into the room and asked curiously, "Sir, what is a red kettle? Is it used to boil water?" Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he replied, "Yes, it is used to boil water." After speaking, he immediately entered the room and closed the door. Miss Jean Eyre was still laughing with her hands covering her mouth. Under the light, her beautiful and gentle face was as beautiful as a flower. Her eyes were full of autumn water. Her appearance was delicate and lovely, and her posture was weak and charming. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her slender waist, held her in his arms, and warned, "Laugh again?" Miss Jean bit her lips and held back her laughter, but her eyes were still smiling, and her fair chin was slightly raised. As if provoking, I laughed. "What will Brother Qizhou do?" "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou's hand around her slender waist suddenly slapped her buttocks, whispering, "If you don't obey, spank." Miss Jean's body stiffened, opened her watery eyes, bit her lips and looked at him, and her fair cheeks instantly climbed up two delicate and beautiful blushes. She was stunned and said shyly, "Brother Qizhou, you?" Luo Qingzhou stared at her blushing cheeks for a while, and suddenly picked her up and walked to the bed in the inner room. Miss Jean's body began to soften. Her heart beat rapidly, her chest rose and fell, and her breathing began to become a little faster. Luo Qingzhou opened the curtain and put her on the bed. Then he squatted on the ground, held her slender legs under her skirt, and slowly took off the snow-white stockings on her feet. A pair of snow-white and slender girl's jade feet were suddenly exposed. Chapter 374 Brother, I will support you. Meijiao's cleanliness. Outside the window, the moonlight is like water. In the next room, Zhuer and Chior are still talking in a low voice, as if they are waiting for something. It shouldn't be. The young lady is so weak. If a man wants it, he won't care whether a woman can bear it. Zhuer, the son-in-law is not that kind of person. Humph. How do you know? Have you tried it? The son-in-law has done so much for the young lady these days. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Isn't it because he is greedy for the young lady's body? No. He is greedy for your body. And Bailing Shachan's body. He is greedy for all the girls in the mansion. Is he greedy for you too? Of course. When the two were bickering, there was a sound of the door opening outside. The two looked at each other and left the room immediately. Luo Qingzhou came out of the study, closed the door, put on his shoes, looked at them and said, "The second young lady is asleep. I'm leaving first." Zhuer was surprised and said, "Uncle, so soon?" Luo Qingzhou. Zhuer hurriedly asked again, "Uncle, did you bully the second young lady?" Chior pulled her clothes and whispered, "Zhuer, don't talk nonsense. Uncle won't." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two of them and said, "Bullying." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the two changed. Zhuer immediately said anxiously, "Uncle, the young lady's body is not recovered yet. How did you bully her? How is the young lady?" Chior hurried over and opened the door of the study, took off her shoes, and walked in. "If you want to know, ask the second young lady yourself tomorrow." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, went out the door, and left quickly. Zhuer was stunned, and hurried to the door of the study, took off her shoes, and went into the house. "Chior, what's wrong? Is the young lady okay?" "Fine. She's soundly asleep." "Is there that blood on the bed? What are you thinking about? I told you long ago that the uncle is not that kind of person. The young lady is so weak. How could the uncle don't talk nonsense in front of the uncle in the future? Then the uncle must have touched and kissed her. Right?" Chior was about to speak, and her eyes looked at the pair of snow-white silk stockings on the soft couch next to her, and the plain white dress that the young lady was wearing outside. Even if they touched and kissed. So what? The young lady is willing. And the uncle is the young lady's fiancé. So he has the qualifications. Humph. Chior, I knew you couldn't wait to spend the wedding night with the uncle. When the young lady and the uncle get married, you will come to replace the young lady and be bullied by the uncle every night in the future. I don't want to bother with you. You're laughing in your heart, aren't you? Get out. Don't disturb the young lady's rest. Chior pulled her out directly. After entering the next room, he immediately tickled her, and only let her go when she collapsed on the bed and begged for mercy and couldn't breathe. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence. Xiao Dai had fallen asleep on his bed, and the quilt slipped off, revealing the girl's body in a pink bellyband. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes, socks and clothes, got on the bed, and covered her with the quilt. After thinking for a while, he took out the communication treasure, and when he was about to send a message to Sister Yu, he found that Xiaoya had already sent a message. Brother, what are you doing? Luo Qingzhou edited the message and sent it over, just getting ready to go to bed. How about you? At the same time, in a palace in the inner city, the lights in the study were still on. There was a red carpet on the floor and a red curtain in the room. A cold and beautiful girl in a fiery red dress was standing in front of the window, with a pair of white jade feet bare, staring at the night in the distance in a daze. On the table next to her, various books were piled up. There was a message on it. The message suddenly vibrated and a soft light shone. It soon returned to silence. After a while, she turned her head and looked at the message on the table. She walked over, reached out and picked it up, looked at the message on it, and no emotion could be seen on her cold face. In a daze, she sent the message over. The message came back quickly. Xiaoya, is there something you want to talk to me about? Nandong Huiyue stared at the line of small words for a moment, and suddenly edited the message and sent it. Don't call me Xiaoya. Brother, oh. Sister. The word brother was the note her soul gave to that guy. Now the more she looked at it, the more irritating it became. She immediately swiped her finger and changed it to that someone. Then she replied to the message, don't call me sister either. She was in a bad mood now, and she would never admit what her soul had done. That someone, what should I call you then? Sister. Okay? Nandong Huiyue looked at the two words, was stunned, and immediately replied, yes. That someone, what are you thinking? Xiaoya, are you in a bad mood? Do you want your brother to tell you a story? Nandong Huiyue, no need. That someone, okay. Then brother will tell Sister Yu. Sister Yu said that this story can make her feel the cultivation. Nandong Huiyue had no expression on her face, and threw the communication treasure in her hand directly on the table. She looked out the window again. In the night sky, the moon was high, and the stars were everywhere. A meteor streaked across the sky. She suddenly thought that if her spirit could go a step further and become a little stronger. Could she? She frowned and thought for a while. Then she suddenly turned around, walked to the table, picked up the jade, and edited the message, good brother. Suddenly, she reacted and deleted these words immediately. Then, she sat cross-legged at the table, and her spirit left her body. Xiaoya, brother. Brother. Good brother. I was wrong. I was in a bad mood just now, so I spoke so aggressively. Please forgive me. I also want to hear a story. I love you. Luo Qingzhou was lying on the bed, looking at the message, and was speechless. He replied too late. I have already told Sister Yu. In fact, Sister Yu did not reply to him tonight. The little girl beside him was awakened by his movement. Seeing him fiddling with a piece of jade, she kissed him a few times and said lazily, Sir, do you want me to serve you? Luo Qingzhou looked at the jade and said, No. Oh. The little girl agreed and got into the quilt. Luo Qingzhou? The jade lit up. The message came back, good brother. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Next time I see you, I will give you the socks I just wore. Okay? Luo Qingzhou suddenly made a hiss sound and replied, Okay. Xiaoya, brother has changed so cute. Hee. Luo Qingzhou, do you want to hear a story? Xiaoya, yes. 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 Brother, tell us the story from last time. I didn't fully understand the story last time. Don't be too greedy. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Then he continued with the story of Journey to the West last time. Wrote the content on the jade, and sent it over one by one. It's a pity that I can't use voice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Hiss. Luo Qingzhou continued to send. The supreme virtue is vast. Zen is annihilated. Pure and spiritual. Circulates in the three realms. Ever-changing. Governing yin and yang. He had just written 1/3 of a chapter when his fingers began to tremble and then stopped. He rested for a while before continuing to write. Xiao Dai left the room. brushed her teeth outside, went to the bathroom once, and then came back. Luo Qingzhou wrote half of the content and replied, Xiaoya. Let's stop here today. My fingers are tired from writing. It would be better if I could speak directly. Xiaoya, brother. The content seems intermittent and not very smooth. Some content that can be practiced may not be sent over. Alas. Luo Qingzhou, there is no way. Let's wait until the next time we meet. Xiaoya, brother. Can you come to Kyoto? My sister is so bored here alone. And many people bully my sister. Luo Qingzhou was surprised. Someone bullied you. You are so powerful. Who dares to bully you? Xiaoya, brother. There are many people who are more powerful than my sister. Can you come to Kyoto to help my sister? My sister misses you. Luo Qingzhou, wait. I haven't thought about it yet. Xiaoya, brother. You should not be in Maching now? Maching has fallen and occupied by the monster clan. Did my brother go to Yangzhou? I remember my brother told me last time that he was going to Yangzhou. Luo Qingzhou, yes. I am in Yangzhou now. Xiaoya, brother. Come to Kyoto. Come to Kyoto. Sister will support you. Luo Qingzhou, no need. Someone will support you. Xiaoya? Brother is so powerful. But he is eating gigolo? Luo Qingzhou, don't you want me to eat gigolo too? Xiaoya, sister is different. Sister's gigolo is delicious. Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Okay. No more chat. I have something to do tomorrow. Good night. Xiaoya, oh? Brother. I miss you. Good night. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, hugged the little girl beside him, and fell asleep soon. In the palace, the eldest princess in a red dress sat at the table, looking at the message she sent on the jade with a look of contempt and disgust. Nandong Huiyue. Nandong Huiyue. You are the eldest princess, the ruler of Huiyue country. Where is your pride? Where is your backbone? You are shameless. Outside the window, the night is getting darker. The palace walls are high and deep, enclosing the colorful flowers and spring scenery in the garden. In the blink of an eye, it is almost Mid-Autumn Festival. The next day, before dawn, the city gates have been opened. The vendors outside the city lined up to enter. People leaving the city walked on the other side. Nandong Meiju, Qin Wenzheng and others rode in and went directly into Maple Leaf Alley. Song Ryua had not slept all night last night and was anxiously waiting at the door. When she saw them return safely, she burst into tears of joy. Mei Jiao. Thank you. Thank you. She held Nandong Mei Jiao's hand and kept thanking him. Nandong Mei Jiao glanced at Miss Qin Er and Luo Qingzhou at the door, and was silent for a moment, saying, Aunt, it was not me who saved my uncle and my second brother, but someone else. Song Ryue was stunned when she heard this, and looked at her with a puzzled look on her face, saying, Who is it? Qin Wenzheng glanced at her and said, Let's go. Let's talk about it inside. The group entered the yard. After arriving at the hall, Qin Wenzheng told everything about yesterday and last night. Qin Chuan took out the 3 9-leaf grasses he picked, showed them to everyone, and then put them back, saying, Put them in my storage bag first. They won't wither for the time being. Song Ryue asked in confusion, Didn't you see the person who saved you last night? Qin Chuan sighed and said, It should be a warrior passing by, doing good deeds without leaving a name. These days, there are not many such people, and he wasted so many of his things. Qin Wenzheng didn't speak, and glanced at Nandong Mei Jiao next to him. Judging from her reaction last night, she should know that person. But she didn't seem to want to say more, so he didn't ask any more questions. Miss Qin Er, who was standing aside, looked at them, but her fingers quietly touched someone next to her. Someone also stretched out his fingers and touched her fingers. Then, their fingers were hooked together. Miss Qin Er bit her pink lips, and 2 light blushes quietly appeared on her cheeks. Her eyes were full of tenderness, and her heart was full of sweetness. Qin Wenzheng said, Mei Jiao, you were tired last night. Go to Wei Mo's room to rest first. As for Prince Duan, do you think you can go in the afternoon? Nandong Meiji was running around all night last night, and didn't sleep all night. She was indeed very tired. Hearing this, she said, Okay, let's go in the afternoon. She looked at Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou quickly let go and nodded to show his agreement. Miss Qin Er said hurriedly, Sister Mei Jiao, let's go. Wei Mo will take you to the back to rest. Nandong Meiji followed her for a few steps, and suddenly turned around and asked, Wei Mo, has anyone else slept in your bed? Miss Jean Eyre was slightly startled when she heard this, and then shook her head and said, "No." Nandong Meiji looked at someone coldly and said directly, "I have mysophobia, and I will never sleep on a bed that a man has touched." Miss Jean Eyre was a little embarrassed, seeing that everyone was looking at her. She had to blush and said, "Sister Meijiao, no one has slept on that bed except Weima. Weima can swear." "No need to swear. I believe you." Nandong Meiji said nothing more and went out. Miss Jean Eyre glanced at someone and followed him out with a blushing face. Walked to the courtyard outside the door. Nandong Meiji looked at the woman in the yard and said, "Andy Moo, you go back and rest first. We will go to Prince Duan's mansion by ourselves in the afternoon." The woman agreed and was about to turn around and leave. Nandong Meiji suddenly said, "Don't tell anyone about what happened last night. Especially Shui." The woman nodded and said, "Yes, Mississippi." Nandong Meiji paused, walked closer to her, and whispered, "Andy Moo, remember to buy me more lamp oil. Don't forget. At least 20 barrels, big barrels." The woman twitched her mouth when she heard this, nodded, and left quickly. Chapter 375 Romantic Debt. Plum Fragrance Garden. In the study, Nandong Meiju sniffed left and right, and when she saw the incense burning on the table, she turned around and asked, "Weimo, did he come last night?" Qin Weimo nodded and said, "He came, but he sat for a while, and then left." Nandong Meijio narrowed his eyes. "Where did he sit?" Qin Weimo pointed to the inner room. Nandong Meijio's face suddenly darkened, and she turned to the door and said, "I'll sleep somewhere else." Qin Weimo hurriedly said, "Sister Meijio, he didn't sit on the bed." Nandong Meiju stopped and said, "Then where did he sit?" Qin Weimo pointed to the bed and said, "On the chair." Nandong Meiju looked at the chair in the inner room and said doubtfully, "Is he that gentlemanly?" Qin Weimo nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Qinzhou has always been a gentleman." Then he sighed again. "Besides, my body doesn't allow it." Nandong Meiju glanced at her, said nothing more, walked directly into the inner room, took out the chair, opened the door, threw it outside the door, then took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, with a look of disgust on his face. Qin Weimo looked at her and said, "Sister Meijio, do you hate Brother Qizhou so much?" Nandong Meiju said coldly, "I hate all weak and sweet-talking scholars. They are not manly and disgusting." Qin Weimo's mouth moved slightly and nodded. "Oh!" Then he smiled again. "Sister Meijia must like tall and powerful warriors. If she can spread lime, it will definitely be better. Right?" Nandong Meiji's face froze, and he rolled his eyes at her and said, "Weima, are you laughing at me for spreading lime?" Qin Weima chuckled and shook his head quickly. "Of course not. Weima just wants to know what kind of man Sister Meijia likes." Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, and said with a cold face, "In this world, no man is worthy of this princess's love. They don't deserve it." There was a knock on the door. Chior said, "Miss, the hot water is ready." Qin Weima said, "Bring it in." The door opened. Chior and Chior brought the bathtub in, put it behind the screen in the inner room, and then brought in the hot water one basin at a time and poured it into the bathtub. After the two maids left, Nandong Meijio walked behind the screen and untied the belt around her slender waist. Then, she took off her dress. Just as she was about to untie the string on her underwear, she suddenly glanced at the window and said, "Weimo, that guy won't come suddenly, right?" Qin Weimo walked over, looked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, Mei Jiao. Xiao Air and Zhu Air are watching outside." Nandong Mei Jiao snorted and pouted. "Those two little girls will be his people in the future, so they will naturally help him." Qin Weimo chuckled and turned away quickly, saying, "I'm going to read a book." Nandong Mei Jiao said coldly, "If he really dares to come, this day next year will be his death anniversary. I won't spare him for your sake." Qin Weimo smiled and said nothing more. He walked to the table in front of the window and sat down. He picked up a collection of poems and lowered his head to read. Behind the screen, there was a sound of water. The hairpin on her head was taken off, and her long black hair fell down and fell into the water. The water was filled with pink petals, and the fragrance was everywhere. "Weimo, to be honest, that guy is really powerful, brave, and very good to you. His performance in Jinshan Temple and Qingyun Temple these 2 days made me look at him with new eyes. If it were other scholars, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to compare with even a hair of his," Nandong Meiju said while scrubbing her long black hair. Miss Jean Eyre sat in front of the window, and the bright sunshine shone through the window, gently falling on her beautiful and slightly pale face. She smiled gently, her eyes full of tenderness. Brother Qingzhou is naturally very good, Nandong Meiju said. Wei Mo, your vision has always been good, and your Qin family has picked up a leak this time. However, that guy is too outstanding, which is not a good thing. I heard that even the princess values him very much. Right? Miss Qin Air fell silent and did not speak. Nandong Meiju said, the princess is in the palace now. I'm afraid it's not easy. I heard from my father that ministers impeach her every day. She sent troops to help Luo Qingzhou kill people in Maching, and was also impeached. Miss Qin Air said, Sister Meijiao, is the princess unable to return to the border or Huiyue Kingdom now? Nandong Meiju said, I don't know. It's probably difficult. Maching has been occupied by the demons, and many people are displaced. The princess's army is stationed at the border, but she didn't go back, nor did she order help. Obviously, something is wrong. Miss Qin Air was silent for a while. It seems that he is under house arrest. Nandong Meiju said no more. Wei Mo, let that guy keep a low profile in the future, and don't show off his talent everywhere. This is Kyoto, not Mo City. It's not a good thing to be too popular. Keep a low profile. Wait until the next spring exam, and then go to the local official. Take your family with you, and then you will be free. Miss Qin Air said softly. Brother Qingzhou has always been very low-key and has never thought about being in the limelight. His performance in Jinchan Temple and Qingyun Temple in the past 2 days is also because he helped me to ask for medicine. Nandong Meiju said, this is? Yes. With that guy's talent, he is enough to dominate the literary world of Kyoto. But he is not like other talented people, or the 7 talented people of Jiangnan, who eat, drink, and have fun everywhere to seek fame. By the way, Wei Mo, has he been to a brothel again? Miss Qin Air said, no. He went there for other reasons. Not for the brothel girls. Nandong Meiju said, men are all lustful. This is inevitable. But you are so smart. You should be able to tie his heart. Wei Mo, I still suggest that you marry him as soon as possible. At least after becoming his real wife. You can better control him. He is no longer a member of your Qin family in name. And he has no wife yet. He can leave at any time and marry another wife at any time. Although he really loves you, and would rather risk his life to get medicine for you, I think you should still be careful to prevent being kidnapped by other women. Miss Qin Air turned her head, and glanced at her vague figure on the screen, and smiled. Who do you think has the best chance? Sister Meiju? Is it Sister Shui? Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said, she dares. Miss Qin Air said, Sister Shui doesn't look like someone who doesn't dare. Nandong Meiju said coldly, no matter how much she wants to do, she dare not take the initiative in such matters. My father and mother will never allow it. After all, that guy's background, and she only likes his talent. And she should not be interested in him as a person. Miss Qin smiled slightly, and said nothing. In the room, there was only the sound of water. After taking a bath, Nandong Meiju took out clothes from the storage ring. After putting on clothes and drying her hair, she went to bed and said tiredly, I have to accompany your brother Qingzhou to the Duanwang mansion in the afternoon. After saying I'm so tired, she fell asleep soon. It was quiet for a while. Miss Qin walked over, covered her with the quilt, stared at her sleeping face for a while, and when she was about to leave, she suddenly heard her mouth mumble, bitch, wait for me. Miss Qin stood for a while, then turned around and left, and walked to the window, pushed open the window, and looked at the small courtyard outside. The courtyard was full of colorful flowers and fragrance. She murmured, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, look at the romantic debt you have caused. See how you will pay it back in the future. Wei Mo will not help you. Schwa. A flying knife flew across the courtyard and accurately pierced into the red heart on the target by the wall. Exiled immortal residence. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the house, he took out the 2 storage bags he picked up in the Yumu Mountains last night and began to check the items inside. There were only 80,000 gold coins in the 2 storage bags, in addition to some daily necessities. There were also several bottles of marrow refining potions, and not even a demon pill. But what surprised him was that there was a very familiar book. There were a few big words on the cover of the book. Jade Foot Illustrations 3. Is the 3rd one out? He flipped through a few pages and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was not the only one who was perverted. No. It turned out that he was not the only one who was interested in girls' feet. Anything that most people like is normal. Luo Qingzhou felt that he should be normal. The feet in the pictures were all very cute. Some had bright red nails. Some were pink. Some were wearing various stockings. And some were barefoot. When Luo Qingzhou was absorbed in the pictures, a voice suddenly came from the window. "Sir, you have a good taste. You have hidden so many feet." Luo Qingzhou was startled and immediately put them away. Looking up at the window, Beiling stood there in a pink dress, looking at him with a sneer on her face as if she was a pervert. No wonder the uncle gave me socks and shoes and offered to help me put them on. It turns out that the uncle wanted to take the opportunity to touch my feet. Luo Qingzhou said with a straight face, "Is there something wrong?" Beiling snorted coldly and said, "If there is nothing wrong, can I come?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I want to read." Beiling sneered, "What book to read? The Jade Foot illustration book in your hand?" Luo Qingzhou raised the book in his hand and said, "Beiling, you misunderstood the uncle. Although the book in the uncle's hand has jade foot illustrations, it is actually a book on human meridians, which marks the various meridians on the feet. The uncle read this book to help the second lady cure her illness. I hope you don't be self-righteous and wrongly accuse the uncle. TSK. Who are you kidding?" Beiling looked unconvinced. Luo Qingzhou opened the book, stood up, pointed at a white and delicate foot in the picture and said, "Open your eyes and take a good look." Then he walked to the window and handed it to her. Beiling was stunned for a moment and immediately looked down. Then he asked in confusion, "Son-in-law, this is just a cute foot. There is nothing on it all." Luo Qingzhou suddenly grabbed her neck and pulled her in from the window, then closed the window with a snap. Chapter 376 Lie Method. "Auntie-uncle, I was wrong." Bai Ling lay on the ground, begging for mercy. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, untied the belt around her waist, pulled her out, and tied her hands behind her back. Then he took the rope and tied her feet up. "Uncle, spare me." Bai Ling twisted and struggled on the ground. Luo Qingzhou picked her up directly, took off her shoes, and walked to the inner room. "Uncle, no, I don't want it." Bai Ling looked at the big bed in the inner room and began to panic. Luo Qingzhou carried her to the bed and stuffed her under the bed directly, then said with a cold face, "Say, uncle, I was wrong 100 times. And say, uncle, I will never dare to do it again next time 100 times. And then I will let you out. If you don't say it or say less, I will strip you naked later, so that you will know how powerful uncle is." After that, he turned and left. He walked to the table in front of the window and sat down, and continued to look at the illustrations. "Woo woo. Uncle, I'm going to tell Chan Chan. Tell the eldest lady. Tell the second lady. Tell the lady. Tell." The words in her mouth suddenly stopped. Luo Qingzhou stood up and walked towards her. "Uncle, I was wrong, uncle. I was wrong." She opened her eyes wide, laid down under the bed, and began to speak quickly. Luo Qingzhou took the book, walked to the bed, sat down, listened to her, and continued to look at the illustrations in his hand. "Uncle, I was wrong, woo woo. Uncle, I was wrong." After a while, "Uncle, I finished the first sentence," Bai Ling said with a bitter face. Luo Qingzhou put down the book, looked at her and said, "Obviously there are still a few less. And there are a few more woo-woo. Bai Ling, it seems that uncle has to punish you a little." After speaking, he stretched out his hand to lift her pink skirt. "Ah, uncle, don't." Luo Qingzhou pinched her thigh hard. "Ah, it hurts." Bai Ling's eyes were full of tears, and she hurriedly continued, "Uncle, I was wrong, uncle. I was wrong." She said it more than 10 times in a row. Luo Qingzhou took back his hand and continued to read. Bai Ling sobbed and continued, "Uncle, I will never dare to do it again next time, uncle. I will never dare to do it again next time. This time." She said it with a dry mouth and kept saying it more than 100 times. Fearing that the number of times was not enough, she added more than a dozen times, "Uncle, I'm done." Bai Ling held back her tears, flattened her little mouth, and looked pitiful and about to cry. Luo Qingzhou then put away the book, pulled her out from under the bed, and first helped her untie the rope on her feet. After a pause, he held her feet in pink silk stockings and said, "It is a great virtue to admit your mistakes and correct them. I will give you a new pair of socks as encouragement." After that, he helped her take off the pink silk stockings without saying anything, and then measured her snow-white and slender feet with his fingers, and stroked them for a while, and then took out a pair of white silk stockings and helped her put them on. Bailing looked at him with a faint look, sobbed a little, and dared not say a word. After Luo Qingzhou helped her put on the silk stockings, he helped her untie the belt on her wrist, helped her up, and personally helped her tie the belt around her slender waist. Then he said, "Okay, go back." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. Then she ran away quickly, went to pick up her shoes and left the room. Squeak! The window suddenly opened. She stood outside the window and stretched out her hand angrily, saying, "Son-in-law, give me back my socks." Luo Qingzhou picked up her pink stockings from the bed, walked over and said, "Here." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. Then her face changed, and she turned and ran away. Luo Qingzhou walked to the window, looked at her figure escaping to the courtyard and said, "What's wrong? Don't you want it?" Bai Ling turned around in the courtyard and said, "Stinky son-in-law, don't think about deceiving me again. I won't be fooled by you again." After saying that, she immediately ran out of the courtyard and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window, holding the stockings in his hand, and was thinking about something when Xiao Dai came from the corridor and stood outside the window and said, "Young master, are you bullying Sister Bai Ling again?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "She was the first to bully me. I just taught her a lesson." Xiao Dai glanced at the stockings in his hand and sighed softly. Luo Qingzhou said, "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "Sir, when are you getting married? When you get married, if you like someone, you can tell the second lady directly, and the second lady will agree." Luo Qingzhou said, "How do you know the second lady will agree?" Xiao Dai said, "Sister Chior said so. Sister Chior said that if you like Sister Bailing and Sister Xiaochan, you can ask the second lady to help you ask the eldest lady for them." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and a trace of thought appeared between his eyebrows. Xiao Dai said, "Sir, then I will go and get busy first. By the way, do you want to wash the socks in your hand?" "No." Luo Qingzhou put them away. Xiao Dai looked at him strangely, said "Oh," and turned away. Luo Qingzhou sat down in front of the table, calmed down for a while, and then began to think about what to do in the afternoon. Several medicinal herbs have been collected, and the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree is still missing. So in the afternoon, the Nandong County Lord took him to the Prince Duan's mansion to visit the Prince Duan and find a way to collect this last medicine. Judging from the other party's behavior and performance in the Jinchan temple last time, the Prince Duan was obviously a bit shameless and overbearing, so it was not so easy to deal with him. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be very interested in Buddhist verses. I wonder if I can exchange him for the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree if I give him a few more. It may not be so easy. Maybe some other price needs to be paid. Anyway, he is determined to get this last medicine. No matter what the price, he will get it back. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the sun had risen to the middle of the sky. Luo Qingzhou explained to Xiao Dai, then went out and went to the Meixiang garden. Just as he arrived at the door, he suddenly heard the cough of Miss Qin Air in the courtyard. He hurried in front of the flower bed in the courtyard. Miss Qin Air was wearing a plain white dress and picking the blooming flowers inside. Chior stood beside her holding a vase. Jur held a snow-white fox fur coat and begged her to put it on. Luo Qingzhou walked into the courtyard. Miss Qin Air stood up with a flower in her hand, looked at him and smiled. "Brother Qingzhou, stand there and don't move. Don't get any closer." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this and stopped where he was. Miss Qin put the flowers in her hand into the vase, glanced at the room, and said softly, "Sister Meiju is still sleeping. You can't get close to the room, lest she sees and gets upset." Luo Qingzhou said, "Are you so angry?" Miss Qin smiled and said, "She is afraid that you will peek at her." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "I am not interested in her." Miss Qin looked at him meaningfully, and then said to Jur and Chior beside her, "You go into the house first." Jur quickly handed the fox fur to Luo Qingzhou and said, "Sir, let the young lady wear it." The young lady just coughed again. Luo Qingzhou agreed and took the fox fur. The two little girls left and went into the house. Miss Qin frowned slightly and sighed. "Brother Qingzhou, everyone else is wearing thin clothes, but Wei Mo has to wear fox fur that is only worn in winter. It's so uncomfortable." Luo Qingzhou walked over to her and put it on for her, saying, "Have you forgotten the plum blossom I told you about? Other flowers bloom in spring, summer and autumn, but it blooms in winter, so it is the most unique, fragrant and beautiful." Miss Qin laughed. with bright eyes and white teeth. Beautiful and moving, Brother Qingzhou is right about everything. Waymo can't argue with you anyway. Even Sister Meiju praised Brother Qingzhou, saying that Brother Qingzhou's mouth is very powerful. Of course. Miss Jean suddenly smiled again, whispering, Sister Meiju admires the hero who spread lime and poured oil to save the second brother and father. Brother Qingzhou. Do you know that person? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said seriously. No. The two looked at each other, held their hands together, and suddenly laughed together. Luo Qingzhou whispered. Didn't you reveal any flaws? Miss Jean Eyre also whispered. No. On the way here this morning, I deliberately mentioned that you were reading at home last night, and I went to chat with you until very late. I also said that you sent me back last night, and sat here until the early morning before leaving. Don't worry. Sister Meiju will definitely not think of you. After all, one is a weak scholar who is timid and taciturn in front of her, and the other is a powerful warrior who beats her without any courtesy. Luo Qingzhou pinched her palm and said, Is your fiancé very powerful? Miss Jean Eyre raised her beautiful face and smiled proudly. Of course. He is both civil and military. The first place in the imperial examination. The first place in the martial arts examination. Punched Jinchan Temple. Kicked Qingyun, the hero who shook the princess with a pile of lime. Luo Qingzhou smiled and hugged her into his arms, and slapped her raised buttocks. You are naughty. Miss Jean hugged him tightly. Her eyes were tender, and she pouted her lips and said, Woo! Don't hit me there anymore. Hooligan. Luo Qingzhou slapped her again and said, Who is a hooligan? Miss Jean snorted again, buried her blushing cheeks in his chest, and whimpered, Forgot. Luo Qingzhou said, Admit your mistakes. Miss Jean whimpered, Brother Qingzhou. The humble and poor Xiao Weimo was wrong. Just forgive her all. Luo Qingzhou suddenly picked her up, turned around a few times in the courtyard, and then put her down. Miss Jean hugged his neck tightly. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she said coquettishly, Brother Qingzhou, I want more. I want more. When Luo Qingzhou was about to hold her and continued to turn around a few times, he suddenly saw a figure standing at the gate and froze. The two looked at each other. Song Ryue looked at the happy smile on her daughter's face again, and said, You continue? I'll stand outside for a while. Call me when you're ready. After that, she turned and left. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Jean's cheeks immediately became hot, and she left his arms. Her body softened, and she almost fell. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly supported her. Chior and Zhur both ran out of the house. Miss Jean's heart was beating fast. She was panting. Her cheeks were full of blush. Her body was soft, and she could hardly stand. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou secretly regretted it, and hurriedly took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from his sleeve and dripped it on the back of her hand. Miss Jean Eyre still had a happy smile on her face, panting, and said, Brother Qingzhou, I'm fine. Song Ryue walked in from outside, with a serious face. Waymo is not in good health. You know it. Be more restrained next time. Miss Jean Eyre blushed and said, Mother, why do you use the word restraint? Brother Qingzhou and I are just playing for a while. Song Ryue frowned and said, Is the word play good? Don't use it again in the future. Miss Jean Eyre. Luo Qingzhou coughed and hurriedly said, Mother-in-law, I'll wait outside. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left the courtyard. The mother and daughter stood in the courtyard, talking to each other, and their voices gradually lowered. Not long after, Nandong Meiju came out of the house. Luo Qingzhou stood under the big tree outside the door, thinking about things, and several people walked out of the yard together. Nandong Meiju glanced at him lightly and ignored him. Song Ryue said gently, Qingzhou, let's go. Your father-in-law has prepared some gifts for you. You can take them later. Wei Mo's medicine is only one last ingredient. This matter depends on you and Meiju. Remember to be more respectful when you go there. He is a prince. Don't lose your manners. All the way, he kept reminding him. When they arrived at the front hall, Qin Wenzheng handed him the gifts and reminded him a few more words. Luo Qingzhou carried the gifts and followed Nandong Princess out of the door, and then got on the carriage. Miss Jean Eyre stood on the steps, looked at them, and waved. Luo Qingzhou entered the carriage, stuck his head out of the window, looked at her, and waved. Miss Jean Eyre had a smile in her eyes, and her lips moved slightly. Luo Qingzhou heard her say silently, Brother Chu Feiyong, be careful. The carriage drove away, out of the alley. It drove slowly on the artificially crowded street. Outside the window, cars and horses flowed like water. Hawkers shouted. Pedestrians talked. And the voices were noisy and lively. Luo Qingzhou sat in the carriage, lowered his head, looked straight ahead, and said nothing. Nandong Meiju crossed his arms and stared at him coldly. After a while, he said, "Why? You have nothing to say to me?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said respectfully, "What do you want to talk about?" "Princess?" Nandong Meiju said coldly. "When are you going to marry Wei Mo?" Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou thought about the scene of Miss Qin Air breathing uncomfortably in the courtyard just now, and said, "When we take this last medicine back, Miss Air stabilizes her condition after taking it, and then we will get married." Nandong Meiju was silent for a moment, then looked at him and said, "Luo Qingzhou, you are actually quite good. At least you are the most responsible, bravest, and most talented man I have ever met. Of course, you are also good-looking." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Thank you for the compliment, Princess." Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, and then said, "But she is too weak. If you go out with Wei Mo in the future and encounter hooligans and bad guys, how will you protect her?" Before Luo Qingzhou could answer, she raised her chin slightly and said, "Call me master, and I will teach you a hidden weapon, which is most effective against hooligans." Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and asked, "What hidden weapon?" Nandong Meiju showed a hint of pride in her eyes, and said, "Lime." Luo Qingzhou, "What? What's that expression on your face? Do you look down on lime?" Nandong Meiju's face suddenly turned cold. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he said, "No. If it's just spreading lime, there should be no need to teach it. Right? Isn't it okay to just hold it in your hand and spread it?" "Stupid." Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, with a look of contempt on his face. He is indeed a stupid scholar. He can do nothing but read. For us warriors, using any hidden weapon requires skills. And spreading lime is the same. How much to spread? When to spread? Where to spread? How to remain calm and quiet before spreading? And how to be continuous and moving after spreading? There are skills to escape from a rabbit. How can it be as simple as you think? Luo Qingzhou, "Oh." Nandong Meiju said coldly, "Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, call me master. If you are embarrassed, you can call me Lime Lady. Anyway, there are only two of us here, and no one else will hear it." Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed his hand seriously and said humbly, "Lime Lady, please teach me the hidden weapon lime method." Puff! Nandong Meiju just laughed, but suddenly held it back, and said coldly, "Listen carefully. Chapter 377 Buddha is known to be Buddha without seeing his body. Prince Duan's mansion, located in the south of the inner city. It was built during the reign of the previous emperor and covers an area of about 60 mu. It consists of 5 main gates, 7 main halls, 9 wings on each side, 7 temples, and 7 back buildings. The building is majestic and magnificent, and the decoration is magnificent. There are rockery and flowing water, lakes and ponds, 9 curved corridors, waterside pavilions, martial arts training grounds and stadiums, etc. It is noon now. After lunch, Prince Duan Nangongke is playing football on the court with his only daughter Nangong Shirui. The football of this era was introduced from the Western countries. It is quite similar to the way football is played, but the field is smaller and the number of people can be arbitrary. Although Nangong Shirui is only 9 years old, she is wearing a red tights, a ponytail, and knee pads. She is heroic and runs like the wind, as if she has endless strength. But Nangongke is sweating and panting, and can no longer run. 7 tall men stood side by side outside the field. The oldest was nearly 30 years old, and the youngest was only in his teens, all cheering for Nangong Shirui. They were all warriors, and at the same time, they were all Nangong Shirui's brothers. Nangongke ran for a while, but he couldn't run anymore. He stopped and waved his hands, saying, "Shirui, father can't do it anymore. Rest for a while." Nangong Shirui hooked her feet, and the ball flew into her hands. She pouted and said, "Father is useless. Don't come to play with me in the future." Nangongke took the towel handed over by the servant, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, "Shirui, don't be angry. Let father rest for a while. Father will play with you later." "Humph." Nangong Shirui turned around and said, "Seventh brother, you come to replace father." The 16 or 17-year-old boy immediately came on the court and said with a smile, "Okay, Shirui, I won't let you. TSK. Who knows who will let who? Nandong Shiroe threw the ball in her hand, and it stopped at her feet. And then kicked it out. Nandong had to leave. While he was drinking water, a servant came hurriedly and whispered, "Your Highness, Steward Ning just came to report that the princess of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion has come, and said she wants to visit you." Nandong was stunned when he heard this, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The daughter of the 13th brother? He suddenly remembered what happened in the Jinshan temple last time, and his expression moved. And he said, "Besides her, who else?" The servant whispered, "There is also a young man in a Confucian robe." Nandong sneered when he heard it. As expected, either they come to get something back or to ask for payment. Go. Say that the king is taking a lunch break and is not feeling well today. I won't see you. The servant agreed and left immediately. After walking a few steps, Nandong suddenly said again, "Come back." Then he murmured, "If I don't see you, I'm afraid that the 13th brother will think too much when he knows. Forget it. Let's go." After speaking, he explained to the sons next to him and left directly. Luo Qingzhou followed Nandong Meiju into the magnificent Prince Duan's mansion and waited in the reception room. Nandong Meiju sat and drank tea, and he could only stand by, with his hands hanging down. It didn't matter in the Qin mansion, but outside, he had to follow the rules. Moreover, this was the prince's mansion. Nandong Meiju took a sip of tea, turned his head and looked at him and said, "Have you remembered all the skills I just taught you?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Princess, I remember everything." Nandong Meiju said calmly, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. When you throw lime in the future, don't say that I taught you. Did you hear me?" "Yes, Princess," Luo Qingzhou replied respectfully. Nandong Meiju put down the teacup and said, "Have you thought about what to do later?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Just act accordingly." Nandong Meiju glanced at him and suddenly asked, "Can you really get the Firefox tears?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Nandong Meiju said, "Can you tell me which friend it is?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "No." Nandong Meiju narrowed his eyes and said, "Why?" "I won't tell anyone." Luo Qingzhou said, "I promise my friend that I can't tell anyone else. A man without faith cannot stand." "Princess, I'm sorry." "Humph." Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said nothing. After a while, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe and with an extraordinary demeanor, surrounded by the housekeeper and servants, came in from the door and said with a smile on his face, "My dear niece, how come you have time to come to my house today?" Nandong Meiju stood up quickly, bowed and said, "Uncle 18. To be honest, I came here today to ask for something." "Oh!" Nandong's eyes flashed, and his eyes looked at the young man behind her. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "I am Luo Qingzhou, and I am honored to meet you, Your Majesty." Nandong retracted his gaze and ignored him, smiling and saying, "My dear niece, if there is anything that Uncle 18 can help you with, just tell me." Nandong Meiju did not beat around the bush and said directly, "My father told me that there is a Xiantian jade girl tree in Uncle 18's house. My cousin is seriously ill and is still short of a medicine, which happens to be the morning dew of the Xiantian jade girl tree. So I came to bother you today. If Uncle 18 is convenient, I hope you can help me." Morning dew of the Xiantian jade girl tree? Nandong was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then frowned and said, "Which liar told you that this is a medicine?" Nandong Meiju said, "Master Wukong from Jinshan Temple." When these words came out, Nandong was shocked. His face changed color and he said, "Master Wukong? The last time you went there, you saw Wukong." "Master Wukong? How is this possible?" Nandong Meiju said, "I did see it. The abbot asked people to ring the bell continuously to invite Master Wukong out, not because of an enemy invasion." Nandong was stunned for a while, and suddenly said, "So that's the case. No wonder I said people to investigate at the end, but found that there was no major incident and no enemies. At that time, I was still wondering why the bell kept ringing." Then, with a face full of curiosity and disbelief, he said, "My niece, how did you invite Master Wukong out?" "I went there many times, but I didn't even see the abbot. Even when the emperor sent people to invite him, I didn't see him. You actually invited the master out the first time you went. If it wasn't from your mouth, I would never believe it." Nandong Meiju looked up and glanced at the others behind him. Nandong saw this and waved his hand and said, "Everyone retreat." Whoever dares to say a word about the conversation just now will be beheaded. Yes, Your Majesty. The housekeeper and the servants retreated immediately. Nandonka said, Don't worry. My dear niece. They are all old people in the mansion. They are loyal and dedicated. No one will tell this matter to others. Nandong Meijiao then said, Uncle 18. The abbot, the elders, and Master Wukong were able to come out to see us. All thanks to Luo Qingzhou. Nandonka was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the young man behind her again, saying, Is it because of those Buddhist verses? But it is unlikely. If the abbot came out for those Buddhist verses, it is possible. But Master Wukong has not seen guests for 100 years, and he should not come out easily. Boy, what did you do? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Your Majesty. After the prince took those Buddhist verses away, I wrote another Buddhist verse. Nandonka's face darkened when he heard this, and he said unhappily, Boy, you must have evidence when you speak. When did this prince take your Buddhist verses? Who can prove it? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, I was wrong. What I meant was that after the prince took the Buddhist verses that I gave to the prince, I wrote another Buddhist verse for Jinshan Temple. Nandonka's face showed. He smiled with satisfaction, and then asked curiously, What other Buddhist verse did you write? I don't believe that there is a better Buddhist verse than the one the body is a Bodhi tree. Nandong Meiju suddenly interrupted and said, Uncle 18. Can you give us the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree? Nandonka smiled and said, Don't be impatient, my niece. Wait until I finish asking questions. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Your Majesty. The last Buddhist verse is indeed better than the one the body is a Bodhi tree, and it is specifically designed to answer this Buddhist verse. Oh! Nandonka suddenly became excited and hurriedly approached him and said, Read it. Read it out for me to hear. Then he suddenly said, Wait. Write it out. Then he took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from his sleeve, put it on the table next to him, grind the ink himself, and said impatiently, Come, write on this paper. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the ruby ring on his finger, walked over and picked up the pen, waited for a moment, dipped it in ink and wrote it down. Nandonka stared with wide eyes, and when he finished writing the last word, he was immediately excited and said, Name. Write your name too. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and wrote down the word Qingzhou. Nandonka picked up the rice paper, read it several times, and murmured, There is no Bodhi tree, and the mirror is not a stand. There is nothing. So where can dust be raised? No wonder. No wonder. Then he looked up at the young man in front of him and said, No wonder the old monk is willing to come out to see you. These two Buddhist verses can indeed become the treasure of his Jinshan temple. Then he suddenly sighed, What a pity. What a pity this one of mine is not the first ink. Alas. Luo Qingzhou held the pen and bowed. If the prince likes Buddhist verses, I have a few here that I have never written. As soon as this was said, Nandonka was immediately surprised. Really? Luo Qingzhou nodded, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink, and wrote it out. Nandonka hurriedly ground the ink himself, and came to his side to watch intently. The Buddha does not see the body but knows that he is the Buddha. If there is knowledge, there is no Buddha. The Dharma is originally Dharma without Dharma, and Dharma without Dharma is also Dharma. Now when there is no Dharma, how can Dharma be Dharma? The mind is like the realm of emptiness, showing the Dharma of emptiness. Luo Qingzhou wrote 5 poems in a row, his pen moving like a dragon, all in one go. Nandonka watched with bated breath, his face full of excitement, and couldn't help but recite them aloud. Nandong Meiju stood aside, looking at that handsome and serious face, and couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, No wonder Wei Mo is so devoted to him, and everyone in the Qin family dotes on him. He really has the ability and qualifications. Luo Qingzhou put down his pen. Nandonka couldn't wait to pick up the rice paper on the table, blowing the ink while reading it over and over again. He smiled and couldn't close his mouth. Qingzhou. Good. Well written. Wonderful. These 5 Buddhist verses are all rare good poems. I won't be polite. After that, he blew the ink a few more times, and then put it away directly, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Your Majesty, can you give us some of the morning dew from the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree? At this time, it is reasonable to ask for something. Nandonka seemed to have just remembered this matter, and said with some embarrassment, Qingzhou, my niece, I also want to agree to this matter. But the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree is planted at my daughter's place. No one can go there except her mother. Even I can only go there once a month. And every time I go, I am disliked. People say that I am vulgar, and will affect the growth of the Xiantian jade girl tree. I can only watch from a distance. Not get close. Hey. After a pause, he said, well, Ruer is playing football in the back. And you go with me. If you convince her, there will be no problem. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju looked at each other. Nandong Meiju asked, Uncle 18. Besides playing football, does Rare have other hobbies? Nandongka smiled and said, let's go. And talk while we walk. The things the girl likes are very strange and most people wouldn't like them. The two followed behind him, left the living room, and headed towards the court behind. Chapter 378. On the court, the two teams were fighting for the ball, and their goalkeepers were on standby. After receiving the ball, Nandong Shirui passed 3 people and kicked the ball. The ball flew into the goal with a whoosh sound, close to the goalkeeper's scalp. Her brother's applause and cheers came from outside the court. The maids and servants also clapped excitedly and shouted in unison, good shot. Princess. Good shot. Princess. Not long after, Nandong Shirui kicked the ball again, and it went into the goal. When everyone cheered again, she suddenly stopped and said angrily, I don't want to play anymore. It's boring. You are just giving in to me. 7th brother. You are the most boring. I don't want to play with you. The tall boy smiled and said, Xiao Rui, I didn't give in to you. It's just that you are too fast. Nandong Shirui rolled her eyes at him and said, have you practiced martial arts in vain in the past few years? You can't even stop this speed? The boy said innocently, Father said that you can't use internal force when playing football. I really can't stop you. Anyway, playing with you is boring. There is no fun at all. Nandong Shirui didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. Walked out of the field. Took the towel handed over by the maid. Wiped the sweat on her forehead and neck. And looked angry. The other brothers hurried over to persuade. At this time, Nandongka came over with Luo Qingzhou and the other 2. Smiling and saying, Xiao Rui, who made you angry again? Tell your father, and he will whip him. Nandong Shirui drank a few sips of water and looked at him angrily. When she was about to speak, she suddenly found 2 strangers following him. The woman was beautiful and the man was handsome. And both of them looked at her. It's you. Father! Nandong Shirui snorted coldly. Nandongka hurried over and smiled. How did your father make you angry again? Nandong Shirui said angrily. I want to play football. But no one really wants to play with me. They all give in to me. Isn't that what you usually order? Do you look down on me like this? Humph! The little loli crossed her arms and turned away angrily. With her mouth pouted high, Nandongka quickly squatted down to apologize. Then smiled and said, Xiao Rui, Father has brought you 2 new friends. This is your 13th uncle's beautiful sister. And the other one is amazing. He is a great talent who is proficient in poetry and songs. This year's imperial examination, he is the top scholar in Mo City. You usually read and practice calligraphy. If you don't understand, you can ask him. Dad has decided to hire him to be your teacher in the future. What do you think? Nandong Shirui squinted her eyes, glanced at the scholar, and pouted her lips and said, Is he qualified to be my teacher? He is so young. And he can't be compared with him. Brother Qi is about the same age. Only a few years older than me. I don't believe he is that good. Then he said, unless he dares to go to the court with me and beat me in football. Then I can consider it. Nandongka turned his head and said, Qingzhou, can you play football? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and was about to say no when Nandong Princess next to him suddenly patted his arm and said, Xiaorui, if you want to play football, can he and I accompany you? Nandong Shirui looked at her. His eyes lit up and said, Sister Meijiao, if you beat me, I will consider letting him be my teacher. Nandongka said quickly, Xiao Rui, your sister Meiji came here today to ask you something. You before she finished speaking. Nandong Shirui had already walked into the field and said, if you win me, everything can be discussed. If you lose, then there is no need to talk. Nandongka stood up, shrugged at the 2 of them, and whispered helplessly, play with her. I will help you persuade her later. Nandong Meiji nodded, looked at Luo Qingzhou next to him and said, you don't know how to play at all? Luo Qingzhou whispered, I have never played. Nandong Meiji frowned, looked at the Kuja field, and suddenly said, then you go to guard the goal. Just pretend. Luo Qingzhou had to say, okay. Nandong Meiji said, I'm going to change clothes. You should also change into a set. Wearing a Confucian robe is not okay. Nandong next to him hurriedly said, Shuchi, take out your jersey, and take Qingzhou to change into it. Yes, father. Nandong Zhu, the seventh child, hurriedly agreed and walked over and said with a smile, Qingzhou, come on. Change clothes with me. Luo Qingzhou said, thank you, little prince. The two walked to a house not far away. Nandong Zhu took out a set of black tights from the storage ring and put it next to him, saying, the size should not be much different. Qingzhou, be careful when guarding the goal later. Don't look at that girl's small size. Her leg strength is not even enough for me. If she is kicked by the ball, you will probably be bruised. Luo Qingzhou thanked him again. Nandong Zhu said nothing more, walked out, and closed the door for him. Luo Qingzhou quickly changed into a black tights, opened the door, and walked out. Nandong Zhu heard the noise, turned around and looked at him, and said in surprise, it's just right. Qingzhou, you are a scholar. I thought you would be handsome and elegant in a Confucian robe, but I didn't expect that you would be handsome and extraordinary in this tight suit. With a different temperament. Luo Qingzhou said modestly, I can't compare with the little prince. Nandong Zhu smiled and said, just call me Ah Zhu. No need to be so polite. By the way, what is your relationship with Meijio? Is she her fiancé? You look very good together. Just then, Nandong Meijio changed her clothes and came out of the room next door and heard this. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, I don't have that kind of relationship with the princess. I am. Are you coming or not? What are you dawdling about? At this time, Nandong Shirui's impatient voice suddenly came from the court. Nandong Zhu said quickly, go quickly. Don't make that girl angry. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked towards the court, turned around to look for the Nandong princess, and found that she was following him silently, staring at him up and down. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly jumped. Wearing this tight outfit, she wouldn't see anything, right? Although after entering the martial arts realm, the muscles that had once bulged had returned to their original appearance, and the strength was hidden in the danhai and various acupoints. But the height did not change after wearing the mask. As for the temperament, I don't know if the breath-retaining technique taught by Sister Yu helped him hide it. I didn't expect you to look good in this tight outfit. At least you don't look as weak as when you wear a Confucian robe. Nandong Meijio walked to his side and praised him lightly. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Princess, I'll rely on you later. Nandong Meijio looked at the little Lolita in red on the court and said lightly, don't worry. It's just a child. I only need to use half of my strength. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Nandong Meijio said again, don't be afraid. Let her shoot a few times later, so that she won't lose too much and get angry. And we can't ask her to do anything again. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. The two went to the court and went to the team on the left. Nandong Meijio stepped forward and said, Shirui, he can't play football, but he can keep the goal. Let him keep the goal. Nandong Shirui couldn't help laughing when she heard this and said, Sister Meijio, looking at his gentle appearance, I'm afraid he hasn't even touched the ball. If I kick the ball in his face later, don't blame me. Nandong Meijio smiled and said, just kick it. Okay. Nandong Shirui threw the ball to her and said, Sister Meijio is a guest. You can serve the first ball. Nandong Meijio took the ball and looked back without refusing. Luo Qingzhou walked to the goal, and a young man who was originally guarding the goal whispered, be careful. The princess's foot is very strong. Don't use your body and face to catch it. Luo Qingzhou thanked him and stood in the middle of the goal. Each side is 9 people, and they stand in teams. Okay. Start. Nandong personally served as the referee and ordered someone to light a stick of incense. Nandong Meijio threw the ball in the air. After the ball fell, her 2 slender and powerful legs suddenly bounced on the ground, jumped up, caught the ball, and passed it to the right. A teammate caught the ball and immediately ran forward. Nandong Meijio was about to rush to the opposite goal, when a red shadow suddenly ran in front of the teammate, snatched the ball directly, and ran towards the goal where Luo Qingzhou was standing. Nandong Meijio hurried to chase, but it was too late. The red shadow was very fast, dribbling past 4 people, and then kicked the ball. The ball whizzed over Luo Qingzhou's head and shot accurately from the upper left corner of the goal. Good shot, Princess. Good shot, Princess. Cheers and applause came from outside the field. Luo Qingzhou stood blankly at the goal, like a fool. Nandong Meiji ran back, glared at him, and said, "Why are you standing there? Pick up the ball." "So stupid." Nandong Shirui laughed and said, "Sister Meijiao, your Qingzhou looks so stupid." Luo Qingzhou picked up the ball and threw it at Nandong Meiji's feet. Nandong Meiji took the ball and ran out. In a moment, Nandong Shirui suddenly intercepted the ball while she was passing it and continued to rush towards the goal. Bang! Another shot hit the goal. "Good shot, Princess. Good shot, Princess." Outside the court, the cheers of the people in the palace were heard again. Nandong Meiji's face began to turn ugly. She walked to the goal and angrily said, "Why are you standing in front of the goal without moving? Can't you even walk a few steps or stretch out your hand?" Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Princess, didn't you say that we should let her score a few goals first?" Nandong Meiji froze for a moment, clenched her fists, stared at him, and gritted her teeth and said, "This princess shouldn't have brought you along. Bringing Weimo is better than you." Luo Qingzhou said, "I should be a little stronger than the weak second lady." Nandong Meiji said angrily, "Shut up." After that, she ran away with the ball. This time, she passed several people and suddenly kicked the ball, hitting the goal. The people in the palace outside the court were suddenly silent. Nandong Shirui became interested and said loudly, "Sister Meijiao, it's good. Keep up the good work. As long as you beat me, I will agree to any request." Nandong Meiji was immediately full of fighting spirit. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately bent down and stared at the ball on the ground. Kick off. Nandong Shirui's team began to attack. Luo Qingzhou stared at her running route and saw that the ball was passed to her feet. His eyes immediately stared at her eyes. Heard her say in her heart, "First pretend to pass and shoot. Sister Meiji runs fast and will definitely return to the goal to defend me. Then I will suddenly pass the ball to the right." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the right, where there was a young man running quickly. Sure enough, when Nandong Meiji stepped back to defend with her long legs, Nandong Shirui suddenly passed the ball to the young man. The young man was already very close to the goal, but Luo Qingzhou only glanced at his eyes and did not run to intercept. When Nandong Meiji and a team member hurriedly ran to intercept, the young man suddenly passed the ball to Nandong Shirui again with a bang. At this time, in front of Nandong Shirui, there was only the goal and Luo Qingzhou standing stupidly. Swoosh! The ball shot out from her feet and rushed straight to the goal. The cheers and applause of the people in the palace immediately rang out outside the court. "Hello, Princess." "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou suddenly rushed over and hugged the ball outside the goal. Ball? At this time, the cheers of the people in the palace had just finished. But when they saw the scene, they suddenly quieted down. The players on the court were also surprised. Nandong Meiji had an incredible expression on his face. "Good shot. Good catch." Nandong Shirui was not angry, but said happily, "Keep working hard. Catch more of my balls." Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground and kicked the ball out weakly. Nandong Meiji rushed up immediately. Soon, the ball was snatched away by Nandong Shirui again. This time, Nandong Shirui passed several people directly, glanced at the upper right corner of the goal, and then suddenly raised her foot to shoot. Swoosh! The ball shot out. Snap! Luo Qingzhou jumped up clumsily and slapped it out. The field was suddenly silent. "Good shot. Come again!" Nandong Shirui became more excited. But when her third and fourth shots were still blocked, her little face suddenly showed anger. "Come again!" At this time, Nandong Meiji shot another goal into the opposite side. Nandong Shirui suddenly became anxious and angrily said to her teammates, "Stop passing the ball to me and shooting. Shoot it yourself when you have a chance. Are you all idiots?" "Yes, Princess." The players saw her angry and immediately started to take it seriously. Swoosh! A young man suddenly shot from a tricky corner. "Pa!" Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand to block it. Swoosh! Nandong Shirui shot again and was hugged by him again. Nandong Shirui was immediately angry. This time she took the ball directly to the goal, ready to dodge him and shoot again. But when she ran closer with the ball and suddenly performed a tried and tested fake move to pass the opponent, Luo Qingzhou suddenly kicked up and kicked the ball hidden under her crotch away. Nandong Shirui was shaking her legs to make a fake move, and suddenly tripped on his feet. She stumbled forward and was about to fall to the ground. Luo Qingzhou hugged her. "Foul! Foul! Nandong Ku!" The referee suddenly waved his hands and shouted, staring with eyes, angrily said, "Let go of my daughter." Don't touch her. Luo Qingzhou quickly let go, bowed his head and apologized. Princess. I'm rude. Nandong Shiroe's face was covered with sweat and panting. She glared at him angrily and muttered, I'm about to shoot. Damn it. After that, she turned around and shouted, no foul. Keep going. Luo Qingzhou continued to stand in front of the goal, slightly bent down, and stared at her running route. Nandong Meijio wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned her head, glanced at him, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Chapter 379 Pretend. Keep pretending. Dang! The gong sounded, and the game continued. Luo Qingzhou glanced outside the court, and the incense stick was still halfway left. Luo Qingzhou. Watch the ball. Nandong Meijio suddenly shouted. Luo Qingzhou pretended to be panicked and immediately rushed to the right side of the goal. Nandong Shiroe laughed out loud, and the foot that was about to raise to shoot suddenly lightly lifted the ball, and the ball flew up and passed to the left. Swoosh! A young man on the left kicked the ball directly into the goal. The cheers of the people in the palace came from outside the court again. Good shot by the princess. Good shot by the princess. Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground. Nandong Shiroe looked at him, raised her little fist, and smiled provocatively. Luo Qingzhou. Keep working hard. After that, she ran away happily. She was naturally happy after not scoring for many consecutive times, and suddenly scored a goal. Luo Qingzhou continued to guard the goal. Nandong Meijio got the ball, moved her long and powerful legs, past two people, and then kicked the ball from a distance. And it actually went in. There were a few shouts and scolds from the outside, calling the opposing goalkeeper a fool. Nandong Shiroe received the ball and immediately ran like flying. After passing two people, she saw Nandong Meijio coming to block her and immediately passed the ball. Then she passed Nandong Meijio and rushed to the goal. Bang! The ball suddenly flew towards her. Nandong Shiroe aimed at the ball, suddenly jumped, turned her body in the air, and with a bang, hooked the ball. Luo Qingzhou had aimed at the direction and was about to catch it, but he changed his mind in an instant. Swoosh! The ball went in. He stood there, with his arms raised, pretending that he had not reacted yet. There was a burst of more excited cheers and applause outside the court. Good shot. Princess. Princess is so awesome. Nandong also laughed and said loudly, Girl. Good job. Nandong Shiroe stood up from the ground, clapped her hands, looked proudly at the confused boy at the goal, and said with a grin, Luo Qingzhou. How about it? Is this goal of the princess cool? Did it scare you? Luo Qingzhou was stunned, and then nodded. Cool. The princess is awesome. Hee hee. Keep working hard. You are about to lose. Nandong Shiroe grinned and ran back to defend heroically. Nandong Meijio wiped the sweat off her face, received the ball, and immediately rushed to the opposite goal. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and took another look at the incense stick outside the court. Swoosh! Nandong Meijio scored another goal. Nandong Shiroe received the ball and immediately led people to counterattack. After several passes, the ball was passed to Nandong Shiroe's feet again when it came to the goal. This time, Nandong Shiroe was ready to avenge her previous shame and rushed to the goal with the ball. When she was about to reach Luo Qingzhou, she made a fake move again, shaking her feet on the ball. Bang! When she picked up the ball and was about to fly over Luo Qingzhou's head, Luo Qingzhou kicked it again. Nandong Shiroe froze and said angrily, Damn it! Then she turned around and ran to chase the ball. Nandong Meijio got the ball and attacked quickly again, but her teammates suddenly didn't play well, and the receiving and passing of the ball seemed perfunctory. The ball didn't go in. It was snatched away by the opponent and passed to Nandong Shiroe. Bang! Nandong Shiroe suddenly kicked the ball and shot from a distance. Luo Qingzhou caught it. There was still a small piece of the incense stick outside the field. Nandong Shiroe was anxious. They were still 1 point behind. Pass the ball to me. After getting the ball, she first dribbled past Nandong Meijio, then dribbled past others, and rushed straight to the goal again. It seemed that she wanted to avenge her previous shame again. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes, and suddenly glanced at the young man on the left who was running towards the goal, pretending to continue to defend her with full concentration. When Nandong Shiroe was about to reach the goal, she immediately raised her foot to shoot, but Luo Qingzhou did not rush over, and his body suddenly leaned slightly to the left. Bang! The ball was not shot directly, but passed to the left, accurately landing at the feet of the young man on the left. The young man kicked the ball and shot. Pa! Luo Qingzhou flew to the left and hugged the ball. Ah! Outside the court, the applause suddenly turned into a sigh. Nandongke looked at the little bit of incense left and shouted, Xiaorui, hurry up. There is still time. Luo Qingzhou threw the ball up, with a look of effort on his face, kicked it to the farthest point, but kicked it in the air, and with a bang, he slipped to the ground. Nandongke, who was anxious and angry, saw the scene and laughed out loud, holding her stomach and laughing. There was also a burst of laughter outside the court. Nandong Meiju hurried over to catch the ball and whispered, watch the goal. We are about to win. Then he rushed to the opposite goal with the ball. Stop her. Nandong Shirui recovered immediately and began to chase and intercept. Nandong Meiji ran with the ball for a while and wanted to pass the ball, but found that none of her teammates followed her, so she had to continue to carry the ball alone. However, she soon lost the ball due to the opponent's interception. The ball flew up and soon passed to Nandong Shirui's feet. This was the last chance. Nandong Meijiao's face was covered with sweat, and she didn't have time to wipe it off, so she immediately returned to defense. Nandong Shirui passed the ball to the young man on the right. She started running quickly towards the goal. Swoosh! When she ran to the front of the goal, the young man immediately passed the ball over. Nandong Shirui's face was tense. Her eyes were bright, and she stared at the flying ball closely. Suddenly, she jumped and used the overhead hook again. Bang! The ball was kicked out by her accurately and shot towards the goal. Pop! Luo Qingzhou caught the ball, but pretended that the power of the ball was too strong and he didn't hold it tightly. So the ball flew out again and rolled towards the goal. He immediately rushed back, and just as the ball rolled to the goal line, he grabbed the ball. Goal! Goal! Everyone in the palace outside the court shouted loudly. Luo Qingzhou moved his hand slightly, and the ball just passed the goal line and went into the goal. People outside the court couldn't see clearly, but Nandong Shirui, who was standing near the goal, saw it clearly. Dang! The gong sounded, and the game ended. Nandongke immediately announced, It's tied. It's tied. Shirui, your last shot was too powerful. Qingzhou clearly caught it, but it still went in the end. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingzhou picked up the ball, got up from the ground, walked to the red-dressed Lolita, held the ball in both hands, handed it over, and said, Princess, you are really amazing. My hands are numb from the shock, but I still lost my hands. Nandong Shirui panted, rolled her eyes at him, snatched the ball from his hand, and pouted, hypocrisy. Then she kicked the ball out with a bang, just flying towards Nandongke, who was applauding her. Ouch! The ball hit Nandongke's chest. Nandongke immediately covered his chest and said innocently, Shirui, father didn't make a wrong judgment. Did he? Nandong Shirui ignored him and looked at the boy in front of him and said, Luo Qingzhou, didn't you say you can't play football? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, Princess, I really can't play football, but I can keep the goal. Nandong Shirui stared at him, looking angry. Nandongke and her 7 brothers hurried over to persuade them. Nandong Meiju also came over, wiping the sweat from her forehead and said, Luo Qingzhou, apologize to Shirui. Nandong Shirui suddenly waved her hand and said, No need. He is not wrong. Then she turned her head and looked at her and said, Sister Meijiao, your husband is really great. Can I borrow him for a few days? Nandong Meijiao's expression froze, and she quickly said, He is not my husband. He is from my cousin's family. Nandong Shirui blinked her big eyes, looked at the two of them carefully, and said, If it's not a husband, then it should be a lover. Right? You two look so compatible. Are you engaged? No. Nandong Meiju and Luo Qingzhou said in unison. The two were stunned, looked at each other, and then silently looked away. Nandong Shirui smiled and said, Okay, then I won't ask. In a few days, I will take people to the palace to play football with someone else, the daughter of the concubine. Humph. That person is arrogant and doesn't take me seriously. We agreed to play football duel in the palace. Whoever loses will bark like a puppy and apologize to the other party. So this time, I must win. Sister Meijiao, can you lend me Luo Qingzhou and let him help me guard the goal? Nandong Meijiao's heart moved, glanced at someone next to him, and said, It is his honor to be able to guard the goal for Shirui. Of course there is no problem. Luo Qingzhou, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, Just follow the princess's orders. Nandong Shirui smiled and said happily. Many people will go to watch at that time. The eldest princess will also go. The queen mother will also go. And the emperor may also go. Luo Qingzhou. If you perform well, then the princess will naturally not. I will reward you if you treat me badly. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I will definitely live up to the expectations of the princess. Nandong stood aside and said with a smile on his face, Xiaorui, your sister Meiju came here this time to ask you for help. She has a sister who is very ill, and needs the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree to make medicine for her illness. Can you help her collect some? Nandong Shirui was stunned for a moment and said, Morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree? Then he said, That thing is a treasure. It smells good and tastes good. It is also very good for the skin. I only have 1 or 2 drops every day. It's not enough for me. My mother asked me for it, but I didn't give it to her. Nandong Meiju said quickly, Xiaorui, if you are willing to help, I can lend you Luo Qingzhou every day. In addition to guarding the door, he can also write poems and songs, tell many stories, and sing. There are many other skills that you can slowly unlock. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Nandong Meiju also looked at him and said, Shut up. Whatever I say is what it is. Nandong Shirui heard this and looked at the boy in front of her for a few more times before saying, Okay, I'll help you collect some. But not too much. Nandong Meiju was immediately happy and said, Well, just a small bottle is enough. Nandong Shirui pouted and said, Sister Meijiao, a small bottle is not a small amount. I have to collect it for many days. Then you can lend me Luo Qingzhou tonight. Don't let him go back. No! Nandong suddenly said with a serious face. He must leave before dark and cannot stay in the mansion. Nandong Shirui immediately said unhappy, Why? I have to study every night. Father, didn't you say that you want him to be my teacher? Nandong hurriedly smiled and said, Let him teach you during the day. You are a girl, and he is not old. It is not appropriate to be together at night. People will gossip about it. Humph! Who dares to gossip? Cut off his tongue. Nandong Shirui snorted coldly. Nandong quickly winked at Nandong Meiju and said, By the way, Meiju, didn't you just say that you and Qingzhou had something to do tonight? Nandong Meiju quickly said, Yes, Uncle 18. I still have to take Luo Qingzhou to see my father. Shirui, we're leaving first, and we'll come to play with you tomorrow afternoon. Okay? Nandong Shirui pouted and said, Okay. Remember to come early tomorrow. We have to practice quickly. Yeah. Nandong Meiju didn't dare to stay any longer. Took Luo Qingzhou to change clothes, and then said goodbye and left. Nandong sent the two to the gate, then smiled and thanked them. Meiju, Qingzhou, thank you for today. Shirui had a lot of fun. Nandong Meiju said. It should be. After getting on the carriage, the smile on Nandong Meijia's face disappeared, and her eyes stared coldly at someone sitting opposite. After staring for a long time, Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't help but said, Princess, is there something wrong? Nandong Meiju said coldly, How many secrets do you have to hide from us? You can obviously play football. Why do you say you can't? Luo Qingzhou said, I really can't. I can only be a goalkeeper. Pretend? Keep pretending. Nandong Meiju sneered. You can fool people outside the field. Can you fool me? You pretended to kick in the air and fall down when you were playing football. Isn't it because you saw Shirui was angry, so you wanted to make her laugh? Luo Qingzhou, you are full of lies. This princess despises you. Luo Qingzhou didn't argue anymore. Bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Lime lady. I was wrong. Nandong Meiju said. Chapter 380. In the evening, the setting sun was slightly drunk. The streets of the inner city were bustling with cars and horses. When passing by Moshua bookstore, Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain and took a look. He happened to see Nandong Shui, who was wearing a pink skirt, standing at the door and talking to Lanner. Nandong Shui seemed to have sensed it and suddenly looked up at him. The two looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou silently lowered the curtain. Nandong Shui stayed at the door for a while, and suddenly reacted. She hurriedly chased out and shouted, Mr. Luo! Mr. Luo! Then she shouted again, Mei Jiao! Mei Jiao! Of course she knew the carriage. Aunt Mu, who was driving the carriage, turned her head and asked in the carriage, Miss, do you want to stop? Nandong Meiju said lightly in the carriage, Keep going. Ignore her. Pretend you didn't hear it. The carriage continued to move forward. However, due to too many pedestrians on the road. The carriage could only move slowly. Nandong Shui quickly caught up and said anxiously, Meiju, take me with you. I also want to go to the outer city. Nandong Meiju crossed her arms, sat in the carriage, closed her eyes, and turned a deaf ear. Nandong Shui said angrily, Meijiao, I will go back and tell my father that you have a lot of lime hidden there. Nandong Meiju still ignored her. Nandong Shui was panting and shouted again, Mr. Luo, let me get on. Luo Qingzhou had to lift the curtain, stick his head out, and said, Princess Shui, this is not my carriage. I dare not speak. Don't pay attention to her. Nandong Meiju suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou immediately lowered the curtain and shrank his head back. Nandong Shui finally couldn't catch up anymore, so she stopped and stood there panting, saying angrily, Meiju, if you have the guts, don't come back tonight. Nandong Meijiao then stuck her head out and said, oh, then I'll sleep with Weima tonight. Nandong Shui paused when she heard that, and immediately chased after her, begging, Meiju, take me with you. I also want to sleep with Weima. Nandong Meijiao glanced at her and sneered, do you want to sleep with Weima? I'm embarrassed to expose you. After saying that, he retracted his head and ignored her. There were fewer pedestrians in front. The carriage began to run. Nandong Shui finally couldn't hold on anymore, and stopped there, panting, anxious and angry, stamping her feet on the spot. In the carriage, Nandong Meiju stared at someone opposite with a cold expression. Luo Qingzhou felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, so he had to explain, she is the princess, and she is helping the second lady to open a bookstore. She just called me, and I couldn't ignore her. Nandong Meiju stared at him coldly for a while and said, is Shui pretty? Luo Qingzhou said, Princess Meiju is pretty. Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes and said, is Shui pretty? Or is your second lady pretty? Luo Qingzhou said, Princess Meiju is pretty. Nandong Meiju. The carriage fell into silence. After a while, Nandong Meiju warned coldly, leave less contact with Shui in the future. Do you hear me? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, yeah. Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said, are all scholars as slick as you? Luo Qingzhou said seriously, if the princess thinks that I am slick when I tell the truth, then I have nothing to say. Nandong Meiju sneered and ignored him. The carriage left the inner city and entered the outer city. The streets of the outer city were even more lively, with pedestrians flowing in the evening. When they were about to reach Maple Leaf Alley, Nandong Meiju spoke again, Luo Qingzhou, the more I get to know you, the more I find that I can't see through you. But this princess has to admit that you are indeed very good and indeed worthy of Weimo. I hope you will treat her well in the future and don't hurt her. Luo Qingzhou said, I will. The carriage turned into Maple Leaf Alley. Nandong Meiju said, remember the lime method I taught you today. If you want to buy lime, you can buy it from this princess. This princess can give you a discount. Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and said, Princess, I can't use it for the time being. Nandong Meiju said, you are a scholar. Don't you know the term prepare for a rainy day? Luo Qingzhou had to say, Princess, I have no money. Nandong Meiju. The carriage stopped at the gate of Qin's mansion. Nandong Meiju ignored him and got off the carriage. Luo Qingzhou followed him. The two of them went up the steps and entered the mansion. After receiving the news, Qin Wenzheng, Song Riyue, and Miss Qin Er came to the front hall quickly. Qin Chuan also came hurriedly and asked as soon as he entered the door, what's the matter? Did you get the morning dew of the Xiantianjie girl tree? Nandong Meiju said, they agreed, but it will take a few days to collect. The morning dew of the Xiantianjie girl tree is not really morning dew, but the spiritual liquid of the tree. There are only 1 or 2 drops every day, so it takes some time. As soon as this was said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Riyue said happily, it's good that they agreed to give it. Meiju, thank you so much this time. Qin Wenzheng also said, Meijiao, you've worked hard. Nandong Meiju glanced at someone next to him and said lightly, it's Luo Qingzhou's credit. He made the little princess very happy. So she agreed. Luo Qingzhou saw that everyone was looking at him, and hurriedly said, Princess Meiju is too modest. In fact, her credit is greater. I just cooperated with her. Song Riyue saw the two people pushing each other back and forth, and became more and more curious, and hurriedly asked, how did you get them to agree? Luo Qingzhou explained, the Xiantianjie girl tree belongs to Prince Duan's daughter. Prince Duan's daughter likes football. After we went there, Princess Meiju played football with the little princess for a while. The little princess was happy, so she agreed to help me collect the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree. Nandong Meiju squinted at him. That's it? Song Ryue blinked, feeling that it was a bit too simple. Luo Qingzhou added, Princess Meiju has been running and playing football, trying to make the little princess happy. She has been sweating a lot, and her clothes are soaked. She is very tired. Father-in-law and mother-in-law. Dinner tonight? Song Ryue hurriedly ordered Mayor. Go and ask the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. I will cook for you later. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Mother-in-law. What I mean is that Princess Meiju is very tired. Let her go back and rest. Don't keep her for dinner tonight. Song Ryue. Nandong Meiju glared at him. Miss Jean Eyre on the side hurried over and said, Brother Qingzhou. That won't work. Sister Meijiao must stay for dinner tonight. Sister Meijiao. Let's go to my place to take a shower first. And tell me about what happened this afternoon. Song Ryue said quickly, Yes. Yes. Meijiao must stay for dinner tonight. Mayor. Go and prepare all the fresh ingredients. I'll be there soon. Yes. Madam. Mayor agreed and left immediately. Miss Jean Eyre smiled, glanced at someone, and pulled Nandong Meiju away. After the two left, Qin Wenjing asked, Qingzhou, there is only one last Firefox tear left. Is your friend okay? Qin Chuan also worriedly said, Qingzhou, you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Could it be a lie? Luo Qingzhou said, I'll go and see tomorrow. It shouldn't be fake. Qin Wenjing said in a deep voice, If he really has it, we will buy it with money. We can't take other people's things for free. Luo Qingzhou said, He likes poetry. I will write a few poems for him. It doesn't cost money. Don't worry about it. Father-in-law, leave this to me. Qin Wenjing looked at him with complicated eyes, sighed, and said, Qingzhou, you have worked hard these days. You have done so much for my Qin family and Wei Mo. We will remember it in our hearts. Luo Qingzhou said, Father-in-law, you don't have to be polite. Qingzhou is also a member of the Qin family. It is right to do things for your own family. And Wei Mo is Qingzhou's fiancé. This is Qingzhou's responsibility. Okay. Well said. Qin Wenjing was relieved. Qin Chuan also smiled and said, Qingzhou, my second brother was not wrong about you. From the moment you entered the Qin mansion, the first time I saw you, I knew that you were a responsible person who was worthy of Jinjia's entrustment for life. Ahem. Song Ryue suddenly coughed beside him, glared at him and said, If you can't speak, just speak less. No one thinks you are dumb. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said goodbye. Qingzhou will go back to take a shower first. After that, he left quickly. After he left the door, Song Ryue said with a stern face, He has divorced Jinjia. Why are you still talking about Jinjia? Where is your brain? I have no brains. I'm leaving. Qin Chuan didn't dare to argue with her and left quickly immediately. You? Song Ryue wanted to teach him a few more words. But when she saw him running away, she suddenly felt a gas stuck in her throat. I'll go to the back to settle the bill. Call me when the meal is ready. Qin Wensheng also left. Song Ryue stood there, her chest rising and falling for a while. Then she snorted, twisted her body, and went to the kitchen. Plum Fragrance Garden. Chior and Jur were boiling water. In the study, Nandong Meiji was talking about what happened this afternoon. Miss Jean Eyre said with surprise, Sister Meijiao, is it true? I have never seen Brother Qingzhou play football. Is he so good? Nandong Meiji snorted coldly. Not only is he good, he can completely crush the opponent. If he didn't deliberately let the opponent score at the beginning, I'm afraid that the little princess wouldn't even be able to score a goal. And I suspect that he is not only good at goalkeeping, he must be better at playing football. Weima. From his performance in Jinshan Temple and Qingyun Temple in the past few days, don't you find that he is becoming more and more unfathomable? Qin Weimo's eyes were shining, and he smiled and nodded. Well, Brother Qingzhou is indeed unfathomable. Nandong Meiju stared at her suspiciously, and said, Weima, you don't seem surprised at all. Do you know something? Qin Weima shook his head quickly and said, I don't know anything. Nandong Meiju narrowed his eyes, became more suspicious, and suddenly said, Weimo, take a bath with me later. Why? Humph. This county lord wants to torture you. Ah. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence and asked Xiao Dai to boil water. After taking a bath, he took out the Jinwu stone, looked at the current data, and decided to take the opportunity to go out to find the Firefox Tears tomorrow to find a place to practice. If he could join a sect, it would be better. In this way, he would not have to worry about the future practice methods and venues, and the speed of practice would definitely be faster. With the guidance of a master and companions, it would naturally be much better than stumbling and groping alone to practice. Even a boxing gym would be fine. After thinking about tomorrow's things in the room for a while, he went out and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. On the way to Qingyan Temple last time, he had not finished telling the legend of the Condor heroes. He promised Bailing and others that he would tell them again when he came back. The eldest lady seemed to listen with relish at the time. After finishing the story of the legend of the Condor heroes, he decided to tell the stories of the return of the Condor heroes and the deer and the cauldron. Anyway, he couldn't be cold to them just because he divorced the eldest lady. Chan seemed to like listening to them very much. I wonder if the girl likes listening to the snowman and the smiling proud wanderer. Maybe the girl can comprehend the sword moves in them after listening to them. Go out to practice during the day. Come back to tell them stories in the evening. Practice the soul and chat with Sister Yu at night. Well, life seems to be very fulfilling. Of course, I have to take time to read and write to prepare for the next spring exam. I wonder if I can meet the eldest princess in a few days when I go to the palace to help the little princess play football. I heard from the Lime Lady that the eldest princess's current situation seems to be very bad. When I was thinking about things and came to the gate of Lingshan Yu Palace, I suddenly heard Bailing's voice coming from the courtyard. Chan. Why are you retching all the time? Are you pregnant? Luo Qingzhou was shocked and stopped. Xia Chan's low voice came from the courtyard. No. Bai Ling said, let's go find a doctor. You look so bad. I'll find a doctor for you. While talking, Bai Ling walked towards the door and suddenly saw someone standing outside. Luo Qingzhou also looked at her. The two looked at each other. And Bai Ling said, Aunt Uncle, when did you come? Xia Chan, who was standing in the courtyard, turned around and went back to the house. Luo Qingzhou immediately chased in. Chapter 381 smells good. In the courtyard, golden chrysanthemums fell all over the ground. Luo Qingzhou chased into the house. Bai Ling hurriedly chased after him and said, Son-in-law, wait, you can't go in. The young lady is bathing inside. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou immediately stopped at the door. Then he stepped out, stood under the eaves and looked at her and said, What happened to Xia Chan? Bai Ling glanced into the house and said, I don't know either. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes with a serious look. Seeing that he looked fierce, Bai Ling could only say weakly, Chan seems to be sick. Her face doesn't look good, and she has been retching all day. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Go find a doctor. Bai Ling said with embarrassment. Chan is very stubborn and won't let the doctor see her. If a doctor gets close to her, she will draw her sword. Luo Qingzhou said, She won't do that if I'm here. Go ahead. Bai Ling glanced at him, said oh, and turned around and left in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou stood under the eaves. His heart was surging. After a while, Miss Qin came out of the house in a snow-white dress with wet hair, and looked at him and said, She's fine. Go to the room and take a look. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and bowed his head and said, Thank you, Mississippi. After that, he walked into the house without looking away, and smelled a faint fragrance like a lotus. He came to the door of the room. He raised his head and knocked on the door, but there was no response from the room. He pushed it directly, and the door opened. Just as he was about to go in, he looked back and saw Miss Qin standing at the door, who had turned around and left to the back garden. Luo Qingzhou looked at her cold and beautiful back, was stunned, and then entered the room. The room was dim and covered with curtains. Xia Chan hugged her knees, holding a sword in her arms, sitting quietly in the corner of the room, leaning against the wall, motionless. Seeing him come in, she slowly raised her head and looked at him blankly. Luo Qingzhou walked over, squatted in front of her, and asked softly, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, he reached out and touched her forehead. Her temperature was normal, and she didn't have a fever. However, there was a hint of paleness on her delicate cheeks. How's your appetite these 2 days? In addition to retching, are there any other reactions? Luo Qingzhou asked again. Xia Chan stared at him blankly for a while, and shook her head slightly. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side, sat down with her, and said, I asked Bailing to find a doctor. Let the doctor take a look later. Okay. Xia Chan shook her head, no. Don't. Luo Qingzhou held her cold little hand and said softly, Chan Chan. Listen to your uncle. And your uncle will tell you a story. Okay? Xia Chan's little hand struggled a few times in the palm of his hand, but didn't break free. She turned her pretty face away and said, no. No. Luo Qingzhou stared at her pretty profile for a while, leaned over, kissed her cheek, and asked again, okay? Xia Chan trembled slightly, clenched her other hand into a small fist, turned her head and glared at him. Kiss again. I'll beat you. Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth, then held her in his arms and kissed her tightly. Xia Chan struggled and trembled, pinching his arm with her other hand. But the strength soon weakened and her body soon softened. Soon, she was already soft and leaning against his arms. Her face flushed, her eyes blurred, and she stood still and let him pick her. In the back garden, the golden sunset was all over the garden. A girl in a white dress stood in front of the railing in the pavilion, quietly, with no emotion on her face. And no one knew what she was thinking. When Bailing came back slowly with a gray-haired old woman, Xia Chan had taken off her shoes and socks and lay motionless on the bed. The blush on her cheeks had not yet faded, and the blurred look in her eyes was still charming. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window, holding her sword in her hand. The sword was unsheathed. The window was open, and the light from outside shone in. The blade was cold, and the ruby embedded in the blade was shining, which was particularly charming. Bailing saw this quiet and harmonious scene in the room, and was stunned for a moment, and then brought the old woman in. The old woman walked to the window, sat on the stool, leaned over, carefully observed the girl's face, eyes, breathing, and then stretched out her hand to feel her pulse. Xia Chan lay there, still with her eyes open, motionless, without resistance, and did not draw her sword to hurt people like before. Of course, she no longer had a sword in her hand. Bailing looked surprised and puzzled, walked to the window, and whispered, Son-in-law, what's going on? Why did Chan Chan suddenly become so obedient? How did you persuade her? Luo Qingzhou put the sword into the scabbard, turned his head and looked at her and said, Do you want to know? Bailing nodded quickly, with an expression of humility and seeking advice on her face. Luo Qingzhou said, I won't tell you. Bai Ling. Humph. She snorted coldly, pouted her lips, ignored him, turned around and walked to the window, and asked impatiently, Doctor, what happened to Chan Chan? Is it? The old woman tilted her head, wrinkled her forehead, and took the pulse carefully for a while, saying, This disease is a bit strange. The coldness in this little girl seems to be very heavy. I have never seen the pulse before. I really can't tell what the disease is. As for the retching you mentioned, didn't she eat well these days? She should have a stomach disease. If she doesn't eat properly, she will vomit. But she can't vomit anything. Bai Ling said quickly, Yes, doctor. Chan Chan has rarely eaten these days. The old woman stood up and said, I can't treat the disease of body cold. For this stomach disease, I can prescribe a medicine. You go and get it. Boil it well, and give it to her. Bai Ling said quickly, Thank you, doctor. The old woman went to the table, opened the medicine box, took out paper and pen, ground ink, and wrote a prescription. Luo Qingzhou walked closer and took a look. It said ginseng, white atractalodes, poria, licorice, tangerine peel, pinelia and other medicines. Boil it into soup twice a day. It can replenish qi and spleen, raise yang and benefit stomach, clear heat and remove dampness. The old woman handed the prescription to Bai Ling. Bai Ling took the prescription, turned around and said crisply, Uncle, take the money. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, took out a piece of silver from his pocket and handed it to her. Is it enough? Bai Ling waited and was about to say it was not enough. But the old woman smiled and said, It's enough. It's enough. Even enough to get the medicine. And there's some extra. Bai Ling had to put away the silver and said, Uncle, please help look after Chan Chan. I'll go see the doctor off and go out to get the medicine. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Bai Ling took the old woman away and turned back at the door to warn, Son-in-law, don't bully Chan Chan when she's not around. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. After they left, Luo Qingzhou went over to close the door, walked to the bed and sat down, and asked softly, Chan Chan, why don't you eat well these days? Xia Chan closed her eyes and didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou put the sword in his hand next to her, stood up and said, Wait! Son-in-law will go to the kitchen to make you something to eat. You must eat later. Otherwise son-in-law will sit here tonight and won't leave. After that, he left the room and went directly to the back kitchen. Xia-chan lay on the bed, slowly opened her eyes, and clenched her sword. In the back kitchen, Song Ryue was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. Mayor Chinger and others were helping by the side. After Luo Qingzhou entered the back kitchen, several maids looked at him in surprise. Mayor said quickly, "Madam, the son-in-law is here." Song Ryue was tasting the soup in the pot with a spoon. She was stunned when she heard the words. She turned her head to look at the door, then frowned and said, "Qingzhou, why are you here? You are a scholar. You are clean. This place is full of grease. Go out quickly." Luo Qingzhou had to say, "Mother-in-law, I want to take some ingredients back and let Xiaodai help me make porridge." Song Ryue was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and said, "Do you like porridge? I will help you make it later. Go out quickly." Luo Qingzhou said, "I want to take some ingredients and let Xiaodai try her hand." Song Ryue saw that the soup in the pot was almost ready, and didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. So he said impatiently, Okay, let me help you get it. Go. Don't touch it. Your hands are for writing and taking the imperial examination, so don't let them be stained by oil." Mei hurried to the door and asked, "Son-in-law, what materials do you want to get?" Luo Qingzhou said, "White rice, green vegetables, preserved eggs, lean meat." After thinking for a while, he glanced at the ingredients in the kitchen and said, "Dried mushrooms and dried shrimps." Mayor was stunned and asked in confusion, "Son-in-law, don't you want to make porridge? Isn't rice or millet okay?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Go and get it." Mayor looked at him strangely and said, "Oh, son-in-law, go back first. I'll take it over later." Luo Qingzhou said nothing more, looked at the busy mother-in-law again, and left the kitchen, returned to the exiled immortal residence. Xiaodai was collecting the quilts that were drying in the small courtyard. Her petite body was carrying the quilts, and her feet were almost invisible. Luo Qingzhou hurried over to help her carry it into the house, saying, "Go to the kitchen and clean the pot. Light the fire, and I will make you porridge later." Xiaodai opened her eyes wide and said, "Master, are you making porridge?" No. You can't enter the kitchen. Your hands are. Don't talk too much. Go." Luo Qingzhou's face sank. Xiaodai glanced at him weakly and said, "Oh." Smoke soon came out of the kitchen chimney. Luo Qingzhou entered the kitchen and washed the chopping board, knife, and other items under clean water for a long time. Then, he washed the pot several times. Xiaodai was filling the firewood, and seeing his skilled appearance, she couldn't help but say, "Master, did you make Madam angry again? Madam didn't cook for us tonight?" Luo Qingzhou held back his smile when he heard this, nodded seriously, and said, "Yeah." Xiaodai sighed softly, glanced at his face, and didn't dare to say anything. Not long after, Mayor brought all the ingredients over. Xiaodai wanted to ask her wife why she was angry, but she didn't dare to speak. Mayor put the things down, looked at the two of them, and left in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou began to wash the rice and put it in the pot, then cut the meat, vegetables and preserved eggs, and put them on a plate beside. Xiaodai, heat up the other pot. Remember to use a low heat, Luo Qingzhou ordered. Poured out the dried mushrooms and dried shrimps, began to rinse with water, and then drain them and put them on a plate. When the pot inside was heated, he poured the drained mushrooms and shrimps into the pot and began to stir-fry. Xiaodai, turn down the heat. Oh! Xiaodai quickly removed the firewood inside. Luo Qingzhou stir-fried quickly to prevent the pot from burning. After a while, an attractive fragrance suddenly filled the entire kitchen, and then drifted away. "Sir, it smells so good." Xiaodai swallowed her saliva and stared at the slightly burnt dried mushrooms and dried shrimps in the pot with shining eyes. Luo Qingzhou quickly stir-fried for a while, then said, "Okay, turn off the heat." He scooped up the food, poured it into the medicine pounding device, and began to grind it into powder to make the simplest monosodium glutamate. "Sir, the porridge is almost done." Xiaodai opened the lid of the pot and shouted, then said, "Oh, sir, you put too much water. It's too watery." Luo Qingzhou said, "Keep boiling. Lower the heat. Then pour in the chopped lean meat, preserved eggs and green vegetables and stir evenly." Soon, the fragrance filled the entire kitchen and the courtyard. Xiaodai's mouth was drooling, staring at the pot and said, "Sir, This is the first time I've seen these things poured into the porridge and boiled together. It smells so good. There will be more fragrant later. Luo Qingzhou ground the shrimp skin and mushrooms, waited for a while, and saw that the water in the pot began to decrease, and the porridge began to become thicker and sticky. Then sprinkled the shrimp skin and mushroom powder into it. After stirring, he said, continue to simmer on low heat. Xiao Dai filled the firewood, drooling all the time, and said with a face full of saliva and excitement, Sir, it smells so good. I want to have a bite. Wait a little longer. Boil the porridge until it is the stickiest, and it will be ready after all the flavors are blended. Luo Qingzhou began to stir. The rich fragrance floated out of the kitchen, out of the courtyard, and onto the road outside. Then it followed the evening wind and floated to Lingshan Moon Palace. Miss Qin, who was sitting in a daze in the back garden, suddenly moved her nose, turned her head, and looked in the direction of the exiled immortal residence. The chimney there was emitting smoke. In the Meixiang garden, Nandong Meijio had already taken a bath, changed into a purple dress, and wiped her black hair dry. Meyer came over and called them to eat. Nandong Meiji was flipping through Miss Qin's books and said, I'm not very hungry. Weima, why don't you go and eat by yourself? Qin Weima pulled her and said, that won't work. My mother will cook tonight. If you don't go, she will be unhappy. Nandong Meiji had no choice but to put down the books and go out with her. Meyer, have you called the son-in-law? Qin Weimo asked. Meyer said, not yet. I will go and call him now. Then she smiled and said, the son-in-law went to the kitchen before and took some ingredients, saying that Xiao Dai would learn to cook. When the lady heard that the son-in-law wanted to eat porridge, she specially cooked a pot of white rice porridge, which was very fragrant. Nandong Meijiao couldn't help but curl her lips and said, and is so nice to that guy. Qin Weimo said, Mayor, you go back first. I and Sister Meiji can go and call him, Mayor said. And the eldest lady, Qin Weimo, smiled and said, let's go and call him. Mayor said oh and turned to leave. Qin Weimo and Nandong Meijio, with Chior and Zhu, walked towards the exiled immortal residence. Before they reached the door, several people suddenly moved their noses, and a puzzled look appeared on their faces. Miss, it smells so good. Where does the fragrance come from? Zhuer sniffed hard again, and the saliva in her mouth flowed out unconsciously. Chior was also swallowing her saliva. Qin Weimo raised his head in confusion and looked at the exiled immortal residence. Nandong Meiji saw the smoke coming out of there at a glance, and asked curiously, are they cooking? What smells so good? It smells like rice porridge. And Qin Weimo frowned and said quickly, Meijiao, let's go and take a look. At this time, in the dining room in front, Song Ryue was looking at the exquisite dishes she made on the table with a smile on her face, and said proudly, Master, I made them all myself. Don't they smell good? Qin Wenzheng sniffed and nodded. It smells good. Chapter 382. Where are the people? Sir, it smells so good. Luo Qingzhou first served a bowl to Xiao Dai, who immediately took the spoon and blew on it while eagerly eating it, squinting her eyes happily. Luo Qingzhou took the lunch box and was filling it when he suddenly felt the light behind him dim. He turned around and saw that the door was blocked. Miss Qin Er and Nandong Meiji were standing at the door, looking inside with a puzzled look. Chior and Zhuer were standing behind them, swallowing their saliva. Brother Qingzhou, what smells so good? Miss Qin Er went into the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou closed the lunch box and said, Xia-chan hasn't eaten well these days, so I made some porridge for her. Miss Qin Er and Nandong Meijiao both walked to the stove and looked into the pot. Miss Er and Princess, do you want to eat? There are still some left. Let Xiao Dai serve them to you. I'll go to deliver the meal to Xia-chan. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he hurried away with the lunch box. When passing by Chior and Zhuer swallowed her saliva and said, Master, is there any for me? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two and said, there should be. Go in and take a look. When Zhuer heard this, she hurried into the kitchen. Xiao Dai had already stood up and went to get a bowl and spoon, and served a bowl to Miss Qin Er and Nandong Meiji. There was still a little left in the pot. Zhuer hurriedly said, Xiao Dai, mine. Master said I have a share too. Xiao Dai had to get another bowl, scooped up the last bit, and handed it to her. Zhuer immediately took it with a smile and thanked her repeatedly. Chior also walked in, sniffed, and looked into the empty pot. It's so hot. Zhuer took a bite and immediately opened her eyes wide. Miss, It's so delicious. Is this really made by master? Qin Weimo was blowing on it with a small mouthful, and didn't dare to eat it. Nandong Meiji frowned, and after taking a bite carefully, her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked down at the porridge mixed with various colors in the bowl, and a look of surprise and suspicion appeared on her face. Sister Chiu, let's eat together. Xiao Dai decided to share the bowl of porridge with Chiu. The sound of everyone blowing suddenly rang in the kitchen. The fragrance and heat immediately drifted throughout the kitchen. Lingshan Moon Palace. Luo Qingzhou carried the porridge and entered the room. Xia Chan was lying on the bed, closing her eyes and thinking about random things. Luo Qingzhou opened the lunch box, took out the bowl and spoon, filled a bowl, walked to the bed and said, Chan Chan, get up and eat. Xia Chan opened her eyes and looked at him blankly, suddenly moved her nose, and looked at the bowl in his hand. The preserved egg, lean meat, and green vegetable porridge is very fragrant. The uncle personally cooked it for you. Luo Qingzhou reached out and helped her up, then scooped a spoonful, blew it, and handed it to her mouth, saying, try it. Xia Chan glanced at him, then opened her mouth and took a small bite carefully. The porridge was sticky and melted in her mouth, and a sweet taste immediately filled her mouth. Xia Chan was stunned for a moment, swallowed it, and looked at his bowl again. Luo Qingzhou quickly scooped a second spoonful, blew it for a while, and handed it to her mouth. This time, Xia Chan took all the porridge in the spoon in one gulp. Luo Qingzhou scooped the third spoonful, blew on it, and said, Chan Chan, how is the cooking of the uncle? Is it delicious? Xia Chan glanced at him, swallowed the porridge in her mouth, and whispered, if it tastes good, eat more. And there's more. Seeing that she liked it, Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to feed her. Soon, half a bowl of porridge was gone. While Luo Qingzhou was feeding her, Xia Chan's eyes suddenly looked at the door. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked. The door was empty. Nothing. Bai Ling shouldn't come back so soon. There's no need to wait for her. She's not a patient. She's not qualified to eat the porridge cooked by the uncle. Luo Qingzhou complained and continued to feed her. Xia Chan stopped eating and whispered, here, give the young lady a bowl. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this and said, will the young lady eat it? She shouldn't eat the porridge I made. Right? Xia Chan frowned, and her tone seemed to be pleading, go. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and without hesitation, he immediately handed the bowl to her hand, stood up and said, okay, I'll serve a bowl over. He went to get the bowl and spoon, poured the last portion into the bowl, then left the room and took it to the back garden. In the pavilion in the back garden, young Miss Qin, wearing a snow-white dress, was sitting there, reading a book quietly. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, walked over with the porridge, entered the pavilion, and said, young miss, I just made the porridge. Do you want to eat a few bites? Qin Jinjia raised her head, glanced at him, then looked at the porridge in his hand, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and when she was about to say goodbye, she said lightly, put it down. Luo Qingzhou quickly put the porridge on the stone table in front of her, and then said goodbye and left. The tempting aroma soon drifted throughout the pavilion. Qin Jinjia stared at the porridge in the bowl for a while, lowered her head, and continued to read. In the front hall, the sun had set, and the night was shrouded. The maids lit the oil lamps, and candles, and blue lanterns in the corridor. Song Ryue, Qin Wenzheng, and Qin Chuan waited and waited, and the dishes were almost cold, but no one came. Song Ryue was immediately angry. Mayor, didn't you say that the second lady went to call them? Where are they? May lowered her head and said with a bitter face, I don't know either. Qin Wenzheng frowned and said, go and see. Just as Mayor was about to leave, Song Ryue immediately said angrily, I'll go by myself. After that, she went out angrily. She spent half a day, endured the greasy food, and cooked the dishes herself. But no one came to eat them. It was really abominable. She brought a few maids, and quickly came to Meixiang Garden. The gate of the courtyard was closed. It was empty inside, and there was no one. She quickly brought people to the exiled immortal residence. Huh? As soon as she walked to the door of the exiled immortal residence, she suddenly smelled an alluring fragrance. At the same time, the lights were on inside. She was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked in aggressively. Seeing that the lights were on in the kitchen and someone was talking, she immediately walked into the kitchen quickly. What are you doing here? The food is almost cold. You? She suddenly stopped talking and looked at the bowl in her daughter's hand and the bowls in everyone's hands in the kitchen. When she broke in, Nandong Meiju said, "Go call that guy back and make another pot. I haven't eaten enough yet." "What did you eat?" She was stunned for a moment and walked over, only to find that everyone's bowls were empty and the pots were empty, but the whole kitchen was filled with an alluring aroma. Miss Jean Eyre still had some food left in her bowl, and she hadn't finished it yet. Seeing her rushing in with an angry face, she immediately reacted and apologized weakly. "Mother, I'm sorry. I forgot you were still waiting in front. What's in your bowl?" Although Song Ryue was angry, she was aroused by the fragrance floating in the air and the expressions of several people who were still unsatisfied. Miss Jean Eyre said, "Porridge. The porridge cooked by my brother-in-law. It's very fragrant. Mother, do you want to try it?" After saying that, she quickly ate another spoonful. Song Ryue was stunned when she heard this. Luo Qingzhou cooked it. He can cook porridge? Then his face darkened. Who asked him to cook? His hands are for reading and writing. And for the imperial examination? Who allowed him to cook such a lowly thing? The kitchen was silent, and no one dared to speak. Song Ryue took the bowl angrily, looked down, picked up the spoon and scooped a spoonful, sneering, "He is just a lazy scholar who doesn't know how to distinguish grains. I don't believe that the porridge he cooks can be delicious." After saying that, he took a bite. Lingchan Moon Palace. Luo Qingzhou fed Xia Chan the porridge, and seeing that she looked unsatisfied and seemed to want to eat more, he whispered, "Don't eat too much at a time. Let me cook it for you tomorrow. Wait for Bailing to come back to get the medicine, and then make some medicine for you. Rest early tonight, and you should be fine tomorrow." Xia Chan lowered her head and said, "Oh." Luo Qingzhou went over to put down the bowl and spoon, walked to the bed and sat down, holding her little hand. Just when he was about to talk to her for a while, Mayor and Zhuer suddenly shouted outside, "Uncle! Uncle! Come out!" Luo Qingzhou's face changed when he heard it, and he quickly stood up and said, "Chan Chan, you have a good rest. I'll go out to see what's going on." He immediately took the lunch box and left the house. Mayor and Zhuer stood at the gate of the small courtyard. Without permission, they did not dare to come in, but just shouted anxiously outside. Luo Qingzhou immediately walked down the corridor and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? Did the second lady faint again?" Mayor said hurriedly, "No, it's Madam. Son-in-law. Madam asked you to go back and make porridge for the princess. The princess hasn't eaten enough yet." Zhuer also said, "Son-in-law, I haven't eaten enough either. No one has eaten enough either." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment after hearing this, slowed down his pace, and asked in confusion, "Isn't there any cooking in the kitchen tonight? Didn't I see Madam cooking?" Neither of them said anything more, and hurriedly urged, "Son-in-law, hurry up. Madam and the princess are still waiting." Luo Qingzhou had to carry the lunch box and follow them back to the exiled immortal residence. Not long after, the chimney on the kitchen started to emit smoke again. In the front hall, Qin Wenzheng and Qin Chuan sat in front of a table full of food, smelling the fragrance of the food, feeling the food turn from hot to cold, and their stomachs growled with hunger. Qin Chuan couldn't help but complain. "Why haven't you come yet? Dad, how about we eat first? I still have to go back to practice martial arts." Qin Wenzheng immediately glared at him and scolded him. "You have no manners. Your mother cooked for you tonight to thank Meiju. Meiju didn't come. Why don't you try?" Qin Chuan shrank his neck and said weakly. The child just talked and didn't move. After a while, Qin Chuan couldn't help it and said, "Daddy, wait. I'll go to the back to see." After that, he left quickly. Qin Wenzheng was so hungry that he had to keep drinking tea. As a result, he waited for a long time. Not to mention that no one else came. Even Qin Chuan was gone. "Rebellious son," he shouted angrily, stood up, and went to the backyard in a rage. While Luo Qingzhou was cooking porridge, Song Ryue took a group of people to Lingshan Moon Palace to visit the six Yachan. In the back garden, the porcelain bowl on the stone table was empty. Bai Ling came back with the medicine, and seeing that everyone was gathered in Lingshan Moon Palace, he was stunned for a moment and hurried to cook the medicine. After everyone watched Xia Chan finish the medicine, they suddenly remembered that the porridge should be ready. So, everyone surrounded Song Ryue and ran to the exiled immortal residence again. When they arrived at the exiled immortal residence and walked quickly into the kitchen, they were surprised to see Qin Wenjung squatting on the ground next to the stove, sweating profusely and wolfing down porridge. Most of the porridge in the pot had already gone. Chapter 383 Flying Knife in the Moon Palace. Slurp. Slurp. Soon, the sound of other people drinking porridge came from the kitchen. When Qin Wenjung finished eating and was about to serve more, Song Ryue quickly protected the spoon and said, "Master, you can't eat anymore. You can't eat too much for dinner." Qin Wenjung grabbed the spoon and glared. "I only ate 3 bowls. How can it be too much?" Song Ryue muttered weakly. "There was a big pot just now. How come there is only half a pot left?" Qin Wenjung served the rice while cursing angrily. "Qin Chuan, that little Wang Ahem. It's all your son's fault. I said I would call you back, but he never came back. When I came, he had already eaten most of the pot. He wanted to eat more, but I drove him away. If I hadn't arrived in time, with that kid's appetite, this pot would have been eaten up by him long ago, and there would be no share for you, Song Ryue." Soon, all the remaining porridge in the pot was wiped out. The Qin family left with satisfaction. Before leaving, Song Ryue wiped her mouth politely with a handkerchief and said, "Qin Zhou, you have good cooking skills. When you cook porridge for Xia Chan in the future, you can also cook our dinner." Miss Qin Er said on the side. "Mother, Brother Qingzhou's hands are for writing and reading, and for taking the imperial examination. How can he use them to do such rough work?" Song Ryue's expression froze, and she glared at her and said nothing. She suddenly remembered that the food she had worked hard to prepare was still on the table in the hall in front. After leaving the exiled immortal residence, she immediately pulled Qin Wenjung and said, "Master, go and try the food I made. It tastes very good." Qin Wenjung touched his stomach and said, "I'm full. I can't eat anymore." Song Ryue turned around and said, "Meiju, the food cooked by my aunt is also very fragrant. Go and try it." Nandong Meiju said with embarrassment. "Aunt, I'm full too. I really can't eat anymore. Let's do it next time." Song Ryue looked at her daughter again. Miss Qin Er said quickly, "Mother, I have eaten 3 bowls." Song Ryue looked at several people with resentful eyes. Her chest rose and fell a few times, and suddenly turned her head to look at Mayor Chior, Zhuer and other maids. Seeing this, the faces of several maids changed immediately. Not long after, in the dining room in front, a group of maids sat at the table, lowered their heads, and began to eat a sumptuous dinner with bitter faces. Song Ryue stood by and ordered, "Eat. Finish it all for me. No one can go to bed if they don't finish it." Qinger came in and reported, "Madam, there is still a lot of rice in the pot." Song Ryue immediately said, "Eat 2 bowls per person, and finish them all for me." After thinking for a while, he said, "By the way, put the rest into the big lunchbox. Put the remaining dishes in the pot in it, and send it to the second young master, so that I can watch him finish it with my own eyes." "Yes, madam." Qinger's mouth twitched and retreated. Exiled immortal residence. Luo Qingzhou helped Xiao Dai wash the dishes and pots and boiled hot water. After taking a bath, he went out and went to Lingchan Moon Palace again. The room was quiet. Xia Chan had finished her medicine and went to sleep, while Bailing was pounding medicine in her room alone. After Luo Qingzhou saw Xia Chan, he was about to leave when Bailing's voice suddenly came from the room next to him. "Oh." Then she said, "My hand hurts." Luo Qingzhou heard the sound and walked to the door of the room and asked, "What's wrong?" Bailing cried inside. "My husband? My hand was broken. It hurts." "Woo woo," Luo Qingzhou said. "Do you want to blow it?" Bailing said. "No. Men and women should not touch each other. I don't want my husband to touch me. My husband is not allowed to come in." "Woo woo." "Oh," Luo Qingzhou said. "Oh." Turned around and left the house. Then he walked out of the door quickly and disappeared into the night. Bai Ling. After a while, she sniffed and said angrily, "Stinky husband. If you have the ability, don't touch me again." Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence and saw Xiao Dai sewing clothes in the room. He did not disturb her. Changed into a set of tight clothes, went to the back garden, and practiced boxing for a while. Afraid of making too much noise, he could only practice the plum blossom flying boxing. However, with his current cultivation level of a mid-level martial artist, these skills are obviously a bit outdated, except for the set of skills of the demon race. There is no room for growth in other skills. And he cannot exert his full strength now. Therefore, he has to find a new skill as soon as possible. The simplest way is to find a way to join a sect. He now understands why so many warriors are trying their best to go to Dragon and Tiger College. It is the most powerful official college for martial arts in Dian. In addition to the guaranteed future, there are also various rich training resources. Teachers, skills, elixirs, etc. Everything is available. For the warriors of Dian, it is the best place to practice. However, for some warriors who like freedom and don't want to serve the court in the future, it may be a cage. Luo Qingzhou doesn't want to be bound, nor does he want to be arranged by the court for his whole life. So he never thought about going in. Then, he could only find other places to practice. He decided to go out and find out tomorrow morning to see where there are places in the outer city where he can become a disciple and practice. Boxing gyms, sects, and even martial arts families are all fine. As long as they can help him practice and have skills to teach, he could accept them. A mid-stage martial artist looks powerful in the small city of Mo. But when he comes to Kyoto, where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, he is not good enough. The court is changing, and the eldest princess is now under house arrest in the palace. He and the Qin family may have been labeled as the eldest princess's faction, and danger may come at any time. Therefore, he must make himself stronger as soon as possible, so that he can face unknown dangers and protect the people around him. Of course, there is also the second lady's illness. Although the chances are slim, he still has to work hard. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will never give up. Schwa! Schwa! After another set of boxing, he stopped. He sweated a little. He went to the front yard, took off his clothes, and when his heart calmed down, he washed his body directly with well water. After returning to the room, he read a book for a while. When it was time to go to bed, Xiao Dai came in after taking a bath and helped him take off his clothes and go to bed. The master and servant lay on the bed, hugged each other, and talked for a while. Xiao Dai fell asleep unknowingly. Luo Qingzhou thought about things for a while, and then his soul left his body. Passing through the roof, facing the moonlight, he flew into the air. He first observed the mansion and the nearby streets for a while. After seeing no abnormalities, he left the mansion, flew slowly, and slowly explored the buildings below. There was a layer of gray fog floating above some houses, and it was impossible to see inside from above, indicating that these houses were equipped with special magic tools that could block the sight of the soul. Usually, Luo Qingzhou only took a look at such places and left, and did not rashly go down to explore. He remembered all these places in his mind, and waited to see them tomorrow. It was impossible that there was only one soul in the huge outer city. Other souls might not have come out, or might be somewhere else, or hidden in those houses with floating fog. He had just arrived, so he naturally couldn't be too reckless. If he provoked other powerful souls, it would be a big trouble. After carefully walking around the outer city, he found several boxing gyms. But judging from the situation of the houses and martial arts training grounds, the scale was not too large, and he didn't know whether the training resources were sufficient. He decided to go and see tomorrow. After returning to the mansion, he sat on the roof, bathed in the moonlight, practiced his inner skills, and began to absorb the moonlight to cultivate his soul. The night passed quietly. At 4 o'clock, he stood up and prepared to go back to rest. He looked up at the Lingshan Moon Palace on the right. It was very strange. When he was in the Qin Mansion in Mo City, the Lingshan Moon Palace was always shrouded in a layer of cold aura, and he couldn't get close at all. But now it seems that there is suddenly nothing there. At first, he thought it was because of Xiachan, but it seemed unlikely. His soul could clearly see Xiachan's icy aura, which was only within a range of 10 steps, and it was impossible to cover such a large area. Could it be because of the mansion? After all, under the mansion, this ancient battlefield and various broken spaces are hidden, and it is not impossible that the barrier overflows. Or, is it another reason? Luo Qingzhou guessed in his heart, and stared at the Lingshan Moon Palace for a while. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and doubts in his heart, so he decided to go over and take a look. Although it was somewhat immoral, his starting point was not to peek at something that was not suitable for children. He went into the yard to take a look, not into the room. With a lesson in marching, he did not land immediately after approaching. He felt and observed in the air for a while, and then slowly floated down after seeing that there was no danger. He floated directly into the backyard. who knew that as soon as he landed on the pavilion, a familiar chill suddenly hit him. Shwa! The sword flashed, and Xia Chan, who was wearing a nightgown, suddenly came out of the house holding a sword, and her cold eyes swept the entire back garden. This girl's perception was extremely sharp, and she seemed to have sensed a strange breath. However, she walked around the garden with a sword in her hand, and did not find any intruders, and her eyes did not look at the pavilion. She showed a trace of doubt on her face, and after observing carefully for a while, she touched her forehead, as if she suspected that she might be sick and sensed it wrongly, and then turned back every 3 steps and went into the house. Luo Qingzhou performed the breath-concealing technique to hide his soul and spirit, and waited for a while before floating down from the pavilion. Just as he landed on the ground, a cold light suddenly flew out from the house, which he dodged sideways, and with a puff, it pierced the tree behind him. He turned his head, and saw a flying knife with a cold light. The style of the flying knife was quite familiar, somewhat like the flying knife that Zhuer practiced every time. Swish! 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 At this moment, 3 more flying knives flew out of the house, and they were accurately shot towards his forehead, throat, and heart. Someone can see him! Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped, and he dared not stay any longer. He immediately flew up from the ground, flew into the air, and fled. Chapter 384 Dream. Bai Ling is indeed not simple. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence, stood on the roof, looked at the back garden of Lingshan Moon Palace, thought about the flying knife just now, and thought of Zhuer's flying knife. Zhuer's flying knife. I'm afraid it was Bai Ling who taught her. He had thought that Xia Chan was so powerful. Bai Ling must be not simple. However, every time he tried to test her, the other party acted weak and harmless, and he never tested her. Unexpectedly, she finally took action tonight. What surprised him most was not that the other party could fly a knife, but that the other party could actually see him. In addition to the warriors with high cultivation, who can clearly feel him, only those who cultivate the soul can see him. Which situation will that girl be? A hidden warrior? Or a soul who cultivates secretly? Of course, there is another situation. The back garden of Lingshan Moon Palace is arranged with some kind of formation that can lock the soul. Otherwise, why didn't the knife fly towards him when he was on the pavilion? But the knife flew towards him as soon as he landed. This situation is also very likely. But no matter which situation it is, that girl is not simple. Luo Qingzhou stared at Lingshan Moon Palace for a while, and decided to try again. He flew into the air, and came to the sky above Lingshan Moon Palace again, and then carefully floated down to the pavilion in the back garden. Who knew that at this moment? With a swish, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly rushed from below. At the same time, the entire Lingshan Moon Palace was suddenly shrouded by an icy blue cold air. His entire soul suddenly felt like falling into an ice cellar, freezing cold, and felt that his whole body was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. He was startled and flew upwards in a hurry. Then he quickly left that area and flew back to the roof of the exiled immortal residence. Even so, his whole body was still trembling with the sudden coldness that just came. He looked up, and the entire Lingshan Moon Palace was already hazy and unclear in his soul's sight. Is it a formation? He was secretly shocked. It seems that the reason why he was discovered the first time he went there was also because of the formation. Bai Ling knows the formation? Or is it Xia Chan? He is very familiar with this chill targeting the soul, which is exactly the same as the chill that enveloped the sky above Lingshan Moon Palace when he was in Mo City. In other words, this icy formation is man-made. Is it Bai Ling? Or Xia Chan? Or he was suddenly shocked. Or is it Miss Qin? He was on the roof with his heart surging, thinking wildly, and was stunned for a long time before he penetrated the roof and his soul returned to his body. He decided to use his physical body to explore it. After getting out of bed, putting on his clothes, and covering Xiao Dai with a quilt, he went out and went directly to Lingshan Moon Palace. The night was dark. A silver moon hung in the night sky. In the sight of the physical body, Lingshan Moon Palace was quiet and clear, no different from before. He came to the door and pushed it first. The gate was locked from the inside. There was no sound in the front yard, and it seemed that no one was there. He walked to the side of the wall, jumped up, and jumped onto the wall. He observed for a while on the top of the wall, and when he saw that there was indeed no one inside, he jumped down lightly. The moonlight was sprinkled in the courtyard, as white as frost. Luo Qingzhou walked silently to the eaves, then went over to push the door, but didn't push it. He walked to the window of Xia Chan's room again, pulled it gently, and the window was opened. He jumped in directly. Shwa! As soon as he landed, a chill hit him. A cold breath pierced his throat. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Chan Chan. The cold tip of the sword touched the skin of his throat, making him tremble and feel cold all over. The room was pitch black and dark. In the darkness, Xia Chan's sword was the fastest and most terrifying. Silently coming, invisible, and with one sword, he sealed his throat. Chan Chan. It's my son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the window, his body stiff, not daring to move. Xia Chan did not put away her sword, and said coldly in the darkness beside her, It's so late. What are you doing here? Luo Qingzhou stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the tip of the sword, and gently moved it away. Then said, My uncle was sleepwalking and walked into the wrong room. Swish. The tip of the sword suddenly pulled out from between his fingers and pointed at his throat again. Lie. Luo Qingzhou had to tell the truth and said, My uncle missed you and wanted to come and see you. Okay. Xia Chan did not speak again, and did not put away the sword in his hand. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Chan Chan. My uncle just made porridge for you tonight and fed you rice. How can you point a sword at my uncle? Have you forgotten that when we were under the bridge, there was a storm, lightning and thunder, and my uncle held you and gave you warmth? Have you forgotten those cold nights, when you were alone in the back garden planting flowers, and only my uncle went to accompany you? Could it be? Clang. Before he finished speaking, the sword had been sheathed. Xia Chan turned around, went over to open the door, and said coldly, Go back. I want to sleep. Luo Qingzhou sighed, walked to the door and said, Okay. Since you don't want your uncle to accompany you, then your uncle will go to accompany Bailing. Xia Chan stood at the door and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou stopped at the door, looked at her for a while, and said, My uncle really left? He really went to accompany. Before he finished speaking, Xia Chan had pushed him out, then closed the door and locked it. Luo Qingzhou stayed outside the door for a while, and called softly a few times, but she still didn't open the door. Luo Qingzhou looked at the corridor leading to the back garden, thought about it, and walked to Bailing's room. Xia Chan stood at the door for a while, and when she heard the footsteps leaving, she covered her stomach, slowly walked to the bed, and lay down. Her brow slightly frowned. A pale color appeared on her cheeks, and sweat oozed from her forehead. Dong! 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 Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door gently. The room was silent and motionless. Is someone still setting up a formation in the back garden? Or is he picking up the flying knife that was just thrown? He had an idea and immediately pushed the door. Squeak! The door was suddenly pushed open. He immediately entered the room, walked to the bed, and lifted the curtain covering the bed. The bed was empty, with no one in it. When he was about to turn around and go to the back garden, a familiar fragrance suddenly hit his nose. He was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly changed. He hurriedly held his breath, covered his nose, and ran out of the room. Pa, who knew that his legs suddenly softened, fell to the ground, and soon lost consciousness. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. The silver moon in the night sky had disappeared into the clouds at some point. The wind started to blow, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. When it was almost dawn, it began to drizzle. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, he felt a soft and slippery body in his arms. His heart was shocked. He hurriedly hugged her tightly and opened his eyes to look. The person in his arms was sleeping soundly. It was Xiao Dai. He was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and looked at the furnishings in the room. This was his room. When he woke up, he actually returned to his room and was sleeping with Xiao Dai, who had taken off her clothes. Boom! Lightning flashed past the window, and a thunder suddenly came from outside. Xiao Dai trembled and was awakened, hearing the sound of rain outside the window. She immediately opened her eyes and said vaguely, It's raining. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly pulled up the quilt, looked at her body, reached out and touched it, then raised her head and said, Sir, when did you take off my clothes? Did you think about it? Luo Qingzhou felt weak all over, not knowing whether it was because of the medicine or because his body had been hollowed out, and his head was a little dizzy. He was stunned for a while, then looked down at her and said, Didn't you take it off yourself? Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, pouted her lips and said, No. I fell asleep in my belly band. Then she said, Sir, if you think about it, then think about it. I am not an outsider. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I will serve you now. After saying that, she shrank into the quilt. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he hurriedly hugged her head and said, Don't. Then he immediately broke her head out, held her in his arms and said, Shall I? No. I don't want it yet. Shall I said. Why did the young master secretly take off my bellyband? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, It feels like it's in the way. Shall I? The two hugged each other, listening to the rain and thunder outside the window, and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou's mind was in a mess. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of the communication treasure vibrating came from the storage bag, and only his soul could feel it. He was stunned for a moment, took it out from the bedside, and looked at it. Celia sent a message, Brother, there is thunder here. It's so scary. My sister misses you. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply, and threw it directly into the storage bag. The night faded quickly. After dawn, the light outside was still dim. The autumn rain was still pouring down. Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai got into bed together, washed up, put on a wide Confucian robe, took an oil paper umbrella and went out. Xiao Dai asked under the eaves, Sir, it's raining so hard. Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou stopped in the courtyard, turned around and said, Go see Xia Chan. She was sick yesterday. I don't know if she is better. If anyone comes to see me, just say I am busy. Xiao Dai said, What if it's the second lady? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, Say the same. After that, he went out and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. Chapter 385 West Lake Snake Demon. The road was muddy. The air was filled with the smell of soil. Arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, Luo Qingzhou went forward and knocked on the door. After waiting for a long time, no one came to open the door. Just as he was thinking about whether to jump over the wall to go in, Beiling's crisp voice suddenly came from the yard. It's raining so hard. Who is knocking on the door? Don't disturb us when we sleep. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, Bai Ling, open the door. Beiling stood under the eaves and said in surprise, Son-in-law, do you have something to do? I'm still sleeping, and I'm not wearing any clothes. Luo Qingzhou said, Then you ask Chan Chan to open the door. Beiling said, Chan Chan is not wearing any clothes either. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Where is the eldest lady? The eldest lady Humph. Stinky son-in-law. You actually want the eldest lady to open the door for you. Dreaming. Beiling snorted coldly and said, Son-in-law, if you have something to do, if nothing happens, I will go back to sleep. I am so sleepy. Luo Qingzhou said, Open the door. I have something to tell you. Bai Ling immediately said, No. You are going to attack me again, and then take the opportunity to show off to me. Right? Humph. I will never be fooled again after learning from my mistakes. Bai Ling. I just went out and bought you a candied Haws. By the way, I also bought you 2 little rabbits. Look. Click. Click. The small courtyard was immediately filled with running footsteps, and Bai Ling's excited voice. Son-in-law. Is it true? Are there really 2 little rabbits? Where are they? Then with a creak, the courtyard door opened. At the moment the courtyard door opened, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stretched out his arm, grabbed her, and pulled her into his arms. Then hugged her slender waist and sneered, The little rabbit is naturally hidden in your clothes. You? The touch seemed a little wrong. The breath seemed a little wrong. And the height seemed to have increased. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. And when he looked carefully, he was immediately frightened. Miss Qin, who was wearing a snow-white dress, black hair like a waterfall, graceful and beautiful, was now being held in his arms by her slender waist, staring at him with cold eyes. Bai Ling was wearing a thin pink nightgown and holding a pink embroidered oil paper umbrella. She ran over excitedly and said, Where is it? Where is the little bunny? And. She looked at the scene in front of her, and her eyes widened and her mouth opened. Luo Qingzhou trembled and let go of Miss Qin, staggered back 2 steps, opened his mouth, and for a moment, he couldn't make a sound. Qin Jinjiao glanced at him coldly again, then turned around and walked into the house without saying a word. Her tall and slender figure was still as cold as snow and beautiful as a fairy in the hazy rain curtain. Beiling stayed where she was, with an expression of being overly frightened. After a while, she trembled and said, Auntie Uncle, the young lady came to open the door for you. You actually took advantage of her. I'm going to complain to Chan-chan. After that, she ran into the house again, shouting loudly, Chan-chan! Chan-chan! Uncle is so bold that he actually molested the young lady. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door for a few seconds before turning around and running away. When he returned to the exiled immortal residence, Xiao Dai was embroidering flowers in the corridor. Seeing him come back, she quickly stood up and said, Young master, why are you so fast? Luo Qingzhou's heart was still beating fast. He glanced at her and said, Ask in another way. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, and had to say, Master, how did you come back so soon? Sister Chior came just now, and said that the second lady wanted you to go over and read with her. Luo Qingzhou walked under the eaves, put away the wallpaper umbrella, calmed down his emotions, and then asked, What did you say? Xiao Dai said, I said that the master is very busy and has no time. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What did Chior say? Xiao Dai said. Sister Chior took a look in the room and left without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou put the wallpaper umbrella upright on. He walked to the corner, turned around, looked at the drizzle outside the eaves, was silent for a while, sighed, and murmured, I was sure. But now, I am confused again. Xiao Dai was confused. Young master, what are you talking about? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and stood there blankly for a while, then picked up the wallpaper umbrella under the corner and said, I'm going out. If someone comes to see me again, just say I'm visiting a friend. Xiao Dai was surprised and said, Young master, do you have friends in Kyoto? Luo Qingzhou opened the umbrella, walked down the eaves, and said, Of course. Then he left quickly. Leaving was the best policy. Lingshan Moon Palace. In the room, Xia Chan was sitting at the table, counting the silver she had saved very seriously. Bailing added fuel to the fire and said, Chan, I really didn't lie to you. Just now, the son-in-law really hugged the young lady, and was about to find a little rabbit on the young lady. How hateful. Go and punish him. Xia Chan ignored her. After counting the silver, she looked up and said, Last night, wasn't it already punished? Bai Ling said, Last night was not a punishment. Last night was to help you cure your illness. Isn't the effect very good? Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore. Right? Xia Chan didn't say anything and continued to pack the silver. Bai Ling stared at her for a while, and suddenly sighed, saying, I said before that the cold in your body can't be driven away. It can only be neutralized. It turns out that you get sick several times a month. Since once a month, you haven't had an attack again. But now you have it again. Don't you understand? Xia Chan lowered her head and continued to pack the silver without saying a word. Bailing walked over and approached her and said, Chan, I know you think that the uncle has divorced the young lady, so there is no reason to go again. Right? But didn't I tell you? The young lady's letter. She suddenly stopped talking, looked at the door, and then stopped talking, whispering, Chan, don't think too much. Cure the disease. Can you bear the pain every month? Xia Chan finally packed the silver, looked up at her, and said stubbornly, I can bear it. Bailing raised an eyebrow and said, But the uncle can't bear it. You were sick yesterday. Didn't you see that the uncle was very anxious and worried? The uncle also made porridge for you personally. And the uncle came to see you secretly last night. Do you have the heart to make the uncle feel distressed? Instead of cruelly making the uncle feel distressed, it is better to let the uncle have a comfortable dream. Xia Chan blushed slightly, stood up and walked towards the closet, and ignored her. Bailing said, Chan, I'm taking the blame for you again. How are you going to thank me? Take off your clothes and sleep with me tonight. Okay? Xia Chan took the sword, turned around and left the house, ignoring her. It's raining outside. What are you doing? Practicing swordsmanship. The autumn rain was pouring down. Luo Qingzhou held up an oil paper umbrella, left the house, changed his clothes in an empty alley, and put on a mask. Then, according to the places he remembered in the past few nights, he began to walk through the streets and alleys, looking for a place to practice. He found 3 boxing gyms in a row, and after asking a few questions, they let him out. Sorry, our boxing gym only recruits locals, or warriors introduced by others. He was sent away with just this sentence. When he found the 4th boxing gym, people said the same thing again. He immediately said, I have a property in the outer city, and I have paid taxes. That doesn't work either. Sorry. We only recruit warriors who know their roots and have settled in Kyoto for at least 3 years. Luo Qingzhou walked on the street in a depressed mood. Pedestrians on the street hurried, some holding umbrellas, and some running in the rain. Walking leisurely, unconsciously, I came to the West Lake in the west of the city. There is a stone bridge over the lake, and the end of the stone bridge is in the middle of the lake, where there is a loft. There is a pleasure boat in the lake. The pleasure boat is decorated quite luxuriously, with colorful lanterns hanging outside. There are melodious piano and singing sounds floating from the boat. And the woman's voice is very beautiful, singing in a gentle tone. There are many autumn winds, and the rain is in harmony. There are 3 or 2 banana nests outside the curtain. What can people do in the long night? Luo Qingzhou stood on the railing of the stone bridge and listened for a while. When he was about to leave, a graceful woman suddenly walked out of the pleasure boat, waved and shouted, "Sir, do you want to sit on the boat? How about I accompany you for a drink?" The woman was wearing a light gauze. Her posture was seductive. Her face was heavily made up, and her voice was soft and sweet. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and turned away. After walking a few steps, he suddenly thought that these women should be the ones who are most familiar with Kyoto. After all, they have to see all kinds of different guests every day, and they must know all kinds of places for martial arts training. Or, go on the boat to ask? Forget it. That kind of place is not clean at first glance. If the smell is contaminated on the body, it will be misunderstood if it is smelled when going back. But he can take a shower, change clothes and go back. He is just going to inquire about things, not to do anything. Why should he feel guilty? Boom! At this moment, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, a terrible breath suddenly spread out from the middle of the lake. Luo Qingzhou was startled and quickly withdrew his umbrella to look. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the water surface in the middle of the lake. And then a phantom suddenly flew out of the whirlpool and flew into the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning and thunder roared. The snake-like phantom raised its head and swung its tail, rushing into the sky, and was instantly submerged in the dense lightning and disappeared. The whole process took only a few breaths. The vortex on the lake's surface had disappeared, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. The phantom could no longer be seen, and only the rumbling thunder could be heard. The pedestrians on the lakeside and the people on the pleasure boat did not find anything unusual. The autumn rain was still falling continuously. Luo Qingzhou was drenched in the rain, looking up and looking at the sky with rolling dark clouds in shock. But he could not see anything. That terrifying aura also disappeared. Snake demon undergoing tribulation? The phantom just now seemed to be only a spirit, not a real body. If it is true, then besides humans, many monsters can also cultivate spirits? In the past few nights when he came to Kyoto, his spirit would leave his body every night and wander around. He had also been to West Lake several times, but he really didn't expect that there was such a powerful monster hidden at the bottom of this lake. It seems that there may be other spirits hidden in this outer city, but he just didn't encounter them. In addition to this snake demon, there may be other powerful monsters. There may also be human spirits. It seems that he has to be careful when he comes out every night in the future, and he can't run around rashly. If he encounters this terrible snake demon today, it is estimated that he will be doomed. The opponent's strength is obviously very powerful, and has reached the level of undergoing thunder tribulation. I don't know when sister you will come. Chu Feiyang. While he was drenched in the rain, looking at the dark clouds in the sky and thinking about things, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind him. Chapter 386, Become a Disciple. Chu Feiyang. He called again. The voice was familiar. At this time, the singing was still coming from the pleasure boat in the lake. Luo Qingzhou thought he had heard it wrong, and was stunned for a moment before turning his head to look. In the drizzle, a girl in black clothes, holding an oil paper umbrella, stood behind him, looking at him with surprise. The girl was tall and had long and strong legs. The most striking thing was that she had short silver hair, sharp features, and light blue pupils. Luo Qingzhou's eyes gradually moved down and looked at her feet. Chu Feiyang. Where are you looking? Sister Dao glared at him, strode in front of him, stretched out 2 fingers, pretending to stab his eyes. Luo Qingzhou took a step back and said in surprise, Sister Dao, why are you here? Sister Dao looked at him with a resentful look and said, we just arrived yesterday. Chu Feiyang. Why didn't you tell us when you came to Kyoto? Did you know that Machin was in danger a long time ago? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I really don't know. I just found out about the turmoil there in the past 2 days. Where are Xiao Xiao and Buyue? Sister Dao made a tisk sound and said, "You called me very kindly. They should have come to Kyoto too. But I don't know when they will arrive." Luo Qizhou said, "How is Ma Ching now?" Sister Dao sighed and said, "He has been taken away by the demon clan. It was occupied, and many people died in the inner and outer cities. I heard that the monsters are still spreading to other nearby cities." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Doesn't the court have soldiers to rescue?" Sister Dao shook her head and sighed. "I don't know. I just heard that the eldest princess's army was stationed near the border, but did not protect the people or help defend the city. Everyone is talking about it in private, saying bad things about the eldest princess. After all, those cities are already the eldest princess's fiefdom. I don't know about the eldest princess." "Hey." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "The eldest princess is now in the palace, and may have been under house arrest." As soon as this was said, Sister Dao's face suddenly changed, and she said, "Are you serious? Who told you that?" Seeing that she was quite excited, Luo Qingzhou remembered that she had always admired the eldest princess and regarded her as her idol. She paused and said, "I just heard it. I don't know if it's true." Sister Dao's face changed for a while, and she was puzzled and said, "Why is it like this? The eldest princess is the emperor's sister. She has made great achievements in war, and she is deeply loved by the people. Luo Qingzhou looked at the drizzle in the lake and said, "That's why some people think she is dangerous. After all, she has her own fiefdom and controls so many troops. Whether it is the common people or the soldiers, they all love her very much." Sister Dao was stunned when she heard this, and seemed to suddenly understand something, and said, But the princess is a woman. How could they?" Luo Qingzhou said slowly, "The princess is committed to reform, and has affected the interests of all the nobles. If only one or two people slandered her and said bad things about her, it would be fine. Now almost all the nobles are probably blowing the whistle in front of the emperor. How could the emperor remain indifferent? The princess probably thought of this situation a long time ago, but she didn't expect that the emperor would directly attack her. After all, her army is still stationed on the border. Who could have thought of it?" Sister Dao looked solemn and said, "Will His Majesty send other generals to the border to take over the princess's army?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Very likely." Sister Dao frowned, worried, and sighed. The princess has devoted herself to the country and the people, but she didn't expect to end up like this. It's a pity that I am alone and cannot go to the palace to save her." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and changed the subject. "Sister Dao, where do you live now?" Sister Dao sighed for a while, then said, "South of the outer city, at my uncle's house." "How about you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I also live in the outer city." He naturally wouldn't say where exactly. Sister Dao looked at him and said, "Are you practicing at home now? In the house you bought yourself? Or in a relative's house?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I bought a house myself, but it's too small to practice. I came out today to find a place to practice. I'm going to find a sect to join, as long as I can practice and have skills to teach." Sister Dao's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she hurriedly said, "Chu Feiyang, do you want to become your disciple? It just so happens that my master has also come to Kyoto. You can become his disciple." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he asked, "What is your master's level of cultivation? Is there a place for cultivation? Does he have a place for cultivation? Resources?" Sister Dao said proudly, "My master is at the middle stage of the great martial master. He is the elder of Lingshao's sect, and has been recruiting disciples outside. This time he came to Kyoto, and was assigned to the branch in the south of the city to recruit disciples. There is a large martial arts training ground there. As for cultivation resources, Lingshao's sect is one of the 5 major sects of our great yin, although the cultivation resources are not as good as the other 3 sects, let alone the Dragon and Tiger Academy. It has all the general exercises and elixirs. Chu Feiyang, you are so outstanding. If you join our Lingxiao sect, there will definitely be a lot of cultivation resources for you." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou fell into deep thought. Sister Dao saw that he seemed to be moved, and immediately talked about the strength of Lingxiao sect. Then she suddenly looked at him and said, "By the way, Chu Feiyang, there are many beautiful little sisters in Lingxiao sect, and their feet are very beautiful. Luo Qingzhou, how about it? Are you willing to join?" Sister Dao raised her eyebrows, as if she couldn't wait to be his sister. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while, and then asked, "I am not a local resident, and I can't produce a property certificate, residence certificate, or other identity documents. Can I join?" Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, and said, others are fine. But you can't even produce your identity documents? Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Sister Dao stared at him suspiciously for a while, and suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed his face, pinched it hard, and tore it off. But nothing came off. Luo Qingzhou took a breath and said, what are you doing? Sister Dao said, I suspect you have another identity, and your face may be fake. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his face and said directly, I do have another identity, but this face is definitely real. Sister Dao, do you think I can join? Sister Dao pondered for a moment, and said, in your case, I have to go back and ask my master first. If he agrees, there will be no problem. Chu Feiyang, what secrets are you hiding? Why don't you dare to meet people with your true identity? Even to learn from a master, you have to hide your identity. This is the first time I have seen it. Luo Qingzhou said, you also know that I killed many people in the Blackwood Forest and have many enemies. I don't want to implicate my family. Sister Dao curled her lips and said, I guess there are more than those people? Maybe there are more powerful people. Otherwise you wouldn't hide. Luo Qingzhou didn't discuss this matter with her anymore and said, how can I contact you? Sister Dao pointed in the direction and said, in the 18th lane in the south of the city. After you go in, walk forward 200 meters, and you can see a house with the words Daofu written on it. That is my uncle's house. But his family has moved to the inner city. I went to live there. Now the house is empty. Only my father and I, and some servants live there. By the way, my name is Dao Ling. You can just ask for me when you go there. But I'm at home at night, and I have to practice with my brothers and sisters during the day. Speaking of this, she paused, and then said, Chu Feiyang, can you come to me tomorrow night? Whether it will work or not, we should have the answer tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, okay. Thank you, Sister Dao. Sister Dao smiled and said, maybe I will call you sister in the future. Luo Qingzhou also smiled and said nothing more. Let's go. I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Sister Dao waved her hand heroically. At this time, the woman in the painting boat waved and shouted, young master, come down to play. It's fun here. Luo Qingzhou left quickly. Sister Dao glanced at the lake, suddenly narrowed her eyes, turned her head and asked, Chu Feiyang, if I hadn't appeared just now, would you have been on the boat? Luo Qingzhou said, am I that kind of person? Sister Dao said, of course you are. After all, that woman just now has feet. Luo Qingzhou. At noon, the sky was still dark, and the autumn rain was still pouring down. The two found a tavern, ordered 4 small dishes, and asked for a pot of wine, while chatting about Mo Cheng's affairs, drinking and eating. After lunch, the two went to a store specializing in warrior supplies, and then agreed to meet tomorrow night and went home. When Luo Qingzhou went back, Qin Wenzheng and his wife, Miss Qin Er, and Nangong Meiju were eating in the dining room. Seeing him come back, Song Ryue quickly stood up and asked, Qingzhou, how is it? Does your friend have Firefox tears? Luo Qingzhou took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve and said, it's almost here. When this was said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Ryue said excitedly, great, great. After we get the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree Morning Dew from Prince Duan's mansion, we can make medicine. Qin Wenzheng said, Qingzhou, people give you such a valuable thing. When you have time, invite your friend to our house for a meal, and we will thank him in person. Song Ryue also hurriedly said, yes. Yes, Qingzhou, invite your friend to dinner, and mother-in-law will cook for you. Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, and Miss Qin said softly, Dad, Mother, you don't have to worry about this matter. Let brother Qingzhou do it himself. Maybe he doesn't like to eat at home, and doesn't like so many people. When the time comes, let brother Qingzhou invite him to eat outside alone, so that he will feel more comfortable. Nandong Meiju glanced at her, and a trace of contemplation appeared between her eyebrows. Qin Wenzheng thought about it and nodded. That's right. Qingzhou, I'll ask the accountant to bring you 100 taels of silver later, and you can thank them when the time comes. Luo Qingzhou nodded, and seeing that they were all eating, he said goodbye. Then I'll go back first. I just ate at my friend's house. After that, he said goodbye and left. When he reached the door, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, I'll find you later. Let's go to Prince Duan's mansion to play football with Xiaorui. Luo Qingzhou said, okay. After he left, Song Ryue suddenly said with a worried look on her face, Master, you can't give him so much silver. 10 taels is enough. It's just a meal. And it doesn't cost that much silver. Otherwise, they will go somewhere else to fool around after dinner. Qin Wenjing frowned and said, You don't trust Qizhou so much? During the time you came to Kyoto, Qizhou hasn't done well enough? Song Ryue pouted. She pouted and said, It's not that I don't believe him. It's that I don't believe his friends. You know that scholars like to visit brothels. After they drink some wine, his friend may instigate them. Nangong Meiju suddenly said, Don't worry, Aunt. I will go with him. I really want to see who his friend is. He actually keeps a spiritual creature like a fire fox at home. Song Ryue smiled when she heard it, with Meiji following. It's okay. Miss Qin glanced at her and lowered her head to eat silently. Luo Qinzhou did not return to the exiled immortal residence. He came to Lingshan Moon Palace. He thought about it all the way and always felt that he should apologize to Miss Qin for what happened in the morning. Otherwise, it would be even worse if it got to his mother-in-law. Dong! 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 He came to the door and raised his hand to knock on the door. Bailing's crisp voice rang out in the courtyard. Which bad guy is knocking on the door? Tell me your name. Luo Qinzhou said. Bailing. Open the door. Bailing immediately said, No! Son-in-law. Don't come again. Otherwise Chan Chan won't forgive you. You bullied the young lady. And Chan Chan is very angry. Luo Qinzhou was silent for a while. And said, Bailing, I'm here to apologize to the young lady. Please open the door. Bailing said, No. The young lady will not forgive you. You can go. Luo Qinzhou didn't say anything else, and stood outside the door for a long time. When he was about to turn around and leave, the courtyard door opened with a creak. Bailing held a flower umbrella and glared at him angrily, saying, Son-in-law, you have to apologize to me too. Luo Qinzhou stared at her for a while, and asked directly, Who knocked me out last night? Bailing turned and walked away, saying, Son-in-law, the eldest lady is sitting in the pavilion at the back, and Chan Chan is also there. Remember to be sincere when you apologize. Otherwise Chan Chan's sword will not spare you. After saying that, she quickly ran into the house and disappeared. Luo Qinzhou held an umbrella and entered the yard, and walked to the back garden from the side passage. Just as he arrived at the door, he suddenly heard a melodious piano sound. In the back garden, someone is playing the piano. Chapter 387 The Condor Heroes. The autumn rain was pouring down. In the pavilion, Miss Qin, dressed in a white dress, was sitting in front of a stone table, playing the zither. Those 10 slender white jade fingers fell on the strings, plucking and twisting, like colorful butterflies dancing in the flowers. Light and graceful, pleasing to the eye. Xia Chan, dressed in a light green dress, stood by holding a sword, listening very attentively. Luo Qinzhou listened for a while at the round door, and after the song ended, he walked in with an umbrella. Xia Chan turned her head and looked at him. Luo Qinzhou raised his umbrella slightly and looked at her. After entering the pavilion, he put away his umbrella, bent down, bowed and saluted. Miss, I am here to apologize to you. I was rude this morning. I thought it was Bailing. I hope you don't take it to heart. Qin Jianjia's slender white fingers gently placed on the strings, raised her head, looked at him with a cold face, and said in a light tone, It's okay. Luo Qinzhou glanced at her, secretly relieved in his heart, and said, I hope you don't tell your mother-in-law and the second lady, so as to avoid their misunderstanding. Bailing suddenly said under the eaves, Son-in-law, I have told the second lady, and the second lady said she will settle the account with you tonight. Luo Qinzhou turned his head and looked at her. Bailing pouted and said, Sir, you are a man. You should take responsibility for what you have done. Since you hugged my young lady, why don't you dare to admit it? Even if it was a misunderstanding. You really hugged her, didn't you? Luo Qinzhou was silent for a moment, and said, You are right. Then he nodded and said, I did hug her, so I shouldn't hide it. You said it's okay to the second young lady, so don't tell the lady. You know her temper, and I'm afraid it will cause misunderstandings. Bailing said, Then how should the son-in-law compensate? Just apologizing and making amends is not enough. Luo Qinzhou thought for a while, turned his head, and said with a bow, Miss, do you still want to listen to the last legend of the Condor Heroes? Bailing immediately said, Yes, sir. The young lady wants to listen. Luo Qinzhou ignored her, and looked at the girl in front of him, who was as cold as snow, and as beautiful as a fairy. Qin Jianjiao was silent for a while, then said, I don't like the characters in it very much. Luo Qingzhou heard this and echoed. Indeed. They are all some strange characters. And the male protagonist is stupid and uninteresting. He thought for a while and said, Miss, I have another The Return of the Condor Heroes here. Do you want to listen to it? The heroine in it is the story of a boy with a broken arm and his aunt, who is also his master. Qin Jianjiao looked at him deeply and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou thought she didn't like it. So he thought for a while and said, Then there is another one, which has various sword masters. I think Xiaochan should like it. Like Dugu Jiujian, Pixie Sword Technique, etc. Xiaochan looked at him and seemed to want to speak. But in the end, she didn't speak. Qin Jianjiao was silent for a moment. Then said calmly, Let's talk about The Return of the Condor Heroes first. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Okay. Bai Ling immediately came over from under the eaves with a flower umbrella, entered the pavilion, hid next to Xiaochan, and pricked up her ears. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and decided to delete some scenes that were not suitable for children. For example, Xialong lost her virginity, fell into the unfeeling valley, and was picked up by someone. The girl of you picked lotus by the autumn water. Her narrow sleeves light silk, revealing her 2 golden bracelets. She picked flowers in the reflection of her shadow, and the flowers looked like her face. Her heart was only in turmoil with the silk. Miss Qin lowered her head slightly. Her eyes looked at the strings under her slender fingers, and she listened in her ears, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. Bai Ling and Xiaochan held their breath and listened very seriously. Luo Qingzhou talked non-stop, and when he talked about the 5th chapter of Yanggua meeting Xialongnu, Zhuer suddenly shouted loudly in the front yard, Uncle! Uncle! Luo Qingzhou then remembered that he had something to do in the afternoon, and hurriedly said goodbye, Miss. I have to accompany Princess Nangong to Prince Duan's mansion in the afternoon, and I will come back to tell you tonight. After that, he left in a hurry. The 3 looked at his back as he ran out of the garden quickly, and they were stunned for a while before they reacted. Bai Ling immediately stamped her feet and said, Son-in-law is so abominable. We are just getting to the exciting part. I want to hear about the cohabitation life between the master and the apprentice. Miss Qin was quiet for a while, and continued to pluck the strings of the zither. Luo Qingzhou arrived at the front yard. Zhuer immediately complained, Son-in-law, the princess has been waiting for you in the exiled immortal residence for almost an hour. What are you doing here? When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he had no time to pay attention to her, and ran out immediately. When he returned to the exiled immortal residence, Nandong Meiji was standing in the small courtyard talking to Miss Qin Air. He heard a sentence. What does that guy mean? He has already divorced Jianjia, but he still runs over to show his courtesy all day long. Is he reluctant to let go? Weima, you should take care of it. When he walked into the small courtyard, the conversation stopped. Nandong Meiji looked at him coldly and said, Luo Qingzhou, do you know what time it is now? Why did you go to your sister-in-law's place? Did you take a nap? Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiji sneered and was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks when Miss Qin Air hurriedly said, Sister Meiji, it's getting late. Go quickly. Nandong Meiji snorted coldly and took out a set of black tights from the storage ring and said, Here, go to the room and put them on. Someone made it for you. Otherwise you will have to borrow other people's clothes to wear when you go. It's embarrassing. Luo Qingzhou took the clothes, thanked him, and went into the house. When he put on the black tights in the room, he found that the clothes seemed to be exactly the same as the clothes he wore after the transformation. And even the size seemed to be similar. Isn't that girl suspicious of him? While hesitating in front of the mirror in the room, Nandong Meiji's urging voice came from outside. Luo Qingzhou, can you hurry up? Are you going to have dinner? Luo Qingzhou had to restrain his breath and walked out of the room quickly. You are so slow. You? When Nandong Meiji saw him coming out, she was about to continue complaining, but she was stunned, staring at him from head to toe, and fell silent. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou, the clothes are just right, and you look very heroic in them. Nandong Meiji took another look, then turned around and walked quickly to the outside of the yard, saying, Let's go quickly. If Shiroi gets angry later and doesn't help us collect morning dew, you will bear the consequences. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly waved goodbye to Miss Air and followed her out. The two left quickly, one in front and one behind. Miss Qin Air walked out the door and looked at their backs until their backs disappeared around the corner. Then she retracted her gaze, with a smile in her eyes, and murmured, It's quite a match. Shuer was surprised and said, Miss, who is a good match for whom? Chior looked at her and said, "You and the son-in-law are a good match." Zhuor opened her eyes wide. "Ah," Chior said. "Zhuor, can you stop talking so much?" Zhuor just reacted and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou followed Nangong Meiju out of the house, and got on the carriage. Andy Mu whipped the horses but with a snap, and the carriage drove out of the alley quickly. Luo Qingzhou sat with his head down, not looking sideways. Nangong Meiju stared at him coldly for a while, then asked, "Do you still go to see Jinjia often now?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Not often. Just occasionally." Nangong Meiju snorted. "She has nothing to do with you now. Why are you still running there with a shameless face all day? Does she welcome you? If you have this time, wouldn't it be better to study hard at home or go to accompany Weima?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, without arguing, explaining, or saying anything. At this time, silence is better than words. Nangong Meiju stared at him for a while, and couldn't help but look at his clothes again. With a trance in her eyes, she turned her head, lifted the curtain and looked outside. On the street, pedestrians were bustling, vendors were shouting, and it was quite lively. The carriage could only move slowly in the crowd. Just as she was about to retract her gaze, she suddenly saw a familiar figure with short silver hair entering a store. Andy Mu. "Stop the car!" She immediately got up, got out of the carriage, and jumped down without waiting for the carriage to stop. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and quickly got up and walked to the opposite side, lifted the curtain and looked outside. After getting off the car, Nangong Meiju savagely pushed aside the pedestrians walking normally on the road, and rushed directly into a store. At the door of the store, a familiar figure with short silver hair was asking the store owner something. "Sister Dao?" Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped and looked at the figure. Sister Dao was asking the shop owner about the price when a hand suddenly reached out from behind and rested on her shoulder. Sister Dao frowned, thinking it was a gangster, when she turned around and was about to punch him. She was stunned and said in surprise, "Avenge the shame with 1,000 swords?" Nangong Meiju's face froze, and she said coldly, "I am now called Gong Meijiao, and I will call you this name in the future." Sister Dao was stunned, nodded, and then said happily, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Nangong Meiju withdrew her hand and greeted perfunctorily, "It's really a coincidence." Then asked, "Where are the others? Are they all in Kyoto?" Sister Dao glanced at her and said, "Xiao Xiao and Zhou Boyo should be here soon, but I don't know about Wu Kuei." Nangong Meiju looked at the goods in the store, reached out and picked them up to take a few glances. "Very," she asked casually. "By the way, where is Chu Feiyang?" Sister Dao thought for a moment after hearing this, and said, "Chu Feiyang? I forgot about him. He has rarely been with me since he was promoted to a martial artist. When I came to Kyoto, I didn't know where he went. I guess he went to another city." "Miss Gong, do you have something to do with him?" Nangong Meijia narrowed her eyes, stared at her for a few times, put down the goods, and said lightly, "Didn't he come to Kyoto? I seemed to see him outside the city last time." Sister Dao smiled and said, "He shouldn't have come. Are you sure that person is him? Did you see him clearly?" Nangong Meiji frowned, was silent for a while, and said, "Maybe I saw it wrong." After speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, where do you live now?" Sister Dao smiled and was about to speak when she suddenly saw a face in the window of the carriage. The face was handsome and looked quite familiar. Chapter 388 Shoot. "Lime Lady. Smells so good. Is it the champion from Macheng?" Sister Dao was stunned when she saw the pretty face. She couldn't help but feel hot on her cheeks when she remembered the day when Xiao Xiao helped her to chat up the boy in the competition. Nangong Meiji followed her gaze and looked at the carriage window, then at the shyness on her face, and a hint of suspicion appeared in her eyes. "Sister Dao, do you know Luo Qingzhou?" she asked directly. Sister Dao woke up in shock, retracted her gaze, looked at her and said, "Ah? Luo Qingzhou?" Nangong Meiju pointed to the carriage window, looked at her with scrutiny and said, "That guy. Do you know him?" Sister Dao was stunned, looked at the carriage window again, shook her head and said, "No. But I have seen him." Nangong Meiju was slightly startled when she heard this, and said, "Have you seen him?" Sister Dao explained, "When I was in Macheng, when the imperial examination results were announced, I saw the Qin family cheering around him. He seemed to have won the first place. I heard from others that he is the son-in-law of the Qin family. Do you know him?" Nandong Meiju said. That's it? Haven't you talked to each other? Sister Dao shook her head and said, no. Nandong Meiju looked at her half doubtfully for a few more times. And then said lightly, he is my cousin's fiancé. You'd better not hit him. His idea. When these words came out, the expression on Sister Dao's face froze. And then she looked at her coldly and said, how can you tell that I want to hit on him? Even if I really want to hit on him. What does it have to do with you? He is not your fiancé. Nandong Meiju saw her angry. Snorted coldly. Changed the subject. And said, where do you live? Sister Dao said coldly, why should I tell you? Are we familiar with each other? Then suddenly sneered, are you looking for Chu Feiyang? TSK. Nandong Meiju sneered. Turned around with disdain. Walked quickly to the carriage. And said, this lady is just asking casually. Worried that you have no place to live. As for Chu Feiyang, what does it have to do with this lady? After that, she jumped directly into the carriage. Lifted the curtain and got in. Go! The carriage started to move. Sister Dao stood there, watching the carriage going away. Her eyes flashed. And she said, we have to tell that boy quickly. This young lady is looking for him. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. The mark on the carriage seems to be from the royal family. And I don't know how the boy offended her. Is it a romantic debt? In the carriage, Nandong Meiju stared at the opposite side coldly and said, do you know the white-haired woman just now? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, no. Then he said, the person's hair is silver, not white. She has a high nose bridge, blue pupils, three-dimensional facial features, and is very tall. She looks like a Westerner. How did the princess know her? Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes and stared at him for a while. Then said coldly, does it have anything to do with you? Luo Qingzhou closed his mouth and said nothing. Nandong Meiju looked at him for a while, then closed his eyes and thought about things. The carriage quickly entered the inner city and stopped in front of the gate of Prince Duan's mansion. The housekeeper of Prince Duan's mansion had already received the young princess's order and was waiting at the door. When he saw the two people get off the car, he hurriedly urged them, Princess, please go in quickly. The young princess is getting angry on the court. Nandong Meiju hurriedly took Luo Qingzhou into the mansion and came to the court. Nandong Shirui was practicing on the court. Prince Duan Nandong accompanied her, but was scolded non-stop. So he had to smile and please her. When he saw Nandong Meiju and Luo Qingzhou coming, Nandong finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Shirui, your sister Meiju and Qingzhou are here. Nandong Shirui stepped on the ball and said angrily, why are you here now? I'm late, and the morning dew on the Xiantian Jade Girl tree is gone. Nandong Meiju walked over and apologized. Sorry, Shirui. I had something urgent and was delayed on the way. Let's practice with you for a while today and leave after dark. Okay? Nandong Shirui snorted coldly and glanced at Luo Qingzhou behind her. Nandong Meiju turned around and said, Luo Qingzhou, apologize to Shirui. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Princess, we are wrong. Next time we will come on time to practice with you. Nandong Shirui glanced at him and said, Luo Qingzhou, just apologizing is not enough. You have to make up for it with practical actions. Then he thought about it and said, how about this? I will guard the goal, and you will shoot. If you kick it in, I will forgive you. If you can't kick it in, humph, the morning dew of Xiantian Jade Girl tree will be gone. Luo Qingzhou said with embarrassment, Princess, I only know how to guard the goal, not play football. Nandong Shirui. She kicked the ball directly in front of him, turned around and walked towards her own goal, saying, it's up to you, whether you want to kick or not. Anyway, I'll be the goalkeeper. You can shoot directly. I'll give you 3 chances. You only need to kick it in once. And I will forgive you for being late today. If you can't kick it in, humph, goodbye. Luo Qingzhou was about to speak. Nandong Meiju glared at him and said, Xiao Rui, can I replace him? Nandong Shirui stood in front of the goal and said coldly, of course not. I want him to kick. Luo Qingzhou, go. Nandong Meiju ordered immediately. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, had to bend down and picked up the ball from the ground. Walked over and said, Princess, is there a distance limit? Nandong Shirui bent down slightly and said, beyond 10 meters. Straight lines and arcs are all fine. Of course, you can also dribble past me and then enter the door. It's up to you. Luo Qingzhou stopped at 10 meters and put the ball on the ground. Nandong Shiroe's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes fixed on the ball and his legs on the ground, and said, "Come on, kick it as hard as you can. Don't be afraid of hurting me." Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a few seconds and heard her say in her heart, "Humph. I was humiliated by this guy's goalkeeping yesterday. Today this princess will fight back and make him unable to shoot in. Princess, I'm going to start." Luo Qingzhou took a few steps back, suddenly ran up to the ball, then suddenly raised his right leg and kicked the ball out with a bang. Nandong Shiroe stood in front of the goal, laughed, and stood up. The ball suddenly flew out diagonally from 5 meters to her right, without even touching the goal railing. Outside the court, the laughter of Nandong and the people in the palace suddenly rang out. Luo Qingzhou. Idiot! Ha ha ha. Nandong Shiroe was very happy. The servant standing outside the court immediately threw the ball in. Luo Qingzhou went over to pick up the ball, then placed it at a 45-degree angle to the goal. Ready to shoot. Nandong Shiroe immediately turned around, bent down, and prepared for battle. Luo Qingzhou took a deep breath and began to retreat. Nandong Meiji followed, looked at him seriously, and whispered, "Luo Qingzhou, don't hide it. Show your true ability. If you can't kick it in, all your efforts will be wasted." Luo Qingzhou nodded, stared at the eyes of the little princess, and immediately ran to the ball, suddenly raised his right leg, and kicked the ball on the ground fiercely. Swish. Bang. Kick in the air. Because he sprinted too fast and used too much strength, his left foot suddenly slipped and fell to the ground with his buttocks, and his 2 long legs stood up directly in the sky. Puff. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Nandong Shiroe and everyone in the palace all laughed and covered their stomachs, leaning forward and backward, and almost fell down. Nandong Meijiao's cheeks were hot, and he turned his head, unable to bear to see his embarrassed and embarrassing appearance. For a moment, inside and outside the stadium, there was laughter and joy. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the ground, covered his buttocks, limped to the ball, and said, "Princess, does this count this time?" Nandong Shiroe covered her stomach and laughed for a while, then wiped the tears from her laughter and waved her hand and said, "It doesn't count. It doesn't count. You ha ha. Continue. There are 2 more chances. Ha ha ha. Princess, here I come." Luo Qingzhou reminded him, as if he was afraid of falling. He didn't retreat to run up, just stood there and kicked the ball to shoot. Pa! Nandong Shiroe caught it and held it in her arms, then laughed and said, "Luo Qingzhou, didn't you eat lunch? Why are you so weak? There is one last chance. If you can't kick it in, you're done." As she said that, she kicked the ball in her hand to him, and it landed accurately in front of him. Luo Qingzhou picked up the ball and put it on the straight line again, ready to shoot. Nandong Meiji came over immediately and whispered solemnly, "Luo Qingzhou, run up and pretend to kick to the right. Kick the goal with your left foot and kick to her left. You must kick it in for the last time. Otherwise the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl tree will be gone." Luo Qingzhou nodded, looked at the lowly princess in front of the goal, and stepped back a few steps. At this time, the field was quiet. Everyone held their breath and watched his last ball. Nandong Meiji frowned, and a nervous expression appeared on her face. Nandong Shiroe bent down slightly, staring at the ball and his feet. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her eyes, and suddenly ran, pretending to kick the ball with his right foot. When he ran to the ball, his left foot suddenly flew up and kicked it out with a swish. As a result, his left foot was not aimed, and only rubbed the edge of the ball. Pa! He fell to the ground again. The ball rolled slowly towards the goal. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter broke out again outside the stadium. Nandong Meiji covered her eyes, sighed, and stopped watching. Nandong Shiroe stood there with a smile on her face, watching the ball roll in front of her. Just as it was about to land on her feet, she suddenly raised her foot, and the ball rolled over and slowly rolled into the goal. The laughter outside the stadium suddenly stopped. Nandong Shiroe turned around and saw the ball went into the goal. She immediately laughed, clapped her hands, and cheered, "Luo Qingzhou, it's in. Great." Nandong Meiji heard the sound and immediately put down her hands, opened her eyes and looked, and was stunned, with a look of surprise on her face. The people outside the stadium were stunned for a moment, and they started to talk. Nandong smiled and said, "Shiroe is having fun and deliberately let him win. That kid accidentally hit Shiroe's temper. His eldest son next to him smiled and said, "Dad, if that kid really kicked it in, I'm afraid Shiroi will be angry, and will not give them the morning dew of the Xiantian girl tree." Nandongu nodded and said, "Indeed." In the stadium, Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground in a mess, rubbing his buttocks, looking at the ball rolling into the goal, and said in disbelief, "Princess, did I really kick it in?" Nandong Shiroi went over and took the ball out, and said with a giggle, "Really? It really went in." Luo Qingzhou, "It turns out that you are so good. Not only good at goalkeeping, but also good at shooting. You are really a talent. Follow this princess in the future." "Okay," Luo Qingzhou said, "Princess, when I go to the palace to play football, can I play as a striker? I don't want to be a goalkeeper. It's too boring to stand there." As soon as these words came out, the smile on Nandong Shiroi's face froze for a moment, and she immediately refused. "That won't work. You can only be a goalkeeper. We have enough strikers, and you are the best at goalkeeping. As for your shooting, hee hee." Luo Qingzhou also grinned and chuckled. "Ha ha ha ha, Luo Qingzhou. You look so stupid." Nandong Shiroi saw that he had made such a fool of himself, but he still laughed haha and really thought he could play football. She couldn't help but hold her stomach and laughed. After laughing for a long time, she stopped and said, "Okay, let's start practicing. You go to be the goalkeeper. Sister Meijiao, you have to participate when the time comes. You will be our striker." Nandong Meiju nodded and said, "Okay." She turned around and followed Luo Qingzhou, staring at his back suspiciously. When she was about to reach the goal, she suddenly caught up with him and whispered, "Luo Qingzhou, are you deliberately trying to make her happy? Do you know that even if you lose, she will not regret it?" Luo Qingzhou blinked and said, "Princess, I didn't think so much. I really only know how to be a goalkeeper, not a football player." Nandong Meijian narrowed her eyes and said, "Swear. If you lie, you will never get Weimo." Luo Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, "I can't get Miss Qin Air, and Miss Qin Air can get me." But he didn't swear. "Why should I swear? What does it have to do with the princess if I say I don't lie? Isn't the county supervisor too lenient?" Luo Qingzhou directly confronted her. Nandong Meijia's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. "Luo Qingzhou, you are so brave. How dare you treat this princess like this? Are you tired of living?" Luo Qingzhou said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Princess, since you taught me the lime method yesterday, I no longer regard you as a princess. I regard you as a lime heroine. Isn't it you who asked me to call you that? Since you are a heroine, since you should be broad-minded, how can you get angry over such a small matter? If other lime heroes see it, won't they laugh at you?" Nandong Meiju. She suddenly looked gloomy and said, "Where is the lime man?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "Didn't the princess teach me the lime method? When I learn it, won't I be another lime man?" Puff. Nandong Meiju laughed out loud at his serious look, and then immediately sneered. "With your skills, you even fall down when playing football. And you are worthy of being called a lime man?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Isn't there a princess teaching me? The princess is so powerful. She will definitely teach me. When I become a disciple, I will work with the princess as a duo. And God comes to scatter gods. Buddha comes to blast Buddha. Laugh at the world. Invincible. Whoever dares to underestimate our lime man, we will scatter him and make him cry for mercy." Nandong Meiju had a smile on his face, but there was a trance in his eyes. His mood seemed to suddenly become low. He smiled lightly and said, "Then you work hard." When the two were talking, Nandong Shiroi on the opposite side shouted impatiently, "Why are you two still dawdling? Can you go home and talk about it? If you don't kick it, this princess will be angry." Nandong Meiju woke up and ran over to grab the ball. The sun quickly fell from the sky to the horizon. Then, it fell into the green mountains again. When night fell, lanterns were lit outside the field. Nandong Shiroi was still not satisfied and said, "It's all your fault. You came so late and lingered on the court for so long. I haven't had enough fun yet." Nandongka smiled and said, "Shiroi, let's play tomorrow. Let your sister Meiju and the others go back and rest quickly. After a good rest, you will have the energy to play with you tomorrow." Nandong Shiroi took a towel and wiped the sweat from her neck. She said unhappily, "Okay. Go back quickly. Come early tomorrow afternoon. If you are late again, you can forget about the morning dew of the Xiantian girl tree." Nandong Meiju took Luo Qingzhou and said goodbye and left. It was dark, and many lanterns were hung on both sides of the street. Aunt Moo drove the carriage and said outside, "Miss, it's getting late. If we go to the outer city, I'm afraid the city gate will be closed when we come back later, and we can't go back to the inner city." Luo Qingzhou heard this and hurriedly said, "Princess, I will go down and hire a carriage to leave the city. You don't have to send me off." Nandong Meiju thought about it, looked at him and said, "Or, you don't have to go back tonight. Stay at our house for one night. Tomorrow we will go directly to Prince Duan's house to play football with Xiaorui, so we won't be afraid of being late. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou immediately refused and said, "No. If I don't go back, the second lady and Xiao Dai will be worried." "Mother-in-law," Nandong Meiju said directly, "I will send someone living in the outer city to notify them." Luo Qingzhou still said, "Princess, let me go down. I will go back by myself. I won't bother you." Nandong Meiju stared at him for a few times, and said to the outside, "Auntie Moo, go out of the city. You don't have to come back tonight. I will sleep with Weima." "Yes, Mississippi." Auntie Moo didn't say much, agreed, and continued to drive. When passing by Ma Xue bookstore, Nandong Meiju suddenly opened the curtains, poked his head out and said, "Xue, I will sleep with Weima tonight, so that mother won't worry." After saying that, he retracted his head and closed the curtains. Nandong Xue was sitting at the door reading a book. Hearing the voice, he hurriedly stood up, chased out, and shouted to the carriage, "Meijiao, wait for me. I'll go with you. Take me with you. I haven't been out for a long time, and I also want to sleep with Wei Mo." Nandong Meiju sat in the car, motionless, pretending not to hear. The carriage went away quickly. Nandong Xue stopped behind, panting, stamping her feet in anger. In the carriage, Nandong Meiju stared at Luo Qingzhou for a while, and then said lightly, "I was just testing you just now. Do you really think I would invite you to stay at my house alone for one night? I'm not Xue, who would be so shameless." Luo Qingzhou said "Oh," and didn't say anything. Nandong Meiju was silent for a while and said, "I asked around. We will go to the palace to play football the day after tomorrow. The princess will probably go to watch, as will other people in the harem, and even the emperor may go. Luo Qingzhou, you have a close relationship with the princess. I hope you can hold back and not flirt with her. Be careful not to bring about a fatal disaster and implicate the Qin family." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Is it so dangerous?" Nandong Meiju said in a deep voice, "Even if it's not so dangerous, you should think about the most dangerous things, because you are not representing yourself now. You have a family now, so you must be careful at all times." Luo Qingzhou frowned. She nodded and said, "I know. Thank you for your reminder, Princess." Nandong Meiju glanced outside and said coldly, "Call me Lady Lime." Luo Qingzhou, "Lady Lime, do you want to buy some lime to practice?" "Not for now." "Humph. When you are in danger, you will regret not practicing lime with me earlier." "Lady Lime, I don't have any money on me. Can you lend me a few bags to practice first?" "Hee hee. You are kidding. My aunt has told me today that you have at least 20 taels of silver on you." "What? Are you going to save it for visiting brothels?" The carriage quickly left the city and entered the streets of the outer city. Nandong Meiju opened the curtains, looked out the window, and said nothing more. Not long after, the carriage turned into Maple Leaf Alley and stopped in front of the Qin mansion. Nandong Meiju got off the carriage road. "Auntie Moo, drive the carriage to the back door. You can come in and have a rest later. The porridge cooked by this guy is very fragrant. You can eat a few more bowls later." "Yes, Mississippi," Auntie Moo agreed, drove the carriage forward, and turned into the back door in the alley. Luo Qingzhou said, "Princess, I don't think I said I would make porridge tonight." Nandong Meiju went up the steps, turned her head and looked at him and said, "Then are you going to make it or not?" At this time, Song Ryue came out with the maid. Luo Qingzhou said decisively, "Make it. Even if it was for Chan Chan and the second lady to have a bowl, he would make it." He went straight to the kitchen. Soon, everyone in the Qin family gathered outside the kitchen. After making the porridge, Luo Qingzhou first filled a large lunch box and took it to the backyard. First, he filled a bowl for Xiao Dai, and then went to Lingshanyu Palace. The second lady had already taken Zhuer and Qiu'er to the back kitchen, so there was naturally food. "I didn't know if Miss Qin had eaten the bowl of soup I served her last time. I'll serve her another bowl tonight. Bailing didn't get to eat last time, so I'll give her a bowl tonight." The rest will all belong to Chan Chan. With this in mind, he came to the gate of Lingshan Moon Palace and knocked on it. Squeak! The gate opened quickly. Bailing appeared in the door in a pink dress. When she saw him, she said impatiently, "Uncle, come in quickly. I can't wait. I'm so itchy." "Luo Qingzhou," Bailing said, "I'm so itchy. I want to hear about Guer and Xialong's cohabitation in the ancient tomb." "Uncle, tell us quickly. Chan Chan and the young lady love to hear it." Luo Qingzhou carried the lunch basket into the yard and said, "Go get 3 bowls and spoons and eat first." Bailing glanced at the lunch basket in his hand, frowned and shook her head immediately, saying, "Don't eat. I want to listen to Xialong." "Uncle, put down the lunch basket. Chan Chan and the young lady won't eat it either." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and went to the kitchen to get 2 bowls and spoons, saying, "It's good that you don't eat. Let Chan Chan eat more." Bailing pouted and said, "Chan Chan doesn't like these meals. She just likes steamed buns." Luo Qingzhou carried the lunch basket and went to the back garden. In the back garden, Miss Qin, in a white dress, was sitting in the pavilion playing the zither, and Xia Chan, in a light green dress, was dancing with a sword under the tree, with a graceful posture and soft sword moves, which were quite coordinated with the rhythm of the zither. Luo Qingzhou was holding a lunch box and stood outside the pavilion without disturbing them. After the zither stopped and Xia Chan put away her sword, he walked into the pavilion, opened the lid of the lunch basket, opened the lunch box, picked up the bowl and spoon and said, "Miss Chan Chan, I made porridge. You eat a bowl, and I will tell you a story." As soon as the lunch box was opened, an alluring fragrance wafted out. Bailing followed behind and said, "Son-in-law, I told you that Miss and Chan Chan will not eat it. You should hurry up, hey? What is that? It smells so good." Luo Qingzhou filled 2 bowls, put one on the stone table for Miss Qin, and handed one to Xia Chan, who had put away her sword and walked over. Xia Chan took it immediately. Miss Qin also looked at the fragrant porridge on the stone table. Luo Qingzhou closed the lunch box, picked up the lunch basket and walked out of the pavilion, saying, "I'll go get Xiao Dai a bowl first, and come back later." He was afraid that Miss Qin and Xia Chan would be embarrassed to eat if he was here. In fact, Xia Chan had already lowered her head and started eating. Bailing smelled the rich and tempting fragrance, and saw Xia Chan eating with a look of enjoyment, and her mouth was watering immediately. She hurriedly caught up and said, "Uncle, Uncle, you seem to have forgotten someone." Chapter 389 Sister You, tell me a story. Back garden. The moonlight is bright, and the fragrance of flowers is floating. Luo Qingzhou is sitting in the pavilion, telling the story of Guer and Xialongnu in a vivid way. Sitting opposite is Miss Qin. Standing next to her are Bailing and Xia Chan. As Xialongnu grew older, she became more and more beautiful. Yang Guo respected his master more and more. In the past 2 years, he did not disobey his master's wishes. As soon as Xialongnu thought of doing something, he would do it before his master opened his mouth. When Luo Qingzhou said this, Bailing couldn't help but sigh. "Aunt is so happy." Luo Qingzhou said, "But Xialongnu's cold personality is still the same as before. She is serious and indifferent to him, as if she has no family affection at all." Yang Guo didn't care. Sometimes Xialongnu played the piano, and the music was also peaceful and shallow. Yang Guo would listen quietly to the side. Bailing looked at the wooden piano on the stone table, looked at his lady's beautiful appearance in white clothes, and then looked at someone opposite, and said with surprise, "Son-in-law, Xialongnu looks like Miss. Your story." Miss Qin also raised her eyes and glanced at the opposite side. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that they might misunderstand something, so he quickly explained, "This story existed before I met the young lady. The image of Xialongnu was not written based on the image of the young lady. I swear." Bai Ling still looked at him suspiciously, but did not speak again. Miss Qin lowered her head slightly, looked at the wooden zither in front of her, and also said nothing. Luo Qingzhou continued to talk. "The first step of the Great Tao is to open the 9 orifices, and the orifice is at the coccyx acupoint. Start from the Yongquan point on the soles of the feet, and then gradually reach the knees. After the knees, slowly reach the coccyx, and the Niwen point will swirl rapidly on the top of the head." At this point, Miss Qin's eyes moved, and she looked up at him again, and couldn't help but say, "Did you make up this story?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and denied, "No. I read it in a book." Bai Ling curled her lips and muttered, quibbling, "It is obviously written based on the image of the young lady. How can it be so similar? Luo Qingzhou did not explain, and continued to talk. Xiaolong Nu said, starting tomorrow, we will practice the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. I heard from my master that the inner strength of this Heart Sutra must be practiced by 2 people. I thought I could practice it with you. But I didn't know that I couldn't. This sutra says that when practicing, the whole body is steaming. And you must choose an open and deserted place. And practice with your clothes untied. So although the master and the disciple are young men and women, they face each other day and night. One is cold and the other is respectful. And there is absolutely no disrespect. Speaking of this, Luo Qingzhou's voice suddenly began to become smaller. And his eyes subconsciously glanced at the opposite side. Coincidentally, Miss Qin's cold eyes were also looking at him. Bai Ling snorted coldly and curled her lips and said, you still say no. One is cold and the other is respectful. And they even have to open their clothes to practice together. Humph. It turns out that the son-in-law has such dirty thoughts about the young lady. Humph. Luo Qingzhou. Don't talk nonsense. Then I'll skip this and talk about the fight later. No. No. Bai Ling and Xia Chan suddenly spoke at the same time. Bai Ling quickly smiled and said, son-in-law, I won't say anything. You continue to talk about the practice of ant and gore. Master and apprentice. I love to listen. And Chan Chan loves to listen too. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Miss Qin across from him, and saw that she had a cold face and a calm expression, and was not angry. So he continued to talk. He talked twice more. And seeing that it was getting late, he hurriedly finished the last part. Yanghua had an idea, and asked, do you want to be a bride? To know what happened next, please listen to the next explanation. Then he quickly stood up and said, okay. It's getting late. Let's stop here today. I'm going back. After saying that, he immediately picked up the food basket and left quickly for fear that Bai Ling would stop him. After he walked out of the garden, Bai Lingfang reacted from the story just now, was stunned for a moment, and said, that's it? Then he stamped his feet angrily and said, my son-in-law is so hateful. And he cut off the chapter at the critical moment. How can he do this? Chan Chan. My son-in-law is so short. Xia Chan also puffed up her cheeks, clenched the sword in her hand, and echoed angrily, yeah. Miss Qin lowered her head slightly, and her slender white jade fingers gently stroked the strings of the zither. A hint of thought appeared in her dark and deep eyes. As soon as Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence, he saw Chior standing in the courtyard talking to Xiao Dai. After seeing him come back, Chior hurriedly said, my son-in-law, the lady asked you to go over. The princess wants to hear the story you told in the carriage last time. Luo Qingzhou directly refused. If you don't go, just say I want to rest. And it's so late. The princess is resting there. It's not convenient for me to go over. Chior glanced at him, said nothing more, and said, oh, ready to leave. Luo Qingzhou added, by the way, Chior, tell the second young lady that if the princess is not here, I will definitely go to accompany her. Chior smiled and said, okay. After that, she left with brisk steps. Xiao Dai boiled some hot water. Luo Qingzhou went to lock the gate and went into the house. The master and servant took a bath together and went to bed. They talked for a while under the quilt, and Xiao Dai began to get naughty. Luo Qingzhou gave her a severe lesson from behind, and she fell asleep honestly and contentedly. It was early morning. The rain had stopped in the afternoon. A bright moon rose in the night sky. Luo Qingzhou couldn't sleep, so he took out the message and replied to Xiaoya, I will go to Kyoto in a few days since I want to cultivate my soul. I can't do without Duobao Xiaoya. The message came back quickly. Xiaoya, brother. Is it true? Are you really going to Kyoto? When is a few days? Is there a specific date? After coming to Kyoto, will brother settle down or leave after a few days of fun? Luo Qingzhou, he should stay in Kyoto for a while. Xiaoya, great. When brother comes, you must help your sister fight the bad guys. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, I'm afraid that the bad guys who dare to provoke you can't be beaten by brother. Xiaoya, it's okay. Brother will help me. By the way, brother, I have good news for you. Your sister Yu is actually coming to Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou, I know she is going, but she shouldn't have gone yet. Right? Xiaoya, did she tell you? Luo Qingzhou, she said a few days ago that she would go in a few days. Xiaoya, oh, brother, when the time comes, the three of us will join forces to form the 3 Knights of the Night. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya, I'm not very familiar with Kyoto. Where are you now in Kyoto? Xiaoya, inner city. Can you tell me your true identity? Most outsiders cannot live in the inner city. There are powerful magic weapons on the walls of the inner city. If you live in the outer city, your soul may not be able to enter the inner city. In this case, we can't meet. Luo Qizhou, I am an ordinary citizen, and should only live in the outer city. Xiaoya, actually, if you can tell me your true identity, I can help you live in the inner city. Luo Qizhou said, no need. Xiaoya, brother, do you still not trust me? Luo Qizhou, I just don't want the soul to mix with reality. We are soul friends. I also have my own family and friends in reality. So let's not get to know each other. Xiaoya, brother, I am so sad to hear you say that. Luo Qizhou, it's the same with me and Sister Yu. We have never thought about meeting. In the room, a girl in a snow-white dress stood in front of the window, holding a piece of jade in her hand, and was quietly watching the conversation between the two people above. Xiaoya, brother, do you like your Sister Yu or your Sister Yu? Luo Qizhou, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Xiaoya, hey, a lie. Luo Qizhou, I like both. Xiaoya, what about the truth? Luo Qizhou, of course Sister Yu. Xiaoya, what kind of like? Do you want to hug her, kiss her, and possess her? Luo Qizhou, don't talk nonsense. The relationship between Sister Yu and me was pure and innocent. We were friends. And the relationship between a teacher and a friend was not what you thought. Xiaoya, brother, I don't believe that you don't want to hug her, kiss her, and possess her at all. She is so beautiful, so cold and arrogant, so high and mighty. Don't you want to put her down, tame her and make her beg for mercy? Luo Qizhou, if you say this again, the chat will end here. Sister Yu is my benefactor and best friend. I hope you don't insult her. And don't insult me. Xiaoya, brother, have you seen her true face? Luo Qizhou, I have seen her. Xiaoya, is she as beautiful as a fairy? Even a fairy can't compare to her? Luo Qizhou, to be honest, she is just SOSO. But her temperament is indeed comparable to a fairy. Xiaoya, just SOSO? Brother, are you sure you have seen the true face of senior sister? Are you sure it's just SOSO? Have you ever seen a girl prettier than her? Luo Qizhou, there are many prettier than her. At least I have seen quite a few. I have also seen a woman who is 100 times prettier than her. A real fairy. You may not believe it when I tell you. What do you think my relationship with that woman was? At this moment, the jade stone suddenly vibrated. Sister Yu, tell me a story. Luo Qizhou quickly replied, okay. At this time, Xiaoya also sent a message. What relationship? Luo Qizhou, no more chatting. I want to tell Sister Yu a story. Xiaoya, brother. Sister also wants to listen to a story. Sister is so bored. Luo Qizhou said, okay. Then I will send 2 copies. Xiaoya, hee. Brother is so nice. Wait for brother to come to Kyoto. Sister must thank brother. Sister Yu, talk. Luo Qizhou did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately started editing from the last chapter. After editing a large section, he sent it to the 2 of them. It was not until nearly 5 o'clock that he replied to the 2, it's almost dawn. I have something to do tomorrow. I need to rest. Good night. Xiaoya, brother. Good night. I will miss you. Sister Yu did not reply. Luo Qizhou waited for a while, then put away the message and closed his eyes. Outside the window, the eastern sky began to turn white. In a room in the palace, on the soft red carpet, a tall and graceful girl in a fiery red dress was standing in front of the window, staring at the dark night in the distance in a daze. On the table next to her, there was a message. Yuying, she shouted to the outside. A girl in a black dress said respectfully outside the beaded curtain, Your Highness, please give me your orders. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment, and said, Let Huagu enter the palace tomorrow. I want to borrow her body to go out for a while. Yuying hesitated for a moment and asked, Where are you going? Your Highness? Nandong Huiyue sighed and said, It's too boring. I want to go out for some fresh air. Mr. Luo has been in Kyoto for so many days. I want to meet him, chat with him, and visit my senior sister by the way. Yuying said nothing more and retreated. Chapter 390 Meeting. The next day, the sky cleared up. As soon as the sun rose, Huagu took her maid into the palace. Half an hour later, a carriage drove out of the palace. After a careful inspection by the guards, it went out of the city gate and soon entered an alley in the inner city. Not long after, it came out of the alley again and began to wander around the streets of the inner city. Several people who followed out of the palace followed behind the carriage and slowly turned around, but soon found something wrong. There was no one in the carriage. Outer city. An ordinary carriage drove into Maple Leaf Alley. Then, it stopped in front of the gate of Qing Mansion. A girl in a black dress holding a sword lifted the curtain and jumped off the carriage. She glanced around vigilantly and said to the carriage, "Miss, no one is following." The curtain was lifted. A beautiful girl in a flowery dress, with skin as white as ice and a waist as thin as a willow, came out of the carriage tenderly and softly, and jumped directly off the carriage. As soon as she landed, her legs softened and she almost fell to the ground. The girl in the black dress hurriedly supported her. The girl in the flowery dress showed a trace of embarrassment on her face, looked down at her chest, and frowned. She is so weak, but her chest is quite big. No wonder she can't stand steadily. The girl in the black dress looked straight ahead, still expressionless. The girl in the flowery dress raised her head and looked at the house in front of her, with a complicated look in her eyes. If Lord Qin does not resign his title, he can at least live in the inner city, and he won't be crowded here. He is a pioneer for this palace. After that, she walked towards the gate. Butler Zhou Tong had already noticed the carriage outside. Seeing this, he immediately walked out of the yard, glanced at the girl in the black skirt, and hurriedly said, "Are you two ladies looking for my master or my wife? I will go and inform them now." The girl in the flower skirt thought for a moment and said, "Looking for Miss Qin Air." Hearing this, Zhou Tong hurriedly said, "Please go into the living room for tea. I will go and inform Miss Air." As he said this, he told Qing'er to lead the two into the house, and he immediately hurried to the backyard. Plum Fragrance Garden. Miss Qin Air was talking to Nangong Meiju in the study, and Zhu'er hurried in to report, "Miss, Butler Zhou just came over and said that there were two girls in the front yard looking for you." "Looking for me?" Qing Weimo was slightly startled when he heard this, but he did not hesitate and immediately went out. Nangong Meiju also followed behind him. The two of them left the courtyard. Butler Zhou was waiting outside and bowed quickly, saying, "Miss, two girls just came. Their clothes and temperament don't look like ordinary people. They said they want to see you." The second young lady, Qing Weimo, walked towards the front yard and asked, "Didn't they say their names?" Butler Zhou followed and said, "No. The two seem to be master and servant. The female guard in the black dress looks very familiar. She looks like." Qing Weimo looked at him and said, "Like what?" Butler Zhou looked a little solemn. He glanced at Nangong Meiju next to him and whispered, "She looks a bit like Yuying, the female guard next to the eldest princess. But she seems to have put on makeup and her hair is loose." I didn't dare to ask more. After saying this, Qing Weimo's face changed slightly, and he quickened his pace. Nangong Meiju also showed a hint of doubt on her face. The two of them followed Butler Zhou and soon came to the front hall. In the living room, the girl in the pink dress was sitting on a chair, drinking tea in an elegant manner. The girl in the black dress was holding a sword, standing straight behind her with a cold face. The disguise on her face had faded and her hair was tied up. Qing Weimo just entered the hall and saw the standing girl in the black dress at first sight. She was shocked and looked at the sitting girl, but was stunned again, with a look of doubt on her face. Yuying stood behind her respectfully. She thought it was the eldest princess who came in person. How could it be? Miss Huagu? Qing Weimo had naturally seen this girl in the pink dress. Huagu heard the voice, put down the teacup in her hand, stood up, looked at her and smiled. "Miss Qin Air, I didn't disturb your rest?" Then, she looked at Nangong Meiju behind her. Qing Weimo smiled and said, "No, I got up a long time ago." "Miss Huagu, when did you come to Kyoto?" Then he looked at the girl in the black dress behind her and said, "Miss Yuying, didn't you follow the princess?" Yuying glanced at her indifferently and said nothing. Huagu smiled and said, "Miss Qin Air, can we go to your courtyard to talk?" Qing Weimo looked at her suspiciously for a few times, and always felt that the girl's temperament and demeanor seemed different from before. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Huagu, if you have something to say, you can say it here." Huagu smiled, put her hands behind her back, walked out the door and said, "Let's go. Go to the back. I want to see your brother-in-law." Qing Weimo's expression froze, and he frowned. Nangong Meiju, who was standing by, said with a gloomy face, "Who do you think you are? You can meet whoever you want to meet." Huagu stopped, turned his head and looked at her, smiling and saying, "My lady, are you still so bad-tempered?" When these words came out, Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, and then became more suspicious. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Huagu smiled, ignored her, looked at Miss Jean Eyre and said, Miss Jean Eyre, I brought you in here today because I was afraid that you would not want to see me. Don't worry. I won't snatch your brother-in-law today. I'm just bored and want to talk to him. Of course. I'll ask His Highness a few questions by the way. When Qin Weimo heard this, his expression was solemn, and he didn't dare to delay any longer, and hurriedly said, Please. Several people left the hall and walked towards the backyard. Walking on the corridor, Qin Weimo couldn't help asking, Miss Huagu, how is His Highness doing now? Huagu smiled and said, Not bad. Qin Weimo glanced at her and saw that she didn't seem to want to say more, so he didn't dare to ask again. Nandong Meiji was not polite and said coldly, I heard that she was under house arrest in the palace. Is that okay? Huagu looked at her and said, How did the princess know that she was under house arrest? Nandong Meiji snorted, Of course I have a way to know. Moreover, if she was not under house arrest, she would not turn a blind eye to the riots in Maching. It is her fiefdom, and the people there are also her people. Her army is stationed there. Huagu smiled faintly and said nothing more. Qin Weimo glanced at her expression, and suddenly his heart moved, and said, Did your highness do it on purpose? After saying this, Huagu and Yuying looked at her. Nandong Meiji frowned and asked in confusion, Weimo, what do you mean by intentional? Qin Weimo's eyes showed a trace of thought, and said, With your ability, I think it is unlikely that you will be really under house arrest. The unrest in Maching may be an opportunity to let the people of Dian know the existence of the demon race, the importance of your highness, and that your highness is now being targeted and framed by certain people. In that case, your highness will have. Speaking of this, she suddenly woke up, stopped talking quickly, glanced at the three people, and said a little embarrassedly, I said it nonsense. Nandong Meiju's face showed a trace of contemplation. Huagu's eyes flashed, and she suddenly asked, Miss Jean Eyre, how is your illness? Have you been treated since you came to Kyoto? Qin Weimo said softly, It's a little better. Everyone has been running around for my illness these days. Huagu looked at her meaningfully and said, If she can be cured, Miss Jean Eyre's future achievements will definitely be as good as Min. Qin Weimo smiled slightly and said, Weimo just wants to study quietly at home, and doesn't want to achieve anything. Huagu smiled and said, You should just want to stay at home and take care of your husband and children quietly. Right? It's been so long. Miss Jean Eyre hasn't won your brother-in-law yet? Qin Weimo's cheeks blushed slightly, and he didn't answer. Several people went directly to the exiled immortal residence. Huagu stopped at the door, looking at the three words exiled immortal residence on the plaque, and couldn't help sighing, with Mr. Luo's talent, he really deserves the word exiled immortal. Qin Weimo heard this tone, and suddenly turned his head to look at her. Knock. 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 Shuer went forward and knocked on the door. The courtyard door opened quickly. Xiao Dai stuck her head out and saw so many people outside, and hurriedly said, Second miss. Princess, my master is not here. He was called away by Sister Bailing and Sister Xiaochan early in the morning. Sister Bailing said that she wanted the master to tell them stories. Qin Weimo was slightly startled when he heard this, and then smiled, Okay. Then let's go to my sister's place to find him. Xiao Dai, have you had breakfast? Xiao Dai said timidly, I have. Qin Weimo looked at her gently and said kindly, Remember to eat more every day. You have lost weight. Xiao Dai was flattered. Her heart was full of emotion, and she nodded, Yeah. Qin Weimo smiled slightly, and then led a group of people to Lingshan Moon Palace. Huagu glanced at her and smiled. Second Miss Qin is so gentle and considerate to a maid. No wonder Mr. Luo dotes on Second Miss Qin. Qin Weimo stared at her for a few more times without speaking. Several people soon arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace. Huagu looked at the name on the plaque. His eyes flashed, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhu Er hurried forward and knocked on the door. After a long time, a hurried footsteps came to open the door. Bai Ling said impatiently, I am listening to the story. You? Then he saw Miss Jean Eyre, and immediately smiled and said sweetly, Miss Eyre, is there anything? Qin Weimo said softly, Bai Ling, this Miss Huagu has something to do with her brother-in-law. Please call him out. Bai Ling's eyes then looked at the pink skirt girl in front of her, and then she was stunned. Walked out, came closer, stretched out her nose and sniffed, and asked suspiciously, Did you put honey on your body? Huagu said calmly, I guess so. Bai Ling looked at him strangely for a few times and said, "You're lying. You obviously eat honey often. So your body smells so sweet." Then he glanced at her towering chest and said with a vigilant face, "What do you want to talk to my son-in-law about? You can tell me directly." Huagu looked at her and said, "Can you represent him?" Bai Ling said, "Of course." Huagu frowned. Yuying immediately stepped forward with a sword in hand and said coldly, "Just shout if I tell you to. Don't talk nonsense." Bai Ling looked around and said with a puzzled face, "Hey, who was shouting just now?" Bang! Yuying suddenly drew out the sword. But before the sword in his hand was raised, he suddenly froze in place, because another sword had been silently pressed against her neck without her knowing when. The cold tip of the sword touched the skin on her neck, making her feel cold all over. The cold girl in a light green dress appeared beside Bai Ling at some point, holding the cold sword in her hand. The scene suddenly became tense. Cough, cough, cough. Miss Qin Air suddenly coughed. Xia Chan was stunned for a moment, then sheathed her sword and disappeared into the courtyard with a whoosh. Yuying froze in place for a few seconds, and then sheathed her sword. Miss Qin Air said, "Bai Ling, go and call my brother-in-law out." Bai Ling saw that her face didn't look good, so she turned around and ran in and said, "Miss Air, wait a moment." Not long after, Luo Qingzhou walked out quickly. When he saw Huagu, he was stunned for a moment. Then his face darkened. "Why are you here?" Huagu looked at him and smiled. "Mr. Luo, because I miss you." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, looked at her gloomily, and said nothing more. He directly pulled Miss Qin Air into the house, then slammed the courtyard door and locked it from the inside. Huagu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Mr. Luo, the prince has something to tell you." Luo Qingzhou said inside, "What is it?" "Just say it directly." Huagu said, "Open the door. I want to talk to you alone." Luo Qingzhou said directly, "No need. If the prince really has something to say to me, I will go to the palace to ask her tomorrow." "You go." Huagu was stunned when he heard it, and said, "How are you going to enter the palace tomorrow?" Then his eyes suddenly lit up, and said, "There is a football game tomorrow. Only players can enter the palace." "Mr. Luo, are you going to play football tomorrow?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It has nothing to do with you." Huagu was silent. For a moment, she looked at the closed gate and said, "Mr. Luo, why do you hate me so much? Have I done anything to dislike you?" Luo Qingzhou said coldly, "You shouldn't have come here today. You shouldn't have talked nonsense just now. And you shouldn't have brought Yuying here. Go away. I won't see you again." Huagu frowned and said, "Mr. Luo, I'm following the orders of His Highness. Even if His Highness comes, I'll still say this. Her people dared to draw swords to threaten my people. I will never see her again." Luo Qingzhou interrupted her coldly, with an uncontrollable anger in his tone. Huagu froze in place, opened her mouth, and fell silent. After a while, she suddenly said coldly, "Yuying, apologize to Mr. Luo and Miss Bai Ling." Yuying walked forward without any hesitation, bowed her head and said, "Mr. Luo, Miss Bai Ling, Yuying was wrong." Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Huagu stood outside the door for a while, then turned around and said with a sullen face, "Yuying, let's go." After that, she left quickly. Yuying stood up and followed her, still expressionless. Nangong Meiji looked at the two people's eyes, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. After another moment, the courtyard door opened, and Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Air out. Nangong Meiji looked at him suspiciously and said, "Luo Qingzhou, what happened to you just now? Why are you so angry?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and handed Miss Qin Air to Zhuer and Chioer. Miss Qin Air whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, I'm sorry Weima. Weima shouldn't cough." "Xia Chan," Luo Qingzhou said softly, "don't blame you. Go back and take medicine. I'll go see her." After that, he entered the courtyard and closed the courtyard door. Nangong Meiji looked puzzled and said, "Weimo, what's going on?" Miss Qin Air blamed herself. He must have seen Xia Chan was sad, so he got angry. "Xia Chan approached me just now, outside the gate of Qin Mansion, when Huagu took Yuying out and was about to get on the carriage. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the roof above the gate. On the roof, a moon-white figure stood there silently, looking at her coldly. Chapter 391. Lingshan Moon Palace. In the back garden, Miss Qin, dressed in a white dress, was sitting in the pavilion in a daze. Bai Ling walked quickly from the house, entered the pavilion, and whispered, "Miss, she is gone." And the son-in-law didn't see her. Miss Chin didn't speak. Bailing asked curiously, "Miss, do you know that spirit?" Miss Chin still didn't answer. Bailing tilted his head and glanced at her eyes. He was slightly startled and didn't speak again. He turned around, raised his head, and looked into the distance. In the room, Xia-Chan hugged her knees and sat in the corner of the bed, lowering her head, and couldn't see the expression on her face. Luo Qingzhou went over and opened the curtains. The sun shone through the window and fell in, and the room suddenly became bright. He then walked to the bed and said, "Chan, don't blame yourself. The second lady just did it on purpose. She didn't cough for real." Hearing this, Xia-Chan slowly raised her head and looked at him with red eyes. "You're lying." Luo Qingzhou sat down on the bed and said, "I'm really not lying to you. The second lady just felt that the atmosphere was too tense, so she coughed on purpose to let you leave. I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. The second lady just asked me to come and apologize to you on her behalf." Xia-Chan rubbed her eyes, shrugged her shoulders, looked at him and said, "Really?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Really?" Xia-Chan held back her tears and looked at him for a while, saying, "You're lying." "Yes, puppy." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay." As he said that, he reached out and held her slender feet in snow-white silk stockings, stroking them and saying, "Chan, do you want me to help you change a new pair of socks?" "Ah!" The sword in Xia-Chan's hand suddenly hit the back of his hand. Her 2 feet shrank and hid under her skirt, slightly puffing her cheeks and staring at him. Luo Qingzhou rubbed the back of his hand, stood up and said embarrassedly, "Then you take a rest. The son-in-law has to go back to study. You caught him to tell stories early in the morning, wasting the good time of the son-in-law." After that, he turned and left the room. He turned around and looked at the back garden. He wanted to say goodbye to Miss Chin, but after thinking about it, he left directly. After leaving the door, he did not return to the exiled immortal residence, but went directly to the Meixiang garden. From the pale face of the second lady just now, she did not cough intentionally, but was really invaded by Xia-Chan's cold air, so she could not help coughing. The second lady is very smart, and it is impossible for her not to know how much psychological burden her cough will bring to Xia-Chan. It seems that the second lady's illness is getting worse and worse. He must get the last medicine as soon as possible, and quickly boil the medicine for the second lady to take, to help her stabilize her condition. When he came to the Meixiang garden, Shuer was practicing flying knives in the courtyard. Seeing him come in, she seemed to want to show off. She suddenly threw 2 flying knives together and hit the bull's eye. Luo Qingzhou clapped his hands and said, "Shuer is so awesome." Shuer raised her chin proudly, and then said, "The young lady is talking to the princess in the study, so you can just go in directly." Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of her, glanced at the closed study window, and asked, "How is the second young lady?" Shuer said. After returning, she drank a few sips of medicine and stopped coughing, but her face still doesn't look good. Then he asked, "Son-in-law, when can I get the morning dew from the Xiantian jade girl tree?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "In a few days. They should still be collecting." Shuer sighed, looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, I heard that you are going to play football in the palace tomorrow. You must play well, and try to get the little princess to give us the medicine as soon as possible." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know." Squeak at this time, the window suddenly opened. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, standing in the window with a slightly frowned brow, looking at him with a nervous face and said, "Brother Qingzhou, how is Xia-Chan?" Luo Qingzhou walked up the steps and stood in the corridor and said, "She is fine. I told her that you coughed on purpose and apologized to her for you." Miss Jean Eyre was relieved and said, "That's good. Thank you, Brother Qingzhou." At this time, Nandong Meiju appeared behind her and asked coldly, "Luo Qingzhou, I asked you to tell us the legend of the Condor heroes last night. Why didn't you come?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I'm tired. Rest." Nandong Meiju sneered and said sarcastically, "You've been telling stories to your sister-in-law for so long. Aren't you tired?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her expressionlessly and said, "Does it have anything to do with you? You Sister Meijiao, don't be angry." Miss Jean Eyre saw that the two were on the verge of a fight, and hurriedly persuaded them, and then said to Luo Qingzhou, "Brother Qingzhou, I'm fine. You go back and rest. You still have to play football with Sister Meiju in the afternoon." Nandong Meiju's neck stiffened, and he snorted coldly. I won't take him with me, Luo Qingzhou said. I know the way myself. After that, he turned and left. Nandong Meiju glared at his back with anger on her face. After he walked out of the courtyard, she angrily said, Wei Mo, look at his attitude yourself. I am a princess after all. But he is so rude. Does he think that he has passed the imperial examination and married the eldest princess? So he has become arrogant and looked down on everyone. Miss Qin Er said awkwardly. Sister Meijiao, Brother Qizhou is in a bad mood today. Don't blame him. Next time he is in a good mood, I will ask him to apologize to you. Nandong Meiju paused, looked at her suspiciously, and said, Wei Mo, tell me honestly, what is the relationship between him and Xiachan? Why is he so nervous about her? Just now, you were really unwell, but he didn't come back with you, but went to see Xiachan first. What's going on? Miss Qin Er, with a helpless smile, she sighed softly and said, Sister Meijiao, this matter is a bit complicated. I'll tell you later. Nandong Meiju frowned and said, When is the future? Why can't I tell you now? Miss Qin Er looked at her meaningfully, paused, and said softly, The future is when Sister Meijiao has to accept it. Nandong Meijiao was even more confused when she heard this. What do you have to accept? Miss Qin Er smiled slightly, took her hand and said, Let's not talk about this. Sister Meijiao, continue to tell me about Brother Qingzhou playing football yesterday. Nandong Meiju looked at her suspiciously and sneered. There's nothing to say. Just one word. Pretend? Luo Qingzhou went to the kitchen, took a lot of ingredients, and returned to the exiled immortal residence. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came back, Song Ryue followed in with Mayor, frowning and said, Qingzhou, are you going to cook again? You are a scholar. Don't always go into the kitchen. People will laugh at you if you tell others. Luo Qingzhou was boiling water in the kitchen and said, Mother-in-law, are you going to eat here at noon? Song Ryue glanced at the dried mushrooms in his hand and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou took out a plate, put the dried mushrooms in it, and said, I'll make some food for the second lady, but there are only a few people. If mother-in-law eats here, I'll make more. Song Ryue coughed and said, I don't care. It's the same wherever you eat. But your father-in-law and your second brother seem to like the food you cook. So make more, and I'll bring some to them later. Luo Qingzhou said. Okay. Song Ryue's mouth moved, walked over and put on an apron, and said, Come, I'll help you pick vegetables. Mayor also hurried over to help. Xiao Dai was filling the stove with firewood. After the water boiled, Luo Qingzhou took a few tomatoes, cut across with a knife, put them in a large bowl, and began to scoop boiling water. The tomatoes of this era were also brought from other countries, and the taste was more natural and rich. Song Ryue was picking vegetables nearby and had been secretly watching him. Seeing this, she quickly stood up and said, Qingzhou, what are you doing? You can just cut the tomatoes to fry. Why do you scald them with boiling water? Luo Qingzhou picked up a freshly blanched tomato from the bowl, put it on the chopping board, and gently tore the thin red skin of the tomato with his fingers on the cross-cut. He said, Mother-in-law, look, peel the tomato skin before frying. The taste and texture will be better. Every time the kitchen fries tomatoes, we have to spit out the skin when we eat them. Don't we? Song Ryue blinked when she heard it, and saw that he easily peeled the tomatoes in a few strokes, and couldn't help but wonder, you can peel the skin just by scalding it with boiling water? How can this be? Luo Qingzhou was peeling another tomato, and said casually, It's afraid of heat. Just like we humans are afraid of heat, and have to take off clothes. Puff. As soon as this was said, Xiao Dai, who was filling firewood, and Mayor, who was picking vegetables, both puffed and couldn't help laughing. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment before she realized that this was a joke. She rolled her eyes at him and said, You just love to talk nonsense. Scholars, you don't have any serious words. After that, she continued to pick vegetables. While picking, she suddenly laughed. Luo Qingzhou beat a lot of eggs. After he cut the thin beef cubes, he beat 2 more eggs, picked out the egg yolks, and then poured the egg whites into the beef cubes and began to stir. Seeing this, Song Ryue asked in confusion, Qingzhou, what is the purpose of putting eggs in beef? And why do you only want egg whites? Luo Qingzhou said, In order to prevent the beef from getting old when fried. Mother-in-law, you will know when you eat it later. Song Ryu said stopped picking vegetables, and stood directly behind him, starting to watch curiously and attentively. Qingzhou, how come you picked up this vegetable after blanching it in water? Can you eat it? Yes. You can eat it cold. Qingzhou, why do you put wine in the stir-fried meat? Will it smell like wine? No. It's to remove the fishy smell. After the wine is put into the pot, it will evaporate with the fishy smell, and there will be no smell of wine. Qingzhou, why do you put oil in the rice when you cook it? Just 2 drops. It smells good. Qingzhou, why is your MSG different from the last time? I added a seafood flavor. It tastes more delicious. Qingzhou, mother-in-law, I'm cooking. Can you stand a little further away? Oh. Qingzhou, there's a lot of sweat on your forehead. Let me wipe it off for you. Hey. This dish smells so good. Can mother-in-law taste it first? Just taste it for a while. Okay. The chimney was smoking, and the fragrance drifted away with the wind. The meal was not ready yet, and Miss Qin Er and Nangong Meijiu, as well as Qiuzhu, Qin Wenzheng and Qin Chuan, all came following the fragrance. Of course, Beiling and Xia Chan also came. At this time, on the stone bridge in the West Lake, Hua Gu, who was wearing a pink dress, was standing at the railing, staring at her shadow in the lake in a daze. Yuying stood behind her with a sword in hand, motionless. I shouldn't have used Hua Gu's body to go over there. No wonder those eyes were looking at me warily. This body is too charming. Miss, aren't you angry? There's nothing to be angry about. Mr. Luo is a man of real ability. It's normal for him to have a temper. If I didn't even have this kind of mind, how could I have come this far? Miss, just now outside the gate, I just met an acquaintance. But it's quite interesting. She seemed a little nervous when I saw her for the first time. There was silence on the stone bridge for a moment. Miss, where are we going next? Hua Gu looked at the lake in the distance, pondered for a while, and suddenly turned around and said, Let's go to Prince Duan's mansion and watch Xiaorui play football. Let's go. Yuying didn't say anything else. She looked around, then followed her and got on the carriage. Chapter 392 Shameless. Wow. So delicious. Tender meat, crispy vegetables, fragrant rice. Miss, please try it. In the back garden of Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling was eating with relish, her face full of enjoyment and happiness. A large food box of food was placed on the stone table. The rich and tempting aroma filled the entire back garden. This was brought over by Luo Qingzhou himself after he had prepared the meal, under the escort of her and Xia Chan. My son-in-law is so amazing. He can actually cook, and he can make such delicious food. Miss, we will have a good time in the future, Beiling said with a smile. Miss Qin sat in front of the stone table, quietly looking at the exquisite food in front of her. Hearing this, she looked up at her, paused, and said lightly, Then will you leave with me in the future? As soon as these words came out, the smile on Beiling's face froze. Xia Chan also held a bowl and stood quietly under the eaves. The back garden suddenly fell into silence. After a while, Beiling frowned and said pitifully, Miss, can you not leave? It's good here. Let the son-in-law cook for us every day, watch the moon with us every day, and tell us stories. Isn't it good? Then he looked under the eaves and said, Right. Chan Chan? Xia Chan looked at the snow-white figure in the pavilion and did not answer. There was another long silence. Qin Jinjia said, Let's eat. Bai Ling quickly picked up her bowl and handed it to her attentively. She mustered up the courage to say, Miss, I want to say a few more words. Even if you don't like to hear it, I still have to say it. The son-in-law is very good. He is very kind, very capable, very hardworking, very good to the young lady, and very handsome. I think the son-in-law is worthy of the young lady. She said the last sentence with great courage, but in the smallest voice. After saying it, he looked at her anxiously. Qin Jianjia's beautiful face still showed no other emotions. Bai Ling lowered her head and added weakly, I think the young lady should reconcile with her son-in-law. The garden fell into silence again. The wind blew by, and a leaf fell from the branch, swirling and falling into the pavilion. It was noon. The sun was shining, and the autumn wind was pleasant. It was noon that day. The fragrance from the exiled immortal residence lingered for a long time. A large pot of rice, and all the dishes were eaten up by the Qin family. Song Ryu left with everyone contentedly. Xiao Dai, Qior and Zhuer stayed to clean up the dishes, wash the pots and pans, etc. Miss Qin stood in the courtyard and talked to Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meijia walked to the corner with a cold face, took out her whip, and slapped a rockery in the corner, as if in protest. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and asked Miss Qin, who provoked her. Miss Qin couldn't help but smile and whispered, "Who else except you?" Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "Is it because of what I said to her this morning? Is your mind so narrow? Do you still remember it now?" Miss Qin Air suppressed her laughter and said, "Girls are not all like this. Brother Qingzhou, go and apologize. You will go to Prince Duan's mansion to play football together later." Luo Qingzhou said, "No. She ate several bowls of food I cooked at noon. Isn't that enough?" Miss Qin couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you argue with a girl? Can't you go and coax her?" "Why should I coax her? If I want to coax her, I will only coax you." Mississippi. "You lied. Who did you coax in the morning? The sun is so bright today. And it was still raining yesterday." In the afternoon, Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiji went out and got on the carriage. Qin Weima sent them to the door, watched the carriage go away, and couldn't help muttering, "Brother Qingzhou, you still have to coax her." The carriage drove slowly on the street. Luo Qingzhou leaned against the back and closed his eyes to rest. Nandong Meiju stared at him coldly for a while, then suddenly took out a whip, slapped it in the carriage, and ordered, "Apologize." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, looked at her, and said directly, "Princess, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't hit me." Nandong Meiju. The carriage was quiet for a while. Nandong Meijia couldn't help but said, "Luo Qingzhou, where is your literary backbone? Where is your temper just now in the mansion? You should at least struggle stubbornly for a while. Why do you admit defeat and beg for mercy so quickly? Are you still a man?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I am not a man. Just don't hit me. I am what you say I am. I am just a scholar, with delicate skin and tender flesh. But I can't bear the whipping of the princess." Nandong Meiju. "Shameless. Shameless. No manliness. Aren't you ashamed?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. Yes. Yes. The princess is right." Nandong Meiju. The carriage was completely quiet. Nandong Meiju stared with eyes wide open, her pretty face livid, her towering breasts rising and falling. Obviously she was very angry. Even if this bastard said a few more words to her like before, it would be stronger than his current attitude. At least, she could take the opportunity to say a few more words to him, to satisfy her desire to talk and vent. But now this guy either admitted his weakness or his mistakes, and completely followed her, leaving her with a lot of anger, but nowhere to vent. Damn it! Nandong Meiju looked at his calm face, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help it, so she stretched out her long legs and kicked his knee, leaving a footprint on it. She wanted to kick him, but she was afraid that this guy was too weak and would be injured, and she wouldn't be able to practice later. So she just kicked him lightly. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, patted the footprints on his knees, and then moved his other knee over and said, "Princess, don't be angry. Kick this one again." Nandong Meiju, seeing her clenched fists, chest heaving, staring with murderous eyes, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Princess, how about I lie down and you step on me? As long as the princess is not angry. It doesn't matter how you humiliate me. Get out." Nandong Meiju was afraid that she would really be mad at him, so she twisted her body, raised her legs, hugged her arms, closed her eyes and lay there, ignoring him. Luo Qingzhou also closed his eyes and calmed down. The carriage entered the inner city and soon stopped in front of the Prince Duan's mansion. The two got off the carriage one after the other. Nandong Meijia's face was full of frost, and she ignored him. When she was about to reach the stadium, she stopped and turned to look at him and said, "Luo Qingzhou, if you provoke me again next time, I will sprinkle lime on your face. Do you believe it?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I believe it. But princess, we are both lime warriors. Why are we so anxious to fight each other?" Nandong Meiju said disdainfully, "You are also worthy of being called lime warrior?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Under the wise guidance of the princess, I will definitely become a qualified lime warrior in time." Puff. Nandong Meiju immediately held back her laughter, glared at him with a straight face, shameless. After saying that, she twisted her slender waist, walked towards the court with long legs, but couldn't help but smile. Luo Qingzhou followed behind and suddenly saw a familiar figure on the court. At the same time, outside the court, there was also a familiar figure sitting. He hurriedly caught up with Nandong Meiju and whispered, "Princess, Huagu and the one named Yuying are here too. Yuying is playing football on the court." Nandong Meiju was stunned when he heard the words, and looked at the court. And then his face became solemn. Don't talk nonsense later. Just guard your door. Okay. Of course Luo Qingzhou would not talk nonsense. Luo Qingzhou. You came quite early today. Come here quickly. Today you will practice guarding the goal for me. We will go to the palace tomorrow. So you have to cooperate with us. Nandong Shirui saw the two of them on the court and immediately shouted loudly. Luo Qingzhou followed Nandong Meiju and just walked to the court. Hua Gu, who was sitting on a chair outside the court, suddenly stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Luo? What a coincidence. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and walked directly into the court. Nandong Ku, the Prince of Duan, who was sitting next to Hua Gu, was stunned for a moment when he saw the scene and whispered, Miss Hua Gu knows that boy? Hua Gu smiled faintly, looked at the figure and said, Of course I know him. Nandong Ku's eyes flashed. And seeing that she didn't seem to want to say more, he didn't dare to ask again, and whispered, How is Hui Yu in the palace? Hua Gu said, Prince, I came to watch the game today, not to talk about the affairs of His Highness. Nandong Ku smiled, didn't ask any more questions, and looked at the young man on the court. Luo Qingzhou, help me guard the goal today. If they kick it in, I will punish you. On the court, Nandong Shirui said arrogantly. Luo Qingzhou nodded and glanced at the opposite side. Yuing was wearing a black suit and stood opposite. The two looked at each other. Yuing still looked cold, wondering if she remembered what happened in the morning. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and walked to the goal and stood. Dang! With the sound of a gong, the practice began. Yuing got the ball first, dodged Nandong Shirui, and then passed several people. With a bang, he kicked the ball from 10 meters away. Pop! Luo Qingzhou hugged the ball, and the ball rolled violently in his arms. He was knocked to the ground, but the ball still didn't fall out of his hand. Nandong Shirui said happily, Luo Qingzhou, good job. Then she turned around and warned Yuing, if you dare to use force against the rules, this princess will have you crippled. Yuing said respectfully, Princess, don't worry. Yuing knows the rules. Nandong Shirui snorted and ran to the goal and said, Luo Qingzhou, give me the ball. Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground and threw the ball out. Nandong Shirui took the ball and started to sprint past the opponent. Outside the court, Nandong Ka looked at his daughter on the court and suddenly said, Miss Hua Gu, I heard a piece of news recently. I wonder if it is true or false. Hua Gu said calmly, Your Highness, please speak. Nandong Ka smiled, and suddenly looked at her and said, The Queen Mother seems to be selecting a consort for the princess. Is that true? When these words came out, Hua Gu was shocked, paused, turned his head and looked at him and said, Who did your highness hear that from? Nandong Gu smiled slightly, looked back at the court, and said nothing more. Hua Gu's face changed for a while, and his eyes also looked back at the court. In the evening, the practice ended. Hua Gu left hurriedly with Yuing, and his face looked particularly gloomy. Nandong Gu looked at the backs of the two. His eyes flashed, and a flattering smile appeared on his face again, and he turned his head and said, Xiao Rui, you play well? Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju were covered in sweat. They took the towels handed over by the servants, wiped them, and prepared to leave. Nandong Shirui suddenly said, We have to get up early tomorrow morning. Can you make it in time? Otherwise, let's stay in the mansion tonight. We can discuss tomorrow's tactics in the evening. Nandong Ka on the side immediately said, No, Meiju can stay here. Qingzhou must leave. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed and said goodbye. Nandong Shirui snorted unhappily and said, Luo Qingzhou, if you come late tomorrow, this princess will kill people. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said goodbye. Who knew that just as he walked out of the palace, Nandong Meiju followed him out and said, Luo Qingzhou, stay at our place tonight. I have already told Weima about it. Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, Thank you, princess, but I have something to do tonight. Nandong Meiju frowned and said, What is it? Luo Qingzhou said, I promised Beiling and the others that I would go back to tell them stories tonight. Nandong Meiju sneered and said, Luo Qingzhou, don't forget what is most important at this time. If you delay tomorrow's game, you won't get the last medicine. Luo Qingzhou walked down the steps and said, I won't be late. I'll go out before dawn tomorrow. Nandong Meiju looked at his stubborn back, clenched her fists, and then walked down the steps and said, Wait for me. Get in the carriage. I'll go with you. Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, Princess, I can do it alone. You should go home. You didn't go home last night. I'm afraid the prince will be worried. Nandong Meiju glared at him and said, Stop talking nonsense. Get in the carriage. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her. Had to turn around and get on Aunt Mu's carriage. Secretly thinking about how to get rid of her later. He made an appointment with Sister Dao. And he would go to Sister Dao's house tonight to ask for the result. If this Lime lady found out that he secretly went to see Sister Dao, it would probably expose his identity as the Lime ancestor. At that time, Lime to Lime. Tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 393. Where did you go? In the evening, the sun sets. The carriage left the inner city and drove slower on the street. The outer city was the most crowded at this time. People who were strolling, buying vegetables, and returning home after a busy day of work were all walking on the streets. Bustling and noisy. Nandong Meiju opened the curtains and looked at the street outside. Whenever she came to the outer city, she would look outside, without saying a word, as if looking for something. Luo Qingzhou also looked out the window. The sole exploration of the past few nights made him know all the streets and alleys in the outer city. Even all kinds of twists and turns of the dead end. The 18 alleys in the South City? He looked in the direction of the South City. The carriage slowly turned the wheels and continued to drive towards Maple Leaf Alley. Nandong Meiju's eyes were still looking at the people on the street. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Sister Meijiao, please drop me off at the Blue Bird Book Pavilion in front. It's still early. I want to read for a while and buy some test questions. This girl must hate reading the most. Nandong Meiju turned around and looked at him and said, Aren't you going back to read? If you want to buy any books, ask the maid to buy them when you go back. Luo Qingzhou said, There are many books in the bookstore. You don't have to buy them. But you can take a look. I have nothing to do when I go back. And I've been busy with the second lady's affairs recently. I rarely read books. I'm afraid I'll forget some knowledge. After all, I'll take the exam after the new year. So I need to review more. Nandong Meiju frowned slightly and said, Then I'll go with you. The outer city is more chaotic. And it's not safe for you to be alone outside. Luo Qingzhou did not refuse and said, Then I'll trouble you, Princess. If he refused again, he would be suspected. Nandong Meiju didn't say anything else, and continued to look at the street outside. The carriage soon stopped at the door of the Blue Bird Book Pavilion. Luo Qingzhou took Nandong Meiju off the carriage and entered the bookstore. After searching the bookshelf for a while, he picked up a copy of History of the Great Yin Kingdom and read it with great interest. Nandong Meiju glanced at it, flipped through the bookshelf for a while, and found a graphic novel. After reading it for a few times, she felt that it was very childish and boring, and it was a far cry from the Legend of the Condor Heroes. When she played football in the afternoon, her clothes were already soaked with sweat. Although the sweat had dried up now, it was very uncomfortable to wear. About an instant stick of time passed. She couldn't help but said, Luo Qingzhou, buy it and read it at home. I feel uncomfortable. I want to go home and take a shower. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and said, Princess, why don't you go back first? It's so close. I'll read it for a while, and then go back by myself. Nandong Meiju said impatiently, Are you afraid of spending money? I'll buy it for you. I'll buy you all the books you want. Luo Qingzhou looked at her seriously and said, Princess, I won't spend your money. Nandong Meiju glared at him. You have guts now? Where's the guts you had in the afternoon? Luo Qingzhou ignored her and continued to read. Nandong Meiju stayed for a while, but couldn't stay any longer. So she said coldly, I'll go back and take a shower and eat something, and come to see you later. Don't run around. Just stay here and read. Okay? Luo Qingzhou put down the book, without looking up, and said, Okay, Princess. I know the way. I can go back by myself later. Nandong Meiju ignored him, walked out the door quickly, and got on the carriage. As soon as the carriage drove away, Luo Qingzhou immediately put down the book, walked to the door, and stuck his head out. After the carriage went away, he immediately went out and walked quickly towards the south of the city. Walk on the nearest street and go through the nearest alley. After entering the quiet and deserted alley, he began to run, put on a mask, and changed into his old black clothes. He suddenly changed into Chu Feiyang of Maching. Not long after, he entered the 18th lane, walked forward about 200 meters, and saw a house with a rather old building. On the plaque of the gate, 2 words were written in a strong pen, Dao Fu. This is it. Luo Qingzhou immediately went over and knocked on the door with a copper ring in his hand. Knock. 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 After a while, the 2 doors opened, and a maid in a green dress stood inside the door. She blinked and looked at him, and asked, "Who are you looking for, sir?" Before Luo Qingzhou could answer, her eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Is it Mr. Chu?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "My name is Chu Feiyang. I made an appointment with Sister Dao yesterday to come here today. Is Sister Dao here?" "Sister Dao?" The maid was stunned for a moment. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Dao Ling." When the maid heard this, she smiled and quickly opened all the doors, making way for him and said, "Mr. Chu, please come in. My master and young lady are waiting for you." "Master?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and said, "I'm looking for your young lady." The maid smiled and said, "Same. Mr. Chu, please come in. The master also knows that Mr. Chu will come tonight. He has prepared the food and is waiting for you." Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and followed her into the courtyard. Then he stepped on the bluestone slabs and walked into the hall. "Master, Miss, Mr. Chu is here." The maid entered the hall and said hurriedly. In the hall, Sister Dao was talking to her father Dao Chengkong. As soon as the maid's voice sounded, Dao Chengkong stood up immediately. Luo Qingzhou saw that the middle-aged man looked ordinary, with black hair and black pupils, and was not similar to Sister Dao. He was stunned for a moment. When he was hesitating, Sister Dao immediately walked up to him and said with a smile on her face, "Fei Yang, this is my father. You can just call me uncle." Then she said, "Daddy, this is the Chu Feiyang I told you about." Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely, always feeling that her smile was a little wrong, and hurriedly greeted him, "Hello, uncle." Dao Chengkong looked at him with a smile on his face and nodded, "Okay. Okay. Fei Yang is indeed dignified and has an extraordinary temperament. Linger didn't lie to me." Then he said, "Linger, Daddy is very satisfied with this person." When Luo Qingzhou was wondering, Sister Dao suddenly grabbed his hand and said coquettishly, "Fei Yang, where is the gift I asked you to buy? Did you forget? How can you come to my house empty-handed when you come to my house for the first time?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her in a daze. Sister Dao glared at him and pinched him lightly with her fingertips in the palm of his hand. Luo Qingzhou immediately understood. This is to use him to shut up the father of the knife who is urging marriage. Dao Chengkong immediately smiled and said, "It's okay. We are family. Why should we be polite? Come on, Fei Yang. Go have a few drinks with uncle." Luo Qingzhou forced a smile on his face and followed the 2 to the dining room. After sitting down, Sister Dao stood up and poured wine for the 2. Luo Qingzhou said, "I don't drink." Sister Dao immediately said, "Drink." Then she kicked him from below. Luo Qingzhou had to change his words and said, "Although I don't usually drink, today is the first time I come to visit, so I naturally have to accompany my uncle to drink a few glasses." He thought secretly in his heart that Sister Dao's tough attitude towards him, and she used him as a marriage card without prior notice, seemed not to be afraid of his anger. So there was only one possibility. His apprenticeship and learning skills were successful. "Uncle, I'll toast you first." Thinking of this, he was happy and immediately raised his glass. Dao Chengkong also raised his glass, and the more he looked at him, the more satisfied he was, and said with a smile on his face, "Okay, okay." The 2 drank and ate. Every time Dao Chengkong asked him a question, Sister Dao would take the initiative to help answer it, without a single leak. After 3 rounds of drinking, Luo Qingzhou felt dizzy and knew that he was drunk. He hurriedly said, "Uncle, I can't drink anymore. Let's drink next time. I have to go home later. I'm afraid my family will worry if I drink too much." Dao Chengkong continued to fill his cup and said, "What are you afraid of? I'll let the servants go to your house to inform you later. Don't go back tonight. Stay at my house." Then he squinted his eyes and said with a breath of alcohol, "Stay with Linger tonight, and go straight to the bridal chamber. People who practice martial arts don't have so many rules. Uncle is looking forward to your marriage soon." Luo Qingzhou, Sister Dao quickly took the wine pot away and said, "Dad, Fei Yang has something to do tomorrow, so he can't drink anymore. I'll accompany you to drink a few more cups later." Then he put the wine pot far away, helped Luo Qingzhou up directly, and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home first." Dao Chengkong wanted to keep him, but Sister Dao ignored him and helped Luo Qingzhou out of the door directly. When they came to the alley outside, Sister Dao quickly apologized in a low voice. Chu Feiyang. I'm sorry. I was really urged by my father today, and I had a quarrel with him. So I had to say that I was already good to you. Otherwise, he would force me to go on a blind date again. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his head and said, It's okay. Sister Dao. How is my business? Sister Dao immediately said happily. My master agreed. After all, I introduced you. And I said you are such a genius. Master said that when the time comes, we only need to check your body. See, when you have time, I will take you to become his disciple. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, What does physical examination mean? Sister Dao explained. The demon clan has recently awakened, and some of them are practicing evil skills. The main purpose of the physical examination is to confirm that you are a pure human being, and at the same time, to confirm that you have not practiced evil skills, etc. Anyway, you don't have to worry. Master trusts me very much. He won't make things too difficult for the people I introduce. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Sister Dao. Sister Dao said embarrassedly, I also want to thank you tonight. Chu Feiyang. You really can't drink. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Luo Qingzhou pushed her away and said, It's okay. I'll go back by myself. I'm not drunk. I did it on purpose just now. Otherwise I couldn't leave. After that, he waved his hand and said, Sister Dao, I'll come to see you in 2 days. Seeing him staggering away, Sister Dao followed him and supported him, saying, Chu Feiyang, you can't do this. It will be troublesome if you fall on the road. Let me take you back. If you are afraid, I know where you live. You can tell me a street and I can take you there. Luo Qingzhou did feel a little dizzy, seeing that it was already dark. He had to say, Then you hire a carriage for me and I can take it back. Sister Dao thought about it and said, That's fine. Then she helped him out of the alley, found a carriage at the intersection, helped him get on, and gave the driver a few more words of advice before giving him the silver and watching the carriage leave. After dark, there were fewer pedestrians on the street. The carriage ran all the way at a very fast speed. Luo Qingzhou took off his mask in the carriage. Not long after, they arrived at Maple Leaf Alley. At the entrance of the alley, Luo Qingzhou quickly stood up and said, Stop the car. I'll get off here. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage, walked to the corner, held onto the wall, and vomited. He had just been jolted by the carriage for a long time, and he had long wanted to vomit. He didn't know what the wine was made of, but it was quite strong. But he did drink a lot tonight. He vomited a few more times, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and was about to walk into the alley when a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Where are you going? Luo Qingzhou felt a chill on his spine and turned his head to look. Nandong Meiji changed into a graceful purple dress, and the whip in her hand had been taken out. Looking at him coldly, snap! The whip suddenly hit the wall next to him. On the hard stone wall, stone chips flew and a deep mark appeared. Speak! Her face was cold and murderous. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly jumped. He seemed to forget to change clothes. Chapter 394 Luo Qingzhou? Chu Feiyang? The alley was pitch black, but at the entrance of the alley, the lights from the street still shone over. After being stiff for a moment, Luo Qingzhou suppressed the urge to throw the lime and run away. He immediately squinted his eyes, staggered back into the alley, tilting his head and drunkenly saying, Who are you? What are you doing? His whole body was finally shrouded in the darkness of the alley. Nandong Meiji held a whip and walked towards him with a cold face. Ugh! At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened his mouth and vomited at her. Nandong Meiji's face changed, and he immediately stopped and quickly stepped back a few steps. Luo Qingzhou did not vomit, and suddenly staggered towards the alley, shouting loudly, Robbery! Robbery! Nandong Meiji stopped at the entrance of the alley, squinted his eyes, and saw that he was gradually running away, and did not chase him. Luo Qingzhou quickly ran into the mansion. Nandong Meiju stood at the entrance of the alley for a long time. Aunt Mu appeared behind her and whispered, Princess, I caught up with him. The driver came from the intersection of Fenglu Street in the south of the city. I went up to ask him, but he refused to say anything at first. After I gave him a silver ingot, he opened his mouth. It was a woman with short silver hair who helped Luo Qingzhou to the carriage. As for where the two people came from, the driver didn't see clearly. Silver short hair? Hearing this word, Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Then he tightened the whip in his hand, and immediately turned around and said, "Let's go and take a look." The two quickly disappeared on the street in the distance. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence, and immediately asked Xiao Dai to boil water. After taking a bath, and changing into a clean Confucian robe, he saw that the Nagong princess had not come yet, and his heart became more and more uneasy. The clothes should be flawless. After all, the black suit he just wore was almost the same as the one he wore when playing football, and the difference was even more indistinguishable in the dark. But he was still very uneasy. I wonder where the Nandong princess saw him from. Did she see him at the alley entrance? Or did she follow him from some street? The more he thought about it, the more ominous he felt. It was not his character to sit and wait for death. He thought carefully, then went out and went directly to Meixiang Garden. He was just scared and sweated, and the wine had sobered up a lot. When he arrived at Meixiang Garden, Miss Qin was reading a book alone in the study, and the Nandong princess had not returned. He felt even more uneasy. Qin Weimao seemed to smell the alcohol on his breath, and he approached him and sniffed a few more times, and said in surprise, "Brother Qingzhou, did you go out to drink? Didn't Sister Meiji say that you were reading in the bookstore?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and decided to confess to her, because she knew about him being Qufeiyang, and she also knew that he had been practicing martial arts secretly. More importantly, this girl has been keeping it a secret for him. He started with what happened yesterday when he met Sister Dao. "Second miss, I have always wanted to find a place to practice martial arts. Yesterday, I met Sister Dao, my friend from Mo City, at West Lake, and then, after he finished telling the story of yesterday with a serious face, Qin Weimao suddenly asked, 'Brother Qingzhou, is Sister Dao pretty?' Luo Qingzhou really didn't expect her to ask this question. He was stunned for a moment and said, 'It's okay.' Then he reacted and said quickly, 'Don't misunderstand, Miss Second. There is nothing wrong between me and Sister Dao. We are just friends. I can swear,' Qin Weimao said. Oh! Seeing that she didn't seem to believe it, Luo Qingzhou had to say, 'Sister Dao is a foreigner. She has silver hair, is tall, has blue eyes, and carries a big knife all day. She is not my type.' Qin Weimao chuckled and said, 'What type does Brother Qingzhou like?' Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, 'Of course, the type of Miss Second.' Qin Weimao smiled, then walked closer to him. Her body softened, and she leaned against his arm softly, looking up at her beautiful face, biting her pink lips gently, and said delicately, 'Brother Qingzhou, is that so?' Luo Qingzhou said seriously, 'Second miss, I'm talking about business. Very serious business. I feel that the princess may find me.' Qin Weimao said, 'Is Brother Qingzhou afraid of her?' Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, 'What do you think? I abused her so badly at the beginning. If she knew that I was that person, she would probably whip me to death on the spot with a whip.' Qin Weimao smiled, left his arms, and asked, 'What happened tonight?' Luo Qingzhou quickly told what happened tonight. 'I went to Sister Dao's place for dinner and drinks, and when I came back in a carriage, she found me at the alley entrance. I don't know if she was waiting for me at the alley entrance, or followed me back from that street.' Qin Weimao thought about it carefully and helped him analyze. She probably hasn't found out yet, and she doesn't even suspect it. With Sister Meijiao's personality, if she found out and suspected it, she would definitely not let you leave under the pretext of being drunk. So she should have seen you at the alley entrance. She thought you were. I waited for her in the bookstore, but after taking a shower, I went to look for you, but you were gone. It was dark, and she must have looked for you for a long time, feeling anxious and angry. Finally, she suddenly saw you at the alley, so she angrily asked you where you went. You were drunk, and her first reaction was probably that you took the opportunity to go out and fool around, and she might even think that you went to a brothel. These are all trivial matters. Brother Qingzhou, you can explain it casually. Just say that you met a friend in the bookstore, the friend who borrowed your Foxfire tears, and you invited him to have a drink, so you came back so late. After listening to her analysis, Luo Qingzhou felt much more at ease. But Qin Weimao suddenly said, however, 'Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiju hasn't come back yet, which is very abnormal. The worst case scenario is that she may find that you came back in a carriage, and then ask someone to follow the carriage. And after you leave, she will go to find the carriage again.' Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's heart sank. Qin Weimao sighed and said, If Meiju finds the carriage, the driver will definitely not keep it a secret for brother Qingzhou. The driver should have seen Sister Dao. Right? When Sister Meiju finds Sister Dao, the two will talk, and brother Qingzhou will be exposed. Luo Qingzhou. At the same time, in the 18th lane of the South Street, Nandong Meiju and Aunt Mu just found this alley. With short silver hair, tall stature, blue eyes, and special facial features. These characteristics can easily leave an impression in the eyes of passers-by. The two asked all the way from the intersection of Fenlu Street. The vendors near the 18th lane said that there lives such a woman in this alley. So the two found this place easily. After walking forward for nearly 200 meters, the two stopped in front of a house. Nandong Meiju raised her head and looked at the plaque on the door. There were two big characters on the plaque, Daofu. The moonlight was like frost, falling in front of the gate. Nandong Meiju seemed to recall the past inadvertently, and a trance appeared in her eyes. After standing quietly in front of the door for a moment, she walked over, held the door knocker, and knocked on the door. Dong! 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 The dull sound sounded particularly clear in the quiet alley. Soon, the door opened. A maid poked her head out, looked at the two people outside the door, and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Nandong Meiju said, "Sister Dao." The maid looked at her a few more times and said, "Wait a moment. I'll report to the young lady." Not long after, a sound of footsteps came from the yard. Squeak. The two doors opened again, and Sister Dao appeared from the door. She looked at the two people outside the door, was stunned for a moment, then narrowed her eyes, and did not speak. Nandong Meiju looked at her coldly and said, "I want to ask who is eating at your house tonight, and who also drank a lot of wine." Sister Dao said coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Nandong Meiju clenched her fist and said, "I remember I told you that he is a family man. Are you trying to steal his love?" Sister Dao responded sharply, "Does it have anything to do with you? Are you his wife?" Nandong Meiju's eyes showed a cold color. "I brought him out. If he is seduced by a woman of questionable character outside and causes trouble, it is naturally my responsibility. He is my cousin's husband, so it is naturally related to me." After saying this, Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, looked at her suspiciously and said, "Cousin's husband? You brought him out? Didn't this young lady look for Chu Feiyang yesterday, but didn't find him? Isn't she talking about Chu Feiyang?" Nandong Meiju looked at her with sarcasm on her face and said, "You are a warrior. Shouldn't you find a warrior as your husband? How can you like a weak scholar who can't even tie a chicken? To be honest, I can't figure it out." "Daojia?" She was stunned for a moment and said, "Who are you talking about?" Nandong Meiju sneered and said, "Pretend? Keep pretending. How do you think I found you? You sent him to the carriage, and he just had dinner and drank wine at your house tonight. Do you think I don't know if you don't admit it?" Daojia was even more confused. "Isn't this Chu Feiyang? When did Chu Feiyang become a weak scholar who can't even tie a chicken? And how could Chu Feiyang be the cousin-in-law of this young lady?" The relationship between the two was not like this before. She was full of doubts and asked again, "Gong Meiju, who are you talking about? Explain clearly." Nandong Meiju clenched his fists and looked at her coldly. "It's already this time. Do you still want to pretend? Who else can it be except Luo Qingzhou, the bastard who is fickle and has an affair? You are a warrior. Do you dare to do it but not take responsibility? Luo Qingzhou?" Daojia was stunned when she heard the name, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face, and her heart was even more confused. But suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Chu Feiyang has never dared to reveal his true identity. Could he be? Chapter 395. I'm in Kyoto. The moonlight is like water. Lingchan Moon Palace. In the back garden, Miss Qin, in a snow-white dress, sat quietly in front of the stone table. Bailing and Xiaochan stood behind her. Equally quiet, Luo Qingzhou sat opposite, continuing to tell the unfinished story of the return of the Condor heroes. After coming out of Meixiang Garden, he came here. No matter what the result is, he can only face it. So there is no point in worrying anymore. Just lie down and wait for the final judgment of the princess. Of course, Miss Qin will help him mediate. Son-in-law, something seems wrong. Why did Xiaolongnu suddenly have a conflict with Guer and break up? When Luo Qingzhou was talking, Bailing suddenly asked, with a puzzled look on her face. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Xiaolongnu has developed a secret crush on Yanggui. So she has been asking Yanggui not to call her aunt anymore. But Yanggui is too stupid and keeps calling her aunt. Xiao Longnu thought he didn't like her. So she got angry and broke up with him out of frustration. Bai Ling was puzzled and said, "Is it because of this? Xiao Longnu is too narrow-minded. Right? Wouldn't it be okay to just tell Guo Er directly and ask him if he likes her and wants her to be his wife?" "Uncle, this misunderstanding is a bit far-fetched." Luo Qingzhou glared at her and said, "Are you telling the story? Or am I telling the story? How about you tell it?" Seeing that he was angry, Bai Ling stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything, muttering, "Uncle is so fierce tonight." Luo Qingzhou suppressed the annoyance in his heart and continued to tell the story. He talked for a while. Bai Ling couldn't help but say, "Guer is such a scumbag. He just broke up with his aunt and got together with another girl." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "Let's stop here tonight." When Bai Ling heard it, she quickly admitted her mistake and said, "Son-in-law, don't. I was wrong. I won't talk too much again. I swear." Luo Qingzhou glanced outside the pavilion and said, "It's getting late. I should go back to rest. I have to go to the palace to compete tomorrow." After that, he bowed to Miss Qin and said goodbye. When he walked to the front yard, Bai Ling caught up from behind and apologized pitifully again. "Son-in-law, don't be angry. Next time you tell a story, I won't talk too much. If I talk too much next time, you will use something to block my little mouth. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, "I'm not angry. Maybe I'm going to the palace tomorrow, so I'm in a bad mood. I shouldn't have been fierce to you just now." Bai Ling saw that he suddenly became gentle again, and was immediately moved and said, "Son-in-law," Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm leaving." After that, he went out. Bai Ling suddenly chased him out again, standing at the door and said, "Uncle." Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned around and said, "What are you doing?" Bai Ling looked at him straight, and her pink cheeks suddenly turned red. Then she closed her eyes, pointed to her pink mouth, and said shyly, "Itchy." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, hesitated for a moment, then walked over, stretched out a finger and scratched her pink lips, and said, "Are you feeling better?" Bai Ling opened her eyes. "Good night." Luo Qingzhou turned and left. Bai Ling froze in place, staring at him blankly, until his back disappeared in the night in the distance. Fang pursed her lips, sobbed, and said aggrievedly, "Have you begun to dislike me?" "Woo." She sobbed a few more times, turned around, and was about to enter the house when Luo Qingzhou's figure suddenly appeared from the darkness again, and walked quickly and said, "By the way, Bai Ling, it seems that the son-in-law has forgotten something." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, turned around, looked at him with red eyes, and said with resentment, "What is it?" Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of her, stared at her pink and aggrieved face for a while, suddenly hugged her slender waist, lowered his head, and kissed her pink and tender little mouth. "Auntie." Bai Ling struggled for a while, hugged his neck, and her body soon softened in his arms, tilted her pretty face, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth slightly, waiting for you to pick. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou finally let go of her little mouth, still holding her slender waist intimately, with his forehead against hers, and said softly, "Uncle forgot you." "Cece." Bai Ling's little mouth was moist. Her eyes were blurred, and she trembled and said, "Uncle." Luo Qingzhou gently patted her raised buttocks, then loosened his arms and said softly, "Okay. Uncle is going back to rest. You should go back soon. And Uncle will come again tomorrow night." After saying that, he turned around and left without staying any longer, soon disappeared in the night in the distance. Bai Ling looked dazed. Her body was soft. Her heart was sweet. And she stood there for a long time before turning around and entering the small courtyard. Not long after, a crisp and happy song sounded in the small courtyard. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence. Xiao Dai was helping him change the quilt in the room. Seeing him come back, she hurriedly said, "Sir, Sister Chior came just now." Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat and said, "What did she say?" Xiao Dai said, "I don't understand what Sister Chior said. Sister Chior asked me to tell you that you are safe. And then she left." "Safe?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. And he was secretly wondering, did the second lady persuade him? Or did the Nandong princess not follow the carriage at all? Or did she not find Sister Dao at all? He was full of doubts. But he certainly couldn't go over and ask now, because the Nandong princess must have come back, and was in the Meixiang garden, and might be lying and talking with the second Miss Qin. We can only wait until tomorrow. And the other party will say it herself. But since the second lady said it was safe, it was okay. So he could sleep well tonight. He walked to the window, took a look at the sun and moon treasure mirror on the table, took out the porcelain bottle, and poured 2 drops of spiritual liquid into his palm. Although he had no time to practice during this period, he had been absorbing spiritual liquid. All the data of the body are also slowly increasing. After playing football with the little princess tomorrow and getting the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree morning dew, he can go to Sister Dao to practice with peace of mind. Young master, look at this. Xiao Dai went out for a while and came back into the room with a pair of black stockings in her hand, saying, "This is made according to your description last time. Young master, take a look. Is it right?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, went over to take it in his hand, stroked it, opened it, and looked at it for a while, nodded and said, "It's done very well." Xiao Dai was a little embarrassed and said, "Sir, if I wear these socks, do I really not need to wear pants under my skirt? Wouldn't it be embarrassing?" Luo Qingzhou took a look at her skirt and handed it to her, saying, "You can try it first. But these socks only look good on people with long legs." Xiao Dai blinked and said, "Sir, can you wear them too?" Luo Qingzhou, "I'm talking about girls." Xiao Dai said, "Oh, then the eldest and second young ladies will definitely look good in them." "No, the eldest and second young ladies both like to wear white skirts, so they are not suitable. By the way, the princess is quite suitable, and the princess has long legs. Go to bed." When Luo Qingzhou heard her mention someone, his mood suddenly turned bad, and he turned around and went to bed. "Oh!" Xiao Dai looked at the stockings in her hand, thought about it, and left the room. She decided to try it. Although she was petite, her legs were well proportioned and not short, so she should look good in them. By the way, there is also Sister Qiu'er. Sister Qiu'er is tall and has slender legs, so she must look good in them. Luo Qingzhou was lying on the bed when he suddenly felt the message in the storage bag vibrate. He reached out and took it out. Looking at it, Celia sent a message, "Brother, something bad is going to happen. When will brother come to Kyoto? A bad guy wants to sell my sister. My sister is in danger." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and replied, "What's going on? Who wants to sell you?" Celia said, "My mother. She favors boys over girls, and she is afraid that I will threaten her son's property. So she wants to find a bad guy to marry me off. Woo! Brother, save me." Luo Qingzhou, "You can tell her that you don't want the property, isn't it? If she doesn't believe it, you can write a statement and sign it to have someone guarantee it." "Xiaoya, brother, but my sister wants the property." Luo Qingzhou was speechless for a while. "Then I can't do anything. If you want someone else's property, they will naturally deal with you. This is the way it is now. The son inherits the family business and the daughter marries out. If you are greedy, you will naturally have to bear the consequences yourself. In fact, with your ability, there is no need to ask for those family properties. You can just earn them yourself." "Xiaoya, brother, my family property is very rich, with many cultivation resources. My sister wants to fight for the family property, not only for her own cultivation, but also to help my brother cultivate." Luo Qingzhou, "Good sister, wait for me. I will set off tomorrow. I will fight side by side with you and grab all the family property." "Xiaoya, brother, the reason you care about me is that you covet the treasures on my body?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. I just like my sister." Somewhere in the back garden, in the pavilion, under the white moonlight, a girl in a snow-white dress sat in front of a stone table, quietly looking at the jade in her hand, with a beautiful face and cold as snow. "Xiaoya, good brother, if you really like me, then come to Kyoto as soon as possible and marry me." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou, "Xiaoya, the signal here seems to be a little bad. I didn't see what you just sent." "Forget it. I have to get up early tomorrow, so I won't talk anymore. Let's talk next time. Good night." "Xiaoya, bad brother, you won't let me sleep. Please chat with your sister for a while." Luo Qingzhou did not reply. "Xiaoya, brother, sister won't let you marry." "Sister, let me talk to you about your sister Yu. It seems that your sister Yu has someone she likes." Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, "Who? How did you know?" At this time, the jade stone suddenly vibrated. "Sister Yu sent a message, I'm in Kyoto." Luo Qingzhou saw this message and immediately sat up from the bed and quickly replied, "Sister Yu. Really? Where are you? I'll go to find you now." "Sister Yu, West Lake. Luo Qingzhou quickly said, okay. Sister Yu. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Sister Yu. Be careful. There seems to be a powerful monster in West Lake. His mood immediately improved. Sister Yu came to Kyoto, so his soul cultivation can continue to improve. Soul cultivation is the same as physical cultivation. If someone teaches and gives the skills, the speed of cultivation will naturally be much faster than stumbling and groping by oneself. Without Sister Yu's help, it is estimated that his current soul can only break through from the night wandering to the day wandering realm. And it is absolutely impossible to make a breakthrough and reach the current middle stage of the soul refining realm. Now he can not only drive the flying sword to kill people, but also possess people. Moreover, Sister Yu also gave him a lot of things. Handkerchiefs, soul cultivation techniques, breath control techniques, and flying sword refining, each of which has brought him great benefits. Therefore, with Sister Yu, his hope of cultivating his soul to the Yang God realm will be greater. Squeak. The door opened and Xiao Dai walked in. When Luo Qingzhou was about to tell her that he had something to do tonight and asked her to sleep in her own room, he suddenly saw her wearing a thin black knee-length gauze skirt and new stockings on her legs. She came over shyly and said, Sir, does it look good on me? Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while and said, It's just okay. SOSO. An hour later, Luo Qingzhou's soul left his body and flew to the West Lake. In the quilt, Xiao Dai hugged his body, with 2 blushes of happiness on her cheeks, and fell asleep contentedly. On the carpet beside the bed, the undressed dress and black stockings were thrown messily outside the window. It was late at night. On the surface of West Lake, at the end of the stone bridge, there was an attic. On the attic, a moon-white figure was standing there motionless, lowering his head, quietly looking at the jade in his hand, frowning slightly, and a hint of doubt appeared in his dark and deep eyes. Xiaoye said 2 more messages. However, he did not reply. Didn't he say that he would come right away? She raised her head and looked at the dark night in the distance. Not far away, near the shore, there were several beautifully decorated painted boats with colorful lights. On the painted boat, the woman's laughter, piano music, and singing were floating lively on the lake in the middle of the night. Another moment passed. A figure wrapped in fluorescent light came from the darkness in the distance. The moon-white figure put away the jade in his hand, and his flawless face showed a cold look like moonlight, and his whole body gradually became blurred. At the same time, a small whirlpool suddenly appeared in the lake under the attic. A huge black shadow quietly revealed a trace of outline in the dark shadow of the attic, and a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the beautiful figure on the attic through the water. Chapter 396 Sister Yu's Hug. Huh? Luo Qingzhou landed on the attic like a gust of wind, looking at the familiar Yubai figure in front of him. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Sister Yu, he called softly, feeling very happy and smiling. The Yubai figure stood with her back to him, still with a cold expression, looking at the dark night in the distance, wondering what she was thinking. After a while, she said lightly, Tell me a story first. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Okay. So, he continued to tell the story from last night. 1 chapter was quickly finished. After waiting for a while, he said, Sister Yu, do you want to tell more? The Yubai figure was silent for a moment, and then said, Do you have anything to do tomorrow daytime? Luo Qingzhou heard this, and his heart moved, secretly thinking, Is Sister Yu going to meet him in the flesh tomorrow daytime? If so, will he meet her or not? He said quickly, I have something to do, but I should be back in the evening. What do you want? Sister Yu? The white figure turned around and looked at him quietly for a while, then said in a cold voice, Then go back and rest early. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and said, Is Sister Yu okay tomorrow? The white figure said, No. Luo Qingzhou. Well, it's still early. I'll go back at 4 o'clock. Otherwise, I'll tell Sister Yu another passage from the scriptures? The white figure stared at him quietly for a moment, and said lightly, Okay. Luo Qingzhou smiled, pondered for a moment, and continued the content of the last time. The Tao is empty and can be used, or it is not full. It is deep and seems to be the ancestor of all things. Blunt its sharpness, resolve its confusion, harmonize its light, and be the same as its dust. It seems to exist. The white figure stood face to face with him, about 2 meters apart. Luo Qingzhou spoke attentively. She listened quietly, watched, thought, and thought about it. In the lake below, The whirlpool has disappeared. In the shadow of the attic, the huge black figure was hiding under the water, also listening quietly, and a hint of surprise gradually appeared in the scarlet eyes. After the thunder tribulation, it was covered with wounds and almost lost its soul. Now, it is slowly recovering. Luo Qingzhou spoke a few more paragraphs. The entire West Lake and the night suddenly became silent. It seemed that even the wind stopped. After a while Luo Qingzhou was speaking, he suddenly felt a shock in his soul. A sharp pain came, and then his eyes went black. His body softened, and he fell forward. The whole soul seemed to have been drained of all its energy, and his head was splitting. He did not fall to the ground, but fell into a soft embrace. The moon-white figure gently hugged him. This was the first time he touched the skin of another soul when he was awake, and it felt a bit similar to a hug between flesh and blood. He covered his head with a sharp pain, opened his mouth, and wanted to speak, but couldn't. The moon-white figure hugged him, sat on the ground, and whispered in his ear, "Close your eyes. Practice the inner strength I taught you, and restore your soul power." Luo Qingzhou sat cross-legged as he was told, closed his eyes, and began to bathe in the moonlight and practice the inner strength. A trace of the power of the moon was absorbed into his body and transformed into soul power. The soul power that had been exhausted in his body was recovering rapidly. The power contained in this sutra is too strong. When you recite it orally, it will consume your soul power. I forgot to remind you that you can't recite too much at one time. The gentle voice sounded softly in his ears again, which was not like the cold voice of Sister Yu. I don't know how long it took. He finally felt the soul power in his body overflowing, and the pain had disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes. The white figure of Yu was sitting opposite him, looking at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou also looked at her quietly, although it was hazy and only some outlines could be seen. After a while, he said, "Sister Yu, thank you." The white figure said lightly, "I neglected it. I should have reminded you." Luo Qingzhou stared at her hazy face and suddenly said, "Sister Yu, how about we remove the halo? Anyway, I have seen your true face." The white figure was silent for a while and said, "No need." Luo Qingzhou said, "Sister Yu, don't you want to know what I look like?" The white figure stood up, turned her back to him, looked at the darkness in the distance, and returned to her usual coldness. "No." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and didn't speak again. After another moment of silence, he stood up and said, "Sister Yu, do you think we can be considered friends now?" The white figure didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou walked to her side, looked at her sideways and said, "When I asked Sister Yu this question, Sister Yu said that we were just using each other. But I think we should be friends. Friends who help each other and make progress together. Even if one day Sister Yu can't help me, I will still regard Sister Yu as my best friend." The white figure looked at the darkness in the distance and still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, then said, "Goodbye, Sister Yu. It's getting late. Then I'll say goodbye and come again tomorrow night." The white figure said again, "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou looked at her again, and then flew into the air, and suddenly turned back and said, "By the way, Sister Yu, Celia said she was in danger and needed my help. Do you think I should help?" The white figure said lightly, "It's up to you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Will Sister Yu help her?" The white figure didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Sister Yu, I want to tell you first that in order to practice and advance, I may do a lot of despicable things in the future. Celia has practice resources, so I should help her. I need practice resources. Any opportunity that allows me to practice quickly, I will try to grab it. I only have 2 years. After 2 years, if my soul cannot successfully advance to the Yang God realm, my fiancé will die of illness. So if I change in the future and become a bad person, I hope Sister Yu will still be willing to see me." After saying that, he did not wait for her answer, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. The white figure of Yu stood in the attic, still silent. The night wind blew, and the lake water rippled, blowing her long hair and the fairy-like white dress. She suddenly disappeared in the attic. The black shadow hidden in the shadow of the attic suddenly swooshed into the bottom of the lake, setting off a huge wave. A sword that looked like moonlight suddenly fell from the sky, pierced into the lake, and disappeared. The lake bottom was bright and dark. Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion. His soul returned to his body. He held the little girl in his arms, closed his eyes, but he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The scene of Sister Yu holding him and speaking gently in his ear just now always appeared in his mind. For some reason, when these pictures flashed, another blurry picture suddenly appeared in his mind. Thunder and lightning, wind and rain. He rushed into the sky and accepted the baptism of thunder and lightning. He seemed to be alone, and seemed to be held by someone. But no matter how he recalled, he just couldn't remember. He thought for a long time and had a headache, thinking that he had to get up early to go to the palace tomorrow. He quickly closed his eyes again, calmed his mind, and silently recited the meditation formula in his heart. Finally, he fell asleep quickly. The next day, before dawn, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. At the same time, Nandong Meijia's voice sounded outside. Luo Qingzhou, get up quickly. If you don't get up, I'll kick the door. Luo Qingzhou woke up from his moon-white dream and got up immediately. Xiao Dai also got up quickly and helped him dress and put on shoes, wash and comb his hair, etc. Xiao Dai, it's still early. You continue to sleep. After Luo Qingzhou finished washing, he kissed her cheek and ran out immediately. Xiao Dai stood in the room with sleepy eyes, touched her face for a while, and then returned to bed sweetly. Squeak! Luo Qingzhou opened the courtyard door and walked out. Nandong Meiju stared at him coldly. You said you would go to the palace today. Why are you getting up now? It will be dawn later. There will be many people on the road, and there will be traffic jams. If you go late, you will bear the consequences yourself. After that, she turned around and walked away with her long legs, shaking her high ponytail. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly followed him. He secretly guessed in his heart that the princess didn't mention what happened last night, because she was going to play football in the palace today, and was afraid of affecting his mood. Did she catch up with the carriage last night? Did she ask anything? Luo Qingzhou looked at her tall and cold back, and decided to ask her indirectly after getting on the carriage later. Miss Jean Eyre was weak, and should still be sleeping at this time. She couldn't give him any hints. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to guess so randomly. However, judging from Chio's hints last night, the problem should not be big. But who knows if the princess deliberately concealed something from Miss Jean Eyre, and was ready to give him a fatal blow. Judging from the other party's character, and the harm and humiliation he caused to the other party, this is very likely. So, he still has to be careful. Only by asking Sister Dao tonight can he really feel at ease. When he came to the front yard, Song Ryue and Qin Wenzheng had already gotten up. Song Ryue cooked millet porridge, made some side dishes and buns, and hurriedly said, Meijiao, eat breakfast before leaving. Otherwise you won't have the energy to play football. Nandong Meijiao hurried to the gate and said, Aunt, I won't eat anymore. I'm going to be late. There will be too many people on the street, and it will be difficult to walk. Then she turned around and urged with a stern face, Luo Qingzhou, walk faster. Luo Qingzhou had been following her closely, not even a step behind. But he didn't dare to say a word when he heard it. The two walked out of the house quickly. Song Ryue looked at this scene and couldn't help but sighed. Master, Meiji still seems to look down on Qingzhou. She looked down on him from the beginning. I didn't expect it to be like this now. And it seems that she is even more fierce to Qingzhou. I guess she still thinks that Qingzhou has a bad background and is a son-in-law. Alas, poor Qingzhou. Qin Wenzheng glanced at her, said nothing, walked over, picked up the porridge, and started eating. Aunt Mu drove the carriage and stopped at the door. The two got on the carriage, and the carriage set off immediately, quickly leaving the alley and driving quickly on the street. It was not yet dawn, but the vendors on both sides of the street had already started to set up stalls and goods. In many alleys, various snacks were also made. The fragrance of pancakes and rice porridge wafted out. People who got up early to work were all eating breakfast. Luo Qingzhou was looking down at the morning view of Kyoto outside the window when his calf was suddenly kicked by someone. And then a foot suddenly stepped on his right foot. The cold voice of Princess Nangong came. Look at me. Chapter 397 Entering the Palace. The princess. What? Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head calmly. Then he lowered his head and looked at her feet and said, What does it mean that the princess stepped on my feet? Nandong Meiju suddenly exerted force on her feet. Raise your head and look into the eyes of this princess, she ordered again in a cold voice. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked into her eyes. Nandong Meijia's eyes were cold, and when she was about to speak, the pendant on her waist suddenly wowed and lit up a light. Luo Qingzhou was originally staring at her pupils, and suddenly felt a dazzling light reflected from her. There was a sharp pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly looked away. Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, touched the pendant on his waist, and his face was full of doubts. Then he looked at him and said, "What's wrong with you?" Luo Qingzhou quickly looked at her again, wondering, "What's wrong?" "The princess asked me to look at you. Do you have anything to say?" Sure enough, they are a rich family, and they have such a magic weapon. Nandong Meiji frowned, stroked the pendant with her fingers, stared at him suspiciously for a while, and then said in a cold voice, "I will settle accounts with you about what happened last night after we finish playing football today." Luo Qingzhou, "Tell me, do you have confidence?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. But princess, I seem to have forgotten what happened last night." Nandong Meiji narrowed her eyes and stared at him coldly for a long time, then said, "It doesn't matter. I just remember it. I don't want to affect my mood today because of what happened last night. You will know it after the game." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and took the initiative to say, "Princess, I only remember that I met a friend in the bookstore last night, and then went to drink with her. I forgot what happened later. Did you find me in the end?" Nandong Meiju crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and ignored him with a cold face. But the long leg was still stretched out, and the foot was still stepping on his foot. Luo Qingzhou seemed to have forgotten about it. He stared at her for a while, and suddenly shouted, "Lime lady?" Nandong Meiju still closed her eyes, and did not move, as if she did not hear it. Luo Qingzhou secretly guessed in his heart, if this young lady really knew that he was Chu Feiyang, then when he called out this title, she would definitely not be indifferent. It seems that she still doesn't know, but it is hard to say whether Sister Dao has been found. Of course, it is also possible that she already knows, and at this moment she is brewing all kinds of the most cruel means of revenge in her heart. The calmness on her face is actually just a disguise. It's like the calm sea before the storm. But in fact, deep in the heart, it has already been surging. After the game tonight, he has to leave quickly and find Sister Dao again to ask about the situation last night. Otherwise, he will always be terrified. The carriage quickly entered the inner city and stopped in front of the Prince Duan's mansion. The carriage had already stopped in front of the door. Nandong Shirui has not come out yet. At this time, it was just dawn. Although the palace gate had been opened, it was still too early to enter the palace. The two got off the carriage and entered the mansion one after the other. Nandong Shirui had just woken up and was eating breakfast. She looked very excited and was chattering. Seeing the two people come in, she immediately said happily, "Luo Qingzhou, not bad. You are not late today." Nandongka smiled and said, "Meijio, Qingzhou, have you eaten yet? Come and have something to eat." Nandong Meiju said, "Uncle 18. We have already eaten, so we don't want to eat anymore." Nandong Shirui brought a plate of snacks and handed it to the two people, saying, "Eat a few pieces. My mother made it herself. It's delicious." Nandong Meiju didn't refuse and took a piece, just as Luo Qingzhou was about to reach out to take it. Nandong Shirui suddenly pulled the plate back and asked, "Have you washed your hands?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "I washed it at home." Nandong Shirui snorted and said, "Then you didn't wash it." As she said that, she handed him the piece she had already bitten off and said, "Eat this piece." Nandong quickly scolded, "Shirui, don't be rude." Nandong Shirui flattened her mouth and turned her head and said, "Father, are you being mean to me?" Nandong quickly smiled and said, "No, no, no. How could father be mean to you? You have already bitten this piece and can't give it to guests. And you are a girl. You have bitten it. There is your saliva on it. You can't give it to other men casually." Nandong Shirui heard this, thought for a while, and suddenly handed the snack in her hand to him, blinking her big eyes and said, "Then father, can I give it to you?" Nandong was flattered, and quickly stretched out his hand with a smile on his face and said, "Of course. I am your father. There is no such thing." Who knew that Nandong Shirui suddenly took it back, put it into her mouth, puffed up her cheeks and chewed it, looked at him with a playful face and said, "Don't even think about it." Nandong smiled embarrassedly, took back his hand, not angry at all, and still looked at her lovingly. Nandong Shirui took another whole piece from the plate, handed it to Luo Qingzhou and said, "Luo Qingzhou, eat your fill, and perform well today. If you perform well, this princess can secretly reward you with half of what I ate while my father is away. Do you hear me?" Nandong's face froze. Luo Qingzhou took the snack and said, "Princess, I like to eat the whole thing." Nandong Shirui smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll take a whole piece and lick it a few times before giving it to you. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Nandongke couldn't help but said, Shirui. Qingzhou is already married. And he's a son-in-law. Nandong Shirui looked at him strangely and said, Dad? What do you mean? You don't think I like this guy? Do you? Nandongke smiled awkwardly. No. Father just wants to tell you about him. Nandong Shirui pouted and said, You told me when you came back from Jinshan Temple that day. You praised him to the sky, saying that he was handsome and talented, and had a bright future. You said you were going to catch him back to be my child husband. But you? Nandongke interrupted quickly. Shirui. It's getting late. Let's go. Let's go into the palace. Then he smiled at Luo Qingzhou and said, Qingzhou, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. At this time, it was already light outside. Nandong Shirui took a look and said, It's really late. We need to check out the venue in advance and discuss tactics. Let's go. A group of people immediately surrounded her and went out of the gate. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju were still sitting in their own carriages. Not long after, the carriage set off and drove onto the street leading to the imperial city. Luo Qingzhou sat opposite Nandong Meiju. Seeing that she was staring at him coldly, he had to close his eyes. Nandong Meiju clenched her fists and moved her lips. She seemed to want to say something, but she held back. After a while, Fong warned coldly, Luo Qingzhou, you'd better not have any ideas about Xiaorui. It's not easy to be a son-in-law. And Prince Duan is not an ordinary prince. Even the eldest princess and the emperor have to respectfully call him uncle when they see him. He holds the golden whip bestowed by the previous emperor in his hand, which can whip the emperor and kill court officials. Xiaorui is his only daughter. If you dare to harm her, no one can save you, including the eldest princess. Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely and said, Princess, how can you tell that I want to have ideas about that little princess? Even if I, Luo Qingzhou, am not a human anymore, I will not attack a little girl casually. Right? Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said, I am just reminding you. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, but no need. Nandong Meiju held back his anger and said, Follow me when you enter the palace later. Don't look around. And don't run around. You don't have any identity now. You are just a player who goes to play football. No matter who you bump into in the palace, you will be sentenced to death. You must understand. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you for your reminder, Princess. Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, Luo Qingzhou, actually I want to remind you that if you see the princess, it's best not to say hello, let alone talk to her. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. Nandong Meiju looked at him, hesitant to speak, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, Have you already chosen a team? Luo Qingzhou met her eyes and said, What do you mean you have already chosen a team? Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while, and slowly said, If you want to take the imperial examination to become an official in the future, don't choose a team first. The way to be an official is to be able to get along with both sides, because no one knows which side will be the final winner. Just like when we play football. You think you are very powerful and determined to win, but there may be people who are more powerful than you. Before the result comes out, no one can guarantee which side will win. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, The princess is right. Qingzhou must remember it in his heart. Nandong Meiju sneered, crossed his arms and closed his eyes, and said, I guess you are saying in your heart. What does it have to do with you? Luo Qingzhou said, I really think what Lime Lady said is right. Nandong Meiju opened her eyes and looked at him, then closed her eyes again. Luo Qingzhou did not see any clues from her face. At this time, the carriage arrived at the palace gate and stopped. The guards began to check one by one. One guard also held a piece of jade in his hand, which was specially used to check the storage space on his body. Luo Qingzhou put the storage bag and storage ring in the room before going out in the morning. These things must not be brought into the palace, so as not to hide powerful magic tools, etc. Nandong Meiju had the identity of a princess, so the guards just took a casual look at her and began to search her. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage. The guards touched his whole body, and then used jade to detect it several times. They even asked him to take off his shoes and socks for inspection, and opened his bun to check inside his hair. Nandong Meiju sat in the carriage and watched him being searched quietly. After all the inspections were completed, Luo Qingzhou got on the carriage with his hair loose. When he was about to tie his hair up casually, Nandong Meiju handed him a comb and said, "Comb it." Luo Qizhou looked at the comb and shook his head and said, "No, don't dirty the princess's comb. I can do it with my hands." As he said that, he grabbed his hair a few times with his hands and tied it up. Nandong Meiju put away the comb with a cold face, looked at his handsome cheek, and suddenly asked, "Luo Qingzhou, do you often feel inferior for your own background?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her and said, "Why do you say that, princess?" Nandong Meiju snorted and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "Think about it carefully. What the princess said makes sense. When I talked to the second lady, I didn't dare to get close to her. I didn't dare to enter the house. When I talked to the eldest lady, I still don't dare to get close to her. And I am very respectful every time. Just now, I was embarrassed to use your comb. Maybe these are the inferiority complexes in my bones. After all, you are all nobles with noble status and high status. And I am just an ordinary citizen from the village with only a mother but no father." Nandong Meiju frowned slightly, was silent for a while, looked at him and said, "Luo Qizhou, I have a piece of news to tell you." "No, there are two pieces of news. The first piece of news is that the emperor recently issued an order to form a new department. The gate is called Jinyui. Luo Chantian, the eldest son of Chunghua Mansion, was promoted to the commander of Jinyui, with a rank of the third rank, and was directly responsible to the emperor. The second news was that Luo Yanyan brought his family to Kyoto and settled in the inner city. Luo Yanyan also resigned his title, but because of Luo Chantian, they were qualified to live in the inner city. At the same time, Mrs. Wang was still named a royal lady, which happened in the past few days." After listening, Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "It has nothing to do with me." Nandong Meiju nodded slightly and said, "It really has nothing to do with you. You have left Chunghua Mansion, and your name should not be on their family tree. You will be a member of the Qin family in the future, which is good." Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while and said, "You were married into the Qin family by mistake. It's actually a relief. It's very lucky, isn't it?" Luo Qingzhou said, "The princess is right. It's really lucky." Nandong Meiju said, "Work hard and strive to pass the imperial examination next year. Qin Lang will also graduate from Dragon and Tiger College next year. Coincidentally, Qin Chuan will also enter Dragon and Tiger College. As long as the three brothers of the Qin family unite, they may not be worse than the Chunghua Mansion in the future." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I will." The carriage suddenly stopped. The guards outside all knelt on the ground. Nandong Meiju lifted the curtain and looked outside, with a solemn look on his face. On the road not far away, the eldest princess, wearing a fiery red dress, was sitting in a luxuriously decorated sedan chair, surrounded by guards, walking towards the side. The curtain of the sedan chair was open, and the eldest princess was looking at them with a cold and majestic look. Prince Duan also got off the carriage and stood on the side of the road. Although he was older than her, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of the princess, who had made great achievements in the war and commanded a large number of troops. "Let's go. Go down." Although Nandong Meiju was reluctant, she had to take Luo Qingzhou down and waited by the roadside. The carriage, guards, maids, etc. were all moved to the roadside in silence. Chapter 398: The Queen Mother and the Princess. The sedan chair stopped. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look straight at her. Nandong Huiyue, dressed in a fiery red dress, walked out of the sedan chair, exuding a cold aura that had been cultivated through years of battlefield baptism, which was intimidating. That beautiful and cold face was also full of majesty. She looked at Prince Duan, and then a faint smile appeared on her face. She bowed and said, "Uncle Prince Duan." Prince Duan smiled and said, "Huiyue came so early today. Let's go to the stadium together." Nandong Huiyue looked at Nandong Meiju on the side of the road and said, "Meiju will participate today?" Nandong Meiju lowered her head slightly and said, "Yes, sister. I am in Shirui's team." Nandong Huiyue looked at the young man in tight clothes beside her and asked, "Is this your man?" Nandong Meiju lowered her head and said, "Yes." Nandong Huiyue smiled slightly and said nothing. She dragged her fiery red dress and walked forward with Prince Duan. The group did not dare to take the carriage anymore, and followed respectfully behind. Even Nandong Shirui was shocked by her momentum. After timidly calling her sister, she did not dare to speak again. What a great prestige! Nandong Meiju complained to someone next to her in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the red shadow in front of him and said, I got it by my own ability. Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, Are you sad? Luo Qingzhou looked strange. What are you sad about? Nandong Meiju's eyes were full of gloating. I ignored you and pretended not to know you. Maybe it's not pretending. But noble people forget things and have forgotten you long ago. Luo Qingzhou said. Isn't that better? It's safer for me. Nandong Meiju curled his lips. I'm afraid someone doesn't think so in his heart. Luo Qingzhou said. The princess is so long-winded. What did you say? Nandong Meiju glared. Luo Qingzhou said. I think the princess is really smart. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said. Play well today. After the game, I will give you a gift. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said. What gift? Nandong Meiju showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth and said. You will know when the time comes. I believe you will like it. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the expression on her face, and suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Is it lime? The group quickly came to the stadium. At this time, the morning sun had just risen. Prince Duan and the eldest princess sat in the front row and were chatting about some recent events in Kyoto. As for the palace and the border, the two tacitly did not mention it. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju followed Nandong Shirui to the stadium and familiarized themselves with each position. Luo Qingzhou walked to the goal and observed the distance around, including the goalkeeper. There are 9 people on each side. The rules are no different from ordinary football. And the field is slightly smaller than a football field. Nandong Shirui gathered everyone together, discussed the tactics for the upcoming game, and assigned everyone positions. There were 3 forwards, Nandong Shirui, Nandong Meiju, and the young man named Shitsi. Nandong Shirui also told everyone about the characteristics of the opponent's football. The person who had an appointment with her to play was a 10-year-old girl from concubine Zhang's family, named Zhang Yin'er. Zhang Yin'er's father was a minister of the court, and her family was also a wealthy family. At the same time, she had a special identity, the quasi-imperial concubine. Zhang Yin'er also loved playing football since she was a child, and she was also very talented. She played several games with Nandong Shirui, and both of them had their own wins and losses, and neither of them was convinced by the other. If it were someone else, they would not confront her tit for tat after hearing her title of quasi-imperial concubine. But Nandong Shirui was not afraid of her, and made a bet with her. Whoever lost would learn to bark like a puppy, and also apologize to the other party. Prince Duan persuaded her a few times, but seeing that there was no effect, he had to let her do whatever she wanted. The queen mother and concubine Zhang also witnessed the process of the 2 little girls from quarreling to making an appointment to fight. The matter of the game was still proposed by concubine Zhang with a smile, so that the 2 would not continue to quarrel. The morning sun had just risen to the top of the mountain, and Zhang Yin'er also brought her team to the stadium in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Nandong Shirui's team all wore black jerseys, while Zhang Yin'er's team all wore white jerseys. Zhang Yin'er's team also had girls aged 17 or 18, and young men in their 20s, which were surprisingly consistent in age and gender with Nandong Shirui's team members. The 2 seemed to have discussed it long ago, so it would be more fair. Shirui, don't say I'm bullying you. Although I'm 1 year older than you, I'm shorter than you and my legs aren't as long as yours. I hope you don't use this as an excuse when you lose. Zhang Yin'er spoke very aggressively as soon as she arrived at the court. Nandong Shirui sneered and said, Don't worry. I'm not like some people who like to cheat. Zhang Yin'er, if you lose today and cheat again, I won't let you go. Zhang Yin'er sneered and said, We'll know who loses later. Today, the queen mother and aunt are here, and the princess sister is also here. The emperor may come after he retires, so don't worry. Whoever cheats will never have the face to go out again. Nandong Shirui snorted coldly. That's good. Zhang Yin'er, let's make a deal first. The loser should bark like a puppy at least 20 times, and everyone should hear it. As for apology, I don't care whether you apologize or not. Zhang Yin'er said with contempt. I agree. The loser can just bark like a puppy 20 times. As for apology, I don't want to hear your apology. Anyway, you don't have much sincerity. The 2 looked at each other. Their tones conflicted, and they were on the verge of a fight. At this time, a large group of people surrounded the queen mother and concubine Zhang and walked slowly. Prince Duan and the eldest princess, who were chatting, both stood up. Prince Duan greeted them with a smile on his face and bowed his head. Concubine Zhang was no less handsome than the Queen Mother. And she also hurried forward and said with a smile, I haven't seen Prince Duan for a long time. You look younger and younger. Prince Duan smiled and said, I can't compare to the concubine. The Queen Mother glanced at the girl behind him and whispered, Huiyue seems to be in a bad mood today. What's the matter? Prince Duan whispered, I guess she is bored in the palace recently. Concubine Zhang hurried over, with a bright smile on her face, and directly took Nandong Huiyue's hand and said intimately, Huiyue, look at you. Haven't you eaten well recently? And you have lost weight again. Nandong Huiyue had a cold face and ignored her. Looking at her biological mother, Concubine Zhang said a few more enthusiastic words. Then she let go of her hand and stepped aside. The Queen Mother came over and frowned slightly, saying, Huiyue, why are you looking at me like that? You didn't even call me when you saw me? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Mother, the demon tribe on the border is in turmoil. The city has fallen, and the people are displaced. I want to go there to quell the riot. When can I leave? The Queen Mother smiled and said, Huiyue, you don't have to worry about this. The court has already sent people over. I believe that the turmoil will soon be quelled. You just returned to Kyoto, so let's have a good reunion. And your brother will also be willing to go there. You can't leave. You are a girl, so let men do that kind of thing. Otherwise, people will think that there are no men in Dihian. Nandong Huiyue said, but that is my fiefdom. If I don't go, what will the soldiers and people there think of me? The Queen Mother smiled faintly, sat down on the seat next to her, stretched out her hand and took her hand and said, Come, sit down and talk. Today we are here to watch Xiao Rui and Yen Er play football. As for those things, we won't mention them today. Naturally, your brother and the ministers in the court will worry about the state affairs. You finally came back. Take a good rest for a while. And don't worry about other things. Empress Dowager Zhang also smiled and said, Yes, yes, Huiyue, listen to your mother. Fighting is a man's business. You are a girl. It's not good to always go out and show up. It's so happy in the palace. With your mother, the emperor, us, Yenner and Shirui. Everyone eats and plays together. Happy. Why go out in the wind and sun? Running around. And fighting is dangerous. You are the most beloved princess of the late emperor and the Queen Mother. In case something goes wrong, don't mention my father in front of me. Nandong Huiyue suddenly interrupted her, looked at her coldly and said, You are not qualified. The smile on Concubine Zhang's face suddenly froze. The corners of her eyes twitched a few times, but she didn't dare to get angry. Smiled awkwardly, and said, Okay, I won't mention it. The Queen Mother's face sank and said, Huiyue, what is your attitude? Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything, took her hand away from her palm, turned around, walked to a distant place and sat down alone, looking at the court. The fiery red dress, in the morning sun, became the most unique scenery on the court. It was the late emperor who favored her. The Queen Mother snorted coldly and said with a gloomy face, A girl, going out all day to show her face and lead troops to fight. How can it be decent? Concubine Zhang hurriedly persuaded on the side, Sister, don't be angry. Huiyue may be in a bad mood recently, so she bumped into you. Then a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and she sighed and said, Hey, Huiyue has her own fiefdom and her own army, which is stronger than those princes. It is understandable that she is a little stubborn. I guess she has been away from her place for too long and misses it. After saying this, Prince Duan on the side glanced at her. The Queen Mother sneered with a gloomy face, My own place? Concubine Zhang smiled awkwardly and said nothing. At this time, Zhang Yenner's voice came from the court, Queen Mother, Aunt, Princess Sister, Prince Duan. Can we start? The Queen Mother looked at her, smiled on her face, and said, We can start. Xiao Rui. We can start. Zhang Yenner shouted and returned to her team. The players on both sides stood still and prepared for each other. The referee was holding the ball in his hand, preparing to serve in the middle. Dang. A gong sounded, and the game began. The ball was thrown high into the sky, and then fell down again. The players on both sides began to fight fiercely for it. Nandong Huiyue looked at the figure standing in front of the goal on the court with burning eyes. After a moment, he said to the person next to him, during the lunch break, Find a way to bring him to my palace. Yuying, who was standing behind him, said respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 399 Bitch and Slap. Pass the ball. On the court, players from both teams ran like the wind. Nandong Meijia scored the first goal, which immediately caused cheers. In the stands, the young queen mother also applauded and said with a smile, "That's Meiju from the Nangwa County princess family. She looks so much like her mother. In the blink of an eye, she has grown so big." The concubine Jean on the side couldn't help but take a few more glances at the tall figure in the field, and praised, "Meijia's figure is really good. I don't know which man will marry her in the future." Then she said, "By the way, sister, Nandong County Prince refused the marriage last time. I heard that Meiju ran away from home for this marriage." "Oh, is this true?" The queen mother was stunned for a moment, then sighed. In a tone of voice, she said, "Nowadays, these children are different from before. In the past, it was the children's marriage, all decided by the parents and the matchmaker, and the children dared not say anything. Now, as long as the children don't want to, parents really can't do anything." Empress Dowager Zhang glanced at the red shadow in the distance and smiled. "It's not that parents can't do anything. It's that parents are too doting. If children are really filial, how could they go against their parents' wishes? To be honest, for those unfilial children, as long as their parents punish them a little, they will naturally be honest." The queen mother looked at the court and said nothing more. Empress Dowager Zhang also smiled, quieted down, and concentrated on watching the game. Zhang Yin'er's team began to counterattack. After a few passes, they immediately bypassed Nandong Xiaorui and Nandong Meiju, who were returning to defense. And Zhang Yin'er had already rushed to the goal quickly. A girl kicked the ball from the edge and passed it to her. Before the ball landed, Zhang Yin'er had already jumped up, and her body suddenly volleyed horizontally and kicked it out. Bang! The ball shot out and rushed to the right corner of the goal. Just as it was about to go in, a hand suddenly appeared and blocked it. Pa! The ball was blocked and bounced out. Zhang Yin'er did not give up, and immediately rushed over again, ready to shoot the second shot. Who knew that after the goalkeeper blocked the ball, he immediately rushed again and hugged the ball. Zhang Yin'er ran to the front, and saw that the boy slipped from the grass holding the ball to his feet. A surge of anger suddenly rose in her heart, and she wanted to kick him hard on the head. But she held back. "Wait for me," she snorted coldly, wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned around with a gloomy face, and left. Nandong Xiaorui ran over and smiled. "Luo Qingzhou. Good job." Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground, raised his hand, and threw the ball to her. Nandong Xiaorui received the ball and immediately attacked with the ball. The ball passed back and forth between the three forwards and soon reached the opponent's goal. Nandong Xiaorui kicked the ball, but it was blocked by the opponent's goalkeeper. Zhang Yin'er's team immediately turned to counterattack. Soon, the ball was passed in front of the goal. Zhang Yin'er made a fake shot and suddenly passed the ball to a young man on the right. The young man kicked it and shot directly. Pa! It was still blocked by Luo Qingzhou. However, at the moment the ball bounced out, a girl suddenly rushed over and headed the ball for a second time. Pa! This time, the ball was very close to the goal, but Luo Qingzhou still held the ball in his arms. Nandong Xiaorui cheered and praised not far away. Zhang Yin'er was so angry that her face turned blue. Bang! Luo Qingzhou kicked the ball out and passed it to Nandong Xiaorui. The sun gradually rose to the sky. The morning game lasted for 2 incense sticks. There was a halftime break. After the first half, Nandong Xiaorui's black team scored 4 points, and Zhang Yin'er's white team only scored 1 point. Zhang Yin'er angrily scolded her teammates. Nandong Xiaorui naturally couldn't help but smugly step forward and mock. "It's obviously your own fault, but you blame others. Wow, you are so arrogant." Zhang Yin'er was immediately angry. "Nandong Xiaorui, do you think you are so good? If you didn't have a great goalkeeper, I would have scored a lot of goals. In the first half, you didn't shoot as many times as I did." Nandong Xiaorui said with sarcasm on his face. "No matter how many times you shoot, what's the use if you can't shoot in? It's all in vain." Zhang Yin'er, just admit that you are not as good as me. It's not shameful. Get out. Who are you asking to get out? Say it again? I'll ask you to get out? What's wrong? The two immediately walked closer, clenched their fists, stared, and seemed ready to fight. The players on both sides saw this and hurried forward to persuade them. Nandong Meiju stood between the two of them, frowning and saying, "It's just a football game. The important thing is the game. Why take it seriously?" Nandong Xiaorui sneered. "That's right. Some people get angry when they lose. Zhang Yin'er said even more angrily. Nandong Shirui. Who did you say lost? The second half hasn't even started yet. Do you really think you're going to win? Nandong Shirui said proudly. I have a gold medal goalkeeper. So we're going to win. Nandong Meiju immediately said. Shirui. Stop talking. Zhang Yin'er. Pointing at Nandong Shirui. She was about to continue to scold. But Nandong Meiju said. Stop talking. Be quiet. Zhang Yin'er was immediately furious and glared at her, saying, Who are you? What qualifications do you have to order me? Nandong Meiju frowned, not wanting to argue with the little girl, and turned around and said, Shirui. Let's go. Zhang Yin'er felt even more humiliated when she saw her ignore her. She was furious and couldn't help it anymore. She kicked her hard in the back. Nandong Meiju didn't expect her to suddenly attack, and was holding Nandong Shirui to prevent her from being impulsive. Just as she was about to kick her, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed her arm, and pulled it to the side. Shoo! Zhang Yin'er used too much force, and her kick missed, and she slipped to the ground. At this time, Nandong Meiju reacted and turned around to see that she was in someone's arms. She was stunned and pushed away immediately. Ha ha ha. Nandong Shirui suddenly covered her stomach and laughed. Nandong Meiju hurried over and helped Zhang Yin'er, who had fallen to the ground. When she was about to speak, Zhang Yin'er was angry and ashamed. Angry and hateful. She suddenly slapped her in the face and cursed, Bitch! Pa! A crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out on the court. Zhang Yin'er slapped nothing, but was slapped to the ground by Nandong Meiju. Nandong Meiju said with a cold face, Who are you calling a bitch? At this time, the Queen Mother, concubine Zhang and others who saw the dispute outside the court all walked over quickly. What's going on? What's going on? Yin'er. Why are you lying on the ground? Who knocked you to the ground? Concubine Zhang ran into the court with a panicked face. In fact, she had just seen Nandong Meiju's action. Zhang Yin'er immediately covered her face and climbed up from the ground, crying loudly, Aunt! This bitch! Pa! Before she finished her words, Nandong Meiju slapped her again, this time directly on her mouth, and directly knocked out the rest of her words. The crisp sound of the slap was clearly heard by everyone. Concubine Zhang was shocked and angry. She hurried over and hugged her. Then she looked at Nandong Meiju and said angrily, Meiju, how could you be so cruel to a little girl? Even if she scolded you, you could just teach her a lesson. But how could you slap her? You are slapping me in the face, the Queen Mother in the face, and the Emperor in the face. Zhang Yin'er threw herself into her arms and cried loudly. Nandong Meiju was not afraid of her. She looked at her coldly and said, Concubine, she called me a bitch. Do you think I shouldn't hit her? Her last name is Zhang, and mine is Nandong. You have to understand that in Dian, in the palace, no one has the right to call Nandong a name. Not even you. Concubine Zhang was so angry that she trembled all over. She immediately turned to the Queen Mother and cried, Sister, you have to make a decision for my Yin'er. She will be the imperial concubine in the future. But she was slapped in front of so many people. This is a slap in the face of you and the Emperor. Unexpectedly, the Queen Mother slapped her in the face with a slap, and said gloomily, You dare to sow discord. Meiju hit her. She deserves it. Isn't what Meiju said right? This palace, in the middle, people of different surnames. No one has the right to scold her. Not even me. You have even less right. Concubine Zhang, you don't teach your own family well. And you scold people when you open your mouth. You have no manners. With such upbringing, how can I let the Emperor marry her as a concubine? Concubine Zhang was stunned by the slap. When she heard this, she was frightened and trembled. Her face turned pale. She hurriedly knelt down with Zhang Yin'er and cried, Queen Mother, I was wrong. I was wrong. When I go back, I will definitely discipline Yin'er, and will never let her come out to cause trouble again. Zhang Yin'er was also scared and stopped crying. The identity of the imperial concubine is the honor of her whole family. As long as she successfully becomes a noble concubine, their family will be real royal relatives in the future. She immediately kowtowed and admitted her mistake. The Queen Mother snorted coldly and said sarcastically, It's just a game. If you lose, you lose. Just laugh it off. With this kind of temperament and upbringing, how can you serve the Emperor in the future? You still praise your niece to the sky. No one can compare to her. Ridiculous. After that, she turned around and left. Concubine Zhang was so scared that she trembled all over. She got up in a hurry and pulled Zhang Yin'er to chase after her, crying, "Queen Mother, Yin'er was wrong. Yin'er was wrong. Yin'er apologizes to you." The Queen Mother's face was full of frost. She ignored them and looked at the girl in a red dress on the stage. Her tone became softer and she said, "Huiyue, come to eat with your mother at noon. Your mother has something to say to you." Nandong Huiyue looked at her coldly and said, "I'm sorry, Mother. I have no appetite." The Queen Mother stopped and stared at her for a moment before leaving quickly. Concubine Zhang didn't dare to cry anymore, and hurriedly pulled Zhang Yin'er and followed behind her. The group quickly got on the sedan chair and left. On the court, Zhang Yin'er's players also quickly dispersed. Nandong Shirui shrugged and said, "That guy is really uneducated. He lost. So he even wanted to hit Sister Meiju. He deserves to be scolded by the Queen Mother." Prince Duan came over and said with a sullen face, "It's because you are so unforgiving. She lost. Why did you mock her? You said she was uneducated. You, father. Am I not educated either?" Nandong Shirui suddenly looked at him and said, "Then as my father, why don't you educate me well? You tell me." Prince Duan, humph. He flicked his sleeves and ignored her. He turned around and looked at Nandong Meiju and said, "Meiju, you were a little too impulsive just now. A slap is enough. There is no need to slap her a second time. The concubine dowager is an elder after all, and she still needs to be given face. And that girl is still a prospective imperial concubine." Nandong Meiju said coldly, "She didn't give me face. I have been very tolerant. If it were someone else, she would be lying on the ground now." Prince Duan sighed and said, "After lunch in the palace later, you should go to the concubine dowager and apologize. The concubine dowager should be with the Queen Mother. Let the Queen Mother see your attitude. And today's matter will end here. Meiju did nothing wrong. Why should she apologize?" At this time, a majestic voice suddenly came from behind. Prince Duan turned his head to look. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, came over with a cold face and said, "Meijiao, I support you and will not apologize. Whoever dares to make trouble for you, I will make trouble for him. She is just the daughter of a minister of the Ministry of Rights, and she dares to scold our Nandong family. If it were me, I would have slapped her teeth out. And that concubine, I will slap her sooner or later. Come with me tonight. We will go to her place, and then to the minister of the Ministry of Rights. I want to see how arrogant they are." Prince Duan glanced at her and said nothing. This person dared to confront and ignore the Queen Mother, let alone a concubine and the minister of the Ministry of Rights. If she really went tonight, it would probably scare the minister of the Ministry of Rights to death. "Let's go. Take a bath and have dinner later. The emperor may come to watch the game in the afternoon, so the second half should continue." Prince Duan changed the subject. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the young man behind Nandong Meijiao and said, "Let's go to my place for dinner. It just so happens that I haven't been to a lively place for a long time." Prince Duan hurriedly said, "Huiyue, are you really not going to the Queen Mother's place?" Nandong Huiyue turned around and said, "Don't pay attention to her. If she really has something to do, she will come to me herself. Let's go." The few people looked at each other and had to follow her. Chapter 400. Yaohua Palace. The palace is luxuriously decorated and magnificent. Nandong Huiyue took them into the living room and ordered the maid to serve tea and snacks, and at the same time ordered people to prepare lunch in the imperial kitchen. Nandong Shirui felt uncomfortable all over, and whispered to Prince Duan, "Father, I want to take a bath. My clothes are soaked with sweat." Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, "I have asked the maid to prepare hot water." Nandong Shirui hurriedly said respectfully, "Thank you, sister." Nandong Huiyue looked at Prince Duan and said, "Uncle Duan, I heard that you like poetry and painting. I just have a few good works in my study. I will take you to see them." When Prince Duan heard this, he was immediately itchy and said with a smile on his face, "Okay, let's go and see." The two left the living room and went to the study. In the living room, only Nandong Shirui, Nandong Meiju, and Luo Qingshou were left. Others were not qualified to come in. At this time, Nandong Shirui breathed a sigh of relief, stuck out her tongue, and whispered, "Sister Meijiao, the imperial sister's aura is so terrible. I dare not speak when she is here. It feels difficult to breathe. No wonder my father often said that people who have been on the battlefield and those who have not been on the battlefield can be seen at a glance. I didn't believe it before, but now I know it is true." Nandong Meiju glanced outside and said, "She has been held in the palm of the hand by the late emperor since she was a child. Even the Queen Mother dare not criticize her. Her Majesty has been cultivated since she was a child. And her aura has been cultivated after so many years of fighting. Naturally, it will put pressure on people. Nandong Shirui whispered, I don't want to eat with the Imperial sister. It's too uncomfortable. Sister Meijiao, how about we go to Chang'el's place to eat? Chang'el is the youngest princess. About the same age as her. And they usually play together. Nandong Meiju said. You should ask your father first. Nandong Shirui curled her lips and said, It's better not to ask him. Then she turned to look at the person next to her and said, Luo Qingzhou, can you sneak away with me? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully. Princess, I don't have a status and can't walk around in the palace. Nandong Shirui thought for a while and said, That's right. You can't go to Chang'el. If you are found by the guards, you will be beaten to death. Then she asked curiously, By the way, Luo Qingzhou, why did you follow in here just now? Shouldn't you go with Shitzi and the others to have dinner with the eunuchs and palace maids? You are not qualified to eat here. If the emperor asks you later, you will be miserable. Nandong Meiju said. Xiaorui, I asked him to come here. Nandong Xiaorui looked at her and said, Sister Meijiao, Luo Qingzhou does not have a royal identity. And he is still a young man. He can't come to the imperial sister casually. Nandong Meijiao glanced at someone and said, It's okay. I will help him explain later. At this time, 2 palace maids came in and said respectfully, 2 princesses, the water has been boiled. You can go to bathe. Nandong Xiaorui was feeling uncomfortable all over, and was about to go out after hearing this, but suddenly pointed at Luo Qingzhou and said, Can he take a bath here? He stinks. It will be bad if he stinks to the imperial sister later. One of the palace maids said respectfully, Yes, there is a separate room outside for bathing. Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, Young master, please. Nandong Xiaorui suddenly remembered and said, By the way, Luo Qingzhou, you don't seem to have brought any clothes. Then she giggled and said, I still have some girls' clothes here. If you don't mind, I can lend you one to wear. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, princess. No need. At this time, Nandong Meiju suddenly took out another black suit from her body and handed it to him. Looking at him without saying anything, Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked at her eyes, and took it in his hand. Nandong Meiju went out directly. Nandong Shirui was stunned when she saw this scene, and suddenly whispered, Luo Qingzhou, are you really Meijiu's cousin-in-law? Why do I feel that you are his lover? Shirui, let's go! Nandong Meijiao shouted outside. Oh. Nandong Shirui ran out immediately. Young master, please. When Luo Qingzhou was staring at the clothes in his hand, the maid shouted again. He reacted and followed the maid out of the palace. The maid led him through the corridor, through a garden, and came to a waterside pavilion at the back. Seeing the picturesque scenery around, quiet and elegant, unlike ordinary residences, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help asking, Is anyone living here? Squeak. The maid pushed open the door and said respectfully, Young master, please come in. The hot water is ready. No one lives here for the time being, and His Highness will come occasionally to see the scenery at the flowing water outside. After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou entered the room and saw that the room had pink curtains, soft carpets, pearl curtains and screens, and even a fragrant bed covered by a curtain. It was obviously once a woman's residence. The maid seemed to see his doubts and explained, Originally, there was a maid living here, responsible for cleaning the attic here, but now she has left. Young master, just take a bath. No one will come. Luo Qingzhou observed the room again and then walked behind the screen. The bathtub had been moved in, and the tub was filled with hot water. Pink petals floated on the water, and bursts of fragrance drifted up and filled the whole room. The maid stretched out her snow-white jade hand, tested the water temperature, and then bowed her head and said respectfully, Young master, do you need me to help you rub your back? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, No. You go out. I can wash it myself. The maid said, If you need anything, just call me. I will be waiting outside. After that, she retreated and closed the door. Luo Qingzhou looked at the windows around him again, then put down the new clothes that Nandong Meiju gave him, then took off his clothes, shoes and socks, and entered the bathtub. His body was wrapped in gentle and fragrant water, and he couldn't help moaning in comfort. He reached out and untied his bun, buried his whole head in the clear water full of petals, and washed his hair first. Long hair is difficult to wash. Many times, he wanted to take a pair of scissors and cut his hair directly. But he didn't dare to do it. His head and body sank into the water, and he rubbed his hair at the bottom of the bucket. With his current cultivation, he could hold his breath for half an hour underwater without any problem. But he didn't dare to stay in such a place for too long. After washing his hair, he emerged from the water, rubbed his face, and reached out to take soap from the table next to him to rub his body. Soap is equivalent to today's soap. It can not only remove dirt, but also contain spices such as osmanthus, which smells very fragrant. But he reached out and took nothing. He was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked. Just before he took off his clothes and entered the bathtub, he clearly saw a piece of soap on the table. Why did it suddenly disappear now? At this moment, a faint breathing sound and a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. "Sir, I will help you wash." Then, a cold little hand holding the soap touched his back. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked behind him. It was not the palace maid or other maids, but Hua Gu, who was wearing a pink gauze, with skin as white as milk and a delicate face. Seeing him looking over, Hua Gu bit her pink lips gently, looked at him with watery eyes, and said timidly, "Mr. Luo, I didn't scare you, did I? I missed you, so I sneaked in. I'm sorry." Luo Qingzhou stiffened for a moment, snatched the soap from her hand, and said with a gloomy face, "Go out. You don't have to wash." Hua Gu lowered her head, drooped her long eyelashes, and tears immediately slid down her snow-white and beautiful cheeks. She said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Luo, do you hate Hua Gu so much? Hua Gu just wants to help you rub your back and want to talk to you. Can't you fulfill Hua Gu's little wish?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her tears and pitiful appearance, frowned, and said in a slow tone, "I can wash myself. Miss Hua Gu, you don't have to be like this. I am a family man. I can't make any promises to you, and I don't want to have any involvement with you. You should understand." Hua Gu raised her head, holding her mouth, with tears in her eyes. She said pitifully, "Young master, Hua Gu just admires you and likes you, not asking you to make any promises to her. Hua Gu knows that she will die soon, and she will not be foolish and want to be with you for the rest of her life. Hua Gu just wants to see you more and talk to you more. If you are willing to pity Hua Gu and don't despise Hua Gu, Hua Gu is willing to serve you. Hua Gu doesn't want any status, and won't mention it to anyone. Hua Gu just wants to use the rest of her life to do what she likes and love the people she likes." After listening to this, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, handed her the soap in his hand, and said, "Then you can rub my back, and leave after rubbing my back." Hua Gu wiped the tears from her face, took the soap, and showed a happy smile on her face. "Thank you." Young master Luo Qingzhou didn't look at her again, turned around, leaned against the bathtub, closed his eyes, and exposed his back. Chapter 401. Mr. Luo. In the palace, in the study, Prince Duan was standing in front of the desk, bending over, concentrating on admiring the painting of galloping horses on the table. Nandong Huiyue put the other paintings aside and said with a smile, "Uncle Duan, there are a few more here. You look at them first. I'll go out for a while." Prince Duan didn't even raise his head, and said with full concentration, Okay, I'll look at it myself." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him, turned around and walked out. The bead curtain rang, and the red shadow disappeared. The room was quiet for a while, and Prince Duan slowly raised his head and looked at the door, then continued to look down and admire the painting on the table. Nandong Huiyue left the hall, walked directly through the corridor, and walked to the back. Yuewu followed from the side and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Luo is already taking a bath in the back, and Hua Gu has also gone." Nandong Huiyue asked, "How long?" Yuewu said, "About half an incense stick of time." Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else, walked through the garden, walked onto a stone bridge, and looked at the waterside pavilion not far ahead. She suddenly stopped on the stone bridge, stared at the pavilion for a while, and suddenly turned around and said, "Let's go." "We won't go." Yuewu asked curiously, "Your Highness, haven't you seen him?" Nandong Huiyue walked down the stone bridge and said lightly, "With Mr. Luo's personality and temper, whether Hua Gu succeeds or not, it is not appropriate for me to see him now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Yuewu followed behind and bowed her head and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said indifferently, "This palace is not sympathizing with her, but just thinks she has some use value. Men are all lustful. Mr. Luo will not be an exception. He doesn't want fame and fortune. So I will satisfy him with women. Huogu is a peerless beauty. I believe that Mr. Luo will be addicted to her after eating her once. And he will never forget her. Yuewu whispered, Your Highness. Will Mr. Luo really help us wholeheartedly? Nandong Huiyue sneered and said, You must remember that no one in this world will help others wholeheartedly. Even if it is your own relatives. It is nothing more than a vested interest. After that, she was silent for a while. And then said, Of course, there may be exceptions. The two entered the hall. At this time, Nandong Shirui and Nandong Meijio had just finished taking a bath, changed into new clothes, and walked in from outside. When Nandong Shirui saw her, she lowered her head and said timidly, Imperial sister. Nandong Meijio looked around the room and didn't see anyone. She frowned slightly, but she didn't ask. Nandong Huiyue didn't say much and entered the study. Prince Duan had finished appreciating the paintings and calligraphy and was reading some poems. When he saw her coming in, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Huiyue, this painting is good, but these poems, can only be said to be okay. I have a few Buddhist poems here. Do you want to listen to them? Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, looking at the expression of Uncle Wang, These Buddhist poems should be very good. Prince Duan smiled and said proudly, Not only good, even Jin I'll read it to you. Nandong Meiju didn't find it in the house. So she immediately left the hall and asked the palace maid before. The palace maid replied respectfully, Princess, there is no place for men to bathe here. Young Master Luo may have been taken to the back by Xiaodong. I don't know where to bathe specifically. Nandong Meiju asked. Has Xiaodong come back? The maid shook her head and said, Not yet. Nandong Shirui also came out of the hall and said, Sister Meijiao, is Luo Qingzhou missing? Could he have been kidnapped? I heard that there are many old maids in the palace who haven't seen a man for decades. Maybe they saw that Luo Qingzhou was not bad, so they kidnapped him to play with them. Nandong Meijiao's expression froze, and she glared at her and said, Who told you these things? Nandong Shirui said. Changle said. She said that there are many old maids and eunuchs in the palace who are very perverted, and they especially like to lure young men in for castration. Nandong Meiju. Nandong Shirui seemed to see her worries, and suddenly said, Sister Meijiao, if Luo Qingzhou is castrated and becomes a young eunuch, can he always play with me in the future? Father will no longer have to worry about the intimacy between men and women. Nandong Meiju ignored her and walked quickly to the corridor leading to the back. Nandong Shirui also hurriedly followed and said, Sister Meijiao, wait for me. As soon as the two of them passed the corner, Luo Qingzhou hurried over from the corridor behind. He seemed to have finished his bath, changed into a clean black suit, and combed his hair meticulously. The three looked at each other. Nandong Meiju stared at him up and down. Nandong Shirui said with disappointment, Luo Qingzhou, weren't you captured by the old palace maid and the old eunuch? I was just about to save you. Luo Qingzhou stopped in front of the two and said, The palace maid took me to the back to take a bath. Nandong Meiju stared at his beautiful face for a while, then asked, Where did you take a bath? Luo Qingzhou pointed to the back and said, There is an attic in the back. I took a bath in the room there. Princess, do you want to go and see it? Nandong Meiju glared at him, turned around and said, Let's go. Let's have dinner. Luo Qingzhou followed him. Nandong Shirui walked side by side with him, tilted her head and looked at him and said, Luo Qingzhou, don't run around anymore in the future. Be careful not to be caught by the old palace maids to play with them. And be careful not to be caught by the old eunuchs to be castrated. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Princess. Nandong Shirui suddenly moved her nose, came close to him and smelled it, and said, Luo Qingzhou, what kind of soap did you use to take a bath? It smells so good and has a sweet smell. Luo Qingzhou said, I don't know. The palace maid brought it to me. Nandong Shirui suddenly asked again, Did the little palace maid rub your back? Nandong Meiju pricked up her ears. Luo Qingzhou said, No. The three of them quickly entered the palace. At this time, the maids had already started serving the dishes. When the three of them arrived at the door of the study, they heard Prince Duan's proud laughter from inside. Huiyue. Isn't it amazing? I have all the original manuscripts here, which were given to me by that boy to please me. If you like it, Uncle Wang can reluctantly give it to you. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Uncle Wang, you don't have to be polite. Just keep it for yourself. After saying that, He turned his head and looked at the three people at the door. Prince Duan also looked at the door and hurriedly walked out with a smile on his face, saying, "Qingzhou, can you write another Buddhist verse? Give it to the princess. You can't come to eat here empty-handed." Nandong Shirui said, "Father, didn't you come here empty-handed, too?" Prince Duan laughed and said, "Father's surname is Nandong. Yours is Nandong. And so is Meiju. We are all family. So it doesn't matter. Qingzhou is different. If he wants to stay here for dinner, he will naturally send something to your sister." Nandong Huiyue looked at the young man outside the house, smiled faintly, and said, "No, I am not very interested in poetry. Uncle Wang, let's go and eat first." Prince Duan saw this and didn't force it anymore, saying, "Okay, let's eat first." Several people went to the dining room. Nandong Meiju said, "Sister and Uncle Wang, eat here. Shirui, Luo Qingzhou, and I will eat outside." Nandong Shirui quickly agreed. Yes, father, sister, you guys chat, and the three of us will just go outside to eat." Prince Duan sat down at the table carelessly without saying a word. Nandong Huiyue glanced at the three people and said, "Why? Can't you eat here?" Nandong Shirui didn't dare to say anything. Nandong Meiju glanced at her and explained, "Royal sister, Luo Qingzhou is a commoner. It's not convenient for him to sit here." The hall suddenly fell into a brief silence. Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly, and suddenly looked at the young man behind her and said, "In my heart, Mr. Luo is not a commoner. If he is willing, the position of Prime Minister of my Huiyue Kingdom can be given to him. If he doesn't like the Prime Minister, the Taiwei is also okay, whether it is a civil official or a military official. I think Mr. Luo deserves it." As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly fell silent. Nandong Shirui opened her mouth and opened her eyes wide, looking at the young man next to her, and then looked at her royal sister. Royal sister knows Luo Qingzhou? And the royal sister actually thinks so much of Luo Qingzhou? This guy can only write poems and keep goal? He can't even kick a ball or shoot a goal. Prince Duan lowered his head, looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, with no other expression on his face. Nandong Meiju's face changed, and he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. "Mr. Luo, please sit down." Nandong Huiyue actually bowed with the courtesy of a disciple. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Prince Duan in front of the table. Prince Duan immediately smiled and said, "Qingzhou, why are you still polite? Sit down quickly. Since Huiyue asked you to sit down, you should sit down. We are all family members, so there is no need to be polite." Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands, did not refuse, sat down in the lower seat, and then turned to Nandong Meiju and said, "Princess, come and sit down." Nandong Meiju glanced at him, said nothing more, and walked over and sat down. Nandong Shirui also hurriedly followed. Nandong Huiyue asked the maid to bring the wine. She personally poured a glass of wine and handed it to Luo Qingzhou, saying, "Sir, there are so many people this morning. Huiyue is afraid that it will cause trouble to you, so I neglect you. Huiyue will toast you first." Luo Qingzhou took the wine and said, "Your Highness is polite." After that, he drank it all in one gulp. Prince Duan glanced at him, concealed the shock in his eyes, and also raised the wine glass and said, "Qingzhou, I also toast you a glass. Thank you for playing football with Shirui today." At this time, Yue suddenly walked in from outside and reported, "Your Highness, Shokong Palace just received news that the afternoon game was cancelled and Miss Yinner admitted defeat. The Queen Mother said that Your Highness should go to Shokong Palace when he has time. The Emperor is also there. She also said that the two princesses should go there as well." After these words came out, the hall was quiet for a moment. Nandong Huiyue tightened her jade fingers holding the wine pot and said lightly, "I know." Yue bowed and retreated. Nandong Huiyue sighed, sat down and said, "It seems that we still have to go." Prince Duan smiled and said, "It is necessary to go. Huiyue, eat quickly. We will go after dinner. Don't let the Queen Mother wait anxiously." Nandong Huiyue poured a glass of wine for himself, and suddenly looked at him and said, "Uncle, do you know who the other party is?" Prince Duan was slightly startled when he heard this, and then shook his head. Nandong Huiyue said again, "Is it those meritorious families?" Prince Duan sneered and said, "They are all dandies who are just sitting in the office and eating for nothing. Who has the qualifications?" Nandong Huiyue didn't say anything else. Prince Duan persuaded, "Don't worry. You will know when you go there later. If you don't want to, just refuse directly. No one dares to force you. Luo Qingzhou and the other two looked at them, not knowing what they were talking about, and couldn't understand a word. After dinner, the group left the palace and got on the carriage. The carriage stopped outside Shokong Palace. Luo Qingzhou was not invited, so he was naturally not qualified to enter. Nandong Meiju asked Aunt Mu to send him out of the palace first and waited for him. Before leaving, she coldly warned him, "Don't run around. Wait for me outside. If you dare to run around like last night, I will break your legs." Luo Qingzhou ignored her. Aunt Mu drove the carriage and took him out of the palace. After leaving the palace, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Aunt Mu, take me to the bookstore. I want to read a book." Aunt Mu hesitated for a moment and said, "Go to Moshua bookstore?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. Your eldest lady should be there." Aunt Mu said, "Doesn't Mr. Luo like my eldest lady?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I'm afraid that if I meet her alone, your young lady will beat me to death when she comes out." Aunt Mu was silent for a while and said, "That's right." The carriage slowly shuttled through the streets and stopped in front of a bookstore. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage. Aunt Mu held the whip and said, "Mr. Luo, I'm waiting for you across the street. Don't run around. You're not familiar with the inner city. Be careful not to get lost." "I know." Luo Qingzhou entered the bookstore. Not long after, he jumped out of the wall next to the toilet at the back and left by a detour. He hired a carriage on the street and quickly left the inner city and headed straight for Maple Leaf Alley. After returning to the Qing mansion, he took the storage bag and storage ring and left without saying hello to others. When he arrived at the 18th alley in the south of the city, he had transformed into an ordinary-looking Chu Feiyang. "I hope Sister Dao is at home at this time." Sister Dao said before that she would go out to practice during the day and come back at night. But her family should know where she practiced. He must find out what happened last night as soon as possible. Dong! 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 He came to the door of Dao Mansion and knocked on the door. Not long after, the maid came and opened the door. It was not the maid from last night, and she didn't seem to know him. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "I'm looking for Dao Ling. Is she home?" The maid was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "My young lady just went to the backyard." "Sir, wait a moment. I will go and call her right away." After that, she left in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be at home. But he suddenly became nervous again. If the Nandong princess really found this place last night and really met and talked with Sister Dao, then would Sister Dao know his true identity now? Obviously. This is very possible. Chapter 402. Should I call you Luo Jiayuan or Chu Feiyang? After a while, familiar footsteps came from the courtyard. The courtyard door was ajar, revealing a gap. From the gap, Luo Qingzhou saw a pair of round and strong long legs, walking hurriedly towards the door with familiar steps. He suddenly felt a little nervous. Squeak! The courtyard door opened. Sister Dao showed her familiar face with blue pupils and a surprised expression on her face. "Chu Feiyang, why are you here now?" Luo Qingzhou glanced around and said, "Sister Dao, I have something to ask you." Sister Dao made way and said, "Come in." Luo Qingzhou said, "No. I have to go back." He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "After I left you last night, did anyone else come to see you?" Sister Dao was stunned for a moment and said, "What do you mean? Who are the others?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Qian Dao Xueqi, did she come to see you last night?" Sister Dao was slightly stunned. "Qian Dao Xueqi? Why did she come to see me? She didn't know I lived here." "What? Chu Feiyang, did you provoke her again?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Are you sure she didn't come last night?" Sister Dao shook her head. "No. I came back after sending you to the carriage. I was practicing swordsmanship in the backyard. No one came to see me." Luo Qingzhou stared at her face and eyes. Sister Dao looked calm. "It's good that she didn't come." Luo Qingzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "I met her when I got off the carriage yesterday. But I ran away. I was afraid that she would follow the carriage to find you. Sister Dao, if you meet her in the future, don't tell her that I came to Kyoto. And don't tell her that you have seen me. Please." Sister Dao said curiously, "Chu Feiyang, how did you provoke her? You are so afraid of her. Have you played with her feelings and body, and now you abandon her?" Luo Qingzhou said, "What nonsense. Am I such a scumbag?" Sister Dao said, "Yes." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Sister Dao added, Chu Feiyang. She is so beautiful. Has a good figure. And is obviously the daughter of a wealthy family. The most important thing is that she has a pair of beautiful legs and her feet must be beautiful. If you really play with her, you should be responsible for her, not escape. What I hate most in my life is irresponsible men. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. Sister Dao. How do you know that she has a pair of beautiful legs and her feet must be beautiful? Sister Dao said, as a matter of course, because her name is Meijiao. Meiju beautiful feet. Listen. Is that what it means? Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly changed. How do you know her name is Meiju? Sister Dao smiled slightly and said, I met her on the street the day before yesterday. And she told me herself. But I didn't tell her that you came to Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. And remembered the encounter with her on the street the day before yesterday. I didn't play with her. Either physically or emotionally. I have a wife at home and many beautiful maids. So I have no interest in her. She has been looking for me. Probably to take revenge on me. After all, I once humiliated and abused her in the Blackwood Forest. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, Sister Dao, I have something else to do today. So I'll take my leave first. I'll come over tomorrow morning, and you can take me to become your disciple. After saying that, he turned around and walked away quickly. And Mu was still guarding opposite the bookstore. I wonder if the Princess Negong has already come out of the palace. He had to hurry back. Just after walking a distance, Sister Dao suddenly said behind him, I don't quite understand. You are obviously a family. Why do you want to humiliate and abuse her? Luo Qingzhou stopped, froze in place, turned his head and said, What family? Sister Dao. I don't quite understand what you mean. Sister Dao showed a half smile on her face. Isn't she your little cousin? Luo Qingzhou froze in place, stunned for a few seconds, and said, No. Sister Dao smiled and said, Then is she Luo Qingzhou's little cousin? Or, is she Luo Qingzhou's wife's little cousin? The alley suddenly fell into silence. The two looked at each other and didn't speak again. After a while, Luo Qingzhou turned around, walked over, stopped in front of her, and said, Sister Dao, can you explain it more clearly? Sister Dao raised the corner of her mouth and said, Isn't this clear enough? Mr. Luo? After a pause, she said, Oh, no. It should be Luo Jiayuan. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and said, She came last night. Right? Sister Dao smiled and didn't hide it anymore. Indeed. She came. I didn't intend to tell you. I wanted to see how long you could pretend in front of me. But I just thought about it and told you. So that you don't go back and don't know how to face it. Luo Qingzhou's face changed. And he said, Did she know? Sister Dao shook her head and said, I didn't tell her. Then she said with a look of seeking credit, Luo Jiayuan, you should thank me. Because when I found out that something was wrong, I chose to help you conceal it and tarnish my reputation. I damaged my reputation by saying that I admired Luo Jiayuan's talent. So I invited him to my home for dinner and drinks. An unmarried girl took the initiative to invite a man to her home for dinner and drinks. Think about it yourself. What would she think? Her words were so unpleasant at the time. But I still chose to lie for you. So, she thought I was eating and drinking with Luo Jiayuan, not Chu Feiyang. After listening, Luo Qingzhou was silent for a long time, bowed his head, bowed deeply and said, Sister Dao, thank you very much. Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, Verbal thanks are not enough. You should know what I like. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate at all, and immediately took out a bag of gold coins from the storage bag, handed it to her, and said, Is 10,000 enough? Sister Dao took it in her hand naturally, waited, opened it and took a look, and said, Are they all 100 denominations? I prefer the smallest denomination, because it is more difficult to carry it. It is heavier and more comfortable. When Luo Qingzhou was about to take it again, Sister Dao said, Forget it. I have something else to ask you for help. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Dao, please tell me. Sister Dao put away the gold coins and said, It's about what happened last night. My father is very optimistic about you. So, I hope you will continue to be my marriage card in the future. If you are willing, I will keep this secret for you. How about it? Luo Qingzhou asked, How long do you need to act? Sister Dao thought for a while and said, Until my father gives up forcing me to get married. Or until I find a man I like. Okay? Luo Qingzhou said, Will it take a long time? First, your father will never give up forcing you to get married. Second, to be honest, Sister Dao's requirements may be a bit high. and it may not be easy to find one. How about Sister Dao tell me what kind of person you like, and I will help you find one. Sister Dao thought about it carefully, looked at him and said, I like the kind of scholar who is gentle and polite to others, behaves well, and has a kind heart. Luo Jiayuan, do you have any? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, Scholar? To be honest, I don't have many friends and don't know many scholars. But Sister Dao, don't worry. I will pay more attention in the future and try my best to help you find one. Sister Dao said, before you find one, can you promise to help me deal with my father? Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, Sister Dao, do you think I can refuse? Sister Dao couldn't help but smile and said, Of course you can't refuse, because you don't dare. Then she said, By the way, how should I call you in the future? Should I call you Luo Jiayuan or Chu Feiyang? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course it's Chu Feiyang. I'm Qingzhou in literature and Feiyang in martial arts. In front of Sister Dao, I will always be Chu Feiyang. Sister Dao stared at his face for a while and said, I want to see your true face. Luo Qingzhou said, Hasn't Sister Dao seen it? Sister Dao said, Indeed, I have seen it. But I didn't know your true identity at that time, so I didn't feel anything after seeing it. Luo Qingzhou glanced outside the alley and saw that no one was passing by. So he took off the mask on his face, revealing a beautiful face. Sister Dao stared at it carefully for a few seconds, and suddenly looked at the thin mask in his hand and said, This mask of yours should be a magic weapon. Right? Last time I suspected you, I tore your face, and I hardly found anything unusual. Luo Qingzhou stroked the mask in his hand and said, It should be. After wearing it on the face, it automatically blends into the original skin without any trace. When you want to take it off, just focus your mental power on the face, and you can easily take it off with a thought. Sister Dao looked at him and said, Chu Feiyang, are you really the son-in-law of the Qin family? You are so talented. You can get the first place in any exam. You are talented in martial arts, and you have been promoted to the martial arts master level in just half a year. Why do you want to be a son-in-law of a lower class? Luo Qingzhou thought about it. For a moment, he said seriously, Because my wife has beautiful feet. Sister Dao laughed and said, Really? By the way, Luo Qingzhou, I have seen your wife. She is indeed very beautiful and bookish, but she feels too weak. She needs someone to support her when she walks. It feels like a gust of wind can blow her away. I didn't expect you to like this. Luo Qingzhou smiled slightly, and didn't talk about the poor girl anymore. He said, Sister Dao, I have something to do. I have to leave first. I will come to see you tomorrow morning. Sister Dao nodded and said, Okay. I will take you to become a disciple tomorrow. You can call me senior sister in the future. Are you happy? Luo Qingzhou smiled, didn't say anything else, waved goodbye, and left quickly. Sister Dao suddenly said again, Chu Feiyang, I did not tell Qian Dao Xueqi last night, but when she asked and I guessed your identity, I didn't have time to disguise my expression. I don't know if she will doubt it. You still have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou said from a distance, Thank you, Sister Dao. I know. Sister Dao watched him walk out of the alley quickly, disappear at the entrance, and stand at the door for a while before turning around and preparing to enter the house. But suddenly, she stopped and froze in place. Her father was standing in the door, looking at her with dignity. Luo Qingzhou hired a carriage on the street and quickly entered the inner city. Then he went around the bookstore's back door toilet and jumped directly from the courtyard wall. As soon as he landed, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the front. Luo Qingzhou, are you okay? If you don't say anything, I'm going in. The Nandong princess had actually come out of the palace. What a close call. Footsteps suddenly came. He immediately turned around and went into the toilet, untied his belt, took off his pants, and then slowly hugged his pants, looking painful. Wow! At this moment, the curtain at the door was suddenly lifted. Nandong Meijia's beautiful and cold face and tall body just appeared for a moment, and then suddenly disappeared. The curtain fell back again. What are you doing? Why don't you make a sound in there? Nandong Meiju said outside, holding back her anger. Luo Qingzhou put on his pants and tied his belt while walking out slowly with weak legs. He said weakly, Princess, I seem to have a stomachache at noon. Nandong Meiju glanced at him, immediately covered her nose, ran away with a look of disgust, and stood in the distance and said, How could the food in the palace be problematic? Did you eat something else when you just came out? Luo Qingzhou tied his belt and said painfully, Princess. Don't talk. I feel like I want to poop again. Swoosh. Nandong Meiju immediately ran away again and shouted in the house. Luo Qizhou. Hire a carriage to go back by yourself. Don't think about riding in this princess's carriage again. It stinks. Luo Qizhou said, Princess. Didn't you say you would give me a gift? What gift? Wait until you go back to take a bath and change clothes. Nandong Meiju immediately went out and got on the carriage at the door directly, urging, Auntie Mu. Let's go. Don't worry about him. Auntie Mu agreed and drove the carriage away. By the time Luo Qingzhou left the bookstore, the carriage had already gone far away. He still moved slowly, walked onto the street, hired a carriage at the crossroads, and climbed up with great difficulty. The carriage carried him, and slowly drove towards the outer city. After driving 2 streets, he suddenly opened the curtain beside him, poked his head out a little, and looked behind. Sure enough, the carriage driven by Aunt Mu actually took a detour and followed behind. Did the Nandong princess just see something? Or was she already suspicious of his identity? Or did she simply think that he was going to flirt with other women again? So she secretly followed behind? All possible. The carriage quickly left the inner city and came to the streets of the outer city. Luo Qingzhou decided to leave his soul and take a look. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and calmed down. His soul immediately left his body, penetrated the roof of the car, and flew up. The carriage driven by Aunt Mu was still following not far behind slowly. But suddenly, he discovered other abnormalities. Not far behind Aunt Mu's carriage, there was also an ordinary carriage. At the same time, there were 2 men in rough black clothes, following Aunt Mu's carriage at a fast pace. Are they guards from the prince's mansion? Obviously not. Luo Qingzhou floated in the air, because his body was still in the carriage. He didn't dare to float too far, and his eyes were always staring at the back to observe. No matter which street they turned, the carriage behind and the 2 men in black followed closely. Obviously not ordinary passers-by. Crossed another street. The curtain of the carriage behind them suddenly opened, and a head popped out of the carriage and looked at Aunt Mu's carriage in front. When Luo Qingzhou saw that face, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't hesitate anymore, and immediately floated down. His soul returned to his body, and then said to the old man driving the carriage outside, Old man, I won't go to Maple Leaf Lane. I'll go to West Lake in the west of the city. I'm going to meet a friend. Okay. The old man agreed, waved the whip, and slapped the horse's butt. Chapter 403 Selecting a Prince Consort. The carriage drove to the west of the city. Aunt Mu drove the carriage and followed behind. Seeing this, she frowned slightly and turned to the carriage and said, Miss, he is not going home. Nandong Meiju lifted the curtain, looked at the carriage in front, squinted her eyes, and said, Follow. The 2 carriages drove towards the West Lake one after the other. The carriage behind was following in the distance. The 2 men who followed on foot seemed tireless, and continued to follow in the crowd in a hurry. The carriage that Luo Qingzhou took soon arrived at the West Lake. It was afternoon at this time. The lake was rippling and sparkling. The vendors on the lakeside shouted and tourists shuttled back and forth, which was quite lively. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage, paid the fare, strolled around the lakeside for a while, bought a candied haws, and walked while admiring the beautiful scenery of the West Lake. Nandong Meiju also got off the carriage and followed behind not far away. Luo Qingzhou walked to the boat on the lakeside, asked the price, and got on a small boat. There was no one on the boat except the boatman. Many tourists from other places would take a small boat to play in the lake when they came here. Luo Qingzhou said to the boatman, Uncle, just row the boat to the lotus bush on the opposite side. I'm thinking about something on the boat. Don't disturb me. The boatman held a long bamboo pole and said, Okay. Young master, sit tight. The boat sailed away from the lakeside and headed for the lotus bush on the opposite side. Nandong Meiju stood by the lake, with a hint of doubt in her eyes, and secretly said, This guy came here alone. Just to play? Or is he going to meet someone on the opposite side? Thinking of this, she immediately jumped on a small boat, got into the boat awning, and said to the boatman, Follow that boat. The boatman looked at her, then looked at the boat in front, and said, Sorry, girl. We only take guests to tour the lake, and we are not responsible for following other guests. Nandong Meiju took out a silver ingot, put it on the coffee table in front, and looked at him coldly. The boatman pushed the bamboo pole in the water, and the boat immediately sped forward, saying, Girl, sit tight. I promise you won't lose me. There are many large and small cruise ships in the lake. The lotus bushes on the opposite side are very beautiful. So those who come to visit West Lake will take a boat to see them. When the boat sailed to the center of the lake, Luo Qingzhou leaned behind him and closed his eyes. Concentrate your mind and soul, and your soul will leave your body. The soul penetrated the boat awning, faced the sun, and flew into the air. He first looked at Nangong Meiju, who was following behind, and then looked at the other boat at the back. The two men who had just followed them all the way were sitting in the cabin, leaning forward and looking forward, and the man who was sitting in the carriage before, standing by the lake and looking around. Luo Qingzhou remembered the appearance of the man by the lake. The other party was the forward of Zhang Yinner's team in the match in the palace today. Obviously, these three people were sent by Zhang Yinner, or the concubine Zhang. As for the purpose, it is estimated that they can't swallow the breath on the court today. They may not dare to deal with Nangong Meijiao, but they have no scruples about dealing with him. After all, he is just a commoner. Luo Qingzhou observed in the air for a while, and carefully floated towards the small boat following behind. He held his breath and floated on the top of the boat awning. The two men were looking forward and talking in a low voice. That boy seems to be going to the lotus bush in front to play. Should we follow him? Of course we should follow him. If he comes ashore from the opposite side, wouldn't third brother have waited on the shore in vain? Anyway, we can't lose him. We must know where he lives and ask about his family members. He will be alone later. Should we take action? Don't do it for now. Just killing him won't calm the master's anger. Third brother said that the master wants to destroy that boy's family. How did that boy offend the master? Third brother didn't say it clearly. We just have to do what he told us. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at the man standing on the shore. Then he flew from the top of the boat and flew towards the shore. Almost instantly, he was above the man's head. The man had a gloomy face and was concentrating on looking at the boat in the middle of the lake. He didn't expect that the young man on the boat had already floated above his head. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate at all. After floating down to within 10 meters, his soul power suddenly moved, and a cold light suddenly shot down at the man, as fast as a ghost. Silent. It was not until the cold light strangely appeared on the man's neck that the man suddenly woke up, jumped up from the spot, and instantly flew back. However, before the man could land, a circle of thin red lines suddenly appeared on his neck, and dense blood beads overflowed from the red lines. The man fell to the ground, raised his fist, and was about to punch, but suddenly his eyes widened and froze in place. Then, his head tilted, and he suddenly rolled down from his neck. Puff. Blood spurted, and the headless body still stood in the same place. The tourists next to him screamed in horror, their faces pale. Under the big tree not far away, Aunt Mu was staring at the man, and her face changed when she saw this horrible scene. She stood far away and didn't see the cold light at all. She only saw that the man suddenly jumped up for some reason, and his head and body were separated as soon as he landed. She froze in place, and suddenly began to worry about her own princess. She immediately walked to the lake and jumped onto a small boat. After Luo Qingzhou killed the man, he flew back to the boat without any lingering, and his soul returned to his body. As for the two men on the boat behind, they couldn't be killed for the time being, so as not to arouse suspicion. The two men were the best proof of his absence. The boat soon came to the lotus bush. The lush lotus leaves swayed in the wind, and lotus pods stood proudly among them. Amid the rippling green waves, small boats drifted slowly in it. The tourists on the boat were all enjoying the beautiful scenery of West Lake. Some people were drinking and singing in the cabin. Some were talking loudly at the bow, and some gathered together to recite poems and paint. Of course, there were also children and girls picking lotus pods in the lotus bushes, making innocent laughter. As Luo Qingzhou was looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him and thinking about something, Nandong Meijia's voice suddenly came from behind. Luo Qingzhou. Wait for me. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and looked back. Nandong Meiji was no longer hiding. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress and stood gracefully at the bow behind. Her tall and slender figure and beautiful and arrogant face, against the backdrop of the beautiful scenery of West Lake, made the women around her pale in comparison. This shout immediately attracted many men's sidelong glances and exclaimed in amazement. Luo Qingzhou asked the boatman to wait. The boat behind quickly caught up. The bows and sterns of the two boats had just been lined up, and Nandong Meiju had already jumped lightly onto the other boat. She went straight into the cabin, sat down opposite, and looked coldly at someone sitting inside. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, Princess, why are you here to visit West Lake? Nandong Meiju glared at him and said, Who told you to run around? Why don't you go home and come here? Luo Qingzhou said, I saw that it was still early, so I wanted to come to West Lake to have some fun. Princess, don't I even have this little freedom? Nandong Meiju said coldly. Stupid. Someone is following you. Do you know? Luo Qingzhou blinked, stared at her for a few seconds, and suddenly realized. Princess, are you following me? Nandong Meiju kicked him on the calf, pointed behind him, and said solemnly, Behind? I suspect it was someone sent by concubine Zhang. She suffered so much injustice in the palace today, and her niece's position as the imperial concubine may not be kept. She probably wants to vent her hatred and resentment on you. Luo Qingzhou. After a pause, she said with a puzzled look on her face, Princess, today's conflict seems to have nothing to do with me. Right? Nandong Meiju sneered and said, It's very relevant. If you didn't help Shiroi to win the game, Zhang Yin'er wouldn't be angry. If she didn't get angry, she wouldn't make a mistake that the Queen Mother saw. Do you think it has anything to do with you? Luo Qingzhou said, But Princess, it was Shiroi who mocked her, and you hit her. And I was also called by Shiroi to guard the door. Nandong Meiju sneered, Luo Qingzhou, you got the first place in the exam. But your brain is so stupid. Shiroi and I are both princesses. Shiroi's father is a prince, and my father is a county prince. We are both royal family members, so she naturally dare not provoke us. And you have no name. You are a commoner. So naturally, anger and hatred will be vented on you. Luo Qingzhou fell silent. Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, What? Are you scared? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, I'm so scared. Princess, help me. Nandong Meiju stared at the expression on his face for a while and said, Why can't I see that you are a little scared? Luo Qingzhou said, I am scared in my heart, but I am afraid that the princess will look down on me, so I dare not show it. Nandong Meiju glanced at his hands and saw that his hands were shaking. She slowed down her tone and said, Luo Qingzhou, in fact, you came to the right place in West Lake. If you had gone home directly just now, they would have followed you home and immediately knew where you lived. At that time, Wei Imo and the others might also be in danger. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess, what should we do? Nandong Meiju thought for a while, took out a small bag from the storage ring, handed it to him, and said, Take it. It can save lives in critical moments. Luo Qingzhou took it, opened it and took a look, and said, Lime? Nandong Meiju nodded and said, It's lime. Remember the key to spreading lime that I taught you before. It is definitely useful for dealing with ordinary people. You hide it close to your body, and don't let anyone see it. Luo Qingzhou said, What if you meet a warrior? Nandong Meiju said, If you meet a warrior, you will just wait for death. Although warriors are also afraid of lime. With your ability, you will definitely not be able to spread it. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Princess, if you had powdered poison or drugs to the lime, even if you can't hit the target, as long as the warrior accidentally inhales some, will it be useful? If it is an ordinary person, it will probably be poisoned and comatose or poisoned to death. Will this kind of lime be more powerful? After saying this, Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head to look at the lime in his hand, and his eyes suddenly flashed. Luo Qingzhou said again, Princess, in order to prevent ourselves from being attacked by the lime, we can prepare a gas mask in advance and wear it on our faces. In that case, we can keep spreading lime without restraint. Even the warriors probably can't stand it. Right? Nandong Meiju was stunned, and suddenly raised his head and looked at him, and said, Luo Qingzhou, how did you think of these? Luo Qingzhou said naturally, if you read a lot of books, you will naturally have more ideas. Princess, are my ideas very powerful? Nandong Meiju saw that he was proud, and not only snorted, say, in the end, it still depends on your own strength. No matter how powerful the lime is, what's the use if you don't have the strength to spread it? Luo Qingzhou, don't think of these crooked ways. Think about how to solve this matter. Concubine Zhang will definitely not let it go. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess, can I ask the princess for help? Nandong Meiju frowned and said, it's better not to. Because once the princess helps you openly in the palace, you and the Qin family will immediately enter the sight of those nobles in the court. At that time, it will be even more dangerous. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, Afternoon concubine, The Queen Mother asked you to come over. What did she say? Did she embarrass you? Nandong Meiji was silent for a moment. And said, No. The Queen Mother announced something in front of us. She decided to choose a consort for the eldest princess and let her get married. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. And asked, Who will she marry? Nandong Meiji shook his head and said, The Queen Mother hasn't said it yet. The Queen Mother said that the eldest princess can consider the candidate herself. But she must get married as soon as possible. And before getting married, she cannot leave Kyoto. Luo Qingzhou said, Was the emperor there at the time? Nandong Meiji nodded and said, Yes. The emperor also persuaded the princess gently, saying that he would respect the princess's choice, and advised the Queen Mother not to push too hard. It seems that the emperor is always thinking about the princess. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Does it seem so? Nandong Meiji also glanced at him and said, Except for the clear refusal at the beginning. The princess remained silent in the end. Luo Qingzhou stuffed the lime in his hand into the clothes on his chest and said lightly, They are stalling for time. Delaying time? Nandong Meiji was puzzled. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Delay the princess's return to Huiyue country or to the border army. Any country and army will have trouble as long as the king and generals are away for a long time. When the princess returns, her army will have been divided by the people sent by the court. Those who are loyal to the princess will be expelled or killed. Even if others are grateful for the princess's kindness, they will have to bow their heads and compromise in the face of reality when they see that the princess is not coming back. Nandong Meiji looked at him with complicated eyes and said, Luo Qingzhou, today in the palace, I saw that the princess valued you so much. To be honest, I didn't understand it. But now, I may understand it a little. You are really amazing. You can immediately judge their intentions after listening to a few words from me. Do you have a solution? Luo Qingzhou said, Princess. The princess will solve this problem by herself. So we don't have to worry about it. With her wisdom and ability, it is not difficult to solve this problem. She can accomplish such a career, not only relying on the favor of the late emperor. Nandong Meiji was stunned, nodded and said, You are right. She is much smarter than us. If she can't even solve this problem by herself, we naturally can't help. Luo Qingzhou said, She is just smarter than you. Princess. Nandong Meiji? Seeing her dangerous eyes, Luo Qingzhou quickly changed the subject and said, By the way, Princess, have you thought of how to get rid of the stalker behind you? Nandong Meiji stared at. He said unhappily, You are smart. Think about it yourself. Luo Qingzhou said, I have thought about it. But I am afraid that the princess will not agree. Nandong Meiji was stunned for a moment and said, What method? Luo Qingzhou pointed to the front and said, There is a pleasure boat in front. Listen. There are melodious piano sounds, beautiful songs, and cheerful laughter. We can go up and join in the fun. When it gets dark, we will have a chance to leave. After these words came out, the light in Nandong Meiji's eyes suddenly became more dangerous. She narrowed her eyes and stared at him coldly for a long time. Then sneered, There are also seductive calls. You don't seem to have told me. Mr. Luo? Chapter 404 The Lady on the Painting Boat. The breeze was gentle, and the water was rippling. A painting boat, decorated with colorful lights and beautiful decorations, was parked between the lush green lotus and red lotus roots in a lake. The sound of the piano was melodious. The singing was graceful, and there was laughter and joy on the boat. The first floor hall was full of guests. On the stage, there was a charming woman, wearing colorful clothes and feathers, dancing gracefully. However, the guests in the hall were all looking at the girl behind the pearl curtain, sitting in front of the table, bowing her head, and playing the piano. The girl was hazy behind the pearl curtain and could not be seen clearly, but she made many men fascinated and unable to take their eyes off. After a song and dance, a girl in a light yellow dress walked onto the stage and spoke with a smile on her face. It turned out that a poetry meeting was being held on this painting boat today, and the people sitting in the hall were all talented men and beautiful women from Kyoto and all over the country. At the same time, a small boat approached the pleasure boat. The guard standing at the railing of the pleasure boat immediately noticed the small boat. Seeing that the boat did not leave but slowly approached the pleasure boat, he hurriedly shouted, What are you doing? The boatman who was rowing the boat turned around and said, 2 guests. This pleasure boat belongs to Miss Tang. Miss Tang is holding a poetry meeting on it today. You can't just go up without an invitation. Nandong Meiji walked out of the boat awning, stood at the bow with a cold and arrogant face, looked at the pleasure boat in front and said, "Who is Miss Tang?" The boatman hurriedly replied, "It is said that her family is a high-ranking official. Miss Tang's pleasure boat often travels on West Lake and Jingwei River. So we all know each other. I don't know the specific situation." Nandong Meiju ordered, "Keep approaching. Ignore him." Seeing that she was full of momentum, the boatman dared not say more. So he had to hold the bamboo pole and let the boat slowly approach. The guards on the boat were about to yell at them. But when they saw the girl standing at the bow was dressed elegantly, had an extraordinary temperament, and her appearance and figure were impeccable. Even the courtesan on the boat was inferior to her. So they did not dare to be careless. Several people looked at each other and whispered, "Could it be the young lady's friend?" When they were about to call the maid not far away to inform the young lady, one of the guards suddenly pointed to the boat and said, "I know that young man. The young lady personally invited him to board the boat last time." "Really? Did you see it clearly?" "I saw it clearly." The young man was very handsome and seemed to be a scholar. He brought several very beautiful family members on board at that time. I was particularly impressed. The young lady should have invited him on board. Even if the young lady did not invite him, it would not matter. If the young lady knew, she would definitely let him on board. "Let's go. Let's go to meet him. Otherwise the side of the boat is too high." Several people were about to meet him, and suddenly saw the beautiful girl with a good figure, who jumped lightly from the boat to the side of the boat, and was very stable after landing. "That woman is a warrior." Several people stopped. One of them said quickly, "It's better to inform the young lady. You guys watch. I'll be back soon." Okay. At a gathering of scholars, warriors are most taboo. If a warrior suddenly wants to attack and hurt someone, it will be troublesome. They can't afford any mistakes made by any talented person. Nandong Meiju jumped onto the big boat, turned around, looked down at someone standing on the bow of the small boat and said, "Do you want to come up?" Luo Qingzhou stood on the bow and said, "Yes." Nandong Meijiu's mouth curled up slightly. "Call me Sister Jiao." Luo Qingzhou said, "Aren't you calling me Lady Lime?" Nandong Meijiu's face darkened. "You are not allowed to mention these 4 words in front of outsiders." Then he added, "Lime is a hidden weapon. How can you let others know about it?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Isn't it because of shame?" Nandong Meijiu's eyes flashed, staring. "What did you say? Say it again?" Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and said, "Sister Jiao, pull me." Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and sneered, "If you have a guts, keep talking nonsense." Luo Qingzhou said, "I don't have a guts. Sister Jiao, pull me up quickly." Nandong Meiju saw the guards coming over, snorted coldly, stretched out her hand, and was about to pull him up, but suddenly retracted her hand, took out a purple handkerchief from her body, wrapped her jade hand, and then stretched out her hand again, and said, "Hold on tight." Luo Qingzhou grabbed her hand, big hand holding small hand, even through the silky handkerchief. You can feel the warmth of each other's skin. Nandong Meiju paused, stared at his eyes for a few seconds, and then suddenly pulled him up with force. Luo Qingzhou landed beside her, staggered, and almost fell. "Idiot," Nandong Meiju sneered, untied the handkerchief wrapped around her hand, held it between her 2 slender jade fingers, and asked, "Do you want this handkerchief? If not, I will throw it away. I will definitely not want it again after you touched it." Luo Qingzhou took a look and said, "Then throw it away. I am not a woman. Why do I need a handkerchief?" Nandong Meiju still held the handkerchief between her 2 jade fingers, staring at him coldly, without speaking or throwing it away. The uncle who was rowing the boat stopped the boat, raised his head, and looked forward to the girl's handkerchief fluttering in the breeze. Seeing that she was reluctant to throw it away, he couldn't help but said, "Girl, can you throw the handkerchief to me? I will take it back to my wife and daughter." "Get lost?" Nandong Meiju glanced at him coldly. "Okay." The uncle did not hesitate, and immediately rode away in disgrace, without even daring to look back. "Then I still want it." Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand. Nandong Meiju sneered, "Since you are so reluctant, I'd better throw it away," she said, throwing it away. But her slender fingers did not loosen. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the expression on her face, decisively stretched out his hand, grabbed it, and said, "It's a waste to throw it away. Let me use it." Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes. "How do you want to use it?" Luo Qingzhou stuffed the handkerchief into his arms and said, "My stomach often hurts. I can use it next time I go to the toilet." Nandong Meiju clenched his fist. At this time, a woman's surprised voice suddenly came from behind. "Mr. Luo, It's you? Nandong Meiju turned around and looked. A woman in a light yellow dress came over with a smile and surprise on her face, saying, I forgot to leave your address last time, and I thought I would never see you again. Please come in. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw the person coming, and bowed his hands and said, It turned out to be Miss Tang's boat. I just passed by in a small boat and heard that this pleasure boat was quite lively, so I wanted to come up and take a look. I didn't expect to meet Miss Tang. Tang Yitter smiled and said, It's a coincidence indeed. It means that I have a lot of fate with Mr. Luo. She had a lot more to say, but seeing that the girl next to the young man seemed to be in a bad mood, she quickly smiled and said, Mr. Luo. This is Luo Qingzhou said. My young lady. Tang Yitter was stunned for a moment and said, Mr. Luo is not. She immediately stopped talking and smiled. Oh, please come in and talk. Luo Qingzhou explained. My young lady's surname is Gong. After I came to Kyoto, I taught at her house. Today, the weather is good, so I specially accompanied her to visit West Lake. Tang Yitter smiled and said, So that's it. Miss Gong is obviously a young lady from a wealthy family. I wonder which family she is from. She thought about it carefully. She seemed to have never heard of the Gong family in the inner city. Could it be from the outer city? Nandong Meiju said lightly. It's a small family. Not worth mentioning. Seeing that she seemed unwilling to say, Tang Yitter smiled. Didn't ask any more questions. Took the two into the hall, and chose an empty seat. The maid immediately brought snacks and tea. Tang Yitter smiled and said, Mr. Luo, what a coincidence. We are holding a poetry meeting, and the topic has just been announced. Do you want to join us? Luo Qingzhou said. I'll just sit and watch the fun for a while. Tang Yitter looked at him deeply and said, Mr. Luo, Miss Huayu is here today too. Miss Huayu really likes the two poems that Mr. Luo wrote last time, especially the one that Mr. Luo left for Miss Huayu. The bright moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the world, which Miss Huayu likes very much and has kept close to her. If Miss Huayu knew that Mr. Luo was here today, she would be very happy. The topic of the poem just now was also proposed by Miss Huayu. If Mr. Luo can write one, I'm sure he can secretly give it to Miss Huayu. Surprise. Luo Qing was about to speak, and the feet under the table were suddenly stepped on by one foot, and he crushed it hard. He quickly said, Tang girl. Sorry. There is no inspiration now. At that time, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, What poems? I usually like poetry. Maybe I can help him make a song. Tang Yanlier glanced at her in surprise and laughed. The title of the poem is Autumn. The Autumn of the Autumn. The poetry and the song are not limited. The palace girl can try it. Girl, let's go busy first. Let my lady think about it for a while. I will help her to study ink later. Tang Yan laughed. Okay. The palace girl can be handed over to the girl. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the foot under the table stepping on his foot, squeezing it harder, and hurriedly explained, The last time we came to Kyoto, we took Miss Tang's boat. My mother-in-law and the eldest lady were all there at the time. And that's when Miss Tang and I met. There was a poetry meeting on the boat at the time, and Miss Tang didn't want to charge us for the boat fare. I felt embarrassed, so I wrote two poems and left them. Miss Tang and I don't have any ambiguous relationship, and I haven't had any contact with her since that day. The reason I came here today is just that I occasionally feel like visiting West Lake. I can swear that I didn't come here because I knew in advance that she was holding a poetry meeting here. You heard what she said just now. We just met by chance. Nandong Meiju sat opposite, with a cold and beautiful face. She stepped on his feet under the table, listened to his explanations, looked at him quietly, and after he finished explaining, she raised her eyebrows and said, Why do you explain so much to me? What does it have to do with me? Luo Qingzhou said, I'm afraid you will misunderstand and go back to tell the second lady nonsense. Nandong Meiju sneered. Do I look like a gossiper? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her pink little mouth, and just as he was about to nod, his feet suddenly hurt, so he had to pick up the ink block and grind the ink, saying, Princess, write a poem quickly. I will help you grind the ink. Nandong Meiju glared at him and said, Be careful. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Call me Mississippi. Oh, Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou didn't care. Nandong Meiju pretended to pick up the pen, dipped it in ink, frowned and thought seriously. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, Miss, can you loosen your feet? Nandong Meiju looked up and said, What feet? Can you please stop disturbing me from thinking? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. but raised his other foot, stretched it under her skirt, and stepped on her other foot. Nandong Meiju froze for a moment, then raised her head and looked at him, paused, and said coldly, "Are you looking for death?" Luo Qingzhou said, "What's wrong?" Nandong Meijia narrowed her eyes and said, "Take your stinky feet away?" Luo Qingzhou looked puzzled and said, "What feet?" "Miss, please write poems quickly. The maids are collecting papers." Nandong Meiji looked up and saw that the two maids were indeed collecting papers. She quickly lowered her head and pondered. Under the table, the two people overlapped their feet, each stepping on one, and didn't move again. Nandong Meiji suddenly looked at him and said, "You read? I write." Luo Qingzhou? Nandong Meiji suddenly exerted force with her feet, one foot against his feet, and the other foot against the ground, and said, "Will you read?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." Nandong Meiji immediately dipped her ink again, staring at the rice paper in front of her. Her two little ears perked up. "Miss, do you want a poem or a CI?" Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked. Nandong Meiji thought for a while and said, "CI. I like CI." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "Okay." After that, he read directly, "Blue sky, lotus leaves, autumn colors and waves, cold smoke and green on the waves." Nandong Meiji wrote quickly and finished it in one go. When Luo Qingzhou read the last sentence, she did not put down her pen. When the maid who collected the papers came over, she coughed, dipped the ink, wrote the last sentence seriously, then picked up the rice paper, blew the ink dry, and read it carefully. The maid came over and took a look, and said with a smile, "The girl hasn't signed yet." Nandong Meiji woke up, and hurriedly put the rice paper on the table, picked up the pen, thought about it, and wrote her name, Gong Meiju. The maid collected the rice paper and left respectfully. In the side room behind the stage, Tang Yin'er was talking to Huayu, who was wiping the xylophone. She did not immediately tell Huayu that Mr. Luo had just boarded the ship. She decided to give the girl a surprise later. Tang Yin'er said a few more words before leaving the door. After the door was closed, Huayu suddenly stood up and bowed to the maid in green, who was tidying up books at the table, saying, "Miss, why are you here? Did something happen at the bottom of the lake?" The maid in green picked up a book, opened it, and looked at it. Her originally dark pupils suddenly turned scarlet, and she said lightly, "It's okay. I came up to see someone." Chapter 405 Who Killed Her? The sound of the piano sounded on the stage. Several women wearing gauze and graceful figures walked out from the backstage and began to dance to the sound of the piano. There were many cheers from the audience. Someone shouted, "Miss Tang, let Miss Huayu come out to meet us." Someone echoed. Someone laughed, "You are not qualified." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to look at the stage, turned his head, and looked out the window. It was evening, and the setting sun was slightly drunk. The lake was reflecting the sunset, and the waves were sparkling. The small boat that followed was still swaying not far away. Behind that small boat, there was another small boat, and a woman stood at the bow, looking quite familiar. "Princess, that person seems to be Aunt Mu," Luo Qingzhou suddenly said. Nandong Meiji turned her head and looked out the window, then suddenly looked at him and said, "Is your eyesight so good? I can't see clearly." Luo Qingzhou paused, still looking outside, and said calmly, "I have good eyesight since I was a child. Maybe it's innate. Just like when I read. I can remember it after reading it a few times." Nandong Meiji stared at him for a few more times, then looked at the small boat following him outside the window, and said, "They don't seem to be willing to give up. How about letting them taste the lime after dark? What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Will it be dangerous for the princess to act alone?" Nandong Meiju also looked at him and said, "Didn't I give you a bag of lime? You can go with me then." The two looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou said, "I don't know how to spread it." Nandong Meiju said lightly, "It's okay. You can practice tonight, with me by your side to guide you. You should be able to learn it soon." Luo Qingzhou avoided his gaze and looked outside. Nandong Meiju still stared at him. At this time, Tang Yin'er suddenly came over with a smile on her face and said, "Mr. Luo, can you go backstage with me?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her, and before he could speak, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, "I wrote that poem, so I should go, right?" Tang Yin'er smiled and said, "Miss Gong, please sit for a while. There's a girl with me who has admired Mr. Luo for a long time. She just learned that Mr. Luo is on the ship and wants to meet him. Nandong Meiju looked at someone opposite and asked, "Do you want to go?" Luo Qingzhou apologized to Tang Yin'er. "Miss Tang, I won't go. My wife is very strict and won't let me see strange women. You also know that I am a son-in-law and I can't help myself." After saying this, Tang Yin'er was stunned for a moment and looked at the person opposite him. Tang Yin'er was slightly startled and immediately understood. She looked at Nandong Meiju and said with a smile, "Miss Gong, don't worry. I just took Mr. Luo to talk, and I will never do anything out of line." Nandong Meiju said indifferently, "Don't tell me. It has nothing to do with me. Ask him if he is willing to go." Tang Yin'er said, "Mr. Luo, I don't want to." Luo Qingzhou refused directly and said, "Sorry, Miss Tang." Tang Yin'er frowned slightly, looked at the two of them again, and said with a smile without saying anything more, "Then I will reply." After saying that, she turned and left. After she walked away, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked under the table. The two long legs under the purple skirt had stretched to his side, and the 2 feet were stepping on his 2 feet. Luo Qingzhou did not speak, lowered his head, and watched motionlessly. After a while, Nandong Meiju finally couldn't help but said, "What are you looking at?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Look at the feet." "Pervert." Nandong Meijia's 2 feet immediately retracted and hid under the dress, looming, and her eyes glared at him. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "Princess, I'm looking at my own feet. Is this also called perverted?" Nandong Meijia narrowed her eyes and looked at him dangerously. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked outside, saying, "Auntie Mu is here. I wonder if she found the stalker on the boat." Nandong Meiju glanced outside, frowned, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. "I asked her to wait on the shore. Why did she come?" Then she stood up and said, "I'll go out and take a look." Just after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him, and said coldly, "Luo Qingzhou, if I come back and find you are not here later, guess where the more than 50 bags of lime on me will be scattered." After saying that, she gave him a warning look, walked away quickly with long legs. Luo Qingzhou watched her walk out of the cabin, reached out and took out the handkerchief from his arms, and carefully recalled her expression and words, and secretly said, "Have you begun to doubt? Was she just testing?" While thinking, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him. He put away the handkerchief, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and looked out the window. But suddenly, he felt a chill coming from behind him, as if something was invading his body and spying on his soul. He remained calm and continued to look out the window. The noisy voices in the hall suddenly became quiet. A fragrant breeze suddenly blew. Then, a girl stood in front of him and said softly, "My slave Huayu greets Mr. Luo." The voice was gentle and pleasant. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and saw the girl in front of him wearing a pink dress. She looked quite beautiful and was looking at him with sparkling eyes. But Luo Qingzhou did not look at her more, and looked behind her. A maid in green stood behind her. Seeing his gaze, she looked at him and immediately lowered her head, looking timid. However, Luo Qingzhou inexplicably felt a creepy feeling. "Mr. Luo, can Huayu sit down?" the girl in pink dress said softly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Miss Huayu, my young lady will be here soon. If you have anything to say, you can just say it." At this time, angry accusations suddenly came from the hall. "Who is that man?" Miss Huayu took the initiative to see him, but he just sat there without moving. Even those talented people in Jiangnan don't have such a big air. Right? Miss Huayu is really beautiful. I finally got to see her today. It was because of that boy. Otherwise Miss Huayu might not have come out. Huayu looked at the handsome boy in front of her, took out the rice paper in her hand and said, "Mr. Luo, this little poem just now should have been written by you." "Right?" Luo Qingzhou said. "My young lady wrote it." Huayu smiled gently, her eyebrows full of charm, and whispered, "Sir, can you move to my study? I want to talk to you." When the other people in the hall heard this, their eyes were red, and their faces were full of envy and jealousy. They wanted to get up and go instead of him immediately. Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "Sorry, I have to go out to accompany my young lady." After saying that, regardless of the stunned eyes of the girl in front of him and others, he immediately left quickly and walked out of the cabin. Aunt Mu's boat had already approached the pleasure boat. Nandong Meiju jumped on it and was whispering to Aunt Mu. When Luo Qingzhou walked to the side of the boat, Nandong Meiju looked at him in surprise and said, "Why are you coming out?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly whispered, "Princess, catch me. I want to jump on it." After saying that, he jumped directly into the boat. Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to reach out to catch it, he suddenly retracted his hand. Bang! Luo Qingzhou landed on the boat, but suddenly staggered forward. He was about to fall into the cabin, but Aunt Mu grabbed him. After Luo Qingzhou stood firm, he looked frightened and said quickly, "Thank you, Aunt Mu." Nandong Meiju said suspiciously, "Luo Qingzhou, why are you panicking? Did you see a ghost?" Before Luo Qingzhou spoke, Huayu had chased him out and stood on the side of the boat, crying, "Mr. Luo, Huayu just wants to talk to you, and has no other unreasonable thoughts. This is just a small request, and you are not willing to satisfy Huayu?" Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Miss Huayu, I have a wife, and I can't get too close to other women casually. It will always cause criticism if you are in the same boat. Sorry." He glanced at the maid in green behind her, and whispered to Aunt Mu next to her, "Aunt Mu, let the boatman go." Aunt Mu glanced at him, and then looked at her own lady. Nandong Meiju said coldly, "Let's go." Annie Mu immediately went over and told the boatman. The boatman agreed, and with a bamboo pole, the boat began to move backwards and turn the bow. Luo Qingzhou went straight into the cabin. Nandong Meiju glanced at the charming woman standing at the side of the boat, turned around and entered the cabin, and said sarcastically, "Why are you so self-conscious today?" Luo Qingzhou glanced outside and said, "She invited me to her room to talk, and I'm scared." After saying this, Nandong Meiju couldn't help but puff and laughed, and then snorted coldly, "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that someone will eat you?" Even Andy Mu next to her laughed. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Nandong Meiju sneered, "I'm just talking to you. Luo Qingzhou, I'm afraid you think too much. No matter how talented you are, I may not be willing to marry you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Princess, how about I go up again?" Nandong Meiju raised his eyebrows and said, "You can try." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. His eyes looked at the blue figure gradually going away at the side of the boat, and the hair on his back was still standing up. At this time, the sunset was about to set. The light on the lake began to dim. The boat turned around and headed towards the shore from which it came. Annie Mu glanced back and whispered, "Miss, they are still following behind. Do you want to deal with it?" Nandong Meiju said, "They don't know what happened on the shore yet." Aunt Mu said, "They probably don't know. Otherwise, they would have gone back long ago." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "What happened on the shore?" Nandong Meiju glanced at him and said, "Actually, 3 people followed us. One of them was the one who played football with us in the palace this morning. He was on Zhang Yenner's team, but he was killed on the shore just now." Luo Qingzhou was surprised. "Who killed him?" He then reacted and looked at the woman opposite and said, "Is it Aunt Mu?" Aunt Mu shook her head and said solemnly, "I don't know who killed him. When I found him, I was watching him across the street. Who knew that he suddenly fell to the ground with his head and body separated? I didn't see the murderer or the weapon at all." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Could there be a warrior standing in the distance, using a hidden weapon?" Nandong Meiju glanced at him. Aunt Mu said, "I thought so too. But the other party is a warrior. I don't know what kind of hidden weapon can cut off his head without anyone noticing." Luo Qingzhou said, "I once read a martial arts novel, in which one of the hidden weapons is an extremely sharp silk thread, transparent and hard to see, killing people invisibly. As long as the speed is fast enough, it is as sharp as a sword. Cutting off a person's head is easy." Aunt Mu looked at him and said, "Mr. Luo knows a lot. But warriors are not ordinary people. Their skin, muscles, and bones have strong defensive power, and silk thread may not be able to do that." Luo Qingzhou said, "Oh," and stopped talking nonsense. Nandong Meiju looked at him for a while and said, "Luo Qingzhou, think about how to get rid of the stalkers behind you. These 2 people cannot be killed for the time being. Let them go back and tell the person in the palace about the death of the man on the shore. Maybe she can be quiet for a while. After all, the death of that person is very strange." Luo Qingzhou glanced at the shore and said, "In fact, there is no need to think of another way. When they go to the shore and see the body of that person, they will naturally stop following." Nandong Meiju raised his head and looked at the shore. Although a long time has passed, the shore is still full of people. The body of that person with his head and body separated seems to be still lying there. The government officials have arrived and are still performing an autopsy and investigating the scene. The boat quickly arrived at the shore. The three people went ashore, walked behind the crowd of onlookers, and looked inside. They saw only blood all over the ground. The body had been covered with white cloth. The area within a radius of 20 meters was cleared and blocked. The government officials were searching for clues everywhere, and someone climbed up the willow tree next to them and checked it carefully. The two men who were following them didn't know what was going on. After getting ashore, they also got behind the crowd and stretched their necks to watch the excitement. When the coroner lifted the white cloth, revealing a head with wide eyes and blood, the two men were shocked and pale. "Let's go!" Nandong Meiju glanced at the two men and turned to walk across the street. The three got on the carriage and left quickly. When the two men reacted, the carriage had disappeared on the busy street. The carriage soon arrived at Maple Leaf Alley, but did not go in. Nandong Meiju took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Luo Qingzhou, saying solemnly, "This is the morning dew of Xiantian Jade Girl Tree given by Shirui. You take it back. I won't go over. My carriage is too conspicuous. I have to go back to the inner city quickly. You can't run around these days. Go back and tell Waymo everything about what happened today. And let everyone stay at home for the time being. I will send someone to check the situation. If there is any news, I will notify you." Luo Qingzhou took the porcelain bottle and said, "Thank you, Princess." Just as he was about to go down, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, "Practice what I taught you at home, and I will come to check it when the time comes." Luo Qingzhou nodded, got off the carriage, looked around, and walked quickly into the alley. The curtains on the carriage were lifted. Nandong Meiju was in the carriage, looking at his back quietly, and suddenly said, "Auntie Mu, Luo Qingzhou took a bath in the palace today. Where are the dirty clothes he changed?" Auntie Mu was stunned for a moment and said, "It should have been thrown away by the palace maid." Nandong Meiju didn't say anything. Auntie Mu glanced at her and said, "What are you doubting, miss?" Nandong Meiju looked at the empty alley, was silent for a while, and murmured, "I don't know either." Auntie Mu glanced at the darkening sky and said, "Miss, it's time to go." Nandong Meiju lowered the curtains and said, "Let's go." The carriage slowly drove away from the alley. After a while, Nandong Meiju's voice suddenly came from the carriage, "Aunt Mu, let's go to the pharmacy later." Aunt Mu was slightly startled when she heard this, and asked in confusion, "What medicine does the young lady want to buy?" Nandong Meiju said, "Poison powder. Drug." Then he said, "Go to the grocery store again. I want to buy a gas mask and some black iron wire." Aunt Mu was stunned for a moment, and said, "Young lady, buy these, don't worry. I won't use them on ordinary people. These are hidden weapons that take people's lives. I know the severity." "Young lady, do you really believe what that boy said? The silk thread can take people's heads?" There was silence in the carriage. Then he said, "Believe it." Chapter 406. Night falls. Lanterns are hung at the gate of the Qin mansion. When Luo Qingzhou returned, Miss Qin was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, soft and weak, waiting quietly at the gate. It was a bit chilly in the autumn night. The girl was still afraid of the cold. Chior stood in front of her with a lantern. Juer stood beside her with an umbrella to shield her from the cold wind. The three masters and servants looked quietly at the alley in front, silently waiting for someone. Song Ryua had already prepared dinner. Miss Qin was also called out and stood in the corridor inside and outside the hall, quietly looking at the white moonlight in the courtyard. Qin Wenjin sat in the hall with a serious look. The whole family was waiting for the last medicine. Luo Qingzhou walked out of the darkness of the alley and saw the weak figure at the gate at a glance. He was stunned for a moment and quickened his pace. When Juer saw him coming back, she couldn't wait to ask, "Sir, did you get the medicine?" Luo Qingzhou went up the steps and said, "I got it." Juer immediately cheered. Chior also smiled. Luo Qingzhou walked forward, hugged Miss Qin in his arms, stroked her soft hair, and said softly, "It's okay." Qin Weimo hugged him tightly and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou." Luo Qingzhou looked inside the gate, crossed the courtyard, and saw the snow-white figure in the corridor. She was also looking at him. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, hugged the girl's head in his arms, rubbed her forehead gently with his forehead, and said softly, "Let's go inside. It's cold outside." "Yeah." The two held hands and entered the gate. Chior walked behind with a lantern. Juer put away her umbrella, jumped up and down, and followed beside her with a happy face. Entered the courtyard. Qin Weima saw the snow-white figure in the corridor, struggled for a while, took his hand out of Luo Qingzhou's palm, then walked into the corridor and said softly, "Sister, let's go in and eat." Qin Jianjia didn't say anything, turned around and went into the house. Qin Weimo glanced at her cold back, then turned his head and looked at Bailing next to him. Bailing smiled and said, "Second Mississippi." Qin Weimo asked, "Where is Xia Chan?" Bailing said, "Chan Chan didn't come. She was practicing sword in the garden." Qin Weimo paused, turned his head and said, "Brother Qingzhou, go and give Xia Chan some food later." Luo Qingzhou nodded. The two entered the hall. Song Ryue had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Seeing him come in, she hurriedly asked, "Qingzhou, what's going on? Did you get the morning dew of the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I got it. Princess Meijiao gave it to me." Song Ryue looked outside the house and asked curiously, "Where is Meijiu? Why didn't she come?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the people in the house and saw that the second brother Qin was also there. So he said to Qin Wenjun, "Father-in-law, I have something to say." Song Ryue was stunned for a moment. When she was about to ask, Qin Wenjun suddenly said, "Jianjia, Weima, Chuaner, you stay, and the rest of you can leave." Then he said, "Bai Ling, you come in too." "Oh." Bai Ling agreed and came in from outside. The other maids all left. "Close the door," Qin Wenjun ordered. Bai Ling immediately closed the door. Song Ryue couldn't help but said, "Master, what about me?" Qin Wenjun ignored her, stood up, and said solemnly, "Qingzhou, what's the matter? Tell me." Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate and told everything that happened in the palace today, and that he was followed when he came back. Empress Dowager Zhang may not let it go. The princess asked us not to go out for the time being. She will go to help us find out the news first. After hearing this, everyone frowned and fell into silence. Qin Chuan suddenly clenched his fist and said angrily, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Bullying others too much. If I meet them, I will smash their heads with one punch." Song Ryue glanced at him and scolded, "Shut up. They are royal relatives. Can you afford to offend them?" Qin Wenjun's face was gloomy. He pondered for a while and said, "From today on, everyone should not go out for the time being. Chuaner, you and Zhou Tong and others, remember to take turns patrolling in the mansion at night. And don't be careless." Qin Chuan immediately said, "Don't worry, Daddy. Whoever dares to come in, I promise that he will never come back." Qin Weima thought about it carefully and said softly, he said, "Concubine Zhang may not dare to do anything. But from what Brother Qingzhou just described, the girl named Zhang Yanner may not let it go. Judging from her personality, I'm afraid she will do something even more excessive." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "The girl is arrogant and domineering. She even dared to hit Princess Meijiao. The Queen Mother and Prince Duan were also present at the time. I think she has been spoiled since she was a child. She must not be able to stand such anger. Her family may not be able to swallow this breath. So we have to be careful." The few people discussed for a while. Qin Wenjun said, "Let's eat first. They don't dare to be too blatant under the emperor's feet. We are not easy to bully." Song Ryue also said, "Yes, our Qin family is not easy to bully." Then he said, "By the way, Qingzhou, did you go to the palace to see the eldest princess? Did you talk to her?" Luo Qingzhou knew what she was thinking and said, "Mother-in-law, the eldest princess is now under house arrest in the palace. Don't count on her." Song Ryue's face changed immediately when she heard it. Several people sat down at the table and ate without taste. Qin Weimo comforted softly, "Mother, it's okay. Our Qin family has been through so many things for so many years. But we still got through it. Right? Now we have a brother-in-law. As long as we work together, we can definitely get through the difficulties." Song Ryue glanced at her and asked, "Who is your brother-in-law?" Qin Weimo lowered his head to eat and didn't say anything. Miss Qin didn't speak from beginning to end. After dinner, everyone dispersed in a depressing atmosphere, having offended the royal family and living in the other party's sphere of influence. How could they not worry when they first came to Kyoto? Luo Qingzhou went back with Miss Qin and Miss Qin Air. Bailing and Chior carried lanterns and lit the way in front. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Air followed Miss Qin. No one spoke along the way. When they arrived at Meixiang Garden, Miss Qin Air said, "Brother Qingzhou, send me back. You've worked hard today, and you should rest early." Luo Qingzhou nodded and asked, "Miss Air, did you cough again today?" Juror behind him quickly answered, She coughed twice. But she didn't cough up blood. Uncle, when can the young lady take the medicine? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, I gave the medicine to the lady. She will go to boil the medicine tomorrow morning. Zhu'er looked at him and said, Uncle, will the medicine really work? Luo Qingzhou paused and said, yes. Zhu'er wanted to ask more. And Miss Qin said, Zhu'er, help me in. Zhu'er quickly agreed and helped her into the courtyard. Zhu'er had already carried a lantern and walked in front to light the way. Uncle, good night. Zhu'er waved and closed the gate. Luo Qingzhou then followed Miss Qin and continued to walk forward. Miss, do you want to listen to a story tonight? He asked softly. Qin Jinjiao was silent for a moment and said, no. Go back and rest. Bai Ling, holding a lantern, turned around and said, son-in-law, you must have been very tired playing football today. Go back and rest early. And continue telling stories tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou nodded. When they arrived at Lingchan Moon Palace, Bai Ling said, son-in-law, go back. No need to come in. Luo Qingzhou raised the food box in his hand and said, Xia Chan hasn't eaten yet. I'll go see her. Bai Ling came over, took the food box from him and said, let's see tomorrow. Chan Chan is practicing sword tonight. Don't disturb her. It seems to be at a critical moment. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the courtyard, said nothing more, nodded, and said goodbye and left. Bai Ling stood outside the door, watching his back gradually go away, and suddenly chased into the courtyard and said, Miss, the son-in-law is so gentle tonight. Did he do something to let us down outside today? I mean, something to let down the second lady. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence, said goodbye to Xiao Dai, and went directly to the backyard. After practicing the plum blossom flying boxing for an hour, and then performing a few sets of Neo-Mo magic skills, he went back to the room to take a shower after sweating all over. After taking a shower, he sat in front of the window and read a book for a while. At almost dawn, he went back to bed to sleep. Xiao Dai blew out the oil lamp, climbed onto the bed, and got into his arms, whispering, Master, you look worried today. Have you encountered any difficulties? Luo Qingzhou held her delicate little hand and said, yes. I have encountered some difficulties. But it's okay. Master can solve it. Xiao Dai hugged him tightly, buried her cheek in his neck, and said softly, I will always be with you. Master, if you feel that your current life is too tiring, we can leave and go to a place where there is no one. And we can take the second lady with us. We can grow crops, build a small house, and raise some small animals. As long as you are happy, I am willing to accompany you to the ends of the earth and any kind of life. A warm current surged through Luo Qingzhou's heart. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead, and said, if there is such a day, I will take more than just the second young lady with me. Xiao Dai thought for a while, and said, oh, there is also Sister Qiu, and Sister Xia Chan, Sister Bai Ling. After a pause, she suddenly said, Sir, I actually think the eldest young lady is very good and pitiful. If there is such a day, I hope you can take her with you. Okay? The eldest young lady should like that kind of life the most. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, stroking her hair and said, okay. I'll listen to you. I'll take whoever you say. It doesn't matter if you take Shu'er, Mayor, Xiao Ao and the others. Xiao Dai laughed immediately, raised her little face and said, young master, you are so greedy. There are so many girls. Can you favor them all? Luo Qingzhou held the cute little rabbit in his hand and said, young master will only favor you. The others? Young master will not care about them at all. I don't believe it. Xiao Dai suddenly moaned. Her little face flushed, and her petite body suddenly softened in his arms. Young master. She suddenly shrank into the quilt. Luo Qingzhou's soul moved, and suddenly felt the jade in the storage bag vibrate. He hissed. His body stiffened, reached out to take out the jade, and looked at it intently. Xiaoya, good brother. Sister misses you so much. When will you arrive in Kyoto? Luo Qingzhou replied, soon. Xiaoya sent another message soon. What are you doing now? Brother? Do you have time to tell your sister a story? Luo Qingzhou said, no time. After that, he put away the jade and began to punish a little girl severely. After 3 o'clock, Luo Qingzhou's soul left his body and flew to West Lake. Above the West Lake attic, the moon-white figure had been standing there for some time. The night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness, caressing her pure white dress, black hair, and dark and deep eyes. She stood there motionless, her flawless face, bathed in the white moonlight, became the most beautiful painting in the night view of West Lake. Even the terrible shadow hidden in the lake below was also infatuated. Chapter 407 Tao Te Ching. The moonlight is gentle, and the breeze is blowing. Luo Qingzhou's flying speed is very fast now. Even the birds flying at night can't catch up. Not long after, he arrived at the West Lake. On the attic, the moon-white figure had already arrived, standing there quietly and proudly, with a white skirt fluttering, hazy, like a fairy under the moonlight. Ripples appeared on the lake, and the lake water was sparkling. The West Lake, which was bustling during the day, was quiet and silent at this moment, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Luo Qingzhou landed on the attic, and was still respectful and polite to the girl in front of him. Sister Yu, I've been waiting for a long time. The moon-white figure said lightly. Tell a story. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate. Okay. Although he wanted to cultivate his soul, and wanted to advance as soon as possible, he didn't say much. Help is mutual, and the other party has helped him a lot. He believed that as long as he treated her with sincerity, the other party would continue to help him. And he had already told her about his situation. Does the law originate from the heart? Or does it perish from the heart? Who is responsible for birth and death? Please judge for yourself. Luo Qingzhou began to tell the story from last time. The moon-white figure stood on the eaves, looking at the darkness in the distance, listening quietly. In the lake below, a black shadow was hidden in the shadow of the attic, also listening quietly, motionless. After finishing the 2 chapters, the moon-white figure spoke again. Scriptures. Luo Qingzhou nodded, pondered for a moment, and continued to talk about the scriptures from last time. The highest good is like water. Water is good for all things without fighting, and stays in the places that everyone hates. When he was talking about the Tao Te Ching, the whole West Lake suddenly became silent again. Almost even the sound of the wind stopped. In the shadow of the attic, the black shadow hidden in the water opened its scarlet eyes wide, and the bright red vertical pupil between the eyebrows also opened slightly. Originally, the fish and shrimps around it had already escaped without a trace. But at this moment, the fish and shrimp swam back again, seemingly not noticing its existence. Some fish even swam to its side and surfaced for air, knowing the constant tolerance. Tolerance is fairness. Fairness is completeness. Completeness is heaven. Heaven is the way. The way is long. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking this paragraph, the white figure said, That's enough. In the lake, the black shadow's head was buzzing, and the passages of the scriptures he had just spoken were echoing, which made it tremble all over as if it had first opened its spiritual wisdom many years ago. It was already 4 o'clock at night. The white figure slowly turned around, looked at the young man behind him, and said, Sit down and practice the inner strength and mental method I taught you before, and I will help you gather the moonlight. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. He immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The white moonlight fell on him. Soon, a trace of moonlight power entered his soul. The moon-white figure suddenly flew into the air, turned into a transparent vortex, and began to slowly rotate in the air. The moonlight that fell on the entire West Lake suddenly became dim. All the moonlight was gathered in the vortex in the air, and then fell from the bottom of the vortex, and fell on Luo Qingzhou's head. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt the endless power of the moonlight, surging from the top of his head, and soon entered his body. The soul power in the body also turned into a vortex, and began to quickly refine the power of the moonlight. I don't know how long it took. There was a sudden boom above the head, and a thunder came. Luo Qingzhou woke up and looked up. A thick purple lightning struck in the transparent vortex, but soon disappeared. Continue. A cold voice came from the vortex. Luo Qingzhou immediately closed his eyes, and continued to operate the mental method, urging the soul power in the body to quickly refine the power of the moonlight rushing above his head. Boom! Another thunder sounded above his head. Luo Qingzhou was focused and continued to practice. When the third thunder sounded, the moonlight above his head gradually became less. Then, it disappeared. Luo Qingzhou's whole soul was warm and comfortable. With a sense of comfort that was not enough, he put away the skills, opened his eyes, and looked up. The vortex above his head had disappeared, and the moonlight dispersed again, falling on the entire West Lake. And the moon-white figure, at some point, had already floated down and stood on the eaves. Luo Qingzhou felt the soul power in his body surge. The practice just now was obviously very effective, even comparable to his practice of 10 days and a half months. He stood up, bowed deeply, and said with gratitude, "Sister Yu, thank you." The moon-white figure looked at the darkness in the distance, and his voice was still cold. "You helped me just now?" Luo Qingzhou asked curiously. "Sister Yu, what was the thunder just now? Did you deliberately cause it? Or?" The moon-white figure said lightly, "It has nothing to do with you. You should go back." Luo Qingzhou saw that she didn't want to answer, and saw that it was indeed late, and he had to get up early tomorrow morning to find Sister Dao to become a disciple. So he had to say goodbye and leave. The soul flew into the air, and soon disappeared in the dark night in the distance. West Lake became quiet again. The halo on the moonlight figure gradually dissipated, and a trace of paleness appeared on her flawless face. She suddenly disappeared on the eaves. In the air, a ray of moonlight suddenly appeared, and then the moonlight turned into a sword, falling like a meteor, and with a swish, it pierced into the lake. Wow! A monster with 2 horns on its head and vertical pupils on its forehead suddenly appeared in the lake. It suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a stream of water. The water column turned into a giant sword and faced the moonlight sword, but was chopped off in an instant. The monster in the water immediately sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared, and the moonlight sword also entered the bottom of the lake, breaking through the water, and the speed was still very fast. The undercurrent surged at the bottom of the lake. The lake surface swayed gently, and the waves flew up, splashing on the lake shore, splashing the willows on the shore. After an unknown period of time, the lake gradually calmed down. On the eaves of the attic, the moonlight figure stood there again at some point. On the opposite eaves, there was another figure standing strangely. It was a strange girl wearing a black dress, with a bright red mark on her forehead and green pupils. The girl had a pair of white and slender jade feet, and a red rope with a bell tied around her right ankle. Blood was flowing from her right wrist. The girl was surrounded by a breath like black mist. The two stood face to face on the eaves on both sides, looking at each other without saying a word. After a long silence, the strange girl finally spoke. "Can you give me a reason?" The moon-white figure did not speak. The strange girl said again, "You have been here for 5 days, and you beat me every day. You didn't even let me go when I was going through the thunder tribulation. But you didn't kill me. What does that mean?" The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and then said, "I need your blood." The strange girl? "You are perverted." The moon-white figure said lightly, "I have compensated you." The strange girl was stunned when she heard it, and asked in confusion, "Where is the compensation?" "Where?" The moon-white figure said, "You listened to the scriptures for 2 days." The strange girl immediately sneered, "It's not you who is teaching the law. Aren't you also listening to others teaching the law?" The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, "He is my family. As people." "Oh!" The strange girl suddenly showed a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "Are you sure? But I don't think his attitude towards you is like that. He is so respectful to you, and you are so cold to him. Are you sure you are a family?" The moon-white figure said, "Yes." The strange girl snorted coldly, "Then tell me, what is the relationship between him and you? Brother and sister? Sister and brother? Or what? Although I am not a human, I have read a lot of human books, and have seen a lot of human families in this West Lake. But I have never seen a family like yours. Can you make a plan before you lie?" The moon-white figure fell silent, and did not answer. The strange girl sneered, "Look, you are speechless, right? Judging from your attitude towards each other, you are just ordinary friends at most, or a relationship of mutual use. When he is no longer useful, or when you are no longer useful, you will probably break up, right?" The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and looked at her. The strange girl sneered again, "Although you just helped him practice and silently endured the heavenly punishment and lightning. It was very touching to watch. But obviously, you did it for his scriptures and the enlightenment method in the story. Am I right? What are you going to do?" The moon-white figure had a moonlight sword in his hand. The strange girl's face changed, and she said, "You just made me bleed. Isn't that enough? Now you are not satisfied once a night? Greedy woman." "Wow!" The sword in the moon-white figure's hand suddenly lit up. The strange girl immediately raised her right hand, squeezing the wound on it, and said, "You don't have to do it. You take out the medicine bottle. I will squeeze it for you myself." The moon-white figure's white skirt fluttered. Her black hair fluttered, and the moonlight sword in her hand was still accumulating power quickly. The strange girl's face turned pale, and she was stunned for a moment. And suddenly she had an idea. "Okay. I admit that you and that boy are a family. And I admit that he helped you pay me. The power that the moonlight sword was accumulating began to slow down. Seeing this, the strange girl felt relieved and quickly added a few more words. I admit that you are not in a relationship of mutual benefit. In fact, I saw it last night. You have such a good relationship. He is so gentle and docile to you. And you hugged him? You must be a loving family. Then she suddenly said, oh, I remember. He is your husband. And you are her husband, no? No. He is your husband. And you are his wife. Right? Schwa. A sword beam suddenly flew out from the sword and shot past her. The strange girl shuddered all over, her hair standing on end, and hurriedly said, Sister, your husband is so handsome and so capable. You two are a perfect match. The sword in the white moon figure's hand pointed at him, and the cold air was chilling. The strange girl immediately closed her mouth and stopped talking. The white moon figure stared at her coldly for a while, then put away the sword, and disappeared in a flash. Then, a cold voice came from the air, continue tomorrow night. The strange girl shuddered again. After waiting for a while, she saw that the surroundings were quiet. And then she clenched her fist and gritted her teeth and said, Damn it! I am the queen of West Lake. But I was used as a tool to take blood. Shameless woman. That boy obviously has nothing to do with you. You? She looked up at the sky, and the words in her mouth stopped abruptly. Suddenly, she whispered, Sister, say H, low to your husband for me. If he needs blood in the future, just come and get it. I promise not to move. The moon-white figure stood in the air and stared at her for a while, then suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. The weird girl didn't dare to speak or stay any longer. She quickly flashed and fell into the lake, turning into a huge black shadow, sinking to the bottom of the lake and disappearing. On the West Lake, calm soon returned. Exiled immortal residents. After Luo Qingzhou came back, he returned to his senses, hugged the little girl beside him, held her little rabbit, and fell asleep. At this time, on the roof, a moon-white figure was standing there quietly, bathing in the pure moonlight, with waves of light in his eyes. And it was unknown what he was thinking about. That beautiful and flawless face was still as cold as snow, and no other emotions could be seen. Chapter 408, Apprenticeship to Li Shao Sect. The 5 Great Sects of Dian. The next day, it was still light when Luo Qingzhou got up. He told Xiao Dai, wrote a piece of paper, posted it on the outside gate, and then went out. The paper said, reading today, no one is allowed to disturb. He walked all the way, and soon arrived at the south of the city. He looked around at the crossroads, then walked forward quickly and entered the 18 lanes. Then he put on the mask and turned into Chufeiyang. The door of Dao Mansion was already open. The servants were holding brooms and sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard last night. Luo Qingzhou held the copper ring and knocked on the door. Sister Dao just came out of the hall, and when she saw him, she immediately walked out quickly. Father Dao also walked out of the hall and looked at the door. Luo Qingzhou was about to go in and say H, lo. But Sister Dao came over quickly and grabbed him, saying, Let's go! Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and was pulled out by her. He said, Sister Dao, don't you want to say H, lo to your father? And I haven't had breakfast yet. Sister Dao let go of his arm and said, No. Let's go! Luo Qingzhou glanced at the expression on her face and asked in confusion, Didn't you ask me to pretend to be your lover? If so, will your father blame me for being rude? Sister Dao sighed and said, No need to pretend. My father knows everything. As she said that, she told him what happened after he left yesterday. Once, and then said, My father said that he will beat you once he sees you next time. If you come to see me next time, just wait at the door. Don't go in again. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Dao, isn't this your idea? Did he beat you? Sister Dao suddenly laughed, looked at him and said, My father will not beat me even if he is angry. He will only beat outsiders. Luo Qingzhou said speechlessly, I was implicated by you. You have to compensate me. Sister Dao smiled and said, Okay. What compensation do you want? Luo Jiayuan? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and said, Let's talk about going to become a disciple later. What is your master's temper like? What should I pay attention to? And how should I get along with your fellow apprentices and sisters? Sister Dao thought for a while and said, My master has a good temper. He won't beat or scold people for no reason. Just treat him as an elder. As for the others, there are only 6 people including me. 1 senior sister, 1 junior sister, and 3 senior brothers. To be honest, I have only known them for a few days, and don't know what their personalities are. Anyway, they are very nice to me. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously. Only 6 people? Are they all martial artists? Sister Dao said. 6 people are not small. After all, this is just a Kyoto branch. You are a martial artist, so you must practice with martial artists. Except for that junior sister and me, who are at the early stage of martial artist cultivation like you. Everyone else is at the middle stage of martial artist cultivation, and 2 senior brothers are about to break through to the late stage. As for the disciples at the martial artist level, they are all in another courtyard, so you may not see them. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked at her in surprise and said, Sister Dao, you have also broken through to the martial artist level? Sister Dao looked indifferent, glanced at him and said, Why? You are allowed to break through. But not me. My talent is not worse than yours, and I have a master to teach me. Luo Qingzhou praised. Sister Dao is really amazing. Sister Dao raised her chin slightly, with a little pride on her face. Luo Qingzhou coughed and said, Sister Dao, actually there is something I forgot to tell you. Sister Dao looked at him and said, What is it? Luo Qingzhou said, I am not a martial artist in the early stage now. I have broken through to the martial artist in the middle stage. Sister Dao. Crossing a street, entering an alley, Sister Dao suddenly said, By the way, Chu Feiyang, actually there is something I forgot to tell you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sister Dao said, You need to pay money to become a disciple and practice. The first time you need to pay 200,000 gold coins, and then you need to hand in a mid-level monster to the branch every month. And it will last for a year. After a year, you don't need to pay anything. If you have broken through to the great martial master realm by then, you will get the support of all the cultivation resources of the sect. Luo Qingzhou was surprised when he heard it. 200,000 gold coins. You need to hand in a mid-level monster every month? Sister Dao said, Every new martial artist is like this, because no one can guarantee that you will not run away after practicing. After a year, you will have the mark of Ling Shao's sect on your body. If you betray your master at that time, other sects and warriors will know that you will have no place to stay in Dian. For a martial artist, a mid-level monster every month is not too difficult. If you can't catch it, you can pay gold coins. Chu Feiyang. The sect provides you with a place to practice, a master to teach you, and also provides you with skills and potions, and will organize you, go out to make money, and even take you to tests with other ancestors. So you think it is worth it? Luo Qingzhou groaned. It is very generous. I can lend you, but there is interest. 30,000 gold coins. Returning 1 month later, you have to pay me back 50,000. Luo Qingzhou said, High loan? Sister shrugged and said, If you don't want to borrow it, then you can find a way. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but told me that I couldn't regret it. No. Sister smiled. I don't know you are so poor. He quickly took it out of the storage bag and handed it over, saying, Sister Dao, take a look. How much is this demon pill worth? Sister Dao took it in her hand, observed it carefully, and said, An ordinary demon pill is worth at most 100,000 gold coins. Luo Qingzhou said, 100,000 is enough. Do you want it? Sister Dao? I'll sell it to you. Sister Dao raised it again, looked at the sun, and said, I can give you at most 90,000. I'm a middleman, and I have to make some profit from the difference. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, This is the first time I've seen such a frank middleman. Deal. Sister Dao smiled at him and said, This 10,000 is your gift to my sister. As she said that, she took it without hesitation, and then stretched out her hand and said, Give me another 110,000 gold coins, and I will pay for you later. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate, counted out 110,000 gold coins from the storage bag and handed them to her. He only had 60,000 gold coins left on his body now. For a martial artist, it was indeed a bit shabby. But sooner or later, he would have to go to the Yunwu Mountains to pick 9-leaf grass. And then, he would just hunt a few monsters. Of course, maybe he could pick up some gold coins like last time. Walking through the alley, he entered another alley. Sister Dao said, It's just in front. Then he stopped again, turned his head and looked at him and said, Chu Feiyang, take off your mask and let me take a look first. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. What for? Sister Dao smiled and said, Looking at Luo Jiyuan's handsome face early in the morning will make you feel better. Boring. Luo Qingzhou continued to move forward, Sister Dao grabbed his arm and said, "Just take a look." Luo Qingzhou had no choice but to look around the alley. After seeing that no one came in, he took off the mask on his face. TSK. TSK. So beautiful. Sister Dao stared at his delicate face and couldn't help but admire it. Luo Qingzhou immediately put the mask back on. Sister Dao sighed and said, "Such a beautiful face has to be hidden. It's really a waste of nature." Luo Qingzhou looked at her suspiciously and said, "Sister Dao, you are not interested in me, right?" Sister Dao sneered, her face full of sarcasm. "Don't be self-indulgent. You are a married man. And you are a pervert. Do you think I am so hungry?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's very likely." TSK. The two continued to move forward. Soon, they came to a house with a closed gate and high walls. There was no sign in front of the door, and no plaque on the door. "By the way, Chu Feiyang, you can't say you are a son-in-law, let alone that you are married. Just say you are single, and there is no one else in your family. Understand? Otherwise, according to the regulations, the sect will send someone to check your family situation, and you have to write down all your family members after arriving at the door." Sister Dao hurriedly gave a few more instructions. Luo Qingzhou nodded. Sister Dao thought about it carefully again, and seeing that she had given all the instructions, she went forward and knocked on the door and said, "Open the door. It's me, Dao Ling." After a while, the door opened with a creak. A girl wearing black tights and looking ordinary poked her head out and said with a smile on her face, "Sister Dao, why are you here so early today?" Then she saw the boy behind her, was stunned for a moment, and quickly opened the door and whispered, "Sister Dao, this person is our new junior brother, right?" Sister Dao nodded and introduced Chu Feiyang. Then she pointed at the girl and said, "Nie Yurong, you have to call me senior sister." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, "Sister Nie." Nie Yunrong smiled and said, "Junior brother Chu, you don't have to be polite. Come in quickly. Master just mentioned you, saying that you may come today." Luo Qingzhou followed Sister Dao and entered the door. Nie Yunrong closed the door again and bolted it directly. The front yard was filled with wooden men, sandbags, wooden stakes, etc. for martial arts practice. Two shirtless men were punching in sweat. Sister Dao greeted the two and whispered, "This is senior brother Feng and senior brother Zhang." Luo Qingzhou bowed to the two. One of them waved his hand and said, "Go see Master first. Master is waiting in the house." Luo Qingzhou saw that the front yard was not too big, but there was a faint bang-bang sound from the back. Obviously, there was another place for martial arts practice. Sister Dao took him through the corridor and came to a small room on the side. She knocked on the door and said, "Master, it's me, Dao Ling." The voice inside stopped. Squeak. The door opened. A tall and thin young man came out of the house, glanced at the two, with excitement on his face, and smiled. "Junior Sister Dao, come in quickly." He just nodded slightly to Luo Qingzhou, did not speak, and left quickly. Sister Dao whispered, "That senior brother he's about to break through to the late martial artist stage." Just as she finished speaking, a clear voice came from the room. "Your senior brother, he had already broken through yesterday." Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and looked at the young man's back again, and then took Luo Qingzhou into the room. On the chair in the room sat an old man in a green robe, thin in stature, holding a teapot in his hand, drinking tea from the spout. This man was Sun Jiang, the elder of Ling Shao's sect. Sister Dao hurried forward and said, "Master, I brought Chu Feiyang here." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly bowed and said, "Hello, senior." Sun Jiang was squinting his eyes, staring at him up and down, and after a moment, he said, "I heard from Linger that you are now a martial artist in the early stage of cultivation, right?" Sister Dao hurriedly said, "Master, Chu Feiyang has now broken through to the middle stage of martial artist. I haven't seen him for a while, so I just found out." "Oh, middle stage of martial artist?" Sun Jiang heard this. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, put down the teapot in his hand, looked at the young man in front of him and said, Come closer. I will take a closer look." Luo Qingzhou bowed and walked closer. Bang! Who knew that Sun Jiang suddenly punched him in the chest? Luo Qingzhou immediately crossed his arms over his chest and blocked the opponent's fist with a bang. But his body suddenly shook. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh retreated more than 10 steps. And when he retreated to the corner of the wall behind, he stood firm. At the same time, The two arms were slightly numb at the place where the fists met. This old man's strength is indeed extraordinary. He can have such power with a casual punch while sitting. Yes, judging from the fluctuations of his breath, he has indeed reached the middle stage of martial arts. Sun Jiang nodded with satisfaction and said slowly, Fei Yang, Linger has told me about your situation. As long as you are sincere in joining my Lingxiao sect, there will be no problem. But after all, you joined my Lingxiao sect halfway, so the requirements for you may be more stringent than for others. Linger should have told you about paying 200,000 gold coins and handing over monsters every month. Right? In addition to these, there are also the rules of my Lingxiao sect, which you must not violate. You must complete the things I tell you. You must also try your best to complete the tasks assigned by the sect. Can you do all these? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Disciple will do his best. Sun Jiang nodded and said, Okay, just do your best. Don't be too sure about anything. Then he said to Dao Ling, Pour the tea. Dao Ling immediately agreed, went over to pour a cup of tea, handed it to Luo Qingzhou, and said, Hurry up and serve tea to master. Then he said, No need to kneel. Just stand. Luo Qingzhou took the teacup, walked forward and bowed to serve the tea, saying, Master, please drink tea. Sun Jiang nodded, took the teacup, looked at him again, and then took a sip. Sister Dao quickly took out 200,000 gold coins and placed them on the table next to her. Sun Jiang gave a few more instructions, and then said, Fei Yang, Linger will tell you the rules of our Lingxiao sect. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her. Today, you should get to know other brothers and sisters first, and then get familiar with the environment here. Starting tomorrow, you can come here to practice. At that time, I will first look at the skills you practice and the areas you are good at, and then formulate a suitable practice route for you, at least so that you can avoid some detours. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Thank you, Master. Sun Jiang nodded, waved his sleeves, and said, Okay, let's go out. The two hurriedly said goodbye. Sister Dao took Luo Qingzhou to the back room first, and asked someone to measure his height, body shape and shoe size, and explained, when the time comes, we will make you 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of shoes with the Lingxiao sect's mark on them. You must wear them when you go out on missions or participate in activities held by the sect. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Where is the sect's headquarters? Sister Dao said, It's on the Kangui Mountain, outside the city. We go there every time there is a festival or sect event. Luo Qingzhou asked again. Sister Dao said last time that our Lingxiao sect is one of the 5 major sects in Dian. What are the other 4 major sects? Sister Dao said, Golden Cicada Temple, Qingyun Temple, Huashan Sect, Xianyan Pavilion. Among them, the strength of the Buddhist and Taoist sects is the most unfathomable. But they are also peaceful, rarely conflicting with other sects, and never participate in sect gatherings. The conflict between Huashan Sect and our Lingxiao sect is the deepest, and the strength of Xianyan Pavilion is also very strong. They have business everywhere in Dian. Half of the warrior supplies in Kyoto are made by them. Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Golden Cicada Temple and Qingyun Temple were also one of the 5 major sects. Sister Dao added, Of course, this is only the sect in the open. I heard from my father that there are actually some sects in the dark whose strength should not be underestimated. The Dragon and Tiger Academy established by the court and the martial arts academies in various places are also very strong. Especially the Dragon and Tiger Academy. The training resources are very rich, and once you come out, you will be reused by the court. Not only will you bring honor to your family, but you can also get various rights and more training resources. After listening, Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, Sister Dao, have you heard of soul cultivation? Soul cultivation? Isn't it just soul cultivation? Sister Dao was stunned for a moment and said, Of course, I have heard of it. There are soul cultivators in Taoism and Buddhism, as well as Xianyan Pavilion. However, soul cultivators cannot leave the mountain without permission, let alone cast spells casually. It seems that there is some agreement, and I am not very clear. Chu Feiyang, why are you asking this? Luo Qingzhou said, I seem to have seen soul cultivators in Maching. They seem to be able to fly swords. Right, Sister Dao said. I've heard from my father that soul cultivators can indeed fly swords, but they need to be very strong. In addition, the court and the 5 major sects have regulations that soul cultivators cannot enter the city at will, or cast spells in the city at will. What you saw are probably some casual cultivators, or evil cultivators from the demon sect. When Luo Qingzhou was about to continue asking, there was a sudden boom in the backyard. Sister Dao glanced at the backyard and hurriedly said, "Let's go. Senior Sister Yin is practicing in the back. Let's go and see." Then, she introduced the names of other people to him one by one. The eldest senior brother is He Yang, the one who just came out of the master's room. He is now in the late stage of martial arts. The second senior brother is Feng Yunsong, a middle stage martial artist, the tall one in the front yard just now. The third senior brother is Zhang Yuanshan, also a middle stage martial artist, whom you have seen just now. The younger junior sister is Nie Yunrong, an early stage martial artist, the one who just opened the door for us. The fourth senior sister is Yan Mei, a middle stage martial artist. Then she smiled and said, "Little junior brother, I am your fifth senior sister, so there is no need to introduce myself." Right? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. When I was in Mo City, I thought that the realm of martial artists was already very powerful. When I came to Kyoto, I found that there were so many martial artists to him. There are so many martial artists. Sister Dao smiled and said, "Mo City is too small. There are almost no cultivation resources, and few martial artists are willing to go there." Sister Dao told him the rules of Lingxiao sect in detail. Luo Qingzhou remembered them one by one. When he came to the backyard, he found that the martial arts training ground in the backyard was even larger, almost comparable to a football field. There were all kinds of martial arts tools on the field. Many of them he had never seen before. In the western corner, a young woman in black clothes was waving an iron stick in her hand with fierce moves. She moved left and right, flashed back and forth. Her figure was extremely fast, and there were dense stick shadows all around her. A strong wind swirled around her, as if she was riding the wind. Sister Dao introduced in a low voice, "Senior Sister Yin practiced with an iron stick." The iron stick was made of special materials, and powerful runes were added to it. Even some indestructible swords would break if they touched it. If an ordinary person was swept by the iron stick, he would be turned into meat paste directly. Luo Qingzhou looked at it for a while, and suddenly thought of the black wooden stick on his body. His wooden stick was also very tough. Even the ancient beast Zhu Yin was hit by a stick and his fingers were broken. I don't know which one is harder against the Senior Sister Yin's iron stick. How about trying it later? Chapter 409. Boom! The stick shadows merged and fell with a bang. A huge rock in the corner was instantly shattered into pieces. Yin Mei finished her exercise, turned around, glanced at the two people standing at the edge of the martial arts training ground, frowned slightly, turned the iron stick in her hand, and put it behind her back. "Junior Sister Dao, is this junior brother Chu whom you introduced?" She walked out of the martial arts training ground with a rather cold expression on her face. Sister Dao said quickly, "Yes, Senior Sister Yin. This is junior brother Chu Feiyong. Junior brother Chu has just paid respects to the master." Yin Mei walked closer, stared at the young man in front of her for a few times, nodded and said, "Junior brother Chu, practice well in the future, and don't slack off." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Thank you for your teachings, Senior Sister Yin." Sister Dao wanted to chat for a few more words, but Yin Mei turned around and left, saying, "I still need to practice. You go to the front first." Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, and had to say, "Okay. Then we won't disturb Senior Sister." The two did not dare to stay any longer, and turned around and left. When they walked away, Sister Dao whispered, "Senior Sister Yin has the same attitude towards me, but she is very enthusiastic towards the three senior brothers, and she is smiling when talking to the master. I wonder if she is not familiar with us." Luo Qingzhou said directly, "She just looks down on us." Sister Dao was stunned when she heard this, and said, "Why do you say that? Chu Feiyong, you just met once. You can't just say bad things about Senior Sister." Luo Qingzhou said, "We just disturbed her practice." When she turned around and saw us, she frowned. When she came over to look at me, there was obviously a hint of impatience and disgust in her eyes. Obviously, she didn't want to come over and say hello to us and waste time. I guess she thinks that I got in through your relationship and there is nothing to communicate. In fact, he just heard the other party's voice. The other party did look down on him, thinking that he was only a martial artist in the early stage of cultivation, and got in through relationships. Sister Dao was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe we really disturbed Sister Yin's practice. Let's go. I'll take you to the front yard to meet some senior brothers." Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, "Sister Dao, call me Senior Sister." Sister Dao corrected immediately, Luo Qizhou had to say, Sister Dao, is there competition among us disciples? Sister Dao said, of course there is competition. The sect only allocates so many resources. And not every disciple can be allocated. The master will allocate according to the individual's practice situation, the completion of the task, etc. But compared to other places, it is still very fair. Luo Qizhou said, no wonder. One more person will be allocated more resources. Of course some people will be unhappy. Sister Dao frowned and said, Chu Feiyang, don't think too much. Practice well. With your talent, you are no worse than anyone here. As the two talked, they came to the front yard. Second senior brother Feng Yusong and third senior brother Zhang Yuanshan were still practicing boxing with their upper bodies naked and sweating profusely. Both of them learned boxing and exchanged blows with each other without using internal strength. Nie Yunrong was practicing sword in another corner. Sister Dao saw that everyone was busy and did not dare to disturb them. She first took Luo Qingzhou to introduce the various training equipment. While introducing them, Feng Yusong and Zhang Yuanshan finished a set of boxing, wiped the sweat off their faces, and walked over. Sister Dao quickly introduced the two parties to each other. When they heard that Luo Qingzhou had broken through to the middle stage of martial artist, they were both stunned for a moment, and looked at the young man in front of them again. Second senior brother Feng Yusong smiled and said, Junior brother Chu is so young, but he has already broken through to the middle stage of martial artist. His future is limitless. Third senior brother Zhang Yuanshan was a young man of medium build and looked quite honest. He spoke very little, but his smile looked quite sincere, and he nodded. After a few more pleasantries, the few people dispersed and continued to practice. Sister Dao took Luo Qingzhou to the open space on the other side. There were several jars of flowers there, and Nie Yunrong was holding a sword, moving between the flowers to practice sword. His steps were light, and his sword moves were quite exquisite. After practicing a set of sword techniques, Nie Yunrong stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, put away her sword, walked up to the two of them, and said with a bright smile, Sister Dao, Junior brother Chu, what did the master say? Sister Dao said, Junior brother Chu has become my disciple, so he can stay. When Nie Yunrong heard this, she immediately said happily, Junior brother Chu, congratulations. We will be senior and junior sisters from now on. Remember to call me senior sister in the future. Luo Qizhou bowed and said, Senior sister Nie. Nie Yunrong smiled and said, by the way, Junior brother Chu, are you practicing fists or weapons? Luo Qizhou said, boxing. Nie Yunrong was immediately disappointed. I still want to learn from you. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Dao, isn't it the sword that you practice? You can spar with her. Nie Yunrong shook her head quickly. Sister Dao's sword skills are too fierce. Last time, she almost cut off my shoulder. I dare not spar with her again. Sister Dao apologized. Last time, I was careless. Next time, I will use the back of the knife. Nie Yunrong smiled and said, that's so boring. By the way, Sister Dao, brother he has broken through to the late martial artist stage. He will treat you tonight at Yexianglu. He just asked me to inform everyone that you must go tonight. Sister Dao said, has brother he left? Nie Yunrong said, Master asked him to go out and do something. He just left. The two chatted for a while, and Sister Dao took Luo Qingzhou away. The two went to the side venue. Sister Dao continued to introduce him to the sect rules of Lingxiao sect, while taking him to visit all the training venues. At noon, they had a meal here, in addition to steamed buns and beef. Everyone also had a large plate of monster meat. Sister Dao explained. Master said that when practicing at the martial artist level, it is best to eat a plate of monster meat every day. Otherwise the energy will not keep up, and it will be bad for practice. We can only eat twice a month here. Today is your first time, so I made an exception and added one. When we go out to do tasks or go hunting, we usually go to the Yunmu Mountains, where there are more monsters. When the time comes, remember to kill more and store them, in addition to handing in one every month. It is best to eat some every day, so that you can practice better. After listening, Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Sister Dao, do you have any stored there? Lend me a few first. Sister Dao immediately said unhappily, I don't have any. And you still want to borrow a few. I have only been here for a few days. How can I have them? Wait 2 days. We will go to the Yunwu Mountains to hunt, and then kill a few more. Luo Qingzhou secretly said in his heart, just in time. I can pick some 9-leaf grass by the way. I wonder if the second miss has taken medicine today and is feeling better. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Sister Dao, I won't go to Yexiangla tonight. I can't eat out at night because my family is very strict. He wanted to go back and see the second miss as soon as possible. As for eating, he would rather eat with Chan Chan and the others. Hearing this, Sister Dao frowned and said, Chu Feiyang, today is your first day joining us. And senior brother, he has just broken through to the late martial artist stage. As a junior brother, you should go to congratulate him. What will everyone think of you if you don't go tonight? Senior brother, he will probably think you look down on him. Right? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, Then you go first. And I'll go later. Okay, Sister Dao said. How late? Luo Qingzhou said. I'll go back to see my wife first. Tell my family. And then sneak out. I've been out for a day. And if they find out, it will be troublesome. Sister Dao couldn't help but sneer. Chu Feiyang, you are so arrogant outside. Killing and robbing every day in the Blackwood Forest. And even dare to fight those who are higher than you. I didn't expect you to be so timid at home. I really don't know what to say about you. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Dao, don't slander me. I don't kill people and rob people every day. I always act in self-defense. Sister Dao rolled her eyes and said, Are you really that afraid of your wife? You are now a mid-level martial artist. And you are a dignified scholar. Even if you were married into the family, you shouldn't be so timid. Right? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, Sister Dao, you haven't got married yet, so you may not understand. Some fears are not real fears, but love and responsibility. For example, your strength is stronger than your father. So would you be afraid of him? Sister Dao snorted coldly, and a stubborn look appeared on her face. I'm not afraid of my father. He doesn't dare to hit me. Luo Qingzhou said, Then why are you forced to go on blind dates repeatedly? If he forces you again next time, can't you just threaten him with a knife? Sister Dao stared at him and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Look, yours is love and filial piety, and mine is love and responsibility. Everything I have now is given to me by them, so I can't be ungrateful. Although I have some skills now, I can only be tough in front of outsiders. In front of them, I will always be weak and bullied, and they won't really bully me. They love me, so of course I will love them more. Dao Jia suddenly said, They? Who else except your wife? Luo Qingzhou said seriously. A lot. Anyone in the family. As long as they really love me, I will love them too. Dao Jia looked at the expression on his face and fell silent. After a while, Fawn whispered, Chu Feiyang, you can always keep your original intention and gratitude, which is very good. I have seen too many couples who used to support each other, but after the husband became successful, he began to dislike and abandon his wife, and even refused to recognize her. Luo Qingzhou said, Although I am very good, Dao Jia must restrain herself, because I have no interest in Dao Jia. Get out. Dao Jia slashed at his neck with a knife. Luo Qingzhou raised his palm to block it, and stepped on her foot. Sister Dao was stunned for a moment, looked down, and suddenly frowned. Chu Feiyang, are you being a hooligan? Luo Qingzhou said, Where did I act like a hooligan? Sister Dao said coldly, You have a foot fetish. You are a hooligan if you touch my feet. Luo Qingzhou raised his foot and said, Sister Dao misunderstood me. The fourth illustration of Jade Feet is out. Sister Dao suddenly said. Luo Qingzhou immediately blurted out, Really? Where to buy? Sister Dao looked at him sarcastically and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Dao, you know that I am a writer and like to read. No matter what book it is, I have to force myself to read it, so that I can draw inferences from one instance to another. Only when I know everything can I have inspiration. Okay. Stop quibbling. Let's have a discussion after dinner. Sister Dao also likes feet? I'm talking about martial arts. Oh, I thought it was a discussion of feet. Pervert. After dinner, the two went to an open space. Sister Dao took out the broad knife with a cold glow and said coldly, Chu Feiyang, I will not show mercy. But your cultivation is higher than mine. You can't use all your strength. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay. Watch the knife. Sister Dao held the knife with both hands, suddenly turned, and came in front of him, and chopped down with the knife. Bang! Luo Qingzhou dodged easily, punched her in the chest, and directly knocked her out. Clang! Sister Dao's knife fell to the ground, and she also fell to the ground in embarrassment. After a long while, she got up from the ground and glared at him, saying, "Chu Fei-yong, you are cheating. We agreed not to use your full strength." Zizi. Luo Qingzhou raised his fist, and a purple lightning suddenly flashed on his fist. He said innocently, "Sister Dao, my fist with lightning is my full strength. I really only used 30% of my strength just now. Otherwise your ribs would have been broken, and the clothes on your chest would have been burned." Sister Dao's mouth twitched. She looked down at her chest, and said angrily, "You are shameless. Why did you hit my chest?" Luo Qingzhou said seriously, "There is no special taboo for martial artists to spar. And Sister Dao also said that I am a foot fetishist. As long as I don't touch your feet, it's normal for me to touch anywhere. Isn't it? Sister Dao, call me senior sister." "Oh, senior sister. Do you want to come again? Get lost?" "Oh." The two began to practice their own. Luo Qingzhou started practicing Plum Blossom Fist right next to him. After a while, a whirlwind surrounded him, and there were overlapping fist shadows everywhere. Sister Dao practiced the sword for a while, turned around and saw that he was practicing seriously, so she didn't bother him anymore. The sun soon fell from the sky to the top of the mountain. Luo Qingzhou finished his practice, and went to the well in the front yard with Sister Dao to wash his face and hands, wiped the sweat with a towel, and then said goodbye to the master and others and left. Before leaving, Nie Yunru reminded him again, "Senior Sister Dao, Junior Brother Chu, don't forget to attend Senior Brother He's banquet tonight." Sister Dao agreed and left with Luo Qingzhou. After leaving the door, Sister Dao said, "Chu Fei-yong, try to go earlier tonight. I will go and tell Senior Brother He first." Luo Qingzhou nodded. Sister Dao looked at him and said, "Say thank you, Senior Sister." Luo Qingzhou was speechless and said, "Thank you, Senior Sister." Sister Dao nodded with satisfaction. Luo Qingzhou sent her to the entrance of 18th Lane and then said goodbye and left. He did not hire a carriage, but walked through the streets and alleys. When he reached the deserted alley, he took off his mask and changed into a Confucian robe. Sister Dao walked into 18th Lane and just walked forward 100 meters. Suddenly saw a familiar figure standing outside the gate of her own house. She was wearing a purple long skirt, tall and slender, with a black whip wrapped around her slender waist, black and smooth hair falling on her round buttocks, and her chest was particularly tall and straight. She was frowning and wandering at the door. Sister Dao hesitated for a moment, walked over, looked at the seductive figure, and couldn't help but secretly said in her heart, "That guy is really lucky." She couldn't help but look down at the feet under the purple skirt. Although she was wearing shoes, she could still see how delicate and white the girl's jade feet were. That guy will definitely not let go, she sneered in her heart. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Nandong Meiju turned around, looked at her, and narrowed her eyes. The beautiful face and the autumn water eyes naturally revealed a charming and moving color. Sister Dao couldn't help but look at her a few more times before asking, "Why are you here again?" "I have no contact with that Mr. Liu anymore. Don't worry. I will never see him again. I have no interest in married men." Nandong Meiju looked at her expressionlessly and didn't speak. Sister Dao walked up to her, looked her in the eye and said, "Why? Do you want to fight me?" Nandong Meiju was silent for a while, and said, "I'm not here to cause you trouble today. I just want to ask you one thing, and I hope you can answer honestly." Sister Dao said, "Why should I answer honestly?" Nandong Meiju said calmly, "I just went in and saw your father. His name is Dao Chungkong. 2 years ago, he killed someone in Kyoto, and I have evidence of his murder here." Having said this, she stopped talking. Chapter 410. He walked quickly and carefully. Whenever he entered a remote alley, he would first leave his body. Then, he would observe the roads behind and around him to prevent anyone from following him. Fortunately, he had already memorized the layout of the nearby streets, alleys, houses, etc. with his spirit, so he walked with ease. He returned to the mansion without any problems. The gate of the exiled immortal residence was still closed. There was still a piece of paper on the door, reading today, "No one is allowed to disturb." Luo Qingzhou tore off the paper and pushed the door. The door was locked from the inside. He did not knock on the door, but looked around, and immediately jumped in. Xiao Dai was sitting in the corridor embroidering flowers. She was startled when she saw someone suddenly falling from the sky. When she saw it was him, she breathed a sigh of relief and stood up quickly and said, "Young master, you are finally back. Sister Zhuer and Sister Bailing have come to see you." Sister Meyer just came and said that the lady called you to dinner. I was so anxious. Luo Qingzhou walked directly to the well and said while drawing water, Why did Zhuer come to see me? Did she tell you about the illness of the second young lady? Xiao Dai said. No. Sister Zhuer just said that the second young lady took medicine and asked you to go and see her. I don't know what happened to Sister Bailing. I said that the young master was studying at home. She took a look at the words on the door and left. Luo Qingzhou took off all his clothes in the small courtyard and said, Come and help me draw water. I want to take a bath. Xiao Dai ran over and said, Young master, the well water is so cold. I will boil some hot water for you. It's too late. Luo Qingzhou quickly washed the sweat off his body. Xiao Dai thought he was in a hurry to see the second young lady. So she quickly drew water from the water buckets, staring at him from time to time. Luo Qingzhou rubbed his body and said, Haven't you seen enough? Xiao Dai said shyly. No. I can never see enough of the young master's body. Luo Qingzhou quickly took a bath, changed into a clean Confucian robe, and then went out and went directly to Meixiang Garden. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the mother-in-law's voice complaining in the yard, That kid is getting more and more arrogant now. He ignored me when I called him to eat. And he didn't come to see you. It's really too much. Luo Qingzhou didn't listen anymore and went forward to knock on the door. The sound in the yard stopped immediately. Zhuer came over and opened the door. Seeing that it was him, she hurriedly said, Son-in-law, come in quickly. The lady is here too. Luo Qingzhou walked in. Song Riyue immediately smiled and said, Qingzhou, are you so hardworking today? Are you hungry after reading at home all day? Mother-in-law has made a lot of delicious food for you. Come and eat it later. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Thank you, mother-in-law. I was reading at home today and forgot the time. Then he asked, Did the second young lady take the medicine? How do you feel? Qin Weimo said softly. I drank it in the morning and felt warm. I didn't cough again today. Song Riyue said happily. The effect of the medicine looks good. If you continue to drink it, Weima's illness may be cured soon. Then he sighed again and said, But those medicines are only 1 month's supply. I have to get them again next month. Qingzhou, I have to trouble you again. Luo Qingzhou said. It should be. Don't worry, mother-in-law. I will definitely get the medicine back. Song Riyue said with a face full of relief. Qingzhou, Weima will rely on you in the future. Let's observe for a few more days. If Weima's condition is temporarily stable, we will start planning your wedding. What do you think? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Father-in-law and mother-in-law will decide. Song Riyue smiled and said, Okay. Then I will go back and discuss with your father-in-law and choose a good day first. Qin Weimo on the side said, Mother, go and have dinner with Dad. I will talk to Brother Qingzhou for a while. Song Riyue immediately rolled her eyes at her and said with a dark face, Do you start to dislike your mother now that you have Brother Qingzhou? Humph. You are an untamable girl. After saying that, she twisted her waist and left aggrieved. Zhuer also pulled Zhuer into the house. Only Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er were left in the courtyard. Of course, there was also a golden sunset in the courtyard. Brother Qingzhou. Miss Qin Er came closer and leaned softly in his arms. Luo Qingzhou hugged her gently and said softly, Are you really okay? Miss Qin Er put her cheek on his chest, gently stroking it, and whispered, Well, it's okay, Brother Qingzhou. Come to accompany Wei Mo tonight. Okay? Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair and refused, No. You just took the medicine today. Observe for a few more days. If I come here and make you sick again, the effect of the medicine will be lost. Wouldn't it be a waste of all the previous efforts? Miss Qin Er hugged him tightly, a little aggrieved. But, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo wants. You haven't slept with Wei Mo for a long time. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, kissed her forehead gently, and said, No hurry. Wait until we get married. We can sleep together every day in the future. Miss Qin raised her beautiful face and said, If so, will Brother Qingzhou get bored? Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, Of course not. I am so happy to sleep with Miss Qin every day. How can I get bored? Miss Qin pouted and said, You are lying. The book says that men like new things. When Wei Mo is no longer new, Brother Qingzhou will definitely dislike it. Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist, lowered his head, touched his forehead with hers and said, Don't think too much. In my heart, the second lady will always be fresh, and I will never dislike her. Miss Qin whispered, Brother Qingzhou, What if Weima still can't serve you? Or, what if Weima can't help you have a child? Luo Qingzhou hugged her delicate body and said softly, don't think about these things now. The main thing is to take care of your body. After we get married, these things will naturally be solved. I still have Xiao Dai. She is enough to serve me. As for having children, she can do it too. Miss Qin said sadly, but Wei Mo also wants. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said softly, it's okay. Wait until your illness is completely cured. Then it will be fine. Miss Qin whispered, I'm afraid that Wei Mo's illness. Luo Qingzhou gently covered her mouth and said, don't talk nonsense. And don't think about it anymore. I said, I will definitely help you cure your illness. Don't you always believe in me? Miss Qin tears fell silently. Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled, and he wiped her tears with pity, and said distressfully, be good. Don't cry. I will accompany you tonight, and watch you sleep by the bed. Okay? Miss Qin smiled and raised her little face and said, okay. Brother Qingzhou. Don't lie. Yeah. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Miss I have something to ask you for help. Miss Qin was slightly startled and said, Brother Qingzhou. Tell me. Luo Qingzhou told her everything about going to learn from a master today and going out for dinner tonight. After listening to this, Miss Qin said softly, Brother Qingzhou is indeed going. Today is the first day you met them. And your senior brother, he is a happy event. So you naturally cannot be absent. Otherwise they will think too much in the future. As she said, she looked at the sky and said, it's almost dark. Brother Qingzhou, you should go quickly. I will help you solve the family affairs. If mother wants to find you, I will also help you get through it. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but hold her soft little hand and said, Miss is so nice. If it were other women, they would definitely ask this and that, suspecting whether I went out with other women, and even suspecting that I took the opportunity to go to the brothel to fool around. Miss Qin couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Qingzhou, I would also suspect. But I know that Brother Qingzhou doesn't like those women outside. Brother Qingzhou Lian Shui. Sister Yan Meiju looked at them. How could she look at other women? And there are enough women in our family. Is Brother Qingzhou cope? Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, then I will come back earlier at night. If I didn't come back, I couldn't sleep. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. It seems that I am wrong, Miss Miss still doubts that I go out at night. Isn't it? Heart. Luo Qingzhou waved with a smile and turned away. When he walked outside the door, he thought about it and decided to go to the Lingchan Moon Palace. I don't know if Bailing went to find him during the day. Is there any matter? Also, I may have no time to tell them to them tonight, so as to let them be white. Miss Qin looked at the closed courtyard door, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She turned around and looked at Chior and Jur, who walked out of the house. She looked at them for a while, and looked at Chior and said, Chior, do you want to leave the house and marry someone else in the future? Or do you want to follow your son-in-law? After saying this, Chior was stunned for a moment. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head. Miss Qin said softly, it doesn't matter. If you have someone you like, you can tell me. I won't force you. Chior raised her head, walked over from under the eaves, stood in front of her and said, Miss, I won't marry. I want to be with you forever. Jur also hurried over and said, Miss, I am the same. I will never leave you. Miss Qin looked at her and said, Jur, if I ask you to serve your son-in-law, are you willing? Jur was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and her face immediately turned red with shame. She said shyly, Miss, the uncle doesn't like me. Miss Qin said, are you willing? Jur lowered her head and stammered for a long time before saying, I listen to you. Miss Qin looked at Chior again and said, Chior, what about you? Chior's delicate and tender cheeks were dyed red by the sunset. She was a little shy, but bravely said, Miss, I am willing to serve the uncle. In fact, I like the uncle very much. Jur couldn't help but interrupt and said, Miss, Chior often dreams that the uncle kisses her and sleeps with her. Chior likes the uncle very much. Chior's face was flushed, but she did not deny it. Miss Qin smiled softly, held her hand, and said softly, Chior, then you take a bath and change clothes tonight, and wait in my room. Okay? As soon as these words came out, Chior's heart suddenly beat fast, lowered her head, blushed and said, well, at this time, Lingchan Moon Palace. When Luo Qingzhou told Bailing at the door that he had to recite tonight and couldn't come to tell them stories, Bailing immediately said angrily, Son-in-law, you haven't been here all day. Did you sneak out? Do you want to sneak out at night? Are you going to date some bad woman? Are you going to go to a brothel with those bad friends? Humph. Definitely. I will follow you. I will monitor you. Don't even think about going out to do bad things. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of what he had just said to Miss Qin. The reaction of the other women was indeed like this. Okay. Let's go. Then you come with me. Luo Qingzhou didn't quibble anymore and invited directly. Bailing was stunned for a moment, staring at the expression on his face for a while, and seeing that he didn't seem to feel guilty at all. She hurriedly stepped back a few steps, pouted and snorted, "No. You want to take me back to Cici again? Right? I won't be fooled again." After that, she immediately fled into the small courtyard, closed the door, and hummed a few times inside. Luo Qingzhou deliberately said, "Bai Ling, are you really not going? It's warm in your room, and the bed is so big and soft." Bai Ling immediately said, "Son-in-law, is it true? Then I'll go call Chan Chan and the eldest lady, and we'll go to sleep together. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, good night." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and left quickly. He the girl's proud and arrogant laughter came from the door. At the same time, the hall on the second floor of Yexiang Tower was already full of 3 guests. He Yang, who had been promoted to the late stage of martial artist, was holding a wine pot with a smile and toasting everyone. Sister Dao and Ye Yunrong sat together, frowning slightly, looking anxiously, and looking at the stairs from time to time. When Yang came to her with the wine pot, Sister Dao quickly stood up with a wine glass and said, "Brother He, I can pour it myself." He Yang said with a smile on his face, "That won't work. Those who come to congratulate me today are all guests. How can I let guests pour wine? Sister Dao, I won't say some things today, so as not to spoil the fun. You eat and drink happily. Tonight, we brothers and sisters will not go home until we are drunk." As he said that, he raised the wine pot and filled a glass for her. Sister Dao said apologetically, "Brother He? Brother Chu. It's okay. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not." He Yang still had a smile on his face. "As long as all of us brothers and sisters are here, I will be happy. I don't care about other people at all." After saying that, he smiled and walked towards Ye Yunrong and said, "Little sister, come. I will pour you a glass of wine." Sister Dao held the wine glass and looked at the stairs, sighing secretly in her heart. Chapter 411 Bitch. Let's see what you can do this time. The sun sets and night falls. When Luo Qingzhou arrived at Yexianglu, it was already completely dark. He thought the banquet had not started yet, or that other people had not arrived yet. But when he walked into the restaurant, he found that people upstairs were already drinking lively. He hurried upstairs. When Sister Dao saw him, she immediately stood up, holding a glass of wine, walked quickly to the stairs, handed it to him, and whispered, "Chu Feiyang, go and toast Brother He, and apologize to him and explain." Luo Qingzhou nodded, took the wine glass from her hand, and walked towards the tall man who was toasting at another table. When he walked to his side, he said, "Brother He, I have something to do tonight. I'm really sorry. I'll toast you a glass." He Yang turned his head to look at him. The smile on his face gradually faded, and asked, "Who are you? I don't seem to know you." Sister Dao, who followed him, hurriedly said, "Brother He is Chu Feiyang, the disciple that Master just accepted today." "Oh!" He Yang smiled, stared at the boy in front of him for a few more times, and still shook his head and said, "Sorry, Sister Dao, I really don't know him, and I'm hosting a banquet tonight, and I'm inviting all the brothers and sisters I know. It seems that I didn't invite him." "Right?" Sister Dao's face changed slightly. Ye Yunrong, who was sitting at another table, stood up quickly and came over to persuade Junior Brother Chu. "Apologize to Senior Brother He. Tonight is the celebration banquet for Senior Brother He's promotion to the late stage of martial arts. You really shouldn't be late." Zhang Yuanshan also came over to persuade Senior Brother He. "Forget it. Junior Brother Chu may have something wrong at home. We are all brothers, so there is no need to embarrass him." He Yang still had a smile on his face. "Sorry, Junior Brother Zhang. I dare not be his brother. He is so arrogant. How can I have the qualifications? He is so young, but he has already reached the middle stage of martial arts. His future is limitless, and he easily entered the sect. I can't compare with him, and it is reasonable for him to look down on me." Sister Dao said quickly, "Brother He, Junior brother Chu didn't look down on you. He did have something tonight. He told me in the morning that he would go back early in the evening. And he has tried to rush back as soon as possible. Yen Mei, who was sitting at another table, suddenly said, Junior sister Dao. He got in through your relationship. Right? Did the master tell you how much cultivation resources he should give every month? Sister Dao glanced at her and said, No. Yen Mei said indifferently, We all rely on our own abilities to worship the master. And we all earn cultivation resources with our own abilities. I hope you don't rely on the master's favor and open a back door for someone. Sister Dao's face sank, and she didn't say anything. He Yang said directly, Junior sister Dao, I can tell you very clearly that I don't welcome him. And I didn't invite him to the banquet tonight. Since he is here, I can drink a glass of wine with him. Just as a face for you. But after drinking this glass of wine, I don't want him to be here to affect our mood. Sister Dao looked angry and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Luo Qingzhou touched her arm, then put the wine glass on the table and said, Sister Dao, since senior brother he didn't invite me, I'll leave. Don't affect your mood. Go back and have dinner. After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs. Someone at the table sneered. What kind of person is this? He's just a foreigner. And he dares to be so arrogant here. Senior brother he. Don't pay attention to him. Let's drink. That's right. He just joined the sect today. And he doesn't take you. Senior brother he. Seriously? What will happen in the future? He Yang picked up the wine pot and poured wine for everyone, saying, Don't mention him. It affects the mood. Let's drink happily, and don't go home until we are drunk. Sister Dao didn't say anything else, turned around, and went downstairs directly. He Yang turned his head and glanced at her, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. On the other seat, Yen Mei sneered and said sarcastically, They are indeed a pair. No wonder they flattered the master and wanted to get that kid in. Feng Yusong, who was sitting next to him, also sighed and added fuel to the fire. No matter how hard we try, the master may not look down on us. The good training resources distributed by the sect this month were given to her. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but say, Junior sister Dao has just broken through the early stage of martial arts, and her realm is not stable. So the master gave her more. We were like this before. Senior brother Feng, I think the master did nothing wrong in this matter. And I don't blame junior sister Dao. Feng Yusong glanced at him, sneered, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou left the restaurant. After standing at the door for a while, he was about to go home when Sister Dao followed him from behind, patted his shoulder and said, Let's go. I'll treat you to noodles. I'm not full either. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her, saying, Why did you come out too? Sister Dao said, as a matter of course, Because I'm your senior sister. Since you called me senior sister, I naturally can't let you go back hungry. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. In fact, I really don't want to stay in that kind of occasion. I know. Sister Dao walked towards the street on the right and said, Let's go. I know a place where the black chicken noodles are delicious. I'll take you to try it. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and followed her. The shops on both sides of the street were all hung with lanterns. It was just after nightfall, and there were still many people on the street. In about an hour, the curfew should be coming. So at this time, everyone was on the street to join in the fun. After all, in this era, there are few other entertainment activities at night except sleeping. Chu Feiyang, it's not your fault that you came late tonight. The two walked on the street for a while, and Sister Dao explained, First, we are outsiders, and they look down on us. Second, I just came to Kyoto for a few days, and the master gave me several bottles of medicine from the sect. Senior brother he and senior sister Yen were upset and ridiculed me to my face. Third, I introduced you, which is equivalent to taking the back door. Fourth, you are young, but you have already reached the middle stage of martial arts. Everyone is not only envious, but also jealous. Fifth, you did come late tonight. Senior brother he thinks you don't give him face. And before you came, many people have been ridiculing and fanning the flames, saying that you look down on senior brother he. In fact, if it were someone else, whether it was senior sister Yin or senior brother Zhang, if they had something to do and came later in the evening, senior brother he would definitely wait until they came before starting the meal. Just now, I thought he would wait for you before asking the waiter to serve the dishes. But as soon as the others arrived, he asked someone to serve the dishes, and he didn't even think about waiting for you. I was a little angry at the time. He obviously didn't treat you as a fellow apprentice. Even if you weren't late tonight, he probably wouldn't look at you in a good face. So Chu Feiyong, don't pay attention to them. Follow the master and practice well. When you advance to the late stage of martial arts, I believe no one will dare to humiliate you and embarrass you in person like tonight. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect that there would be so many intrigues when I came to worship a master and practice martial arts. Sister Dao. Call me senior sister. Senior sister. I really don't like this environment. Sister Dao smiled faintly and said, you rarely go out to socialize with people. There are too many such things. Almost everywhere. Didn't you pass the imperial examination? When you become an official in the future, you will know what real intrigue is. It's okay for us. At least fellow disciples can't kill each other. You can go to other places. There are too many brothers who fight each other for a bottle of potion. Luo Qizhou sighed and said nothing. Sister Dao took him to the south of the city. When they were about to reach the 18th lane, they turned into a busy alley. The alley is a street of snacks, with all kinds of dinners on both sides of the road. Sister Dao took him to a stall and sat down, and asked the boss to order 2 bowls of black chicken noodles. After the noodles were ready, the two of them lowered their heads to eat. Sister Dao took a bite and looked up and asked, how does it taste? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, not bad. Original flavor. No MSG taste. Sister Dao asked in confusion, what is MSG? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to eat noodles and said, a kind of seasoning. Added to the noodle soup. Very fragrant. Sister Dao stared at him for a while, and suddenly said, Chu Feiyong, you take me home tonight. I walked into the alley. Guess who I saw standing at my door? Luo Qingzhou paused after hearing this, raised his head and looked at her, without saying a word, but the expression on his face had become solemn. Sister Dao smiled and said, it seems that you have already guessed it. Chu Feiyong, tell me the truth. How did you provoke her? Did you play with her feelings? Otherwise, why would she look for you everywhere? Luo Qingzhou said, I just beat her up a few times. Sister Dao, is she looking for Chu Feiyong? Sister Dao nodded and said, she was looking for Chu Feiyong. She asked me if I had seen Chu Feiyong recently, and she threatened me with my father's affairs. I had no choice but to tell her the truth. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's face changed. Did you tell her the truth? Sister Dao saw that he looked nervous, and immediately laughed. I did tell her the truth. I told her that I had indeed seen Chu Feiyong, and I had a conversation with Chu Feiyong. Yang became a senior sister and brother. As for the rest, I didn't say anything. After all, it was half true and half false, so she couldn't guess it. Luo Qingzhou was relieved and said, she didn't ask me where I lived? She didn't ask where we practiced? Sister Dao said. Of course she asked. But I said I didn't know where you lived. As for where to practice, I didn't tell her. Luo Qingzhou said. What else did she ask? Sister Dao thought for a while and said, she also asked about my relationship with you. Luo Qingzhou said. What did you say? Sister Dao looked at him with a smile and said, I said that Chu Feiyong and I are engaged and will get married soon. So she shouldn't be so delusional. Luo Qingzhou? Sister Dao smiled and said, she still said stubbornly that she wanted to seek revenge on you, and she didn't say anything else. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, will she associate the last time I came here with Chu Feiyong? Sister Dao shrugged and said, I don't know about that. In fact, she is very smart. Although she didn't say it clearly about your identity, I think she should have doubted it. Luo Qingzhou remembered the scene in West Lake yesterday. The girl did start to doubt it, and seemed to have been testing him at that time. Let's eat. Sister Dao seemed to be gloating and lowered her head to eat noodles. After eating noodles, the two left the alley. Luo Qingzhou sent her back to the 18th lane, thinking about things in his heart, and waved goodbye. Just as he was about to turn around, a cold and familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chu Feiyong. There was surprise, excitement, and gnashing hatred in the tone. Bitch. Look at you this time. Puff. Before she could finish, Luo Qingzhou turned around and threw a large amount of lime on her face, then ran away. Nandong Meiju seemed to be unprepared for his sudden move, and was immediately covered with white. She stood there for a moment, then immediately turned around and chased after him, wiping the lime off her face while angrily saying, Bitch. If you have the guts, don't run. Sister Dao, who had already walked into the alley, heard the voice, turned around and saw the two chasing each other away. and her mouth twitched a few times. Oh no! Chapter 412 I like you. Puff! Luo Qingzhou threw another pile of lime backwards, blocking the other party's sight. Then, he turned into a dark alley. Just as he ran forward for a distance, a rope suddenly jumped out from the corner of the wall on the right, like a poisonous snake, and instantly wrapped around his legs. Luo Qingzhou was caught off guard and tripped to the ground. Just as he was about to turn over, a dagger suddenly pressed against his neck behind him. And Aunt Moo's voice sounded coldly, "Don't move. Run, bitch. Why don't you run?" Nangong Meijiao's panting sounded behind him. And then he pulled out the whip from his waist. And with a snap, he whipped his raised but hard. Luo Qingzhou lay on the ground without saying a word. Nangong Meiju walked in front of him, squatted down, lifted his chin with the handle of the whip, stared at his cheek for a while, suddenly stretched out his other hand, pinched his face, and began to tear it hard. But no matter how she tore and rubbed it, this ordinary-looking face never changed. Nangong Meiju's eyes showed a hint of suspicion, and she stared at his face for a while, and said coldly, "Chu Feiyang, tell me, what is your real name? Who are you?" Luo Qingzhou closed his mouth and remained silent. Nangong Meiju sneered, "I want to see tonight whether you are more stubborn or I am more stubborn." Then she said, "Auntie Moo, tie him up and take him home. I want to interrogate him." Auntie Moo was embarrassed when she heard this. "Miss, you can't take him home." If the master and the lady see, Nangong Meiju frowned, thought about it, and suddenly a bright light of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Don't we have an empty house in the outer city? Let's go. Take him there, and we will stay there for a few days. I will dig a dungeon there, imprison this bitch there, whip and torture him every day, and vent my hatred." "Auntie Moo, did you hear that?" Nangong Meijiao glared at her. Auntie Moo didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and quickly took action, and tied up the unlucky guy on the ground with ropes all over his body, tightly and airtightly. Then he stood up and said, "Miss, wait a moment. I'll drive the carriage to the alley." After walking a few steps, he was worried again and turned back to warn, "Miss, be careful of this boy. Don't be careless." Nangong Meiju said impatiently, "I know. Go quickly. Would I be afraid of this bitch?" Aunt Moo left immediately. Nangong Meijia squatted on the ground, holding a dagger in one hand and a whip in the other, looking at the guy lying on the ground with a sneer on his face. And the sharp tip of the dagger slid back and forth on his face. Then he suddenly turned him over and let him lie face up. And then the dagger slid along his chin to his neck, and then along his neck to his chest, stayed on his chest for a while, and continued to slide down. Finally, he sneered, "Chu Feiyang, if you don't speak, I'll cut you with a knife, and you'll really be gone." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, looked at the white powder still on her face and hair, and stared at her slender figure, and finally said, "Do you know why I came to Kyoto?" Nangong Meiju was stunned for a moment and snorted coldly, "Of course you are afraid of death. Maching was captured by the demons. If you don't run away, you will die there." Luo Qingzhou said, "I can go to many places, but I came to Kyoto. Do you know why?" Nangong Meiju said coldly, "Why?" Luo Qingzhou stared at her cold and beautiful eyes, and said slowly, "Because of you. Because you are in Kyoto. So I came." Nangong Meiju was slightly stunned, then sneered, "Are you here to give yourself up?" Luo Qingzhou still looked at her eyes affectionately and said, "Yes. Since you left, I haven't been to the Black Forest again. Because without you there, for me, it's like there is no air to breathe. When you were here, I often bullied you and beat you. In fact, it's not because I hate you, but because I want to use that. You are a daughter of a noble family. I know I am not worthy of you, so I can only use that method to make you remember me. Every time I beat you, I would feel distressed for many days after returning, and sometimes I even cried. After you left, I felt like I had lost my soul, and I felt like a walking corpse every day, and I felt that there was no meaning in living. So in the end, I decided to come to Kyoto to find you. I know you hate me and want to cut me into pieces, but I still want to come to you without hesitation. I have no other extravagant hopes. I just want to see you more. Even if you cut me into pieces, I am willing. Mei Jiao, I like you. Go ahead. It's worth it to die in your hands. Even if I die, I will be very happy." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Nangong Meijiao held the dagger and stared at him in a daze. After a while, the dagger suddenly pressed against his vitals again. Sneering, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Then tell me, Why did you run when you saw me just now? And why did you throw lime on my face? Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, Meijiao, do you really want to know? Nandong Meijiu snorted, speak. Luo Qingzhou looked at her affectionately and said, come here. Get closer. Look into my eyes. I will let you know that I am sincere. Nandong Meijiu hesitated for a moment. Took away the dagger. Walked to his head and squatted down. Lowered her head. Looked into his eyes and said, speak. The two looked at each other. And they could see their own reflections in each other's pupils. Nandong Meijiu was slightly stunned. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes and whispered, Meijiao, your eyes are so beautiful. Come closer. Okay? Nandong Meijiu hesitated for a moment. Lowered her head again. And approached him. Bang! Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his head. And his forehead hit her nose hard. Then his muscles suddenly bulged. And with a snap, the ropes on his body broke into pieces. He immediately jumped up from where he was. Twisted her arm. Snatched the dagger from her hand. And directly pressed it against her neck. Saying coldly, do you want to hear the truth? Nandong Meijiu fell to the ground. Bleeding from her nose. And did not speak. The dagger in Luo Qingzhou's hand wandered across her face. Then moved down to her chest. And said, if you don't speak again, I'll cut you with a knife. And you? Unexpectedly, Nandong Meijiu was not afraid at all. She turned her head suddenly and bit his nose. Luo Qingzhou felt pain, but did not dare to move the dagger. He had to raise his other fist and punched her in the stomach with a bang. Nandong Meijiu opened her mouth in pain. At this time, hurried footsteps sounded at the alley behind him. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately threw away the dagger and ran away. By the way, with a puff, he sprinkled a large amount of lime powder behind him. Miss Aunt Mu quickly rushed into the alley, but saw her young lady with blood flowing from her nose, covering her stomach with one hand, bending over with pain on her face, but looking at the alley ahead. In front, lime flew and slowly fell. Aunt Mu's face changed, but she did not dare to speak. After a while, Nandong Meijiu slowly straightened up, wiped the blood under her nose with her sleeve, and then turned around and said, let's go to the Qin family. Aunt Mu was stunned for a moment, and immediately followed behind. Luo Qingzhou left the alley, and immediately ran back to the Qin mansion at the fastest speed. He first returned to the exiled immortal residence, took a quick bath by the well, changed into a white Confucian robe, and then told Xiao Dai and went to the Meixiang garden. Meixiang garden. The light was bright in the study. Miss Qin, wearing a plain white dress, was sitting at the table reading quietly. In the small courtyard, Shuer was practicing flying knives. The courtyard door was closed, but not locked. Luo Qingzhou did not knock on the door, but pushed the door open, then locked the courtyard door and walked quickly into the courtyard. Seeing this, Shuer frowned and snorted. Is the son-in-law so anxious? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Shuer, if someone comes to see me later, just say that I came just after dark and never went out. Understand? When Shuer was wondering, Miss Qin Air said in the window, Shuer, listen to the son-in-law. Shuer hurriedly said, oh, I know. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the weak girl in the window and went straight into the house. Chior was standing at the door of the room. Today, she was wearing a light yellow gauze skirt, exuding a faint fragrance of a girl. As soon as Luo Qingzhou walked to the door, she had already lowered her head and squatted, holding his feet, and gently and considerately helped him take off his shoes. But she kept her head down today and didn't speak, and her fair face was also red. Luo Qingzhou didn't think much, and immediately pushed the door in and closed the door. Seeing his solemn expression, Miss Qin too quickly closed the window and blew out the oil lamp by the windowsill. Then asked, Brother Qingzhou, was Sister Meiji discovered? Luo Qingzhou was surprised and said, how do you know it was her? Miss Qin too couldn't help but smile. If it wasn't her, Brother Qingzhou wouldn't have come here to hide. Luo Qingzhou sighed and told about the encounter with the princess today, saying, she should just be suspicious. I'm not sure if she will come over later. Miss Qin too frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, Brother Qingzhou, go to the bed first. Take off your clothes, and lie there. If Sister Meiji really comes, I will go to the bed and lie with you. And she shouldn't come in again. While Luo Qingzhou was hesitating, there was a sudden rapid knock on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Then, the voice of the Nandong princess sounded, Wei Mo. Are you asleep? Shu hurried to the window and whispered, "Miss, open the door?" Qin Weimo said, "Go open it. Let Mei Jiao in. And say that my son-in-law and I are sleeping in the bed." Shu immediately walked to the door. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately walked to the bed in the inner room. Quickly took off his coat, pants, shoes and socks, climbed onto the bed, and got into the quilt. Miss Qin Er also walked to the bed, untied her belt, took off her coat, and only wore a moon-white bellyband, got on the bed, and got into the quilt. The two lay together, facing each other, sideways, looking at each other. Miss Qin Er stretched out her snow-white arms, took off the bun on his head, and then took off her own headdress. The two of them were close together with their hair loose. "Brother Qingzhou, Miss Er." The girl's eyes were tender. She lowered her head, stuck to his arms, and hugged him tightly. Luo Qingzhou also hugged her. In the courtyard outside, there were suddenly footsteps and Nandong Meiji's cold voice. "I want to go in and take a look." Chapter 413, both civil and military. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door outside the room. Then, Nandong Meijia's voice sounded outside the door. "Wei Mo. Are you asleep? I have something to ask you. Can you get up for a while?" Xiaoer's voice came from outside the door. "Princess. My lady and son-in-law are already asleep. I'm afraid it's a little inconvenient now." Nandong Meiji said coldly. "What's the inconvenience? Are you afraid that I will see that boy's body and take advantage of him?" Xiaoer didn't dare to speak again. Qin Weima had to get up, put on his clothes, walked to the door, and said softly, "Sister Meijiao, wait a moment. I'll open the door." Squeak. The door opened. Nandong Meiji looked into the room, glanced at the bellyband on her chest, and then glanced at her loose hair. Only then did she reveal a trace of embarrassment on her face. She reached out and held her wrist and whispered, "Wei Mo, did you really sleep with that guy? Aren't you not married yet?" Qin Weimo's cheeks were slightly red, and he whispered, "It's not the first time. Brother Qingzhou and I have slept together for a long time." Nandong Meiji froze, and couldn't help whispering, "Wei Mo, you are so stupid. That guy hasn't given you a name yet, and you let him go to your bed. Be careful that he will regret it later." Qin Weima smiled slightly and whispered, "Sister Meijiao, Brother Qingzhou won't regret it." Nandong Meiji worriedly, "But your body." Qin Weima smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou and I just slept together, and we didn't do anything. Can he hold it back?" "Yeah." Qin Weima nodded. Nandong Meiji was stunned. Seeing her happy face, he didn't say anything more. He looked inside, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Wei Mo, She paused, a little embarrassed, and said, "Can I go in and take a look at him?" After saying this, Qin Weima looked at her with surprise and confusion. Nandong Meijiao's cheeks were slightly hot, and she quickly explained, "Wei Mo, don't get me wrong. You can let him put on his clothes and come out, and I will take a look. I will only look at his face, not other places." Qin Weima blinked, didn't ask any more questions, and smiled. "Okay. Even if Sister Meiji wants to look at other places, it's okay." Nandong Meiji was even more embarrassed, and wanted to turn around and leave, but she was unwilling to do so. Qin Weimo turned his head and whispered to the inside, "Brother Qingzhou, put on your clothes and come out to talk to Sister Meiji. Don't be afraid. Sister Meiji won't tell mother and father, nor will she tell anyone else." Nandong Meiji quickly assured, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I can swear." The sound of people getting dressed came from the inner room. Not long after, Luo Qingzhou came out of the room in pajamas and barefoot, lowered his head, and stood behind Miss Qin Er, as if he was caught cheating, and said with a guilty conscience, "Princess, I just lied with Miss Er. I didn't bully her." Miss Qin Er next to him puffed and covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Nandong Meiji stared at his cheeks and nose carefully for a few times, then said lightly, "Luo Qingzhou, you should know Wei Mo's condition. It is impolite for you to sleep together. But since Wei Mo agrees, I have nothing to say. But I hope you can restrain yourself and don't do anything to hurt her. Also, I hope you can marry her as soon as possible. At least give her a name. This is your responsibility as a man." After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and said, "Wei Mo, I'm leaving first." Qin Wei Mo hurriedly said, "Sister Meijiao, it's getting late. The gates of the inner city should be closed soon. You should stay here tonight to rest." Nandong Meijiao looked very upset and a little dazed. She said, "No need." After saying that, she left quickly. Qin Weimao looked at her lonely back, was silent for a while, turned his head and looked at someone and said, "Brother Qinzhou, it's all your fault." Luo Qinzhou spread his hands and said, "What does it have to do with me? What does Chu Feiyang do have to do with me?" Qin Weimao sighed softly and said, "Sister Meiju is so pitiful. I just saw lime on her hair and face, and blood on her chest. She is obviously a noble princess who is high above, but she is played around by a bad guy. It's so miserable." Luo Qinzhou. "Second miss. Don't wrongly accuse me. I didn't play around with her." Qin Weimao suddenly grabbed his hand and said without saying anything, "Let's go. Bad guy. Go to bed. I want to avenge Sister Meijiao. I want to treat her the way she treats me. I want to play around with you. A bad guy. Well, Luo Qinzhou. Outside the gate of Meixiang Garden, Nandong Meiju stood at the door, with a look of confusion on her face. The night wind blew past, blowing up her dress, messing up her hair, and messing up her emotions. She stood for a while, and then turned to leave. She had just taken a few steps, when she suddenly stopped again. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly turned around, and walked towards the exiled immortal residence. Soon, she came to the door of the exiled immortal residence, and raised her hand to knock on the door again. She had been here once before going to Meixiang Garden. Squeak! The courtyard door opened quickly. Xiao Dai held a lantern and poked her head out. Seeing that it was her, she hurriedly said respectfully, "Princess, didn't you find my young master?" Nandong Meiju smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Dai, I just came over there and saw him." He said that when he hurried back to change clothes, he dropped something in the house, and asked me to help find it. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "Princess, the young master didn't come back just now, and didn't come back to change clothes?" Nandong Meiju's eyes flashed, and said, "Oh? Really? Then when did he go to Meixiang Garden?" Xiao Dai thought for a while, and said, "The young master went there just after dark, and then never came back." Nandong Meiju asked again, "Then where did he go during the day?" Xiao Dai said, "During the day, the young master went to the garden. I have been studying at home, and have not gone anywhere." Nandong Meiju did not speak again, staring at her for a long time, and suddenly said, "Xiao Dai, I just heard Weimao say that when her condition stabilizes, she will marry Luo Qinzhou. At that time, you will be taken as a concubine. Weimao is not in good health, and may not be able to have children. I will rely on you in the future." Hearing this, Xiao Dai blushed and lowered her head and said, "I am willing to share the worries of the second lady, and I am also willing to have children for the young master." Nandong Meiju asked, "Weimao asked me to ask you, do you like boys or girls?" Xiaodia's heart was full of sweetness and expectation, and she lowered her head and said, "Both, I like both." Nandong Meiju said, "Boys are better. They can carry on the family line for your young master." Xiao Dai lowered her head and said, Nandong Meiju said, "If it's a girl, she might be as delicate as you. If it's a boy, he might be as good as your young master. Luo Qinzhou can teach him to read and practice martial arts in the future. Right?" Xiaodia's eyes sparkled, her heart full of longing for the future. She nodded and said, Nandong Meiju smiled and said, "Xiao Dai, you are so lucky. Your young master is both civil and military. If you give birth to a boy, he will definitely be as civil and military as him, and he can protect you at that time." Xiao Dai laughed happily and said shyly, "I don't know when. The young master doesn't want it yet." Nandong Meiju said with concern, "Xiao Dai, tell him not to come back so late like tonight in the future. It's dangerous outside. He must go home before dark." Xiao Dai nodded quickly and said, I will remind the young master." Nandong Meiju smiled and said, "Okay. Then you can rest. I'm leaving." After that, she turned around, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. "Princess, take care." After watching her leave, Xiao Dai smiled foolishly at the door for a while, then closed the door, went back to the room, and began to think about random things on the bed again. Nandong Meijiao lowered her head, and walked slowly in the mansion in the dark night, letting the bleak autumn wind blow her hair, and bring the coldness of the night. She came to the Meixiang Garden, stopped outside the gate, raised her head, and looked at the closed courtyard door. She was stunned outside the door for a long time, and when she was about to leave, she suddenly turned her head, and looked at the big tree next to her. In the shadow behind the big tree, A thin figure stood silently. She was wearing a light green dress and holding a sword in her hand. Standing there like a sculpture, motionless. The night wind stroked her hair and gently lifted her dress. The two looked at each other in the dark night. Silent and silent. After a long time, Nandong Meiju said, "Xia-chan, what are you doing here? Are you here to protect them because of what happened yesterday?" Xia-chan stood quietly behind the tree. Speechless. Nandong Meiju paused, walked over, leaned against the tree next to her and looked at her. "Actually, there is something I want to ask you. Did Jinjia and Luo Qingzhou have a wedding night after they got married?" Xia-chan was silent for a while and said, "Yes." Nandong Meiju crossed his arms and leaned against the tree, staring at her closely and said, "With Jinjia's personality, it's unlikely, right? Are you sure you really had a wedding night? Do you have a clean cloth?" Xia-chan said nothing more. Nandong Meiju turned her head and looked at the closed courtyard door, saying, "That guy doesn't seem to be a heartless person. He didn't even care about his life for Wei Mo. He passed the imperial examination, but he still respected the Qin family and remained true to his original intention. Even his maid Xiao Dai, he treated her as a relative. So, if Jinjia really had sex with him and had physical contact with him, then I think he would not be willing to divorce Jinjia. What do you think?" Xia-chan turned around, turned her back to her, and ignored her. Nandong Meiju looked at her thin figure, frowned slightly and said, "Your breath is very cold. You should go back to the house to warm up. Don't worry about here. I will help you stay here tonight." Xia-chan turned around again, looked at her, and asked, "Why?" Nandong Meiju smiled faintly, looked at the closed gate, and said, "Because I want to figure out something. Although I have almost figured it out, I still want to see it with my own eyes before I will be satisfied." Xia-chan did not speak again, nor did she leave. She stood here with her, looking at the closed gate. The autumn wind was bleak, and the fallen leaves were drifting. The two stood under the dark tree, both silent, and no more words. And in the room of Meixiang garden, the red candle on the bedside was weeping, and the bed was covered with a beautiful curtain. In the quilt, the boy and girl hugged each other tightly, rubbing their ears, whispering, and full of affection, as if there were endless words to say and endless emotions to tell. Outside the window, the silver moon was like a hook. Chapter 414 Sister Used Devotion. The red candle burned out, and the night was quiet. In the tent, the girl had fallen asleep, and her pale cheeks had regained some color. It was obvious that the medicine taken during the day had taken effect. Luo Qingzhou just hugged her and talked to her for a while, and did not dare to make any other moves. As for her provocative little moves, he resolved them one by one. She was originally going to let Chior come in to serve her, but he refused. After all, he was not in a time when he really needed it, and she was next to him. How could he do such a thing? At 3 o'clock in the morning, after seeing Miss Qin Tu fall asleep, he closed his eyes, and his soul left his body. Now the soul left his body, and it was done in an instant. Just as easy as breathing, just needing to concentrate. And even when walking outside, the soul could leave his body instantly. But the prerequisite is that someone must protect his body. The soul floated in the room for a while, penetrated the wall, and flew to the hall outside. In the next room, the voices of Jur and Chior came. "Chior, go to sleep. Don't wait. The uncle definitely doesn't need you. I'm not sleepy yet. You go to sleep first. TSK. I've yawned several times, and you still say you're not sleepy. You go to sleep first. Don't worry about me." "Chior, aren't you afraid?" "What are you afraid of? The uncle will be very gentle." "How do you know that the uncle will be very gentle?" "Maybe you can't judge a person by his appearance. The uncle is ruder than anyone else. Xiao Dai told me. You can't compare with Xiao Dai. She is a maid who depends on the uncle for life. In the future, he will be taken as a concubine. You may be just a maid all your life. I don't care. Anyway, as long as I can continue to be a concubine, I will be a concubine. Continue to serve the young lady. I am willing to serve the son-in-law even if I have to be a maid for the rest of my life." "Silly girl. Is the son-in-law so good?" "Well, of course. In my heart, the son-in-law is the best man in the world. No one can compare to him. You always rush to help the son-in-law take off his shoes. Are you happy?" "Of course. Of course I am happy." "Chior, then close your eyes and treat me as the son-in-law. Let me kiss you and ravage you." "Okay." I don't want to pay attention to you. Go to sleep. Hee hee. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes. This son-in-law will take good care of you. The sound of two girls playing suddenly came from the room. Luo Qingzhou wanted to go through the wall to take a look, but he held back and listened for a while. Then he penetrated the roof and flew into the air. Now the whole mansion has been observed, ready to fly to West Lake. But when his eyes looked at a big tree not far from the gate, his expression suddenly moved, and his eyes were fixed there. Behind the tree, a tall girl in a purple dress was leaning against the tree trunk with her arms folded across her chest, closing her eyes to rest. Another thin girl in a light green dress was holding a sword, standing next to her, motionless. One was the Nandong princess, and the other was Xia Chan. How did the two of them get together? Luo Qingzhou looked at the two of them, wondering in his heart. He observed them in midair for a while, and saw that the two of them were standing there without talking, and they should not leave in the short term. He did not delay any longer, and flew to the West Lake. Let's go to find Sister Yu to practice first. Just after flying out of the house, the message in the storage bag suddenly vibrated. He carefully observed the front, and took out the message while flying, and looked down. It was sent by Xiaoya. Xiaoya, brother, haven't you come to Kyoto yet? I'm so lonely. So lonely. I miss you so much. Luo Qingzhou replied, I'm here, but the inner city is heavily guarded, and there are various magic weapons hidden. I dare not go in. The message was quickly restored. Xiaoya, brother, are you really here? Then brother, tell me a place. Sister can go to find you. Brother doesn't need to go into the inner city. Luo Qingzhou, are you in the inner city or the outer city? Xiaoya, sister is in the inner city. But don't worry. Sister has a way to get out. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and replied, I'm going to see Sister Yu. Sister Yu is helping me practice. You don't need to come for the time being. Xiaoya, sister can also help brother practice. Sister has a gift for brother. Luo Qingzhou immediately edited, we are in West Lake. Just come over. Just as it was about to send it out, the jade suddenly vibrated. Sister Yu, come to practice. We need to find a quiet place. It's best not to be disturbed. When Luo Qingzhou saw this sentence, he immediately deleted the message he was about to send to Xiaoya and read, good sister. Keep the gift for brother first. Brother has to practice tonight. You still don't have to come. Good night. After sending it, he put the jade directly into the storage bag. Inner city. In a palace. Damn it! A voice sounded in the luxuriously decorated study. And then the jade was thrown on the table. A phantom figure flashed and got into the body of the girl sitting at the table, wearing a fiery red dress. Nandong Huiyue slowly opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said with dignity and coldness, I was actually despised senior sister. I don't believe that all the good things in this world are yours. There was a long silence. She suddenly said to the outside of the door, let Huagu in. Soon. Huagu, wearing a veil, lowered her head, walked in gracefully, and knelt in front of her. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, raise your head and look at me. Huagu slowly raised her head, revealing a face as beautiful as a flower, charming and moving, and her watery eyes were also blurred and charming, which made people feel pity. Nandong Huiyue stared at her for a while, and couldn't help muttering, such a charming face, and such a seductive body, which man can refuse? But you took off your clothes and got into his arms, and he was able to hold himself. This palace really can't understand why such a good man is also hers, and this son-in-law is also obtained by her by accident. Is God so kind to her? Huagu bowed his head and said, Your Highness. Huagu is incompetent. Nandong Huiyue stood up, brushed his sleeves, walked to the window, looked at the night sky outside, and said lightly, It's not that you are incompetent, but that she is too good. Huagu, this palace will give you one last chance. If you can't grasp this opportunity again, then this palace can only give you to the emperor. You can only live to the age of 20. Instead of waiting for your death in obscurity, you might as well help this palace do a few big things. Are you willing? Huagu lowered her head and said, Your Highness. Huagu will definitely help you take down young Master Luo. Nandong Huiyue turned her head and looked at her and said, In your heart, even the emperor can't compare to him? Huagu lowered her head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue stared at her coldly, and after a moment, she suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, This palace thinks so too. She looked at the dark night outside the window, and was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, Huagu, sometimes, things can't be solved. We can try another way. Some men don't like too soft and too gentle. They may like harder and rougher ones. You can try it next time. Then he turned his head and looked at her and said, if you can't do it, this palace can also possess and help you. Hua Gu was slightly startled, and said respectfully, yes. West Lake. Attic in the lake. When Luo Qingzhou flew over, the moon-white figure had already been waiting on the eaves. As soon as he landed on the attic, the white moon figure flew up and flew towards the lush and silent lotus bush, saying, follow me. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly followed. The white moon figure floated into the dense lotus bush, and stood on a green lotus like a fairy. Luo Qingzhou also floated down and stood opposite her. He looked around and said, sister, are you practicing here? The white moon figure said coldly, sit down and practice. Just like last night. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more. He immediately sat cross-legged on a lotus leaf, closed his eyes, and began to practice his mind. The soul power in his body began to flow along the soul acupoints. The moonlight that fell on his body showed a trace of moonlight, which was absorbed into his body. The white moon figure flew into the air and turned into a transparent vortex again, which began to help him gather the moonlight of the entire West Lake, and sprinkled it on his head through the vortex. Practice began. Luo Qingzhou soon felt a warm air flow, like a tide, surging into his body from the top of his head. Boom! After a while, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. A thunderclap sounded immediately. The thick lightning instantly fell into the vortex. The moon-white figure in the vortex actually used its body to resist the majestic and terrifying thunder. Not far away, in the lake under the shadow of the attic, a huge figure floated there, looming and motionless. Its scarlet eyes looked at the purple lightning in the air, and fear appeared in its pupils. And when the thunder boomed, its whole body couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, there was wind tonight, and there were waves on the lake. Today's thunder lasted a total of 4 times. After 4 times, the slowly rotating vortex in the air finally stopped. The moon-white figure, with a pale face, hovered in the air for a while before falling down. On the lake, the young man sitting on the lotus leaf seemed to be baptized by the moonlight, becoming particularly bright and soft. Even the lake water around him was reflected by him. The huge figure hidden in the shadow of the attic watched this scene silently, and suddenly felt a little jealous. Go back, the moon-white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes, stood up, and found that the eastern sky was already white. Time passed so quickly. Xia Chan and the Nangong princess were still waiting outside the gate of Meixiang Garden. He should go back. Sister, thank you. I will come to tell you a story tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou bowed and thanked her, and suddenly said, by the way, sister, Xiaoya also knows that I came to Kyoto. She wants to come. Should I tell her that we are here? The white figure said in a cold voice, whatever. Luo Qingzhou nodded, and just as he was about to say goodbye and leave, she said again, when practicing, it is best to be in a quiet state. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood, saying, okay, I know. After that, he said goodbye and left, and soon disappeared in the dark night in the distance. The lake's surface suddenly became quiet. Another moment passed. A strange girl in a black dress, barefoot, with red bells tied on her feet, and a bright red mark on her forehead, appeared silently on the lotus leaf next to her and said, sister, you are so good to him. In this way, he can indeed practice quickly, but I am afraid you will not be able to bear it. After all, it is a thunderbolt. The moon-white figure was silent for a while and said, are you ready? The strange girl was stunned for a moment and said, what are you ready for? Then her face changed suddenly. Sister, don't all. Swish. The moon-white figure flashed a sword in her hand, and the sharp sword tip with a trace of blood was pulled out from her wrist. Then, she took out a porcelain bottle and collected all the blood. Woo! Sister, it hurts. Luo Qingzhou flew quickly all the way and soon returned to the mansion. Looking at the roof, the 2 figures were still standing under the big tree outside, like sculptures, motionless. Luo Qingzhou immediately penetrated the roof and returned to the room. His soul returned to the body. Miss Qing's frail body was still as gentle as a kitten in his arms, her cheek buried in his neck, sleeping soundly. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but lower his head and kissed her forehead gently. Miss Qing's brows suddenly frowned slightly, and she actually murmured in her sleep, Brother Qingzhou, don't leave me, don't. Chapter 415 Goodbye. Outside the window, it was still dark. Luo Qingzhou quietly got up, put on his clothes, and left the room. Who knew that when he was putting on his shoes at the door, Chior suddenly came out from the next room and whispered, "Son-in-law, it's not dawn yet. Are you leaving so early?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Well, I can't sleep. I'm going back to study. The second young lady is still sleeping. Don't disturb her." Chior hurried over, squatted on the ground, and helped him put on his shoes. Luo Qingzhou looked down at her and saw that she was wearing a light veil, revealing her snow-white skin and seductive collarbone, and her belly band on her chest was also bulging and exposed. He couldn't help but think of her conversation with Jure in the room last night. This girl wouldn't have waited in the room all night without sleeping. Right? Chior helped him put on his shoes, stood up, helped him tidy up his Confucian robe, and whispered, "Sir, do you want me to help you comb your hair?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. I'll comb it myself when I get home." After a pause, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Chior, did you not sleep last night?" Chior lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes drooping, and whispered, "No." Luo Qingzhou looked at her quietly for a while, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the thin gauze on her chest. He only needed to take it off gently, and the whole dress would slide down, and then the snow-white and delicate girl's jade body would be revealed. Chior lowered her head, and 2 light blushes climbed on her beautiful face. She did not move, did not struggle, and did not speak, but just stood there quietly, fluttering her long eyelashes, gently biting her pink lips, and waiting silently. But Luo Qingzhou just helped her pull up her clothes, covering the belly band on her chest, and whispered, "Go to bed earlier next time. Before you get married to the second lady, the son-in-law will not touch you." After that, he stroked her head again and walked out. Chior stood at the door of the room for a long time before turning around and following him out. Standing under the eaves, she stared blankly at the empty courtyard outside, looking lonely and lost. Squeak. Luo Qingzhou opened the courtyard door and walked out. The sound of the door opening immediately woke up the 2 people waiting behind the big tree not far away. Luo Qingzhou didn't even look at it, closed the door, left directly, and walked towards the exiled immortal residence. Behind the big tree, Nandong Meiju looked at him in a Confucian robe and his light steps. She narrowed her eyes, and suddenly followed him quickly. Xia Chan was slightly startled, and also held the sword and followed behind her. Chu Feiyang. As Luo Qingzhou arrived at the gate of the exiled immortal residence, a voice suddenly came from behind him. He pretended to be startled by the sudden voice, and turned his head to look. Puff! A cloud of white powder suddenly fell on his face. He stood there blankly, his head and face covered with powder. After a while, he looked at the girl behind him, opened his mouth, spit out the powder and said, "Princess, princess, what are you doing?" Nandong Meiju stood behind him with a cold face, staring at him coldly. Xia Chan stood not far away, holding a sword, with a look of doubt on her little face. Luo Qingzhou raised his sleeves, wiped the powder on his face, touched his face with his fingers, put it in his mouth to taste it, and asked in doubt, "Flour?" Puff! 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 Nandong Meiju suddenly blew 3 puffs at him in succession. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes to avoid it, waving his sleeves and slapping him, angrily saying, "What on earth are you going to do? Chan Chan, save me!" As soon as the words fell, a cold sword was pressed against Nandong Meiju's neck. Xia Chan stood behind her, motionless. Nandong Meiju also stood there, with a cold face, no longer moving, no longer speaking, staring at him hatefully. Luo Qingzhou coughed a few times, wiped the flour off his face with his sleeves, and said angrily, "Princess, how did I provoke you? How can you sneak attack me in the middle of the night?" Nandong Meiju ignored the sword behind him, suddenly walked in front of him, and grabbed the clothes behind him. Luo Qingzhou was startled and said, "What are you going to do?" Nandong Meiju said coldly, "I want to see behind you." After that, with a swish, the clothes behind him were torn off. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a chill on his buttocks, and hurriedly covered his buttocks with his hands. While retreating, he hurriedly said, "Chan Chan, help me." Shua. Xia Chan's figure flashed and protected him in front of him. The sword in her hand pointed at Nandong Meiju's neck. Her pretty face was as cold as ice, and she said, "No, no, look." The sharp tip of the sword pierced the skin on Nandong Meiju's neck. A trickle of blood flowed out. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly reached out and grabbed her arm, whispering, "Chan Chan, Don't hurt her. Xia Chan turned her head and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou's heart was weakened by her dark and cold eyes. And he hurriedly explained in a low voice. She is the princess. We can't afford to offend her. As he said, he pulled her arm and took back the sword. Then he covered his buttocks with both hands, retreated to the door, pushed open the courtyard door, retreated in, and said, Chan Chan, come in quickly. Xia Chan glanced at the strange girl in front of her again, then held the sword and turned to enter the door. Bang! Luo Qingzhou immediately closed the courtyard door and locked it from the inside, saying from inside, Princess, I can forgive what happened tonight, and I will not complain to the second lady and the others. But I hope you can leave quickly. Men and women should not be intimate. You and I are not husband and wife. I can't show you my back. There was silence outside for a while, and he turned around and left. Luo Qingzhou stood in the door for a while, listening to the footsteps gradually going away. He immediately opened the door, stuck his head out, and looked outside. The tall, slender and cold figure actually left. He was full of doubts, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his buttocks, which still had a red whip mark. Suddenly, he remembered something, hurriedly closed the door, covered his buttocks with both hands, and turned around. Xia Chan was standing behind him, looking at him coldly, and the sword in her hand had been sheathed. Luo Qingzhou. Xia Chan stared at him for a while, then walked to the well, drew a bucket of water, looked at him and said, Washington. Luo Qingzhou paused, stared at her eyes for a while, then walked over, squatted down, and washed the flour off his face. But there was a lot of flour on his head and clothes. He raised his head and said, Chan Chan. It's okay. You go back to sleep first. The son-in-law wants to take a bath. Xia Chan stood still, paused, and said, I'll help you. Fetch water. Luo Qingzhou said, No. I can do it myself. Go back quickly, and take off your clothes. After saying that, he went over and pushed her away. After pushing her out of the door, he immediately closed the courtyard door and bolted it. After the sound of footsteps leaving outside, he turned back to the well, took off all his clothes, and then picked up the water in the bucket and slowly poured it over his head. Wash your hair first, then scrub your body. While scrubbing with soap and feeling comfortable, he suddenly raised his head subconsciously and looked at the courtyard wall opposite. On the courtyard wall, a head appeared silently. The head was lying there motionless, with dark eyes open, looking at him quietly. The two looked at each other, staring at each other. The courtyard was suddenly silent, without even the sound of the wind. After a while, Luo Qingzhou suddenly woke up and squatted down quickly, saying, Chan Chan, what are you doing? Who told you to spy on my uncle? Xia Chan looked at him for a while and said, Bai Ling. Let me. Spy. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. Bai Ling. Then he snorted coldly, Well, Chan Chan, you actually learned to lie. Bai Ling would never do such a thing. It was obviously you. Who knew that before he finished speaking? A clear voice, like a lark, suddenly came from the wall on the other side. That's right. My uncle knows Bai Ling would never do such a shameful thing. Chan Chan, you can't slander me. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and turned to look at the other side of the courtyard wall. Bai Ling showed her head and lay there, looking at him with wide eyes. When she saw him looking at her, she immediately waved and said with a smile, Son-in-law, thank you for trusting me. I am so touched. You continue to wash. We will not disturb you. Luo Qingzhou. Too much. Luo Qingzhou immediately finished his shower, picked up the dirty clothes from the ground, covered the front, and then quickly retreated into the house and locked the door from the inside. He entered the room and locked the door from the inside. Then he took out the clothes from the storage bag and put them on quickly. When he went out to see again, the two girls, who were peeping on the courtyard wall, had disappeared. He didn't think about it anymore, returned to the room, and fell into deep thought. With the character of the princess, she would definitely not give up. So he must be careful when he goes out to practice in the future. He went back to bed and lay down, closed his eyes, and continued to think about things in his heart. The sky outside the window was already dim. He slept for half an hour. After getting up in the morning, he went to Miss Qin Air to check the situation. The Nangong princess did not stay in Meixiang Garden. Zhuer saw him asking and told him, the princess came last night, and after seeing the young lady sleeping, she left. I heard from housekeeper Zhou that she left directly in the carriage. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned after hearing this, and asked again, did she leave any words? Zhuer shook her head and said, the princess didn't say anything. But looking at the expression on her face, she seemed a little unhappy and a little lost. Uncle, did you bully the princess? Then he asked himself and answered, well, she is the princess. Uncle dare not. Every time uncle sees her, he is respectful. Luo Qingzhou was confused and didn't say anything. At this time, Miss Qing'er just woke up. He went into the house and talked for a while, then left carefully through the back door. He walked quickly all the way, through the streets and alleys, and arrived in the south of the city. After waiting at the alley entrance for a while, Sister Dao, wearing a neat short ponytail and walking with long legs, walked out of the alley. When she saw him, she immediately said, Chu Feiyang, your beautiful and proud young lady came to see me again this morning. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Why did she come to see you? Sister Dao stopped in front of him, stared at him for a few seconds, and said, did you hurt her last night? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, I hit her nose and it bled, and there was a wound on her neck. Sister Dao said, Chu Feiyang, I'm not talking about physical injuries, but mental injuries. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Sister Dao shrugged and said, she came to see me this morning and said something to me, asking me to tell you. Luo Qingzhou said, what did she say? Goodbye. Never see you again. Chapter 416 Wooden Stick vs. Iron Stick. Goodbye. Never see you again? Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Senior sister, did she ask you to tell Chu Feiyang this? Or, Sister Dao looked at him strangely, is there any difference? Aren't they all you? Luo Qingzhou said, I want to know if she recognized me. Sister Dao thought about it carefully and said, she didn't say anything else. It was still dark when she came. After seeing me, she directly said bring him a message. As for who this he is, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou thought about it and said, that's Chu Feiyang. Then he sighed and said, I hope she will keep her word and don't come to me again. Otherwise, I will have a psychological shadow every time I go out and go back. Sister Dao stared at the expression on his face for a while and said in surprise, Chu Feiyang, you seem to be sincere in what you said. Are you really not interested in her? Luo Qingzhou asked back, why should I? Are you interested in her? Sister Dao said, as a matter of course, because she is very beautiful, has a good figure, and her surname is Nangong. She is a member of the royal family, has a noble status, and has a rich family property. Which man would refuse such a woman? Luo Qingzhou said, how do you know her identity? Sister Dao smiled and said, her carriage is very obvious, with the royal emblem on it. She told me her name is Gong Meiju, obviously missing a word, and her clothes and temperament, as well as the expensive storage ring, are not what ordinary people should have. Of course, the most important thing is that whether you are Chu Feiyang or Luo Qingzhou, you are afraid of her. Isn't this obvious? You are a martial artist and a scholar, and the son-in-law of the Qin family. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, I am afraid of her. Not because she is a member of the royal family. Sister Dao walked in front and turned her head and said, but there must be this reason. Isn't it? Luo Qingzhou thought about it and couldn't refute it. Sister Dao smiled and said, Chu Feiyang, you haven't answered my question yet? Are you really not interested in her? Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation. No. Sister Dao thought for a moment and said, that's right. Your wife is actually very beautiful. Although she is weak, she has another special graceful beauty. Anyway, it's hard to forget her after seeing her once. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, but secretly thought in his heart, if you see my first wife, it will be really hard for you to forget her. The two talked all the way, and soon came to the Chunyuan alley, where the Lingxiao sex branch was located. Sister Dao looked ahead, frowned, and said seriously, Chu Feiyang, don't take what happened in the restaurant last night to heart for the time being. When you go there later, you still have to say hello to brother he and the others. After all, we will practice together in the future, and it is very likely that we will go out to complete tasks together. We will see each other every day, so we still have to do the surface work. With the master there, he dare not mess around. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. Sister Dao sighed and said, for the sake of practice, some grievances are inevitable. In this world, strength is respected. When you are stronger than him in the future, he will naturally not dare to underestimate you. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. The two came to the door and knocked. The sound of boxing and the sound of air bursting came from the yard. Squeak! Ye Yunrong came over and opened the door. After seeing the two, she smiled and said, Sister Dao, Junior Brother Chu, come in quickly. The two nodded and walked in. In the front yard, the second senior brother Feng Yunsong was fighting with the third senior brother Zhang Yuanshan. Others, including Sun Jiang, were watching. Sister Dao led Luo Qingzhou over, first called Master, and then greeted the others. He Yang smiled, as if he had forgotten what happened last night, and said, Junior Brother Chu, I heard that you also practice boxing. You can go up and practice with them later. Yan Mei, who was standing aside, just nodded lightly to the greetings of the two, and did not speak. Feng Yunsong and Zhang Yuanshan fought for a while before they stopped fighting. Sun Jiang frowned and said, Yunsong, you said you have practiced Kanshan Fist for half a year, but it seems to me that you have practiced it for less than a month. The 5th move, the 11th move, and the last move were all terrible. Feng Yunsong was embarrassed and said, My disciple is stupid. Sun Jiang turned around and said, Come on. Follow me to the backyard. I will teach you again. Feng Yunsong hurriedly followed. The front yard suddenly became quiet. He Yang and Yan Mei did not speak, but turned around and left, and went to practice in the open space on the other side. Zhang Yuanshan wiped the sweat off his face, walked to Sister Dao and Luo Qingzhou, smiled, and said, Junior Sister Dao, Junior Brother Chu, don't take what happened last night to heart. We are all from the same sect. There is no need to make a fuss like enemies. Sister Dao nodded and said, I know. Thank you Brother Zhang for speaking up last night. Zhang Yuanshan smiled and said, I'm just telling the truth. We all went through this. Brother He and the others just couldn't get over it for a while. It's okay. It will be fine in a few days. The two talked for a while, and Zhang Yuanshan looked at the boy next to him and said, I heard that Junior Brother Chu also practices boxing. Do you want to fight a few moves? Luo Qingzhou hesitated. After a while, he nodded and said, Then please give me more advice. Senior Brother Zhang. Sister Dao touched him with her elbow and said with a smile, Just sparring. Don't hurt anyone. Nie Yunrong on the side said with a smile, Don't worry. Senior Brother Dao. Senior Brother Zhang's boxing skills are flexible, and will not hurt your junior brother. Sister Dao looked at her and said, How did he become mine? Isn't he your junior brother? Nie Yurong smiled and said, He is my junior brother, but not mine. Sister Dao rolled her eyes at her and said, You think too much. He is not mine either. Luo Qingzhou and Zhang Yuanshan have already walked into the open space in front. Zhang Yuanshan smiled and said, Junior Brother Chu, my punches are heavy. You have to be careful. Luo Qingzhou said, Brother Zhang, come on. Okay. The two of them didn't say anything more and started fighting directly. Zhang Yuanshan's boxing skills are not only heavy, but also very fierce. The disadvantage is that he is slow, but his defense is very strong. Luo Qingzhou used the Flying Plum Blossom boxing skills. This set of boxing is only for martial artists. When it reaches the martial arts master level, it is not very powerful except for its speed. His real strengths are the lightning-powered Thunder Fist and the Bull Demon magic skill. Even the Mountain Shaking Fist is much more powerful than this Plum Blossom Flying Fist. Bang! 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 The two exchanged a few punches, and Luo Qingzhou retreated lightly, then relied on his speed to entangle him. At this time, He Yang and Yan Mei also came over and looked at the competition in the arena. Nie Yunrong was surprised and said, Sister Dao, Junior Brother Chu's boxing looks so cool and light. Although Senior Brother Zhang's boxing is more powerful, Junior Brother Chu can always resolve it. Junior Brother Chu is using softness to overcome hardness, and using speed to avoid slowness. He should not lose. Yan Mei, who was standing next to him, sneered and said, Senior Brother Zhang just didn't use his full strength. With the ferocity of Senior Brother Zhang's boxing, if they really fight, I'm afraid he can't even take 10 moves. Fists are not swords. They rely on strength and speed. Softness and lightness are useless. They have no effect on others. He Yang, who was standing next to him, nodded and said, Junior Sister Yin is right. This boxing looks good, but it is not practical. Although it is fast, it is not powerful enough. Fists, sticks, and knives are actually somewhat similar. They all rely on the power of punching to win. The two commented on the side, and the competition in the field continued. After fighting for a long time, Zhang Yuanshan saw that he couldn't hit the opponent, so he immediately increased his speed and strength. At this time, Sun Jiang and Feng Yusong came over and stood by to watch. After watching for a while, Sun Jiang suddenly said, "Stop!" The two people who were punching in the field stopped immediately. Sun Jiang frowned and said with dignity, "Yuanshan, I have said many times that you can't let others win with your fists. Even if he is your junior brother, you must use all your strength in the competition. As long as you don't beat him to death, nothing else matters. You let him go, not cherishing him, but harming him. When he goes out and meets the enemy, do you think the enemy will let him go?" Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Sun Jiang looked at the boy next to him and said, "Fei Yang, your boxing skills are really bad. Even if you practice them to the extreme, they are useless. They should be the boxing skills practiced by martial artists. Right? You are now in the middle stage of martial arts. Haven't you practiced the boxing skills exclusive to martial artists?" Sister Dao on the side quickly answered for him. "Master, Chu Feiyang has always practiced at home by himself, and he doesn't have any other boxing skills." Sun Jiang frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's go. Follow me to the back. I will teach you the basic boxing skills exclusive to the martial artists of the sect. And you should practice this boxing skills first in the next few months." Just as Luo Qingzhou was about to thank him, He Yang suddenly said, "Master, this is not appropriate. Right? Junior brother Chu just joined the sect yesterday. According to the rules, he needs to wait for 1 month later. You should go to the sect to kneel down and worship the tablet of the ancestors. Read the sect rules, and make an oath before you can teach him the sect skills. Right?" Yan Mei also said, "Master, when we first entered the sect, the rules were the same. Even if he was brought in by junior sister Dao, I think it's not appropriate to do so." Sun Jiang glanced at the two of them, then looked at Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yunrong, and said, "Yuanshan, Yunrong, what do you think?" Zhang Yuanshan bowed and said, "When I first entered the sect, the rules were indeed the same. But now the master is the master. If the master trusts junior brother Chu, he can actually teach junior brother Chu the skills first, and then take junior brother Chu to the sect a month later." Ye Yurong said respectfully, "The disciple has no objection. The disciple listens to the master." Sun Jiang looked at a few people again, pondered for a moment, and said, "The rules are the previous rules, not set by the sect. Now that I am in charge here, I can naturally decide to accept disciples and teach the skills first. Since Fei Yang was brought by Linger, I naturally trust him. After that," he said in a deep voice, "Fei Yang, let's go. Go to the back." At this time, Sister Dao suddenly said, "Master, let's follow the previous rules. Since senior brother He and others have been like this before, then I think it is necessary to let junior brother Chu wait for another month, and wait until he goes to the sect to worship the ancestors' tablet before talking about it. This is fair to others." Sun Jiang frowned. Sun Jiang raised his head and glanced at her. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Qizhou also said respectfully, "Master, I am willing to wait for a month. During this month, I can practice by myself first. I am not in a hurry." Sun Jiang paused, stared at him for a while, and nodded. "In this case, let's wait another month. We will go to the sect in a month, and then I will teach you the boxing and internal skills. If you are lucky and win the competition in the sect, or complete the sect's mission, you may be able to go to the sect's martial arts pavilion and choose any skills at will." Luo Qizhou bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Sun Jiang didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The front yard was quiet for a moment. Yan Mei snorted coldly, and couldn't help but sneered, "It's okay to use the back door yourself, but even the people you brought want to use the back door. If you don't rely on yourself to practice, but rely on relationships, do you still have any shame?" Sister Dao heard this. Her face darkened. "Sister Yin, are you talking about me?" Yan Mei sneered, looked at her without avoiding her eyes, and said, "Junior Sister Dao, who do you think I'm talking about?" Sister Dao clenched her fists. Her face was livid and said, "I didn't use the back door. Nor did I let junior brother Chu use the back door. I joined the sect with my own ability, not relying on any relationship." Yan Mei sneered, turned her head and looked at He Yang next to her and said, "Senior brother He, do you believe it?" He Yang smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. Give master a face." Yan Mei sneered, "Junior Sister Dao, how did you enter the sect?" "I dare not comment, because I don't know. But he..." Sister Dao's chest suddenly rose with anger. What's wrong with him? Chu Feiyang also came in with his own ability. Although I introduced him, Master was impressed by his practice. Talent. He is young, but he has already reached the middle stage of martial arts. No worse than you. Yin Mei's face was full of sarcasm. He is indeed no worse than me. A grown man. His fists are soft. Like a woman embroidering? Of course, I can't compare. My iron rod is not as beautiful as his embroidery. Dao Jia clenched her fists. Sister Yin, do you really think your iron rod is powerful? Yin Mei sneered. At least it's better than your knife. What? Want to try? Dao Jia took out her knife and said tit for tat. Would I be afraid of you? Zhang Yuanshan hurried over to stop the fight. Junior Sister Yin. Junior Sister Dao. Forget it. We are all sisters from the same family. Why do this? If the master sees it, we will all be punished. Ye Yunrong also hurriedly grabbed Sister Dao and said, Junior Sister Dao. Forget it. Let's go and spar. Yin Mei looked disdainful. You have just been promoted to the early stage of martial arts. You are not qualified to fight with me. I am afraid that if I hit you with a stick, your precious sword will be broken immediately. And I can't afford to pay for it. If you cry at that time, I can't comfort you. Sister Dao was so angry that her face turned pale. She clenched the handle of her knife and was about to speak. Luo Qingshou, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, Sister Yin, is your stick hard? Yin Mei looked at him with contempt. At least harder than your fist. Luo Qingshou smiled faintly and said, Sister Yin, I actually have a stick here too. I think it's also hard. If Sister Yin is willing, we can try it. After that, he took out a black wooden stick from the storage bag. After listening to it, Yin Mei took another look at the wooden stick in his hand and couldn't help but sneered. Junior Brother Chu, are you sure your wooden stick is hard? Feng Yunsan on the side couldn't help laughing. The wooden stick is hard. Junior Brother Chu is teasing us. Right? He Yang couldn't help but smile. Only Sister Dao clenched the handle of her knife and looked at the boy beside her seriously. She was very familiar with his eyes and expression. Luo Qingzhou gently stroked the wooden stick in his hand and said calmly, It may not be too hard, but I think it should be harder than Sister Yan's iron stick. Sister Yan, do you want to try it? The scene fell silent. Yin Mei narrowed her eyes, stared at him coldly for a while, and sneered, Are you sure you want to try? Luo Qizhou looked at her and said, If Sister Yin takes back the insults she just said to Sister Dao, I cannot try it. Otherwise, Sister Yin will cry, and I can't comfort her. As soon as these words came out, Yin Mei burst into laughter. He Yang and Feng Yusong couldn't help laughing beside them. Even Zhang Yuanshan frowned and shook his head beside them. Feng Yusong couldn't help laughing and said, Brother Chu, you are too arrogant. Aren't you? The iron stick of Sister Yin is made of black iron with runes and other fine materials. It took more than 10 days to refine in the refining furnace. That is someone's heirloom. Even some indestructible swords and knives can't withstand its fierce attack. Even steel can be smashed by a stick. So, do you know how funny the joke you just told is? He Yang sneered on the side. It's understandable to be young and frivolous. But it's not good to be arrogant and too arrogant. It will only embarrass yourself. Luo Qingzhou ignored their sarcasm, still holding the wooden stick in his hand, looking at the woman opposite and said, Sister Yin, this wooden stick was also bought by me at a high price. If it is broken by you, I don't want you to pay for it. I won't cry. But if it's your iron rod that breaks, I hope Senior Sister Yin won't let me pay for it. And won't cry. Okay. Schwa. Yin Mei didn't waste any more time talking to him, and directly pulled out the iron rod from behind, sneering, Since you insist on making a fool of yourself, then as a senior sister, I will naturally help you. Don't worry. So many people are witnesses. We are all warriors, and we naturally know the rules. If you are injured, you can treat yourself. And if your weapon is broken, you will suffer the consequences. Come on. As a senior sister, I can let you hit me 3 times. After 3 times, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Yuanshan wanted to go forward to persuade him again, but He Yang glanced at him, stretched out his hand to stop him, and smiled. It's okay. The two of us have a sparring, and the master also advocates it. At most, a wooden stick will be broken, and there will be some bruises on the body. My own junior brother, junior sister Yin, will not use heavy hands. Zhang Yuanshan frowned when he saw him say that, and he didn't want to persuade him anymore. Yin Mei held the stick horizontally in front of her chest, and sneered, Brother Chu, You have to use force. If the stick has no strength, then you, as a man, will be completely useless. As soon as this was said, Feng Yunsong beside him burst into laughter. Luo Qingzhou clenched the stick in his hand, and without saying anything, he rushed forward directly. The internal force in his body surged up his arm, and the stick in his hand suddenly rose up, and then fell down with a swish. The first move. Yan Mei looked at his random stick moves, said contemptuously, stood still, and raised the iron stick in his hand to block. Bang! The wooden stick fell heavily on her horizontal iron stick. Her arm shook violently, and her knuckles almost cracked. She was secretly shocked, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. With such force, with the hardness of her iron stick, the opponent's wooden stick would probably be broken immediately. Crack! Sure enough, a cracking sound was heard. She was about to sneer, but her arm suddenly loosened, and the same iron rod in her hands broke into 2 pieces. Chapter 417, A Story for Bailing and Chan Shan. There was complete silence in the field. Feng Yunsong's expression of being ready to laugh at a joke suddenly froze. The sneer on He Yang's face also disappeared instantly. Yan Mei stared blankly at the iron rod in her hand that was broken into 2 pieces, and the muscles at the corners of her eyes began to twitch constantly. Nie Yunrong stood by and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't dare to say it. Sister Dao also showed a look of astonishment on her face. She knew that this guy always made a name for himself, but she really didn't expect that he could break the iron rod that was made of black iron with just an ordinary-looking wooden stick. He only used it for a moment. The field was silent for a long time. Luo Qingzhou put away the stick, stared at the woman in front of him for a few seconds, and said, "Senior Sister Yan, we just agreed that if the stick is broken, no compensation, no crying. Woo." Before he finished speaking, Yan Mei suddenly squatted on the ground, hugged her black iron stick, and began to sob loudly. Her face was instantly full of tears, and she was heartbroken. Luo Qingzhou. Sister Dao approached him and whispered, "Chu Feiyang, let's go. Let's go to the back to practice." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to stay any longer and immediately followed her away. "Don't worry. The 2 of you will take your own consequences when you spar. Even if she reports it to the master, you don't have to bear any responsibility." Sister Dao snorted coldly, showing a gloating expression on her face, and finally spit out the bad anger in her heart. "We didn't provoke her at all. She has been sneering and targeting us since last night. She deserves it." Luo Qingzhou said, "She really deserves it." Sister Dao turned her head and looked at him, and said, "Chu Feiyang, thank you for venting my anger. If you didn't stand up just now, I would definitely be so angry that I would have gone up to her. At that time, I guess I would be unlucky." Luo Qingzhou said, "I was also venting my anger. If it weren't for the rules of the same sect, I would have hit her head with a stick just now. I can bear the anger at home, but I will never endure it outside." Sister Dao couldn't help laughing and said, "At home, you are the elegant and gentle scholar Luo Gongzi, and outside, you are the black-bellied, cunning, and ruthless warrior Chu Feiyang. Right?" Luo Qingzhou did not admit. "Chu Feiyang is just that if others don't offend me, I won't offend others." Senior Sister has ever seen him take the initiative to hurt people for no reason? Sister Dao thought about it, and said, "It's true." "Yes," Luo Qingzhou said, "as a warrior, if you are not tough and ruthless, you can't survive in this world." "Right?" Sister Dao said, "You are right. Just like when you killed people in the Blackwood Forest. If you didn't kill them at the beginning, they would kill you in the future. If we were scared just now and didn't dare to say anything, then in the future, they would probably get worse and make it impossible for us to practice normally." Luo Qingzhou said, "That's right. I just want to practice quietly and don't want to cause any trouble. But if someone bullies me, I will naturally not let him bully me. And I am not weaker than them. What am I afraid of?" Sister Dao smiled and said, "You are very confident." Then he asked curiously, however, "What kind of treasure is your wooden stick? Why is it so hard?" Sister Yan's black iron stick is not simple. Even ordinary steel can be smashed. You actually broke it easily with one stick, which is incredible. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but I know it's very hard. Ordinary weapons are really not as hard as it. Of course, I don't know how to use a stick, so I can't use it in battle. If she hadn't been so arrogant just now and had used a stick to compete with me, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold it." Sister Dao looked at him and said, "Then if you don't hold a wooden stick, use your fists. Can you hold it?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "If I use my fists, she probably won't be able to hold it." Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, "So confident? She has been in the middle stage of martial arts for 2 years. Master said that she has better talent than senior brother He and may break through soon. You have just entered the middle stage of martial arts not long ago." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then just ignore what I said just now." The two came to the martial arts training ground in the backyard. Sister Dao went to the corner on the left to practice swordsmanship. Luo Qingzhou went to the open space on the right, sat cross-legged, and practiced the demon clan's internal skills that Sister Yu translated for him. It is said to be the inner strength of the demon race. But in fact it is like a technique tailor-made for humans. Whether it is the direction of the breath or the description of each acupoint meridian, it is very consistent with the human body structure. He is not a fool. So he naturally knows that this technique is not really translated from the demon race's technique. Obviously, it was given to him by Sister Yu. So in his heart, he regards the other party as his best friend who is connected with his soul. He is sincere about what he said that night. Regardless of whether the other party will help him again in the future, he will treat him with sincerity and gratitude. From the middle and late stages of martial arts training, the practice of inner strength occupies a larger proportion, because blood transfusion is needed. The so-called blood transfusion is not to replace the blood in the body with other blood, but to refine it into the purest blood and remove the impurities in it. So the inner strength technique is the most important. Breathing in and out. Let the breath in the body drive the blood to circulate throughout the body. Use the mental method to temper it in the heart. Then flow to the limbs. And then return to the heart. And temper it repeatedly until it sublimates. In addition to practicing the inner strength mental method, you also need to practice boxing or do fierce weight training. You must practice until you are exhausted every time. Empty all the internal force in the Danhai and drain the power of the acupoints in your body so that the heart can better temper the blood. Only by combining the two can the blood in the body gradually change in quality, make the organs of the whole body more powerful, and withstand the final impact and promotion. So Luo Qingzhou is not in a hurry to ask for other skills. He has the inner strength mental method and the boxing method. As long as he is provided with a training environment and training resources, he can naturally break through to the late stage of the martial artist. Of course, he also has the help of the Sun and Moon treasure mirror. So 1 month should be enough. When he breaks through to the late stage of the martial artist, when he goes to the sect headquarters again, he will have more opportunities to obtain better training resources. Potions, skills, etc. are not easy to get. I silently sketched out the blueprint for future cultivation in my mind, then closed my eyes and began to cultivate. When cultivating inner strength, once you enter the state, you will forget everything around you, as if you have entered another world. Time passed quickly. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Sister Dao had been waiting for him for a long time, but did not dare to disturb him. After he opened his eyes and finished his practice, she asked curiously, "Chu Feiyang, what kind of internal energy are you practicing? I just felt that there seemed to be breath overflowing from your head, ears, and pores. We usually exhale from our mouths and noses, but you can exhale from all over your body. No wonder you practice so fast." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "My friend gave it to me. I don't know what internal energy it is." Sister Dao gossiped. "Which friend? Chu Feiyang doesn't have many friends. Could it be that Miss Nangong gave it to you? She does have the resources to give you." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's not her. It's another. A friend." Sister Dao saw that he didn't want to say more. Although she was curious, she didn't ask any more questions and said, "Let's go and have dinner. Junior sister Nye came just now and saw that you were practicing, so she didn't disturb you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Why did she come?" Sister Dao said, "She said that senior sister Yin took the black iron stick that you broke in the morning and went to Master to complain. Master came out to ask about the details, then scolded her and ignored her." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then what happened?" Sister Dao shrugged and said, "Then senior sister Yin left crying. And senior brother, he knew a master of refining and took her to find that master of refining." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Sister Dao said, "Don't worry. Even if it can't be repaired, you don't have to pay. Master's attitude is very clear. If you are willing to accept the loss, you can't blame others." The two had lunch and continued to practice in the backyard. Luo Qingzhou continued to practice the inner strength method. It was soon evening. After saying something to Sun Jiang, the two left together. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that the Nandong princess would wait for him again. So after leaving the alley, he separated from Sister Dao and took a detour home without passing through the 18th alley. Although the other party said never see you again. What if it was deliberately confusing him? He abused the other party so many times. With the princess's character, how could she let him go? So he still had to be careful. He walked more in the alleys and less on the streets. At the same time, he was out of his mind in the alleys to observe whether there was anyone following him. In addition to guarding against the Nandong princess, he also had to guard against the concubine Zhang and the future imperial concubine named Zhangyan. Those people would definitely not let him go. He was careful all the way and got home safely. When he returned to the exiled immortal residence, Xiao Dai was collecting quilts and clothes in the courtyard. Seeing him coming back, she hurriedly said, "Sir, Sister Bailing came to see you just now and asked you to tell a story tonight." Luo Qingzhou said, "Is there anyone else looking for me today?" Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "No. Sister Chior came. But she didn't come to see you. She came to play with me, talked to me for a while, and then left." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "What did she say to you?" Xiao Dai said, "We just chatted for a while. Talked about embroidery, making clothes and stockings. Nothing else." Luo Qingzhou nodded and was about to enter the house when a thunder suddenly sounded in the sky with a boom. Looking up, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sun that fell to the top of the mountain had long disappeared. The wind also began to get stronger, blowing the branches and leaves rustling. Xiao Dai hurriedly took the quilt back to the house and said, "Sir, it's going to rain. You stay in the house. I'll get you dinner." Luo Qingzhou helped her collect the quilt and clothes. Xiao Dai hurried out the door. Huh? The wind outside was stronger, making the courtyard door creak. Thunder was heard from time to time in the sky. Dark clouds began to roll. The light began to dim, and a rainstorm was coming. Xiao Dai quickly brought back a sumptuous dinner. After the master and servant finished eating, they began to boil water for a bath. Luo Qingzhou took a bath with medicine and changed into a clean Confucian robe. Seeing that raindrops began to fall outside, he did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately took an all-paper umbrella, said something to Xiao Dai, and went out. Xiao Dai worried at the door. "Sir, if it rains hard later, don't come back. You can't see at night, and the ground is slippery. Don't fall." Luo Qingzhou agreed, opened the umbrella, hurried out the door, and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. After he left, Xiao Dai went over and closed the door. Then she said to herself, the young master should not stay there. Even if he wants to stay, he will stay with the second young lady. She couldn't help but think of the scene when the young master and the eldest young lady got married, and sighed immediately. The eldest young lady is actually very good. She felt so sorry. Although the second young lady was also very good, and was particularly gentle and caring to her, and never treated her as a servant. She still felt that the eldest young lady was also very good, but she just didn't like to talk. When the master and servant first arrived at the Qin mansion, they were uneasy in their hearts, thinking that they would be treated as servants and suffer and humiliate. After all, the young master was married into the family, but they didn't expect that they would be dressed in fine clothes and have their own small courtyard. No one bullied them, and they lived a fairy-like life. Isn't this all because of the eldest young lady? Although the eldest young lady didn't seem to do anything, she gave them the identity and respect of the master and servant. And naturally the other people in the Qin mansion didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, the only thing that made the eldest lady unhappy was that she would not live with the young master after marriage. And she even set a rule that the young master could only have sex with her once a month. Xiao Dai thought about the past and went into the house. After a while, she touched her belly again and sighed. "I don't know when I can get pregnant with the young master's baby." Boom! There was thunder outside again. Then, raindrops fell down. Lingshan Moon Palace. Bailing opened the door with a flower umbrella and took Luo Qingzhou into the house. Luo Qingzhou thought he had to go to the back garden to tell the young lady. But Bailing took him into Xia Chan's room and said, "Uncle, it's raining outside, so we won't go out. The young lady is feeling a little uncomfortable, so she should rest in the room. You can tell me and Chan a story tonight." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with the young lady?" Bailing smiled and said, "It's okay. She's just feeling a little uncomfortable, and she'll be fine after 2 days of sleep." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Should I go and see her?" Bailing looked at him and said, Uncle, the young lady is sleeping in her room now. Are you sure you want to see her? It didn't matter before. But now, Uncle and the young lady are no longer husband and wife. So I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate. Right? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and nodded. It's indeed inappropriate. Has the second young lady been here? Bai Ling said. I didn't tell anyone else. I told you. Uncle. Don't worry. Aunt. There's nothing wrong with the young lady. Just take a good rest. Luo Qingzhou was relieved and looked around the room, saying, Where's Chan Chan? Bai Ling said. She should be in the young lady's room. She will come when she falls asleep. Uncle, can you tell me a story first? I want to hear the story of Guer and Zilongnu. Chan Chan probably doesn't like it. Don't wait for her. Luo Qingzhou walked to the window, opened it, took a look at the autumn rain outside, and said, Let's wait for her. So as not to. I want to tell you again. Bai Ling thought for a moment and said, Son-in-law, why don't you tell another story tonight? I think Miss also likes the story of Guer and Zilongnu. Especially when you talked about Guer and Zilongnu living together in the ancient tomb. I saw Miss listening very seriously. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her, and said, Are you sure? Bai Ling nodded and said, Yes, I'm sure. When you talked about Zilongnu chasing Guer away, and the two separated, I saw Miss look dazed, and seemed to be sad. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and imagined the look of the eldest lady when she was sad. For some reason, he felt a little distressed. When such a beautiful girl is sad, I'm afraid that flowers and birds will be moved. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Then I will tell you and Chan Chan a different story tonight. Swordsman. A story about love, hatred, and conspiracy in the martial arts world. When Bai Ling heard it, he immediately said, Son-in-law, I don't want to hear conspiracy. I want to hear love. Like the story of Guer and his aunt. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Love? A love story of one man and many women. How about it? Bai Ling was slightly startled when he heard it, then looked at him strangely, and suddenly smiled and said, Sure, as long as the story is exciting. I love it. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, It must be exciting. I will tell it again when Chan Chan comes back. The two talked for a while, looked up at the door, and found that Xia Chan was already standing there. And they didn't know how long she had been standing there. Chan Chan, come in quickly. Master is going to tell a story. Bai Ling hurried over and pulled her in, then impatiently closed the door and said excitedly, Master, you can start now. What's the name of the story? Luo Qingzhou said, Xiao Bao and his wives. Bai Ling pouted secretly when she heard it, but her face was full of smiles, and she said crisply, Master, tell it quickly. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and began to tell the story. The north wind is like a knife, and the ground is full of frost. Bai Ling took off her shoes, revealing a pair of slender feet wearing pink silk stockings. Sitting on the bed, listening with eyes wide open, Xia Chan sat by the bed, holding a sword in her hand, listening with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou sometimes walked around the bed, sometimes walked to the window to look outside, and told the story vividly. He didn't stop until Xiao Bao was forced to enter the palace and met Princess Janning. Okay, it's getting late, so I'll stop here tonight. I have to get up early to study tomorrow, so I'll continue tomorrow night. Luo Qingzhou looked out the window and prepared to leave. Boom! At this moment, there was another thunder outside. Xia Chan, who was sitting on the bed, trembled with fear, clenched the sword in her hand, and her face turned pale. Bai Ling begged hurriedly, Son-in-law, it's raining heavily outside, and it's still thundering. Please talk for a while, and leave after the rain stops. Luo Qingzhou looked out the window and said, Autumn rain is not a shower. I'm afraid it will rain for several days. How can it stop so easily? Bai Ling glanced at Xia Chan and said softly, Son-in-law, Chan Chan is afraid of thunder. Otherwise, don't leave tonight and stay here to tell us stories for a night. Okay? Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked at the girl sitting on the bed, seeing that her face turned pale and her body seemed to be trembling. He couldn't help but think of the night he was with her under the bridge. Boom! At this moment, there was another thunder outside the window. The girl trembled and her face turned even paler. Luo Qingzhou quickly closed the window, walked to the bed and said, Chan Chan, go to bed quickly. Uncle will not leave tonight. I will stay here to tell you stories. Great! Bai Ling cheered immediately, and said excitedly, Uncle must keep his word. and can't leave again later. Then he smiled and said, Uncle, help Chan Chan take off her shoes quickly. You also take off your shoes and come up. Sit on the bed and talk. We will pull down the curtains, so that Chan Chan will not be scared by the lightning outside the window. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, and then at the pale-faced girl beside the bed, without hesitation, squatting on the ground, and said, Chan Chan, come. Uncle will help you take off your shoes and socks. Chapter 418, A Story on a Rainy Night. The wind is howling, and the rain is also rustling. The rain hits the banana leaves, and the whole yard is noisy. The autumn rain brings coolness, and together with the cold wind, it ravages the flowers and plants outside the window. Inside the window, the candlelight is dim, and the warmth is still there. When Luo Qingzhou helped Xia Chan take off her shoes, and was about to help her take off her stockings, she struggled and kicked him in the face, then ran onto the bed and huddled in the corner. Bai Ling sat on the bed and laughed secretly, and asked, Son-in-law, does it smell good? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, sat down on the bed, and continued to tell the story of Xiao Bao and his wives. Before Fang Yi answered, Wei Xiaobao had jumped onto the bed, got into the quilt with his shoes, and slept between the two of them, with his left hand around Fang Yi's head and neck, and his right hand around Mu Jianping's slender waist. At this point, Bai Ling looked down at herself, then turned her head to look at Chan Chan next to her, and quietly curled her lips. Mu Jianping stretched out her right hand and pushed him hard. Wei Xiaobao took advantage of the situation and turned his head to kiss Fang Yi on the mouth, praising, smells so good. When she got to this point, Bai Ling touched her pink lips unconsciously, and the scene of the story emerged in her mind. But the Wei Xiaobao in it became the stinky son-in-law, and the Mu Jianping in it became her. Humph! The son-in-law made up this story for himself, and he actually wanted to hug her left and right. Humph! While listening, Bai Ling muttered in her heart. It was soon early in the morning. Luo Qingzhou stopped and said, Let's stop here tonight. My voice is almost hoarse. I still have to study tomorrow. As he said that, he stood up and went to open the window. Outside the window, the autumn rain was still pouring down. In the courtyard, petals fell all over the ground. In the night sky, dark clouds were dense and drizzling. But the thunder had stopped. Bai Ling pouted immediately and said, Son-in-law, you clearly promised Chan Chan that you would not leave tonight. Luo Qingzhou closed the window, turned around and said, I didn't say I was leaving. When Bai Ling heard this, she smiled and showed two sweet dimples on her face. She asked crisply, Son-in-law, if we don't tell stories, what should we do? Luo Qingzhou said, Sleep. When these words came out, Bai Ling was stunned and blinked and said, Sleep? Who is with whom? Then her face changed. Son-in-law, do you want to be like that bad little treasure, hugging left and right? Humph! Don't even think about it. Chan Chan and I will not let you succeed. After saying that, she immediately crawled over and lay inside, pulled the quilt over her body, and closed her eyes. Xia Chan sat in the corner, glanced at her, and then looked at someone outside. Luo Qingzhou also looked at her and said, Chan Chan, it's getting late. You should go to bed soon. I won't leave. I'll sit here and accompany you. Bai Ling immediately opened her eyes again and asked, Son-in-law, aren't you sleepy? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, walked over, untied the curtain, pulled up both sides, and covered the inside. Then he walked to the table in the corner and sat down, took out the jade from the storage bag, and looked at the message sent on it. Sister Yu, not going tonight. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied to the message, Okay. Sister Yu, then you should go to bed early. Xia Chan still hugged her knees and sat in the corner of the bed, looking at him quietly and hazily through the thin curtain. Bai Ling lay there, stretched out her hand to grab her little feet in snow-white silk stockings, stroked them, and whispered, Chan Chan, the uncle seems to like your feet very much. Let the uncle come up and touch your feet to sleep. Okay? Xia Chan struggled for a while, retracted her feet into her skirt, pushed her hands away, and remained silent. Bai Ling suddenly got up, hugged her and lay down together, covered her with a quilt, and said, Chan Chan, then let's sleep together, and ignore the uncle. Xia Chan held the sword in the quilt, her body stiff, did not struggle, did not speak, turned her little face away, and still looked outside. Bai Ling hugged her and kissed her, and also followed her gaze, looked outside, and whispered, Chan Chan, do you miss the uncle? Xia Chan clenched the sword in her hand. Still did not speak. Luo Qingzhou sat under the lamp. Not sleepy. Seeing that Sister Yu did not reply to the message again. Thought about it. And sent a message to Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Are you asleep? In the palace. Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, was standing in front of the window with her bare white jade feet, staring at the autumn rain outside the window in a daze. The jade on the table suddenly vibrated. She stood for a moment, then walked over, picked up the jade from the table, and took a look. After a pause, she directly stretched out her jade finger and replied, "No." "What's the matter?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw this reply, and felt that the tone did not seem to be like Xiaoya. After thinking about it, he edited, "Nothing. I just can't sleep. I want to chat with you." "What are you doing?" Nandong Huiyue replied, thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou, "Oh, do you want to hear a story?" Nandong Huiyue looked at the message on the jade and replied, "No." Just about to send it out, it suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a while, she re-edited, "I want to." Luo Qingzhou, "Call me brother." "Good brother." Nandong Huiyue looked at the message, and a cold light suddenly appeared in her eyes. She held the jade tightly in her hand, wishing to crush it directly. But after a moment of hesitation, reason overcame impulse again. She really needs his help now, and she will need it in the future. He is the body of Thunder Spirit. With him, she will have a much higher chance of success when she crosses the Thunder Tribulation in the future, and she will not have to worry about her soul flying away. After thinking carefully for a moment, she put the jade on the table, then walked to the table and sat down, and her soul left her body. In the room, Luo Qingzhou held the jade and was wondering about Xiaoya's attitude tonight when the message came back. "Xiaoya, brother. Good brother. Sister loves you." Sister thought, "Please ask brother to tell sister a story." "Okay." Sister is already thirsty. Luo Qingzhou was relieved, thinking that Xiaoya's jade had been stolen. He replied, "Do you want to listen to a story or a scripture?" Xiaoya said, "Let's talk about the story. The scriptures are so complicated. My senior sister is not here, and no one can explain it to me. I can't understand it. By the way, isn't my brother with my senior sister tonight?" Luo Qingzhou, it was raining and thundering outside, so we didn't go out. Xiaoya, brother, do you know the true identity of your sister Yu now? Luo Qingzhou, I don't know. Sister Yu didn't tell me, and I didn't ask. Xiaoya, brother, do you want to know? Call me good sister twice, and say good sister. Brother loves you. Brother wants to kiss you, and I will tell you. Okay? Another room. On the bed covered by the curtain, a girl in a snow-white dress was lying on her side. Her face was a little pale, holding a piece of jade in her hand, watching silently. Luo Qingzhou, no need. If I want to know, I will ask her myself. If she doesn't want to tell me, then I don't need to know. And she and I, and you, are all friends of the soul. I don't think it needs to be involved in reality. Xiaoya, brother, hearing you say that, sister is a little sad. Are we always friends of the soul in the future? Why can't we meet and let the flesh meet? Luo Qingzhou, I don't think it's necessary. Don't you find that the personality of our flesh is somewhat different from the personality of the soul? When the soul meets, we can speak and act without scruples and release our own nature. But if we meet in the flesh and reality, I think we may not be able to maintain this friendship. Xiaoya replied after a while, brother is right. Then brother and senior sister, will they always be friends of the soul? Never meet in the flesh? Luo Qingzhou said, if there are no accidents. It should be. You know Sister Yu's personality. Until now, she is unwilling to admit that she is a friend of mine in spirit, let alone meeting in the flesh. She will definitely not agree. Xiaoya, that's right. Senior sister's personality is so bad. I guess you will be more disappointed if we meet in the flesh. Brother should not meet her. But brother, you can see my sister. My sister's personality in the flesh is very good. I will definitely not disappoint you. Luo Qingzhou, no. Do you still want to hear the story? Xiaoya, yes. Sister. Brother. Give it to me quickly. Luo Qingzhou began to edit the story, and sent it over one by one. After sending a chapter, Xiaoya replied, brother, forget it. Let's not send it. It seems that there is a method of enlightenment hidden in it. There are many omissions in the sentences before and after, and it is not readable at all. It's better to wait until we meet, and then you can tell it directly to your sister. Luo Qingzhou, okay. Xiaoya, brother. How about we meet now? It's just raining outside. No thunder. You tell me a place. I'll go out to find you. Okay? Luo Qingzhou, no. Next time. Xiaoya, brother. When is the next time? I've got some good treasures recently. I really want to show them to you. Luo Qingzhou, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Let's do it tonight. You come out first. I'll find a place later and tell you the location. Xiaoya, okay. Brother. Wait. I'll go out right away. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and glanced at the bed. When he was about to reply, the jade stone suddenly vibrated. It turned out to be the news that Sister Yu had belatedly arrived. Sister Yu, well, you should also go to bed early. You absorbed too much moonlight last night, and your soul needs to rest and digest. Don't let your soul leave your body tonight. Otherwise all your efforts may be wasted. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he saw this message, and quickly sent another message to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, things have changed. I am not feeling well. I need to rest. I will not go out. Maybe next time. Although the treasure is very tempting, cultivation is still the most important thing. He immediately replied to Sister Yu, well, thank you Sister Yu. I will stay at home tonight, and will not go anywhere. Xiaoya's message was quickly replied, bad brother. You're playing tricks on me again. I've already flown to the roof. Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya. I'm really sorry. Let's wait 2 days. Wait until the rain stops. And I'll apologize to you. Okay? Xiaoya, forget it. Since brother is not feeling well, let's do it another day. Oh, my sister is so pitiful. When Luo Qingzhou was about to say a few more words of comfort, Beiling's voice suddenly came from the bed, son-in-law. Do you want to sleep? As she said that, she lifted the curtain, got off the bed, put on her shoes and said, I'm going back to my room to sleep. I can't sleep here. Chan smells so good that I'm drooling. If you want to sleep, you can go upstairs to sleep. After that, she left the room and closed the door. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and looked at the bed. The figure lying on the bed was hazy and unclear. Silence for a moment. He put away the jade, walked to the bed, gently lifted the curtain and looked inside. Xia Chan was wrapped in a quilt, her black hair scattered on the pillow. She was looking at him quietly with her dark eyes open. She was not afraid, panicked, or spoke. Her face was very calm. The two looked at each other, quiet and silent. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, untied the belt around his waist, took off his robe, took off his shoes, opened the curtain, and prepared to go up. Xia Chan finally spoke, her voice trembling, You? What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou did not go up immediately, but reached into the quilt, touched it, grasped her little hand, took out the sword in her hand, put it on the ground, and then climbed onto the bed, got into her quilt, hugged her and said, Nothing. Just sleep with you. Xia Chan's body was stiff, staring at him blankly, 2 blushes on her cheeks. But she did not struggle. Luo Qingzhou leaned sideways, hugged her slender waist, stared at her pink face, looked at her quietly for a while, and then gently untied the belt around her waist. Xia Chan trembled and grabbed his hand, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Luo Qingzhou stared at her dark and panicked eyes for a while, then suddenly leaned over and kissed her blushing cheek, whispering, Chan, my uncle always takes revenge. You have bullied my uncle so many times. So why can't I bully you once? Let go. Xia Chan stared at him blankly, and the little hand holding his hand slowly loosened. Chapter 419, Where is the divorce letter? Outside the window. The night was deep, and the wind was strong. The autumn rain was pouring down, constantly destroying the poor flowers in the yard. The pink petals fell one by one, scattered all over the courtyard, and groaned in the mud. The banana tree swayed in the wind and rain, and was hit by raindrops. The clepsydra under the eaves was ticking, silently calculating the time in the dark night. The night passed quietly in the hustle and bustle. This autumn rain lasted all night. When it was dawn, it gradually stopped. The yard was already a mess. The small pit on the ground was full of turbid rainwater, and the flowers and plants in the pot all drooped their heads. A bird came out of the cave under the eaves, shook off the rain on its head and feathers, opened its eyes, and looked at the scenery after the rain. The air was particularly fresh, and the dark clouds quietly dissipated. Bailing yawned, tiptoed out of the door, returned to her room, climbed onto the bed, and fell asleep quickly. It was not yet dawn. Luo Qingzhou had already stepped on the mud and returned to the exiled immortal residence. Xiao Dai had already gotten up and was folding the quilt. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, greeted her, got on the bed directly, pulled a quilt over himself, and closed his eyes. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment and said, "Didn't the young master sleep last night?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak, and soon fell asleep tiredly. Xiao Dai waited in front of the bed for a while, and when she saw that he was asleep, she gently helped him take off his coat and socks, and then covered him with the quilt. Did the young master come back from the second lady? She murmured to herself and left the room. After dawn, the sun did not come out. When Luo Qingzhou got up, it was drizzling again in the sky. He only slept for an hour, but his spirit and physical strength had recovered, and he felt refreshed and in a particularly good mood. After telling Xiao Dai, he took the oil paper umbrella and went out. When he arrived at the 18th lane in the south of the city, he had transformed into Chu Feiyang, who was wearing a black suit and had an ordinary appearance. After waiting at the entrance of the lane for a while, Sister Dao came out with an oil paper umbrella. As soon as they met, Sister Dao immediately said, "Chu Feiyang, your beautiful Miss Meiju came again last night." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and said, "Isn't it goodbye? Never to see each other again? Why did she come again?" Sister Dao walked up to him and said helplessly, "She said she wanted to join Ling Xiao's sect and hoped that I could help introduce her." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "What did you say?" Sister Dao shrugged and said, "Of course I refused. I introduced you, which has offended Senior Brother He and Senior Sister Yen. How can I introduce someone else in a short time? The cultivation resources issued by this sect are decided once a year. This year, here, there are already 2 of us, you and me, and the monthly cultivation resources are limited. If one more person is added, I am afraid that the others will hate me even more, and the master will definitely not agree." Luo Qingzhou said, "What did she say?" Dao Jie said, "I told her these reasons and asked her to find a connection to get in. She said that her family would not agree, so she came to me. She also tempted me with a lot of gold coins, but I still rejected it decisively, because I know that she is not really going to practice, but has bad intentions towards my little junior brother. I can't sell out my little junior brother for gold coins. Right?" Luo Qingzhou was in no mood to joke with her, and frowned and said, "Are you sure she wants to join Ling Xiao's sect because of me?" Sister Dao nodded and said, "Absolutely. With her status and position, there is no need for her to join Ling Xiao's sect. If she wants to practice, she can directly enter Lunghu Academy." The 2 of them walked and talked while holding an umbrella. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "It shouldn't be for me. Didn't she ask you to tell me last night that we would never see each other again?" Sister Dao couldn't help but smile, turned to look at him, and said, "Luo Jieyuan, I didn't expect you to be so talented, but you don't understand women's hearts. The more she said that, the more she cares about you. Maybe she just said it in a rage yesterday, but after going back, she couldn't bear to leave. But she couldn't bring herself to find you, so she wanted to enter our sect directly and see you every day. Think about it. Right?" Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh and said, "Senior sister, have you ever been in love?" Sister Dao's smile froze, and she snorted, "If you haven't been in love, don't you know how to analyze? After all, I am also a woman, so I naturally know women's minds better than you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "You mean she likes me?" Sister Dao looked at him with surprise and said, "Don't you know?" Luo Qingzhou said puzzledly, "But why? Every time I met her, I would beat her mercilessly and even humiliate her. She should hate me. Right?" Sister Dao was immediately curious and asked, "How did you humiliate her? Tell me about it." Seeing that she looked gossipy, Luo Qingzhou stopped talking about this topic and said, "Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about cultivation. Didn't you say that you have to hand in a monster every month? When are we going to the Yimu Mountains?" Sister Dao thought for a while and said, "It should be soon," waiting for the master's order. As they talked, they soon arrived at the martial arts hall. It was still raining. Nie Yunrong and Yen Mei didn't come today. Feng Yunsong and Zhang Yuanshan were naked from the waist up, boxing in the rain. He Yang was practicing in the martial arts training ground in the backyard. Luo Qingzhou and Dao Jie went to greet Sun Jiang. When they were about to go to practice, Sun Jiang suddenly looked at them and said, "Ling Feiyang, you come together every morning and leave together at night. Do you live together?" Dao Ling said quickly, "Master, Junior brother Chu and I are just on the same road. But we don't live together. Sun Jiang asked again. Are we a couple? Daojia immediately lowered her head and said. No. Junior brother Chu and I are just friends and senior and junior brothers and sisters. Sun Jiang nodded and said. I heard from Yun Song and the others that you two are always together when you come in the morning or go home at night. When you are together. Even when you are practicing during the day. You should stay together. If you like each other, Master will not say much. But you should not be distracted when practicing. You come here to practice. Not to talk about love. Master is afraid that you will delay each other's practice. So I remind you. Sister Dao's cheeks immediately blushed. And she lowered her head and said, Master, don't worry. Junior brother Chu and I will practice well, and will never dare to slack off. Sun Jiang nodded and said, Okay. Go. The two came out of the house, looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. Sister Dao shrugged and said, It seems that we are too close. From today on, I will not practice with you. I will go to the front yard. And you go to the martial arts training ground on the right. Come to me if you have anything. Luo Qingzhou nodded, and went to the martial arts training ground on the right. Today he planned to practice the inner strength for half a day, and then practice boxing to drain the strength in his body, tempering the acupoints and internal organs. Taking both into account, it was almost noon when Bailing Fan got up from the bed. When she went to Xia Chan's room, she found that the sheets and quilt covers on the bed had been changed. Only the pillows had not been changed. In the corridor outside, there was a sound of pouring water. She was stunned, walked out of the room, and came to the corridor. Xia Chan was squatting on the ground, scrubbing the bellyband and dress in the wooden basin with a serious look on her face. The sheets and quilt covers had been washed and hung on the corridor on the other side. Bailing walked over and squatted beside her, looking at the underwear she was scrubbing in her hands, and asked curiously, Chan, it's raining today. Why are you washing the quilt and clothes? Xia Chan lowered her head and scrubbed the clothes, without answering, but two blushes unconsciously climbed up her little face. Bailing suddenly smiled again. By the way, Chan, did you sleep well last night? Was the son-in-law there to accompany you? Xia Chan still lowered her head and did not answer. Bailing immediately said angrily, Well, the stinky son-in-law must have sneaked away while I was away. Damn it! After saying that, she suddenly stood up and said angrily, I will go to settle accounts with him. Xia Chan hurriedly raised her head and said, No. Don't go. Bailing stopped and looked at her and said, Why not go? He said he would accompany you for a night last night. But he sneaked away. Humph. I'm going to question him. Xia Chan blushed, bit her pink lips, and whispered he didn't leave. Oh. Bailing squatted down again after hearing this, and said with a smile on her face, Didn't leave? Did the son-in-law sit on the chair all night last night? Xia Chan lowered her head and continued to scrub the clothes without saying anything else. Bailing suddenly asked again, Isn't it on the chair? But on the bed? By the way, Chan, I heard the bed creaking in my dream last night. Is someone shaking the bed? Is it my bed or your bed? Xia Chan lowered her head tightly and whispered, Your Bailing. Puff. She chuckled and said, My bed? But I slept well. Why would it make noises? Xia Chan continued to lower her head and wash clothes, and ignored her. Bailing wanted to continue teasing her for a few more words. But suddenly a cold voice came from the room. Bailing. Bailing stood up quickly and ran into the room, saying, Miss, what's wrong? Qin Jinjiao was wearing a thin moon-white nightgown, revealing two sections of snow-white jade-like, slender calves under the skirt, and her black hair was scattered behind her and on her bulging chest. She looked like she had just got up from the bed. But her flawless cheeks and temperament were still extremely beautiful. She held a book in her hand, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and a puzzled expression appeared on her cold and beautiful face. She paused and asked, Bai Ling, are you hiding something from me? Bai Ling was stunned when she heard this, and then shook her head firmly, No, absolutely not. Miss, if I hide something from you, I'm a puppy. Then she suddenly said, Miss, is it what happened last night? I haven't had time to report it to you. Last night, the son-in-law was too much and actually bullied Chan. Qin Jinjiao raised the book in her hand and looked at her indifferently. Bailing was stunned for a moment, stopped talking, and looked at the book in her hand. On the cover of the book, there were 4 big characters, Dine Etiquette. Bailing was still confused. Miss, what's wrong with this book? This is sent by the second lady. If you like it, I will ask the second lady for a few more. Qin Jinjia frowned slightly, stared at her for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Where is the divorce letter? Bring it to me." "Divorce letter?" Beiling was slightly startled when she heard it, and said, "Is it the divorce letter between the young lady and the son-in-law?" "It seems to be with the second lady. The young lady wants." Suddenly, she stopped talking and looked at the dine etiquette in her hand again. Chapter 420. This lime is poisonous. In the evening, the autumn rain continued. After Luo Qingzhou sent Sister Dao to the 18th lane, he went home with an oil paper umbrella. When he passed through an alley, he saw a little girl hiding under the eaves, selling candied haws. Her thin body shivered in the cold autumn wind. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but think of the girl at home. He walked over to ask the price, took out the silver, and bought a stick of candied haws directly. The little girl held the silver and stood there blankly until his back disappeared in the wind and rain in the distance. Then she reacted and happily took the silver home. Luo Qingzhou held an umbrella in one hand and carried the candied haws in the other hand. He walked forward in the wind and rain, occasionally tilting his head to bite one and chewing it slowly in his mouth. When he crossed another street and walked into an alley, he suddenly found a familiar figure standing sideways in the alley in front of him. Black leather skirt, black stockings, black leather boots, tall and slender, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, covering her head and cheeks, and a black leather whip wrapped around her slender waist. Above the whip, there are towering and upright breasts. Under the whip, there is a pair of straight and slender legs with perfect proportions, round and straight at the back, and the black leather skirt is stretched into a perfect and attractive arc. She stood there quietly, with her chin slightly raised, as if she was looking at the water drops under the eaves in front. Luo Qingzhou paused in place, turned around, and prepared to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Chu Feiyang, I am not here to cause trouble to you today. I just want to ask you a question, and then I will leave." Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned around and said, "Ask." Nandong Meiji raised the oil paper umbrella in her hand, revealing a delicate and cold face, and looked at him indifferently and said, "Do you hate me very much?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." Nandong Meiji said, "How much do you hate?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Very hate. I don't want to see you again." Nandong Meiji looked at him calmly, was silent for a while, and said, "Really?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Nandong Meiji looked at him and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou asked, "Didn't you ask Sister Dao to tell me last night that we would never see each other again?" Nandong Meiji lowered her head slightly, paused, then looked up at him and said, "Chu Feiyang, I know why you treat me like this." Luo Qingzhou said, "Didn't you just say that you would only ask me one question and leave after asking?" Nandong Meiji was silent for a while, stared at him for a while, then nodded gently and said, "Okay, then I know. We will never see each other again. The grudge is in the past." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had already turned around and left, waving his hand and saying, "Write it off. I won't take it to heart." Nandong Meiji watched his back gradually walk away until he disappeared at the alley in front, and stood there for a long time, then turned around and said, "Andy Moo, let's go home. I want to consider the marriage that Daddy proposed to me last time." After a pause, she took out a bag of lime from the storage ring and murmured, "From today on, I will be a real princess, and I will never use this lime again." After saying that, he raised his hand and threw it in the corner. Anmu came out from the corner next to him, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Miss, I just got the news that Zhang Yin'er's people have found Qin's house and may directly attack Mr. Luo. A warrior named Leisure took the task, and he is now. It has nothing to do with me." Nandong Meiji looked indifferent, walked directly out of the alley, and said, "Go home?" The two of them held umbrellas, one in front and one behind, and soon disappeared in the alley. Luo Qingzhou took a detour home. Just as he entered the maple leaf alley, he suddenly saw 2 men holding umbrellas, standing furtively at the door of Qin's house, stretching their necks to look inside. When Luo Qingzhou walked behind the 2 men, they noticed it, turned around immediately, and looked at him nervously. "Who are you looking for?" Luo Qingzhou asked, staring into their eyes. One of the short men smiled and said, "Sir, is this Zhang Mansion? We are here to find Master Zhang." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "It is Zhang Mansion. I am Master Zhang. What do you want to see me for?" 2 men. The short man's smile froze, And he quickly bowed and said, "But Master Zhang Zhengfeng?" He secretly complained in his heart, "I can make up a random name of Zhang Mansion and Master Zhang. And I don't believe that you can make up another random name." Who knew that the young scholar in a Confucian robe nodded again and said, "Yes, I am Zhang Zhengfeng. What do you want to see me for?" The short man. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became awkward. The tall man's face sank and he said, "Someone asked us to tell you something. Be careful when you walk in the future. If you accidentally bump into someone, you should apologize. Don't just walk away. That is very impolite." After that, he took the short man and left quickly. Walked out of the alley. The short man muttered in confusion, "How come all of them are right? My luck is so good? I can guess this? Do you think I should go and gamble a few times?" The tall man immediately scolded, "Stupid. They are deliberately making fun of you. Can't you see that?" The short man was stunned when he heard this. And after thinking about it carefully, he immediately said angrily, "This little bastard. I'm going to settle accounts with him." The tall man grabbed him and shouted, "I said you are stupid. You are really stupid. That person is wearing a Confucian robe. He is young. And he is handsome. It is very likely that he is the person the lady is looking for." When the short man heard this, he was immediately happy and said, "Really? Then we are the first to find him. A great achievement." The tall man said coldly, "It should be him. The young lady hates that boy so much that she gnashed her teeth. The master and the mistress are also furious at home, saying that they must cut the boy into pieces. This time we are the first to find him, and we will definitely be rewarded a lot." The short man was immediately excited. "I am so lucky today. After getting the reward, we will go to gamble a few times, and we will definitely win." The tall man glared at him again and said, "Gamble. Gamble. Gamble. All day long. The business is not done yet? Do you think it's enough to just find where the boy lives? Humph. Then we may have to take action. Kill people and bury the bodies." As he was talking, he suddenly frowned and looked back. There were few pedestrians behind him, and there was no suspicious figure. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Hurry up. Let's go inform Brother Sher first." The two men immediately quickened their pace. In the alley not far behind them, a figure followed quietly. It was Luo Qingzhou, who changed into a tight suit and put on a mask. The sky was dark, and it was still drizzling. The short man and the tall man were talking in a low voice while walking quickly with an umbrella. They soon turned into an alley and entered a yard. When Luo Qingzhou followed into the alley, he suddenly heard the sound of whips being whipped in a yard, as well as the shouts and fighting of many people. "Kill them! Kill them quickly! Bring me some water. I can't see. Ah! Hack! Despicable little bitch! Capture her alive for me. I want bring me some water. Ah! It's so hot!" Luo Qingzhou listened at the door for a while, his heart full of doubts, and immediately stepped forward and gently pushed the half-open door. The gate slowly opened a crack. The scene in the yard stunned him. The whole yard was covered with white powder. 7 or 8 men holding swords and covered in white were running around in the yard. Several people were lying on the ground. A familiar figure wearing a white cloak, wearing a gas mask on his face and holding a black whip, was fighting fiercely with a man in the early stage of martial arts. As the other men were about to attack, the figure immediately threw out a bunch of lime. And when the figure was waving the whip to fight, he kept throwing bags of lime into the air. The lime fluttered and fell from the air. Even though it was drizzling at this time, it could not stop the throwing of the lime powder because there were too many of them. The ground in the yard was full of lime juice wet by rain. The lime on the figure seemed endless. "This lime is poisonous. Hold your breath," someone shouted. And several men suddenly felt weak and dizzy. They hurriedly ran towards the gate, not knowing whether to escape or leave the lime battlefield. The 2 tall and short men who had just entered had just run to the gate when the gate suddenly opened. Then 2 fists banged in from outside the door and hit the 2 men's chests heavily. The 2 men had almost no time to react. Their chests suddenly caved in and flew out, dying on the spot. The other 2 men who were running towards the gate saw this scene, and their faces suddenly changed. They hurriedly stopped and shouted, "Brother Sher, they have someone else!" Who knew that as soon as the 2 men finished speaking, the figure standing outside the door suddenly shot in front of him. With a bang, 2 more punches directly hit their heads and burst them open, and they died instantly. The few people who were fighting all looked over. In the white powder, the man who just rushed in from the door was wearing a black suit and a gas mask. His appearance could not be seen clearly. He was killing people fiercely, punching one by one. And his attack was extremely cruel. The girl who was waving a whip to fight the man in the early stage of martial arts froze in place when she saw this figure and the gas mask on his face. Bang! Who knew that a man suddenly appeared behind her and took the opportunity to punch her in the back, knocking her out directly. The man standing opposite her grinned, and when he was about to punch her in the face, he suddenly heard a deafening cow mooing in his ears. Bang! Before he could react, a figure suddenly shot over like lightning, hit his right waist hard, and knocked him out directly. Then, the figure landed, stretched out his arm, just caught the flying girl, held her and spun backwards twice, and then put her steadily on the ground. Miss! The woman who was being besieged by two people in the corner turned her head and took a look, and was stunned. The man who saved her young lady was wearing an animal mask on his face, which was quite similar to the one her young lady was wearing. However, her young lady was wearing a white tiger mask, while the man was wearing a black tiger mask.